On Janeo Island within the Bio Palace, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold patterns with handsome and resolute features sat earnestly on the teaching platform, tirelessly imparting wisdom to his disciples. This person was none other than Tongtian Patriarch, one of the three pure ones who had already attained sagehood. The great Tao was profound. Under his exposition, various laws of force constantly manifested, enthralling all the disciples who listened and watched with rapt fascination. Beneath the teaching platform, Xiao Fan could not help covering his mouth with one hand and yawning, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes, looking utterly bored and out of place. Tongtian Patriarch noticed this, looking slightly helpless but without any hint of anger. Instead, his eyes were filled with affectionate indulgence. Attentive disciples such as Duobao Doran, Zhao Gongming, the Sanshao Nyang and Jinling Xinlu all felt a surge of envy deep in their hearts when they noticed this. Their strict and stern master had never shown them even a hint of a smile, yet toward their senior brother Tongtian Patriarch did not hide his fondness for Xiao Fan. Today's lesson ends here. Tongtian Patriarch ceased his teaching, sat upright, and looked solemnly at the disciples below. Next, I have an announcement. The disciples of the Jia sect gradually emerged from their mysterious state of enlightenment, raised their heads to gaze at their sage master, and waited attentively for what he was about to say. Of course, there was one exception. Although his body was present, his mind had already wandered beyond the ninth heaven. Should my next book be Dupo Zhangtian or Shuozhong Henjiangxing? Xiao Fan was lost in daydreams, agonizing over what to write for his next novel. Yes, you read that right. After transmigrating into this primordial world, the thing he had persistently done was not cultivation but writing novels. Of course, for Xiao Fan these two things could not be simply separated. Because writing novels was Xiao Fan's cultivation. Originally, after transmigrating to the primordial world, he became the senior disciple of Tongtian Patriarch, one of the few sages in the entire system. Such an identity was envied by countless people. Even Xiao Fan himself felt proud and honored deep down. As the foremost disciple under a sage, he could swagger anywhere he pleased. But his heart was bitter. Although in his past life he was a very ordinary web novel writer on Earth, barely making ends meet with subscriptions, precisely because of that, having been immersed in the web novel world for so long, he was quite familiar with the primordial genre. The Jia sect, a place of crisis. You see, in the subsequent investiture of the gods' calamity, Tongtian Patriarch was essentially played collectively by Hongjun and the other sages. The Jia sect he founded suffered countless casualties and had its foundation completely destroyed. It could be called the model of following rules and delivering heads with quality and quantity in the primordial world. Xiao Fan had considered leaving the Jia sect, but Tongtian Patriarch's core educational philosophy of teaching without discrimination, his carefree and straightforward personality, and of course the trivial fact that he loved Xiao Fan like his own child. All of this made Xiao Fan unable to follow the normal historical path and commit the act of betrayal like Duobao Daoren. Of course, in the end, beneficiaries like Duobao Daoren used beautiful reasons, great love and philosophical thoughts to whitewash and justify the legitimacy and necessity of it all. But Xiao Fan from the bottom of his heart could never do such a thing. Since the power ceiling of the entire world were all enemies on his side and he refused to be a traitor, Xiao Fan decided internally to lie flat. As the senior disciple of Tongtian Patriarch, he could easily indulge himself and enjoy a good life of decadence. Besides, when the investiture war came, it might be hundreds or even thousands of years later. Compared to his previous lifespan limit, he had already profited greatly, right? However, just as Xiao Fan's determination to break the pot and smash it was made, he awakened the divine writing system. As long as he wrote novels, he could improve his cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Fan's mind was filled with expletives, and he suddenly felt that the heavens were being incredibly kind to him. This system was tailor-made for him, the keyboard warrior. So that day he hid in his room, wielding his brush with passion, writing non-stop for 3 days and nights, and in one breath produced a short fantasy novel of 200,000 words. After finishing, Xiao Fan couldn't help but sigh. Though he lacked a keyboard, the tool of writing, his Tai Xianxian physique and cultivation power. Despite writing continuously without any rest, he didn't feel any soreness in his waist or back. At that time, to those web novel writers still suffering from cervical spondylosis, frozen shoulder and herniated discs while working hard at their computers, Xiao Fan wanted to say, born as an immortal, I'm sorry. When it comes to intensive updates, all of you are mere juniors. Shortly after, a mysterious energy directly surged from his dantian to the top of his head. At that moment Xiao Fan felt as if a glass barrier in his mind shattered with a sound. Then Xiao Fan's aura shook. Xian realm. Xiao Fan, familiar with web novel tropes, had prepared for the system to be ridiculously powerful, but when a mere 200,000-word novel pushed his cultivation from the stagnant Tai Xian realm directly to the golden immortal realm. Had he fought as he usually did, things might have gone better. But after being humbled by Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, he had now, when the system descended, a glimmer of hope arose in Xiao Fan's heart. Perhaps the Jia sect could survive. The future where Tongtian Patriarch would be permanently confined in Xixiao Palace by Hongjuan and the entire Jia sect would be shattered and devoured. Perhaps because of him that future might not come. Thus, although Xiao Fan was in the primordial world, he resumed the life he once had on Earth, locking himself in a small room to write diligently. So familiar, so perfectly natural. Back to reality. In the coming days I plan to leave Janeo Island to seek an opportunity for me to advance further. Tongtian Patriarch straightened his robes, then turned to look at Xiao Fan and said solemnly, "But the Jia sect cannot be without someone in charge. Therefore I have decided that after I leave, your senior brother shall lead the Jia sect on behalf of your master." Upon hearing this, many disciples of the Jia sect gasped in shock. They couldn't help whispering, "What? How could the master let senior brother manage our Jia sect? Shouldn't it be the almost all-capable senior brother Duobao? Right, although senior brother's strength is not low, he has never been close to anyone and always minds his own business. It's indeed somewhat inappropriate. How dare you question the master's decision? Looking for death." In the past, if Tongtian Patriarch had seen such a noisy scene, he would have been furious. But at this moment he didn't care about that at all. Instead, he turned to Xiao Fan and said with a gentle smile, "Feiner, stop wandering. Your master's Jia sect will be entrusted to you from now on. You can no longer be so indifferent to everything." Having said that, Tongtian Patriarch smiled, looked at Xiao Fan with meaningful eyes, and his body gradually became ethereal, slowly vanishing before everyone's eyes. Xiao Fan, who had just snapped out of his daze, widened his eyes, pointed at himself and said in confusion, "Huh? The Jia sect? Entrusted to me? Heavens!" Without giving Xiao Fan any chance to decline or refuse, the heavenly sovereign Tongtian vanished without a trace after leaving his instructions. At that moment only the disciples of Jia sect remained, their expressions varying as they looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt the pressure keenly as a socially anxious writer who spent his days typing away. "Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it." Xiao Fan sighed inwardly, then straightened up, trying to muster a semblance of being the senior disciple. He addressed the crowd, "Since the master has entrusted me to temporarily oversee our Jia sect, I will do my best. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me. That's all I have to say. You may disperse." Seeing that Xiao Fan had no intention of consolidating power or establishing authority, the disciples exchanged glances and found this quite agreeable. Had it been anyone else, there would always be those close to them who would inevitably receive favor, while those at odds would face neglect. But Xiao Fan was different. He got along with everyone but developed no deep bonds with anyone. Thus there was no question of favoritism. Soon the crowd dispersed. However, one figure who would later leave a great name in the investiture of the Gods' War did not leave but walked toward Xiao Fan. This person was none other than Zhao Gongming, the supreme powerhouse who would later defeat Neza and Yang Jian in battle. Of course, his current strength had not yet reached the level of the future investiture war, but in terms of talent, diligence, and status within Jia sect, he was already a prominent figure. Seeing Zhao Gongming approach, Xiao Fan was taken aback. Gongming pays respects to senior brother. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands and bowed humbly. Seeing this future war godlike figure, Xiao Fan, though not feeling the need to curry favor, held a measure of admiration for Zhao Gongming due to childhood influences. Fighting with honor yet dying a lamentable death. "Greetings, junior brother Gongming." Xiao Fan rose and returned the bow. "Is something the matter?" Zhao Gongming found Xiao Fan's demeanor quite unexpected. Though the Jia sect embraced all without discrimination, there were still strict hierarchies regarding status. As the chief senior disciple and acting leader of Jia sect, Xiao Fan could have remained seated and accepted anyone's bow without seeming disrespectful. Xiao Fan's humble gesture immediately left a favorable impression on Zhao Gongming, who had always considered this reclusive senior brother somewhat aloof. Senior brother, I have recently hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. I had hoped to seek the master's guidance after his lecture, but now that he has departed, you and senior brother Duobao are the highest in cultivation. Zhao Gongming said straightforwardly. I have already consulted Duobao with little effect, so I would like to hear your advice. Seeking my advice on cultivation? Xiao Fan was genuinely surprised. Hearing Zhao Gongming's words, Xiao Fan was truly taken aback. After all, this legendary figure in his view was especially favored in matters of cultivation talent. Absolutely a darling of the Tao. Regardless of future outcomes, when it came to improving strength, he was like the protagonist or antagonist in a web novel, breaking through realms as easily as cutting vegetables or drinking water. A little bit of seriousness and he would naturally succeed in breaking through. But apparently that was not the case. Seeing the surprise in Xiao Fan's eyes, Zhao Gongming understood what he was thinking. After all, in terms of cultivation and combat prowess, even Duobao Daoist would occasionally express admiration. Moreover, in the eyes of the other Jia Sect disciples, Xiao Fan was considered somewhat eccentric and reclusive. For him to suddenly ask for advice on cultivation seemed abrupt. Indeed, it caught Xiao Fan off guard. But Zhao Gongming had been stuck at the true immortal realm for a very long time, while this senior brother, whom even Tong Tian had deemed ordinary in talent, had recently broken through from Tai Mystic Immortal to Golden Immortal, astonishing everyone. Even Tong Tian was amazed. Initially he had only cherished Xiao Fan like an own child, wanting him to be happy. But after witnessing Xiao Fan's unstoppable advancement in realms, when he actively probed or divined the cause, the celestial mechanism was shrouded in chaos. That was when Tong Tian began to think differently. Perhaps entrusting Jia Sect to Xiao Fan might bring a glimmer of hope in averting the great calamity he foresaw. Tong Tian had never mentioned this to anyone, because even as a sage he could only infer that Jia Sect would face a great tribulation, but the specifics remained elusive. This thorn had been deeply lodged in Tongshan's heart, especially as Xiao Fan became more reclusive, emerging from his self-built dark room only every 10 or 20 days. But every time he came out, Tong Tian noticed that Xiao Fan's cultivation level had inexplicably soared, as if he had taken some miraculous pill. Tong Tian was then certain that Xiao Fan had obtained his own great fortune, one that even he, a sage, could not perceive. Xiao Fan's future was destined to be extraordinary. More importantly, Xiao Fan's existence was a significant variable. The breakthrough for Jia Sect might lie with him. Thus Tong Tian devised a plan to let Xiao Fan take over the entire Jia Sect as soon as possible, deepening their bond and letting their fortunes interweave. When Xiao Fan heard that Zhao Gongming was seeking cultivation advice, he felt a headache coming on, for he had never actually cultivated. All his realm and power came down to one thing: he wrote novels in isolation, and the system generously rewarded him. His current cultivation had little to do with his own efforts. But as the chief senior disciple with the highest cultivation among the disciples, Xiao Fan had to maintain face. Besides, even if he told the truth, that he didn't know how to cultivate, who would believe him? He would only be branded as selfish, unwilling to help his fellow disciples. Xiao Fan put on a serene and composed expression, looking at Zhao Gongming and asking earnestly, what exactly is the problem? Could you elaborate for me, junior brother Gongming? Could you tell me in more detail? It's like this, senior brother. Recently I felt my realm loosening, ready to break through. Zhao Gongming frowned, his expression grave. I have been in seclusion, but every time I channel my cultivation technique to make a decisive push, at the very last step my chi becomes chaotic and I cannot advance. Breakthrough, critical point, unable to push through. Xiao Fan murmured, beginning to think. Xiao Fan had heard of Zhao Gongming as a cultivation fanatic, endlessly refining, discussing the Tao and breaking through, his mind always tense and focused solely on advancement. Could it be that too much is as bad as too little? The primordial world is, after all, a world governed by the heavenly Tao. Someone like Zhao Gongming accumulates power, breaks through, accumulates again, breaks through again, relying solely on his talent to force a breakthrough without consolidating or communing with nature, nor pausing to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth. He spent all day in his secluded dojo, greatly reducing his closeness to the Tao. So even though his power was sufficient, he was limited by a lack of understanding of heaven and earth. Xiao Fan thought, I can't think of a better reason. Based on my years of reading web novels, this is a case of living too tensely and without relaxation. How can that work? Balancing tension with relaxation is the key. Xiao Fan felt his reasoning was sound. Besides, since Duobao hadn't offered an effective solution, failure wouldn't be embarrassing. So he decided to tell Zhao Gongming his solution. Ahem. Xiao Fan then put one hand behind his back, the other fist to his mouth, cleared his throat, and looked at Zhao Gongming with an air of a master. At the southernmost part of our Golden Ale Island there is a scenic valley. Go there, choose a spot that pleases you, lie down on the ground and sleep with no thoughts in your mind. When you wake, perhaps the opportunity will reveal itself. Sleep. Sleep. Zhao Gongming repeated inwardly, finding it somewhat absurd. But recalling that the senior brother was highly cultivated and likely had his reasoning, especially when he mentioned opportunity, he suppressed his curiosity. This made Zhao Gongming hold back his curiosity without asking further. He nodded and said, very well, thank you for the guidance, senior brother. Then with a cupped fist salute he retreated from the Bio Palace. Upon exiting the main hall without a moment's delay, Zhao Gongming flew directly toward the valley at the southernmost tip of Golden Ale Island to explore. He wondered what kind of opportunity the senior brother had spoken of. What exactly was this opportunity that the senior brother mentioned? After arriving at the valley Xiao Fan had mentioned, Zhao Gongming found his spirits instantly lifted by the surrounding scenery. The clear stream flowed gently, birds sang amidst fragrant blossoms, and a breeze carrying the scent of grass brushed past his face. In that moment Zhao Gongming felt every pore on his body open, instinctively breathing in the fresh sweet air. How delightful! Zhao Gongming closed his eyes, involuntarily spread his arms wide, and basked in the sunlight, savoring the beauty of nature. Ever since he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of the Tao, channeling all his energy into reaching higher realms, Zhao Gongming could no longer recall how long it had been since he had felt so relaxed, so attuned to nature. Was my way of life before wrong? Seated on a stone by the stream, watching the water flow past and the occasional fish leap up, he began to ponder, the world is filled with so much beauty, yet I confined myself to a corner of my cultivation grounds, ignoring and failing to appreciate anything beyond training. Is such a life truly correct? Does it have meaning? At that moment Zhao Gongming felt an unprecedented lightness and ease, his body utterly at peace. He now somewhat understood Xiao Fan's intention. The Tao follows nature. If one does not immerse oneself in the natural world to truly comprehend it, how can one draw closer to the Tao? Yet although Zhao Gongming felt this journey had already been worthwhile and his spirit and energy were greatly improved, he sensed that it was still insufficient to break through to a higher realm. So he began to observe his surroundings, thinking to himself, what is this opportunity the senior brother mentioned? If he only wanted me to experience heaven and earth here, he wouldn't have specifically added that an opportunity awaits me. In truth, Zhao Gongming was overthinking. Xiao Fan had said those words merely to appear profound and impressive, a casual remark. Moreover, from Xiao Fan's perspective, letting Zhao Gongming come here to take a stroll, relax, and let his mood brighten would deepen his comprehension of nature, and then he would likely break through. Wasn't that itself an opportunity? As for why Xiao Fan chose this place, he, a homebody, sometimes needed fresh air to relax and find inspiration. Over the years on Janeo Island, he believed this valley was the most beautiful spot for sightseeing and riding outdoors. Since he wanted to recommend a scenic place for Zhao Gongming to unwind, Xiao Fan didn't hold back and even wished to showcase his eye for beauty and refined taste. Thus he mentioned this place. As for any other thoughts, there truly were none. The so-called opportunity was nothing more than Zhao Gongming's own overinterpretation. In other words, he had been fooled by Xiao Fan. As Zhao Gongming scanned the valley searching for anything unusual, he suddenly noticed a small square table placed on a horizontal branch of a massive tree in the distance. Though it appeared to be an ordinary table, it drew all of his attention. The reason was simple: Xiao Fan had sent him here. So it was almost certain that Xiao Fan had been here before. Coupled with the small square table on the tree trunk, Zhao Gongming deduced that Xiao Fan not only had visited this valley but likely came here often. The disciples of the Jia sect were quite curious about this senior brother. He was rarely seen discussing the Tao with others, and even when the master Tongtian Jiaozhu lectured, he would only attend if forcibly summoned. even when present his mind would wander. Yet his realm still improved and Tongtian Jiaozhu never showed any displeasure. Given all these peculiarities and mysteries, it would be dishonest to claim that the disciples were not intrigued by this eccentric and somewhat out-of-place senior brother. Now with a chance to discover clues in a place Xiao Fan frequented, Zhao Gongming's interest was piqued. With a glint in his eye he leaped from the stream side and flew up to the large tree. Gossip after all was irresistible to everyone. Upon closer inspection the small square table was empty, but beneath it lay a brush ink paper and inkstone along with a few slightly scattered books. It seems this is where the senior brother often comes, Zhao Gongming observed, noting that some parts of the branch had been worn smooth. Such an effect could only result from someone sitting here frequently. Moreover, the presence of the scholar's desk and writing implements suggested something telling. On Janeo Island few had a fondness for literary pursuits, in fact many could barely read. It was certain that this was Xiao Fan's usual spot. Could the opportunity the senior brother mentioned be here? Zhao Gongming muttered, bending down to retrieve the books from within. As he looked down he froze slightly, his expression shifting. It was not joy but surprise. Shrouding the heavens the desolate emperor, shrouding the heavens the ruthless empress, shrouding the heavens the undying emperor. There were 5 volumes in total, each bearing the inscription author, Xiao Fan. Upon seeing this, sweat beaded on Zhao Gongming's forehead and he murmured in a daze, This certainly isn't the opportunity the senior brother mentioned, but I think I've stumbled upon a little secret of his. Zhao Gongming was astonished. His senior brother, the enigmatic and eccentric chief disciple of the Jia sect, had a hobby of writing novels and had already written so many. Though Tongtian Jiaozhu taught without discrimination, allowing all beings a chance at cultivation and enlightenment, he was essentially a strict master. He never permitted his disciples to engage with novels or storybooks, things filled with unrealistic fantasies that could lead to indulgence and decline. Such things were spiritual corrosion, a fierce tiger on the path of cultivation. Yet the senior brother not only read them but had written so many himself. This was practically a silent rebellion against the master. Holding the novels in his hands, Zhao Gongming sighed inwardly. Impressive. Just for this courage I can never match him. I didn't find an opportunity, but I discovered the senior brother's secret. Zhao Gongming chuckled wryly and prepared to return the books beneath the small square table. Yet he had to admit that while he acknowledged Tongtian Jiaozhu's prohibition against excessive indulgence, the books were now in his hands with no one around, and they were written by Xiao Fan. Just one glance, to see how the senior brother's writing is? Exactly, I'll just get a sense of his style and then stop. After an internal struggle, Zhao Gongming found ample justification for himself. He slowly sat down, opened the Shrouding the Heavens series and began to read. At the Bio Palace, Xiao Fan found a side hall and began tidying up to settle in. After all, as the acting leader of the Jia sect, he could no longer stay in his small dark room. As he took out his writing materials from the storage ring, Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that he hadn't packed up the items he had left in the valley on that giant tree. He often went there to find inspiration and write furiously, making it his second sacred place for writing. For convenience he kept some everyday items there. What if someone finds them? Xiao Fan murmured, then shrugged nonchalantly. Oh well, even if they do, it's no big deal. They're just a few novels. What storm could they possibly stir? Just one more chapter, just one more. Yet once Zhao Gongming opened the book he was drawn in, unable to extricate himself. Thus Zhao Gongming continuously found reasons to keep reading, rationalizing his actions to justify his indulgence. Each time he finished what he claimed to be the last chapter he would softly murmur, it's not that I want to read, it's just that senior brother's writing style and pacing are too peculiar for me to analyze. Indeed, it was certainly not because this novel was irresistibly captivating, compelling him to continue reading. Rather, it was imperative to conduct a thorough analysis to comprehend Xiao Fan's writing style and pacing, including the techniques he frequently employed. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by the time Zhao Gongming finished the last page of the final volume of the Veil of Heaven series, it was already a starry deep night. Zhao Gongming closed his eyes, gazing up at the sky. He felt the grandeur of the novel's world filled with rich human emotions and those vibrant, captivating characters and stories. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was it because he was too moved? Of course he was moved at the experiences of those characters, and their unwavering determination were impossible not to stir one's heart and ignite one's blood. However, at this moment what he truly wanted was not to lament over these emotions. Instead he wanted to give Xiao Fan a good beating. If the novel were poorly written that would be one thing, but instead it was so engaging that it felt like being bewitched, leaving him completely unable to pull himself away. It was simply so good that one never wanted it to end. Yet a good story with a resolution would at least provide closure, allowing him to understand the ultimate fates of the characters, whether they lived or died, whether they faced regrets or found fulfillment. But what about this? The author of Veil of Heaven, regardless of which chapter, had no character with a conclusion. All of them were left half-written, abruptly ceased. Heavenly Father, this was the cruelest punishment imaginable for a reader. Xiao Fan was fortunate enough to receive a reader from the primordial world who wished to send him a knife for his unfinished writing, much like the treatment received by the Eastern deity from Blue Star. In truth, it was not that Xiao Fan intended to leave his works half-finished. Rather, he discovered a pattern: once his writing exceeded 50,000 words, the system would no longer grant him any increases in cultivation. Xiao Fan in this primordial world lacked for nothing and had no desire to become a celebrated author. Thus, what was the point of continuing to write? Hence, as soon as his novels reached 50,000 words, he would promptly switch to another book. At this moment, however, Zhao Gongming, the unfortunate reader, felt as though he were being clawed by a cat, emotionally torn by the desire to beat Xiao Fan senseless and lock him away until he completed the story. Yet reality was harsh. During the War of the Gods, Zhao Gongming had proven to be an invincible contender. However, at present, while possessing decent talent and ranking among the top disciples of the Jia sect, he found that Xiao Fan, the author of the novel, was one of the few individuals he could not defeat. Moreover, he was currently acting on behalf of the Tongtian Patriarch. My heart aches. I am truly useless. Zhao Gongming clutched the novel tightly, looking down at it with eyes full of reluctance. Yet just as a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness when suddenly a passage appeared in his mind: the Endless Sutra of the Wheel of Time, the Tao Techniques, and the Four Extremes. Yes, the Endless Emperor's Supreme Law from the Veil of Heaven series constantly replayed in Zhao Gongming's mind. This was his favorite section, depicting the Endless Emperor's unparalleled might, a solitary figure ruling over eternity. It was also the kind of person Zhao Gongming yearned to become. However, a novel was a novel. Zhao Gongming did not take the seemingly profound techniques within it seriously, thinking them merely fabricated by Xiao Fan to make his characters appear impressive. But at this moment, as the Endless Sutra's words etched themselves into Zhao Gongming's soul, they suddenly shimmered with golden light, causing a resonance. Mysterious sounds began to resonate in his mind. Zhao Gongming paused, his entire being plunging into an unprecedented state. If anyone else were to witness this, they would surely exclaim in amazement, enlightenment. Indeed, Zhao Gongming had entered a state of enlightenment that even saints could only hope to encounter. This state lasted for roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Zhao Gongming felt his body uncontrollably beginning to operate the Endless Sutra, and soon a previously unseen surge of power was born within his dantian. This power felt to Zhao Gongming as though, aside from the Tongtian Patriarch, no other power could compare to the exceptional quality and level of this energy, far surpassing any he had previously encountered. The energy began to flow along the path of the Endless Sutra. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal path? Upon witnessing the endless Tao, all becomes void. Zhao Gongming shouted in fury, his eyes flying open, radiating an immense imposing aura. He had broken through to the Xian immortal realm. An overwhelming sense of invincibility filled Zhao Gongming's heart, coupled with the uninterrupted breakthrough and the amplification of his power, which had drastically surged due to the influence of the Endless Emperor from the novel. Zhao Gongming felt that reaching that level was not impossible. Of course, there was one crucial point yet to be mentioned. That is, he had truly acquired the Endless Sutra. The kind he could cultivate. This was simply unbelievable. That what was merely a technique practiced by characters in a novel could actually be cultivated in the real world, and the effects were astonishingly explosive. After returning to normal from the joy of his breakthrough and under the influence of the Endless Emperor's will, Zhao Gongming was now filled with shock, overwhelmed like a turbulent wave, drowning him and making it hard to breathe. At this moment he had only one thought: senior brother so terrifying? Although Zhao Gongming had never cultivated those saint-level techniques simply from the power birthed at the initial stage of the technique, he had refined and enhanced his original power by several levels. Zhao Gongming understood that the Endless Sutra was absolutely on par with those saint techniques. However, this Endless Sutra was a technique penned by senior brother, thus it was evident that this technique must have been created by Xiao Fan. If the Endless Sutra was real, then what about the others? For instance, the heaven-swallowing demon technique of the ferocious emperor, the undying divine technique, the ancient scriptures of the undying emperor, and the Western Empress Western Emperor Sutra, among others. Although Zhao Gongming had not comprehended the others, did that mean those imperial techniques were not genuine? After all, his understanding of the Endless Sutra had been rather haphazard. Everything revolves around a single word, fate. I initially thought I had merely discovered a small secret regarding senior brother's hobby. The chance he mentioned could never be to let me read these few novels he wrote. Zhao Gongming sighed, lamenting, I am still too young, senior brother, a true god. At this moment Xiao Fan shone brilliantly and grandly in Zhao Gongming's heart. To be able to create techniques that rivaled those of the saints, the terrifying nature of this was upon closer inspection utterly chilling and hair-raising. Moreover, he sensed that the other imperial techniques in the Veil of Heaven series were likely just as extraordinary as the Endless Sutra. However, it was highly probable that they needed to wait for their destined individuals. Then Zhao Gongming returned the novel to its original place. He faced the small table in all directions and bowed sincerely, saying, Thank you, senior brother, for generously granting me this immense opportunity. Disciple Zhao Gongming will remember this in his heart. After expressing his respect, Zhao Gongming decided to rest well in his cave for the night. Balance is essential for longevity. Moreover, given the late hour, even though he felt compelled to thank Xiao Fan, it would still be somewhat intrusive and impolite. Looking forward to tomorrow, Zhao Gongming murmured, but his anticipation for the next day was not solely to express gratitude to Xiao Fan. More importantly, he would rather endure a beating than not fulfill a steadfast desire to urge him to update. He wanted to see the development of the story in Veil of Heaven. Achoo! At that very moment Xiao Fan unexpectedly sneezed. Rubbing the back of his head, he puzzled, how strange, I've reached the golden immortal realm and yet I can still catch a cold. Immediately afterward a system notification sounded. Ding! The Endless Sutra of the Endless Emperor has successfully found its inheritor, rewarding the host with 30,000 years of power. Boom boom boom, just as the system voice ended, Xiao Fan felt a surge of immense power being birthed from within his body, effortlessly breaking through 5 small realms, directly ascending to the 5th level of the Golden Immortal Realm. His cultivation realm showed no immediate change. Xiao Fan could refine it gradually at his own pace, but the surge in divine energy filled him with quiet elation. After all, augmenting divine energy admitted no shortcuts, it demanded painstaking accumulation over time. Though rare celestial treasures might temporarily bolster one's reserves, such gains proved fleeting and superficial. Like a stimulant, they offered only transient replenishment, not true integration into the cultivator's essence. Yet this sudden bestowal of 30,000 years' worth of divine energy was tantamount to having cultivated for that very span. Though such an epoch meant little to a golden immortal, Xiao Fan possessed neither the luxury nor the lifespan to attain it through conventional means. The Jia sect remained outwardly stable, yet its foundations trembled beneath gathering storms. Its core doctrine, teaching without discrimination, welcomed all beings, flying beasts, crawling serpents, singing birds, swimming fish, even blossoms and insects, so long as they came to hear the Tao. Yuanshi Tianzun and Laozi had reproached Tong Tianjiaozhu repeatedly for this very principle. Tong Tianjiaozhu, however, dismissed their criticisms entirely, a stance that would later fuel Yuanshi Tianzun and Laozi's joint machinations against him during the investiture of the gods. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming did not hasten back to his abode. Instead, he drifted slowly through the skies, savoring the profound virtues of the Wushi Jing cultivation manual. In the secluded valley his exhilaration had dulled perception, but now in calm reflection he discerned its extraordinary merits. Spiritual energy from the surrounding realm flowed toward him instinctively, subtle at first yet ceaseless, seeping steadily into his very pores. In immortal combat, cultivation realm mattered, but so too did the sheer volume of spiritual energy, i.e., divine power. Greater reserves enabled more techniques. At equal realms, the one with deeper reserves prevailed effortlessly over the shallower. This manual is superb, yet I wonder whether its latter half exists. Perhaps I should ask senior brother for the remaining chapters. Xiao Gongming murmured to himself. Though the novel enthralled him, Xiao Fan had penned only half, and Xiao Gongming nearly raged at the abrupt cessation. Every volume ended midstream just as the manual itself had been left incomplete. Senior brother Gongming? What brings you wandering to my humble dwelling? Did you not go to seek guidance from senior brother on cultivation? A clear bright voice broke through Xiao Gongming's reverie. Xiao Gongming glanced downward. There stood Bai Xiao, the youngest of the Yun Xiao triad. As peripheral disciples of the Jia sect, they resided near Jin Ao Island to facilitate attendance at Dao lectures, and Xiao Gongming, owing to his close rapport with the triad, dwelled nearby. So absorbed was he in contemplation of the manual that he strayed from his path, unwittingly arriving at the sister's residence instead of his own grotto. At the mention of cultivation, Xiao Gongming burst into hearty laughter, startling Bai Xiao, who blinked in bewilderment, until her eyes suddenly lit up. Senior brother Gongming, you've broken through. Truly, senior brother's guidance possesses such miraculous efficacy. For Bai Xiao knew well that many, including herself and her sisters, had long stagnated at the Tai Yi Xian immortal realm. Only Xiao Gongming's attainments surpassed theirs. Though youngest among the triad, Bai Xiao ranked among the swiftest cultivators. Already at the 9th heaven of the Tai Yi Xian immortal realm, she hovered just shy of consummation, a threshold both delicate and deceptively stubborn. Indeed, I attained this breakthrough through insight gained under senior brother's tutelage. Xiao Gongming ceased laughing, bowed respectfully toward Bai Palace, and inclined his body ever so slightly forward. Bai Xiao faltered, stunned. Was this truly the Xiao Gongming she knew? He revered Master Tong Tian Jiaozhu deeply, but that reverence stemmed less from devotion than from awe before a celestial sage before whom all lesser beings were but ephemeral ants. Like ants gazing upon humanity, they felt only dread, not genuine reverence. Yet within a single day Xiao Gongming had developed sincere respect for senior brother, an enigma Bai Xiao could not fathom. Senior brother was your guide? Then pray join us in our grotto. We beg you to recount your breakthrough. I too have lingered at the 9th heaven for ages, and let me summon my sisters at once. Without awaiting his assent, she turned and soared toward the grotto. Xiao Gongming had intended to consolidate his newly acquired technique, but his heart thrummed too fiercely for stillness. Indeed, sharing his elation with another felt both urgent and necessary. Inside the grotto, the four settled into their seats. No sooner had they done so than Xiong Xiao, the most impetuous of the sisters, blurted out, "Elder brother, tell us, how did you break through? And was it truly senior brother who guided you? Is that fact or fancy?" Ordinarily, all disciples gathered at Bai Palace to hear Tong Tian Jiaozhu expound the Tao, but his discourses remained broad and abstract, leaving comprehension to individual enlightenment. Personal guidance occurred only rarely. With countless disciples in the Jia sect, constant unknown instruction would exhaust even a celestial sage, leaving little time for anything beyond teaching. I owe my breakthrough entirely to senior brother's words, and further received a celestial art rivaling even the Shangqing immortal arts. Xiao Gongming smiled faintly as he spoke. Even Yun Xiao, who seldom betrayed emotion, flickered with visible astonishment. The Shangqing immortal arts originated from Tong Tian Jiaozhu himself, one of the 6 sages, each sage's unique cultivation system forming the very foundation of their ascension to sainthood. Elder brother, surely you jest. We cultivate the Shangqing immortal arts, the very creation of our master Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Only the arts of other sages could possibly rival them. How could another manual, equal in profundity, possibly exist? That senior brother Xiao Fan might guide Xiao Gongming to breakthrough seemed plausible. After all, Xiao Fan had served Tong Tian Jiaozhu longest, cultivating across unfathomable eons. Yet that Xiao Fan had bestowed upon him a manual rivaling the Shangqing immortal arts. That Yun Xiao refused to believe, even unto death. Were senior brother capable of forging such a scripture, surely he would long since have ascended to sainthood. How then does he remain but a golden immortal? Though unspoken, this thought hung heavy, especially given Xiao Fan's current role as acting patriarch of the Jia sect. Though she knew Xiao Gongming would never utter such words before senior brother Xiao Fan, they remained ill-suited for any tongue. Xiao Gongming made no hasty rebuttal. Had the same miracle befallen another, he himself would have denied it outright. Such a manual rivaling a sage's creation defied all reason. If elder sister doubts me, then let me demonstrate, let you witness its truth with your own eyes. Xiao Gongming resolved to prove his claim through action alone. Splendid! Splendid! Hurry, show us. Let us behold this peerless scripture worthy of a sage. Xiao Gongming wasted no time. Seating himself cross-legged, he began circulating the Wushi Jing. In the valley he had grasped only its rudiments, never delving deeply into its subtleties. Yet this first earnest practice left him so astounded he nearly leapt from his seat. Every pore across his body flared open, spiritual energy surged inward like oceanic tides, flooding his meridians, scouring bones and sinew, even bathing the tiniest cells in luminous refinement. No sooner had Xiao Gongming commenced cultivation than the three sisters felt a sudden weight settle upon their shoulders. The ambient spiritual energy thickened tenfold, then twentyfold, swelling still. Their grotto already housed a spirit-gathering formation, its ambient qi far denser than ordinary dwellings, yet Xiao Gongming's cultivation intensified it further. They exchanged glances, eyes alight with shared hope. Might they too receive such a scripture if they sought senior brother themselves? Why is spiritual energy draining away? Duo Bao Dao Ren, deep in meditation within his grotto, snapped his eyes open, his internal reservoir thinning rapidly, its decline accelerating. He sprang to the entrance, scanning the horizon in alarm. Not only Duo Bao Dao Ren sensed it, Jin Ling Xingmu, Wu Dang Xingmu and others likewise emerged, all gazing toward the sisters' grotto, then rising as one to investigate. Only Baiyu Palace remained unaffected, shielded by Tong Tian Jiaozhu supreme protective array through which qi flowed inward endlessly, never escaping. Just as Xiao Gongming luxuriated in transcendent bliss, on the verge of sighing aloud, a faint pained moan pierced his awareness. This groan startled Xiao Gongming from his cultivation. As he opened his eyes, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The Sanshao sisters' cave dwelling, once elegantly and classically adorned, now lay in tatters, resembling the aftermath of a typhoon. Xiong Xiao was in the worst state, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, while Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao were also pale-faced, barely better off than her. Every cultivator's cave dwelling was their lair, meticulously managed. The Sanshao sisters were no exception. Had a battle erupted here, even Xiao Gongming at the Golden Core realm would not have gained an advantage. He might have been severely injured or even killed. What happened to you, my three sisters? Xiao Gongming asked with concern, a note of inquiry in his voice. Seeing Xiao Gongming finally stop, the three sisters collapsed to the ground. Even Yun Xiao, who usually paid great attention to her appearance, could not hide a trace of exhaustion. Though Xiao Gongming's cultivation session was brief, the surrounding spiritual pressure multiplied exponentially, from tenfold to 15-fold, then 20-fold, accelerating ever faster. At first the Sanshao sisters could still absorb some spiritual energy, but later they could barely draw any into their bodies. Worse, they felt their own internal spiritual energy beginning to dissipate. Thus it was Xiong Xiao who could endure no longer and let out a pained groan. Fortunately, Xiong Xiao's cry of distress awakened Xiao Gongming, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Xiao Gongming had gained insight into the Wuji Sutra, he had only grasped a fraction of it, and the scripture itself was only half written. Had Xiong Xiao not awakened him, Xiao Gongming would likely have been overwhelmed by the influx of spiritual energy and exploded, leading not only to his own death but also to the Sanshao sisters' souls scattering into oblivion. Yet Xiao Gongming remained unaware of all this. Big brother, is the technique you practice the one taught by the grand senior brother? Bai Xiao, who recovered first, asked eagerly. Compared to Bai Xiao's urgency, Yun Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but as the eldest sister she refrained from asking hastily. Yes, this is the technique I derived from the novel written by the grand senior brother. It's called the Wuji Sutra. Before Xiao Gongming could finish, a voice from outside interrupted. Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, I've brought senior sisters Jin Ling and Wu Dang to see you. The abundance of spiritual energy in a cave dwelling determined the speed of cultivation, so everyone set up spirit gathering arrays. Most caves had similar levels of spiritual energy. But the sudden surge of spiritual energy in the Sanshao sisters' cave was an irresistible temptation for Duo Bao Daoren and others. Just moments ago the spiritual concentration in the Sanshao sisters' cave rivaled, even surpassed that of the master's Bixiao palace. But by the time they arrived the dense spiritual energy had already begun to dissipate. Eager to learn the cause, Duo Bao Daoren had no choice but to speak up. "Why has senior brother Duo Bao come?" Zhao Gongming frowned. "It must be because your cultivation just now attracted all the surrounding spiritual energy. Therefore senior brother Duo Bao must have come for the spiritual energy." After resting for a while, Yin Xiao had recovered somewhat and explained to Zhao Gongming. "Spiritual energy? What spiritual energy?" Zhao Gongming was puzzled. "It's the spiritual storm you caused during your cultivation. Look what it did to our cave, you'll have to compensate us," Xiong Xiao said irritably. After all, she was only at the 7th level of Tai Xuanxian, 2 whole minor realms below Yin Xiao and Bai Xiao. It was easy to imagine the immense pressure she had endured. Zhao Gongming smiled awkwardly and offered no further explanation, for he had not anticipated causing a spiritual storm. As for compensation, he knew it was just Xiong Xiao's angry words, she would not actually demand it. Meanwhile Duo Bao Doran, who had been waiting outside for a long time, frowned when he received no response. He called out again, "Junior sisters San Xiao." Before he could finish, Bai Xiao replied, "Senior brother Duo Bao, please wait a moment. My sisters and I have just finished cultivating and need to bathe and change before receiving you." After saying this she glanced at Zhao Gongming. Although they were all disciples of Tongtian Jiaozhu, there was still a certain distance between them. Zhao Gongming was closer to the Sanshao sisters, while Duo Bao Daoren was closer to Jinling Xingmu and Wu Dang Xingmu. Zhao Gongming understood Bai Xiao's meaning. After all, he had obtained this technique through the Grand Senior Brother's guidance, and without his permission it could not be widely publicized. Seeing Zhao Gongming, Duo Bao Daoren was not particularly surprised, their relationships were well known. "Greetings senior brother Duo Bao, senior sisters Jinling and Wu Dang." Zhao Gongming spoke first, while the Sanshao sisters behind him slightly bowed in salute. Although Zhao Gongming had now reached the Golden Core realm, he had only just broken through and still lagged behind Duo Bao Daoren. "Junior brother Gongming, have you broken through? Was that spiritual storm just now caused by your breakthrough?" Though Duo Bao Daoren knew it was only a matter of time before Zhao Gongming broke through to the Golden Core realm, he had not expected it to happen so quickly. Zhao Gongming had sought his advice many times, but after just one visit to the Grand Senior Brother he had broken through. Was that not too fast? Zhao Gongming smiled modestly, cupping his hands in a salute. "I just had a small realization and suddenly broke through. I apologize for disturbing Senior Brother Duo Bao." He cupped his hands again. Hearing Zhao Gongming's explanation, Duo Bao Daoren said nothing more. It was natural for a cultivator to gather a large amount of spiritual energy during a breakthrough, and since Zhao Gongming had been stuck at the Taixianxian realm for a very long time, it was not impossible for him to cause a spiritual storm. "Since it's your breakthrough, I congratulate you, junior brother. I thought the Sanshao sisters had found some rare treasure here. I came to see if they needed help subduing it." Knowing that the spiritual storm was caused by Zhao Gongming's breakthrough, Duo Bao Daoren did not inquire further. After chatting for a while, they all went their separate ways back to their caves. However, Duo Bao Doran, Jinling Xingmu and Wu Dang Xingmu did not part ways, but instead gathered at Duo Bao Doran's cave. "Senior brother Duo Bao, should we also go seek guidance from the Grand Senior Brother?" Wu Dang Xingmu asked. Cultivation only increased one's magical power, but breakthroughs relied on opportunity. A minor issue that one could not identify on their own might suddenly become clear with guidance from another. Duo Bao Daoren remained silent. In his view, this Grand Senior Brother rarely involved himself in anything and was as elusive as a dragon in the Bixiao Palace. If not for the Master's sudden announcement that Grand Senior Brother Xiao Fan would temporarily oversee the Bixiao Palace, Duo Bao Daoren would have almost forgotten about Xiao Fan, this Grand Senior Brother. The Grand Senior Brother is now the acting leader. Let's postpone seeking his advice. You all know Junior Brother Zhao's situation. He was on the verge of a breakthrough at any time. Perhaps his opportunity simply arrived, allowing him to break through quickly. It should have nothing to do with the Grand Senior Brother. Duo Bao Daoren said after a moment's thought. Apart from Master Tongtian Jiaozhu, he was probably the one most familiar with Zhao Gongming's cultivation progress, as Zhao Gongming had sought his advice more often than the masters. After each sermon, Tongtian Jiaozhu would disappear. After chatting for a while longer, they each returned to their own caves. After the Sanxiao sisters tidied up their cave a little, the lively Bai Xiao said to Yun Xiao, "Big sister, since Big Brother has broken through and obtained the marvelous Wuji Sutra, shouldn't we also go seek guidance from the Grand Senior Brother?" In the path of cultivation, aside from intensifying one's own practice, one could also learn from others' techniques and integrate them into one's own. Each person's Tao was different, and thus their paths diverged. Even the Shengqing immortal art created by Master Tongtian Jiaozhu was merely a reference for them, not something to be copied entirely. But the Wuji Sutra that Zhao Gongming had comprehended was different. Wuji meant beginning from nothing. Every cultivator who practiced it would achieve different results. Even if the Wuji Emperor himself were to cultivate it anew, the outcome might differ from his original practice. Xiao Fan was unaware of the thoughts of the three Xiaoyao sisters and their companions. At this moment he was somewhat troubled, pondering how to promote his novel. It was well known that within the entirety of the Bo Palace, reading novels or any useless books was strictly forbidden, a decree explicitly prohibited by Tongtian cult leader. In the Bo Palace, Tongtian cult leader was the absolute authority, and no one could refute his words. Although Xiao Fan himself might not care about what Tongtian cult leader said, this did not mean others felt the same. Just as Xiao Fan was scratching his head in frustration trying to come up with a solution, the three Yin Xiao sisters arrived together at the Bo Palace. From their elder brother Zhao Gongming they had learned that senior brother Xiao Fan was easy to get along with. Thus they decided to give it a try, thinking that even if it didn't work there would be no loss. After tidying their appearances and confirming there were no issues, Yun Xiao spoke. "Yun Xiao, along with my two younger sisters Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, seek an audience with the acting grand elder senior brother to request guidance." Yun Xiao? Why is she here? Thinking that they might have come to ask for his novel, Xiao Fan felt an overwhelming excitement inside, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, he still held the title of acting grand elder and needed to maintain some decorum, didn't he? "Come in," Xiao Fan said only after adjusting his robes. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yun Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This senior brother was usually elusive, like a dragon that showed its head but not its tail. Although she had learned of his temperament from her elder brother Zhao Gongming, there was no guarantee he would treat everyone the same. As the door swung open, the three women walked in gracefully. Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bi Xiao pays respects to the acting grand elder senior brother. "Rise." With Xiao Fan's response, the three sisters couldn't help but look up to take in the appearance of this elusive senior brother. Xiao Fan wore a simple white robe with a pinewood hairpin in his hair and a faint smile on his face, giving off a feeling as gentle as a spring breeze. As the three sisters observed Xiao Fan, he too was appraising them. He knew these three sisters had shone brilliantly in the investiture of the gods, and their beauty was of the highest order. Few could remain unmoved by them. "I wonder what business do my junior sisters have with me?" After a brief glance, Xiao Fan withdrew his gaze and asked. The three sisters exchanged glances before Yun Xiao spoke. "Today I met my elder brother Zhao Gongming. From him I learned that he achieved a breakthrough through your guidance, senior brother. Thus I take the liberty of bringing my two sisters to seek your advice. Please forgive any impertinence." As she finished speaking, she slowly bowed, and Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao followed suit. Hearing their words, Xiao Fan's heart felt as sweet as honey. Back then he had casually suggested that Zhao Gongming take some leisure time to relax his mind, which would help with his breakthrough. He never expected Zhao Gongming to find his novel, discover the Wuxia Sutra within it, and even successfully cultivate it. As a man from Blue Star, Xiao Fan understood the power of advertising. No matter how well written a novel was, promotion was key. If the promoter was a celebrity, the effect could be astronomical. His earlier frustration vanished entirely. It was as if someone had handed him a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep, a stroke of incredible fortune. Xiao Fan did not let his joy show on his face. Instead he said calmly, "Junior brother Zhao had his own destiny. I can hardly claim to have guided him." This was not a lie. Xiao Fan had indeed never truly instructed Zhao Gongming. He had only suggested relaxing his mind to see if it helped with the breakthrough, an honest truth. To Xiao, however, his words sounded like a refusal to guide her and her sisters. Just as she was about to take her leave, Xiao Fan spoke again. The place where Zhao Gongming found his opportunity is rich with chances. Perhaps your destinies also lie there. I suggest you go and have a look. Xiao Fan did not make grand promises. Although Zhao Gongming had obtained the Wuxia Sutra, that did not mean others could acquire other techniques. Sending the three Xiao sisters, there was also an experiment to see if his novel could truly teach everyone its cultivation methods. Though the method differed from what guided their elder brother Zhao Gongming, since he had directed them to that valley, it indicated their opportunities lay there as well. A look of joy spread across the faces of Xiao and her sisters as they quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, acting grand elder senior brother. After paying their respects, they departed together, their faces beaming with delight. After thanking Xiao Fan, the three Xiao sisters set off together for the valley on Janeo Island. Upon arrival, they split up to search for the large tree Zhao Gongming had described. The entire Janeo Island was brimming with spiritual energy, and the trees there were countless. In areas rich with qi, the trees grew exceptionally tall, making it no easy task to find the specific tree Zhao Gongming had mentioned. Elder sister, I found the chessboard. Xiao, the first to discover it, transmitted her message with some excitement. The three had been searching for what felt like half a day. The valley was neither too large nor too small. If only one person had been searching, who knew how long it would have taken. Seeing the chessboard covered in dust with an empty kettle beside it, Xiao couldn't help but frown. In her mind, the place should have been a hidden secret spot, not right at the entrance of the valley. Moreover, it seemed no one had been there for a long time. The surrounding branches had nearly obscured the area. If not for Xiao's sharp eyes, the three might have searched much longer. Is this where the senior brother used to live? It's so crude. If not for the description matching Zhao Gongming's account, the three might have thought this was a spot where some fellow disciples slacked off. This place was unfit for habitation. Even the dwelling of the laziest cultivator would be superior. After a brief examination, they began searching the surroundings. According to Zhao Gongming, the books were scattered around the chessboard, easy to find. Yet when they searched, they found nothing. Only a white mark on the chessboard remained, likely where Zhao Gongming had discovered the Wuxia Sutra. The area around the tree was not large, spanning only about 20 meters. After searching without success, the three exchanged glances, and Xiao said, "Could senior brother be deceiving us?" Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. That shouldn't be the case. We've hardly ever met senior brother. He told us to come here. If he didn't want to guide us in cultivation, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of sending us here. Perhaps we're not using the right method. Xiao nodded in agreement with Xiao's reasoning. Just then a strong gust of wind blew in from the mouth of the valley. Although powerful, it posed no threat to them. Could it be? Xiao's eyes lit up. The wind must have blown the books away. As she spoke, Xiao descended from the large tree. The moment her feet touched the ground, she felt something underfoot. Moving her foot aside, she saw a book. Xiao quickly picked it up, wiped it clean, and flipped it open. There in large characters was the title Shrouding the Heavens, the Ruthless Empress volume authored by Xiao Fan. Elder sister, second sister, I found it. Confirming it was indeed a novel by senior brother Xiao Fan, Xiao did not rush to practice, but instead shared the good news with her two sisters. Envious of their younger sister's good fortune, Xiao said, "Since you found it, quickly see if it's your destiny. Your second sister and I will guard you." Hearing this, Xiao quickly calmed her mind, opened Shrouding the Heavens, the Ruthless Empress volume, and began reading intently. Her birth was unfortunate. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only the mighty could survive, while the weak were destined for death. From childhood, the two relied on each other. Her brother was her pillar of support, ensuring she never went hungry. She wore a bronze mask, and no one had ever seen her true face. From the moment she appeared, she suppressed the very heavens, and countless mighty beings fell beneath her feet. A single long sword suppressed the restricted zones of life, indestructible by heaven and earth. Xiao grew more and more engrossed as she read. No sooner had she put down the book after finishing 5,000,000 words than a strange vibration coursed through her body. Seeing her younger sister Bi Xiao enter into cultivation, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao were both filled with envy, yet they did not leave, instead focusing intently on guarding Bixio's practice. I cultivate not to become an immortal but for him alone. Even if the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, even if the oceans change color, I will wait for his return. If life must end, then I will seek life. If the soul must extinguish, then I will seek the lamp that ignites the soul. Each character exploded within Bixio's mind, embedding themselves into her body, with every breath vanishing without a trace. Although she could sense some changes within her body, Bi Xiao could not discern exactly what those changes were. The only clear sensation was that without even running her cultivation technique, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into her body, and this speed was much faster than before, almost matching her usual practice pace. In just this brief moment, Bi Xiao had actually broken through another minor realm, only a step away from the great perfection of the mystic immortal stage. Though this minor realm seemed insignificant, when Bi Xiao opened her eyes, the somewhat impatient Xiong Xiao quickly asked, "Little sister, what technique did you obtain?" It is known that casually asking about another's cultivation technique is impolite, but this issue did not arise among the three of them. Bi Xiao did not hide anything and promptly replied, "The devouring heaven demon art? I haven't fully figured out how to practice it yet. I only cultivated a little, but I felt signs of a breakthrough. I feared my two elder sisters would worry waiting, so I stopped." Hearing this, Yun Xiao grew somewhat anxious and said with a hint of frustration, "Stopped. You must know that opportunities for breakthroughs are rare and cannot be sought. You have cut off your own chance for advancement." Bi Xiao knew this was born from her elder sister's concern, but there was also another reason, the imperfection of the technique. Xiao Fan's novels all had 500,000 words, and the techniques written in them were only outlines from the beginning. Because after reaching 500,000 words, no further magical power was granted to Xiao Fan, so all his books were left unfinished. Elder sister, do not worry. I know such opportunities are rare, but the technique in the book is incomplete with only a few opening lines. As for the specifics of how to cultivate, I am uncertain. Therefore I wish to consult the Grand Senior Brother before proceeding," Bi Xiao quickly explained. Hearing this, Yun Xiao felt relieved. Their elder brother Zhao Gongming had also mentioned that the technique he practiced was incomplete, and exactly how to cultivate would have to wait for the Grand Senior Brother's decision. While Yun Xiao was scolding Bi Xiao, Xiong Xiao was not idle. She wandered around, and not far from where Bi Xiao had found Veiling the Heavens, the Ruthless Empress chapter, Xiong Xiao also discovered a book titled 9 Heavens Sword Codex. It told the story of a great demon who, after being captured while plundering resources in the immortal realm, was kept by cultivators because he could not be destroyed. By chance he obtained the 9 Heavens Sword Codex, and with the help of cultivators transformed from a demon into a cultivator. After reading it, Xiong Xiao, like Bi Xiao, sat down and began to meditate on the spot. "I am born as a sword, my fingers are swords, my eyes are swords, every part of my body is a sword. With one sword in hand I have the world." Just how many techniques does the Grand Senior Brother know? Zhao Gongming practices the limitless scripture, which, as he said, is a body tempering technique similar to his current cultivation. Meanwhile, little sister Bi Xiao just obtained the devouring heaven demon art from Veiling the Heavens, the Ruthless Empress chapter. It focuses on the body containing all things also similar to her own. And what I obtained is the 9 Heavens Sword Codex, which requires me to use my body as a sheath, nourish the sword with spirit, command it with thought, cultivate only one method in a lifetime, and let that one method break all others. As her cultivation deepened, Qiangxiu's body underwent changes. A gentle breeze began to stir around her, and though the wind was not strong, it was exceptionally sharp. "Elder sister, look." Watching the flowers, grass and trees around Xiong Xiao transform from intact to fragmented, then from fragmented to nothingness drifting away, Bi Xiao could hardly believe her eyes. "A sharp sword intent," Yun Xiao murmured. Now both of her younger sisters had found their own opportunities, only she was left. However, the Grand Senior Brother had said there were many opportunities here, it all depended on one's luck. Since both sisters had obtained their own, she should too. With the rise of the sword intent, the bottleneck that had confined Xiong Xiao began to loosen. With a crisp sound, Xiong Xiao effortlessly stepped into the 8th level of the Tai Mystic Immortal stage. Yet the sword intent did not pause at all, it surged straight toward the bottleneck of the 9th level. Every part of her body radiated thick sword intent gathering until it grew immense, finally breaking through the 9th level of the Tai Mystic Immortal stage before stopping. Heavens! I actually broke through 2 minor realms. After consolidating her technique, Xiao opened her eyes and said excitedly. Though the realm advancement was not a major one, it was still an improvement, and this was just the beginning. Future cultivation would surely grow faster. After a moment of excitement, Xiao and Bixiao quickly urged Xiao to find her own opportunity. Since both of them had found theirs as the eldest sister, she could not possibly fail to find one too. Xiao did not delay. If not for guarding her sisters, she would have sought her own opportunity long ago. Now that both had theirs, she too needed to find hers. But Xiao searched almost the entire valley without finding a single book, not even a scrap of paper. Xiao Fan was completely unaware of Xiao's plight. All he knew was sitting in the Azure Turin Palace grinning foolishly. Just moments ago he had received another notification from the Divine Writing System. Ding! The Devouring Heaven Demon Art from Veiling the Heavens, the Ruthless Empress chapter, has successfully found an inheritor. Rewarding the host with 5,000 years of magical power. Ding! The Nine Heavens Sword Codex has successfully found an inheritor. Rewarding the host with 3,000 years of magical power. 2 sounds rang out in succession, and Xiao Fan's realm ascended directly from the 5th level of the Golden Immortal stage to the 10th level, only a step away from the great perfection. I wonder which of the 3 sisters obtained the Ruthless Empress Devouring Heaven Demon Art. That is a powerful technique that once suppressed a forbidden zone. In contrast to Xiao Fan's excitement, Xiao appeared dejected. As the eldest of the 3 sisters, she too should have obtained a technique, but who would have thought both younger sisters found their own opportunities while she found nothing? This made her somewhat disheartened, had her opportunity not yet arrived. Thinking this, she kicked hard at a large leaf from the tree where Xiao Fan lived, venting her dissatisfaction. Suddenly an emerald green object flashed before Xiao's eyes, and she instinctively caught it with her hand. When she opened her palm, she was stunned. An emerald green leaf rested in her hand, its surface covered with rows of veins. Realizing it was just a leaf, Xiao tossed it away without a second thought, but unexpectedly the leaf was blown back by the valley wind, landing right in front of her and Bixiao. Could this be my opportunity? In cultivation, everything follows fate. If it is your opportunity, it cannot escape your grasp. If it is not, no matter how hard you strive, you will end up empty-handed. Picking up the leaf, Xiao examined it closely and discovered that the leaf's veins resembled some kind of script. Focusing her vision, she saw several ancient majestic characters written on the leaf, Palm Leaf Sutra. Seeing these words, Xiao felt both amused and exasperated. Her own opportunity had almost been lost by her own hand, and the most infuriating part was the Grand Senior Brother. How could he just write a technique on a random leaf? In truth, this was an injustice to Xiao Fan. For the sake of cultivation, he had been writing continuously, but writing too much inevitably led to boredom. So when idle, he needed something to do. Back on Blue Star, Xiao Fan had been interested in micro-engraving, but had to give it up to make a living. Now with the capital of immortality, he had written Vagrant Journey, the Immortal Maiden chapter, on a leaf. Ding! The base sutra of the Ethereal Journey Immortal Maiden chapter has found its inheritor, and the host has gained 5,000 years of magical power. After hearing that the base sutra has also found its inheritor, Xiao Fan couldn't help but smile after a moment of surprise. They are indeed favored by the heavens. I never expected my wicked interests would lead them here. However, I wonder which of them found it. Back when I was on Blue Star, I was a devoted reader of the Ethereal Journey, and I could recite its contents backwards, especially the Immortal Maiden's unwavering pursuit of love, her selfless devotion, and her relentless passion. After Xiao comprehended the base sutra, the 3 sisters became excited for a while and then returned to their cave dwelling. They originally planned to express their gratitude to Senior Brother, but were stopped by Xiao. Because in 3 months' time the biannual Tao Discussion Conference will commence. And the few of them needed to solidify their newly acquired techniques. The Tao Discussion Conference is a tradition of the Jia sect meant to test everyone's progress over the past 20 years. In the primordial chaos, safety is not guaranteed. One must contend with heaven and earth and compete with others as conflicts arise every moment. Although everyone is a cultivator, it is not uncommon for higher-level practitioners to seize treasures discovered by others. However, no one speaks up, after all, who wants to admit their own weakness. Elder sister, do you think we can achieve good results in this Tao discussion conference? As soon as they returned to the cave, Bai Xiao asked excitedly. Bai Xiao's excitement has its reasons. In the last Tao discussion conference, they not only did not achieve a good ranking but were also humiliated by the Xiao Shou immortal. Now, having received guidance from senior brother, not only have they improved their cultivation but they also obtained a powerful technique, so naturally they wished to seek revenge. As the last entry disciple of the Tongtian Patriarch, not having defeated a named disciple is simply dishonorable. Although they are all under the Tongtian Patriarch, there are differences in standing. Individuals like Xiao Fan, Daoist, Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming can occasionally receive guidance from the Patriarch, while named disciples can only see him during teachings, and at other times they cannot meet anyone else. When the Tongtian Patriarch first began his teachings, he once stated that those who arrive first can enter his door, and he would only accept disciples 9 times. Because the Tao is not full, only 4 nines remain, and as a sage the Tongtian Patriarch naturally cannot go against the heavenly path, thus he only accepted disciples 9 times. One could say that Xiao Shou immortal is quite unfortunate. As an ancient blue-haired lion, his talent is naturally not lacking, but his luck leaves much to be desired. In the past his speed was slightly faster than that of the Yin Xiao 3 sisters, but he got lost while walking to the Baiyu Palace, which allowed the Yin Xiao sisters to enter the Jia Sect. Xiao Shou immortal has always brooded over this matter, believing that the Yin Xiao sisters robbed him of his opportunities, so at every Tao discussion conference he would seek to trouble them whenever he had the chance. If it weren't for the Jia Sect prohibiting infighting between disciples and the support of Zhao Gongming behind them, he would have devoured them long ago, and how could they have survived to this day? In my opinion, little sister, you are worrying unnecessarily. You have acquired the sky-swallowing demon technique, elder sister has the Bei Sutra, and I possess the 9 Heavens Sword Classic. Each of these immortal methods is enough to make significant figures yearn for them and fight for their possession. If we cannot achieve good results after cultivating these techniques, how can we face senior brother? Yin Xiao responded, you are right, there are still a few months left. We should seize the time to solidify our skills and properly practice the first half of the techniques. We can ask senior brother for the remaining techniques after we achieve good results. After encouraging each other, the 3 of them found their spots to cultivate. Time passed, clouds drifted away, and in the blink of an eye 3 months disappeared. During these 3 months, Xiao Fan's magical power not only solidified but also made no further progress. He found himself stuck in a bottleneck while writing novels. No matter how hard he tried, he could not put pen to paper. Countless ideas swirled in his mind, but as soon as he began to write, it felt as if the pen weighed 1,000 pounds, making it difficult to write even a single word. At that moment, a commotion came from the entrance. In a few days the Tao discussion conference will begin. I wonder which senior brother will clinch the first place this year. No need to say, it must be second senior brother Daoist Duo Bao. Not necessarily. I heard that senior brother Zhao Gongming has also broken through to the golden immortal realm, so he should have a chance too. Moreover, the elusive senior brother who has not been seen lately is currently acting as the patriarch. Perhaps he will participate as well. Listening to the fading voices, Xiao Fan smirked. Participate in the Tao discussion conference himself. What a joke. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time writing novels and improving his own Although the Tongtian Patriarch mentioned going to find his opportunities, Xiao Fan knew he was actually seeking fortune in the Zixiao Palace of the 33 Heavens. Based on his calculations, it should be close to the time for sealing the gods. He wondered if he could find a way out for the Jia Sect. Senior brother Zhao Gongming requests an audience. Outside the door, Zhao Gongming bowed and said. It was evident that Zhao Gongming was much more respectful than last time. The 3 months allowed Zhao Gongming to gain substantial insights from the Wushu Sutra, and he was brimming with power. Even without magical power, he could shatter a mountain with his fists. Come in. Xiao Fan organized the papers on his desk. Since he couldn't write anymore, he thought it better to take a break and clear his mind. The door opened. Zhao Gongming entered with steady steps. 3 months of time brought a noticeable change to Zhao Gongming's physique. The first impression he gave Xiao Fan was one of stability, as if he were as immovable as Mount Buzhou. The second impression was one of firmness, but this aura felt relatively weak, sometimes present and sometimes absent, as if a candle in the wind might be extinguished at any moment. This involuntarily made Xiao Fan frown. The Wusher Sutra was created by the Wusher Emperor, focusing on the body. The body must be stable, but it should also be as unyielding as Mount Buzhou. If it could shatter like tofu at the slightest touch, then stability would be meaningless. What brings you here, junior brother? Xiao Fan raised his head with a smile, showing no sign of superiority as senior brother. Gongming has come to thank senior brother for the guidance that allowed him to step into the golden immortal realm. After a pause, Zhao Gongming continued, secondly, Gongming wishes to inquire whether there is a second half to covering the Sky Wusher Emperor chapter. The incompleteness of a technique is a major taboo in cultivation. Over these 3 months, Zhao Gongming has not only been cultivating the Wusher Sutra but has also been trying to see if he can complete the second half through his own efforts. However, all his efforts have failed. He quickly mastered the stability of the first half, yet the firmness of the second half has remained elusive, existing only in a state of uncertainty. This is why when Xiao Fan saw Zhao Gongming, he noticed the surplus of stability but a lack of firmness. Hearing this, Xiao Fan smiled inwardly, realizing he was seeking a novel from him. There is a second half, but I have yet to write it. Xiao Fan stated directly without hiding. Zhao Gongming was taken aback and quickly asked, when will senior brother be able to write it again? This was said very urgently, as if a drug addict would die without their drug in the next moment. Did junior brother not obtain the Wusher Sutra from it? Instead of diligently cultivating, you wish to continue reading novels. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Xiao Fan felt somewhat displeased. If writing novels could elevate his cultivation, Xiao Fan would never stop regardless of the circumstances. However, now he was unable to improve his cultivation and found writing to be extremely laborious. Anyone in his position would not accept this. Though there was no change in Xiao Fan's face, his tone was no longer as gentle as before. At this moment, Zhao Gongming realized that he had spoken very disrespectfully, as if issuing a command. Senior brother, I apologize. I was too presumptuous just now. It's just that the second half of the novel involves the techniques of the Wusher Sutra, while Gongming has only grasped the stability from the first half and cannot comprehend the firmness of the second half, so. Zhao Gongming quickly bowed. Ding. System prompt: the requester of the Wusher Sutra of covering the Sky Wusher Emperor chapter has begun to urge for updates. Do you accept? Zhao Gongming left the main hall of Bio Palace with joy on his face, having initially believed that his verbal offense against the Great One would certainly cost him the second half of the Wusher scripture. Yet to his surprise, after a moment of deliberation, the senior brother actually agreed. Though he was subtly reminded to promote Xiao Fan's novel to a wider audience, Zhao Gongming considered this a trivial matter. If word spread that reading novels could lead to countless cultivation techniques tailored to oneself, the entire primordial world would go into a frenzy. However, Zhao Gongming still needed to plan this carefully. In the primordial world, empty words alone could not earn trust. If he were to claim first place in the Tao discussion assembly, would that not be? In contrast to Zhao Gongming's excitement, Xiao Fan was on the verge of madness. When he asked the system about the difference between continuing or not continuing to write Jitsung Tian, the chapter of Emperor Wusher, he received a definitive answer. If he continued writing, Xiao Fan would obtain the cultivation method of the Wusher scripture, and Zhao Gongming's advancement would indirectly equate to Xiao Fan's own improvement. What did this mean? It meant that Xiao Fan, without doing anything, would attain supreme divine arts. While others toiled for their cultivation, Xiao Fan could achieve all this with a mere flick of his fingers. No matter what realm the inheritor of the technique reached, Xiao Fan would share the corresponding level. The moment Xiao Fan clicked yes, he felt an instantaneous surge of power throughout his body, the previous sense of weakness vanishing entirely. He picked up his pen and began to write with exhilaration, his words flowing smoothly without any hesitation. It was fortunate that it was Zhao Gongming who came to find Xiao Fan. Had it been the 3 Xiao sisters, who knew what great trouble might have ensued. For one must understand that the human body is like a reservoir and mana is the water within it. To increase the volume of mana, one must expand the reservoir. Yet every person's body has a limit. Expansion requires gradual adaptation over time. But Xiao Fan had skipped this process, leaping forward by 2 or 3 minor realms at once. He had no time to settle, which led to the difficulty in writing and the inability to put pen to paper. The Wuxia scripture was precisely a body tempering technique that strengthened the endurance of bones and meridians, effectively increasing the reservoir's capacity, thus allowing Xiao Fan to avert this crisis. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed and the Tao discussion assembly commenced as scheduled. Immortals and deities arrived either by treading upon the waves or riding their mounts. Some even revealed their true forms, flying through the sky or emerging from the water. If Xiao Fan were present, he would surely be stunned speechless. Some so-called immortals had human bodies but still retained their original animal heads. "Brother, you're here? Did you not go to invite him? Why is the senior brother not here?" The three sisters, Yin Xiao, Chung Xiao and Bi Xiao, arrived together, and the lively Bi Xiao asked eagerly. Having just scanned the area without seeing the senior brother, Zhao Gongming smiled and explained, "Little sister, don't jest. How could I possibly fail to invite the senior brother for such an occasion? It's just that he is very busy and couldn't make it." Learning that the senior brother would not come, Bi Xiao felt a bit disheartened. Before the Tao discussion assembly began, the three sisters had visited the senior brother together, only to be turned away by the gatekeeping boy, who said the senior brother was in seclusion and seeing no one. Yin Xiao understood her younger sister Bixio's intentions. She wanted to know how to cultivate the subsequent techniques. Although the three had practiced various methods guided by Xiao Fan, they now felt a sense of powerlessness in their continued cultivation. "Little sister, the senior brother is now the acting sect leader. How could he possibly attend such an assembly? We know his character well. He wouldn't bestow such excellent techniques upon us only to withhold guidance," said Yin Xiao, patting Bi Xiao. "Elder sister is right. Not long ago, when I emerged from seclusion, I also sought advice from the senior brother," Zhao Gongming added. "What did the senior brother say?" "He said he would continue writing novels, but did not specify what." "By the way, three sisters, what techniques did you obtain?" Zhao Gongming knew from Xiao Fan that his three sisters had also received guidance and gained other techniques, but Xiao Fan hadn't revealed the specifics. "We obtained." Before Yin Xiao could finish, her younger sister Bi Xiao interrupted. "We won't tell you what techniques for now. You'll find out at the Tao discussion assembly." As time passed, immortals arrived at the venue one after another. Apart from the elusive senior brother Xiao, who did not appear, Duobao Daoist, Jinling Holy Mother, Wudong Holy Mother, and even the long-secluded Guiling Holy Mother had all come. Guiling Holy Mother was the only non-human cultivator among Tongtian Patriarch's disciples, so she cherished every opportunity to cultivate. Apart from listening to the Patriarch's lectures, she devoted all her time to practice her diligence, rivaling even Zhao Gongming's. "Second senior brother, you hold the highest status here. Would you like to announce the start of the Tao discussion?" Zhao Gongming said with a bow. Duobao Daoist did not decline, as it was customary for him to announce the commencement of each Tao discussion assembly when present. Only in his absence would someone else take the role. Everyone has participated in many Tao discussion assemblies. There is only one rule: no taking of lives. There are no other requirements. However, for this assembly I am adding a prize. The champion will receive a magical treasure suited to them. "What treasure? Heavens! Is this real?" It was well known that senior brother Duobao possessed numerous treasures, but not everyone could obtain one from him. If one could acquire a life-bound treasure suited to themselves, this assembly would indeed be worthwhile. For one must understand that the time for enlightenment varies for each person. Some might achieve it for over 100 years in a single session. Thus, encountering an opportunity where Duobao Daoist bestowed a treasure was exceedingly rare. The assembly began with the competition among lower-level disciples. Though they knew they had no hope of winning Duobao's treasure, they still hoped to become gatekeeping boys under some great power or immortal. Even nominal disciples were distinguished by rank. Those who could tend the immortal herbs and spiritual fruits in Bio Palace enjoyed more spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and could occasionally listen to the enlightenment experiences of various senior brothers, an opportunity not to be missed. Although the lower-level disciples fought fiercely, Duobao Daoist, Zhao Gongming, and the others showed no intention of taking on apprentices or spiritual boys. After the lower-level disciples' competition concluded, Duobao Daoist praised some outstanding performers. Though he did not bestow any treasures, he rewarded them with some miraculous pills and medicines. This filled the lower-level disciples with immense gratitude. Now the only ones who had yet to compete were Duobao Daoist Xiao Gongming Jinling Holy Mother Wudong Holy Mother Guiling Holy Mother and the Yunxiao sisters. Just as Xiao Gongming was about to ask Duobao Daoist to expound on cultivation, a middle-aged Daoist leaped forward. He wore a cyan robe, was slightly plump and had some blue spots on his face, clearly not of good nature. This person was none other than Qishou Immortal, who had failed to seize the opportunity from the three Xiao sisters. Seeing his appearance, those who knew of this past incident shook their heads. Whenever Qishou Immortal appeared, he would challenge the three Xiao sisters. This was an open secret. Qishou Immortal first bowed to Duobao Daoist Xiao Gongming and the others, then turned to face the three sisters. Junior sister Yunxiao, it has been over 20 years since we last met. I wonder if your cultivation has progressed. After speaking, he licked his lips. Qishou Immortal had always harbored resentment over the missed opportunity back then. Logically, he should have been ahead of the three sisters, and he had suspected foul play as to why he ended up behind them. Yet he also knew that whoever dared to tamper with the matter was certainly not someone he could afford to offend. Thus, with no outlet for his anger, he could only take it out on the Yunxiao sisters. In the past, the hot-tempered Xiong Xiao would have leaped out immediately, but today it was eerily quiet. Xiong Xiao did not even glance at Qishou Immortal. She merely sat on the stone wall meditating peacefully, appearing indifferent to everything around her. Xiong Xiao did hear Qiu Shuxian's words, but she could not yet control the sword intent surging through her. If she were to strike, it would not be a matter of injury, it would be a question of whether Qiu Shuxian could survive. Since practicing the Nine Heavens sword canon, Qiangxiu's entire demeanor had transformed. Her once impetuous nature was slowly fading like a sword sheathed in its scabbard, seemingly harmless, yet when drawn it would claim a life. After all, they were fellow disciples. Injury was one thing, but taking a life was a grave matter strictly forbidden by Tongtian Jiaozhu. Seeing Xiong Xiao ignore him, Qiu Shouxian appeared somewhat stunned. Was this still the Xiong Xiao he once knew? Not only Qiu Shouxian was taken aback, even Duobao Doran, Jinling Xingmu, and the others were surprised. Duobao Doran in particular cast a flickering, uncertain gaze at Xiong Xiao. I wonder if this little sister might step forward to spar with senior brother. Yunxiao, standing nearby, suddenly spoke. Qiu Shouxian did not decline. As long as any of the Yunxiao sisters stepped forward, it was fine. If he could defeat Yunxiao and then humiliate her with harsh words, surely Xiong Xiao could not remain seated. Then I asked junior sister Yunxiao for her guidance. Yunxiao said nothing in response. She stepped onto the void, walking toward the center of the arena one step at a time. With each step a ripple of green light bloomed beneath her feet as if treading on water. This sight made Qiu Shouxian frown, and he muttered inwardly, when did she become so powerful? When did senior sister Yunxiao become so formidable? I wonder what technique she cultivates to walk on air and stir ripples. I think it must be a technique prepared specially by the master for senior sister. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone beside him. That shouldn't be, the master never shows favoritism, how could he? Qiu Shouxian paid little attention to the surrounding chatter, though he wrinkled his nose at the mention of favoritism. What does favoritism matter? Without a strong Dao heart, even the mightiest technique is useless. Qiu Shouxian was still very confident in himself. His original form was an ancient greenman lion, a beast. Before beasts awaken their intelligence, they naturally cultivate slower than human cultivators. Yet beasts also have their advantages in cultivation, a robust physique. Once their intelligence awakens, they differ little from humans. If he reverted to his original form, he could contend even with those several minor realms above him. As Qiu Shouxian entered the arena, he did not reveal his true form due to the grand occasion. Instead, he silently chanted a mantra and rapidly formed hand seals. Suddenly the surrounding air condensed and grew scorching hot, even the clouds in the sky turning a deep crimson. After 2 breaths, a crimson heavenly fire descended from the sky, Qiu Shuxian's unique skill, the crimson lotus flame. To think that junior sister Yunxiao would push Qiu Shouxian to such pressure that he pulls out his signature move. Duobao Doran, standing beside Xiao Gongming, spoke. Xiao Gongming remained silent, watching the two competitors with some tension. Though he knew Yunxiao had received guidance from senior brother Xiao Fan, cultivation depended not only on techniques but also on the depth of one's spiritual power. Facing Qiu Shuxian's signature move, Yang Xiao's expression did not change. In the past she would have had to exert herself fully to counter it. Yun Xiao silently recited the Tao formula, her hands forming seals in rapid succession. Countless green ripples gathered upward around her like fireflies. As they converged, many noticed they began to resemble leaves. When the two forces collided, the green ripples flickered faintly and the crimson thunder fire scattered instantly, the sparks flying through the air like a beautiful display of fireworks. Xiao Shouxian could hardly believe his eyes. A few months ago the three sisters Yun Xiao still often avoided him. Now she could defeat him with such ease. How was this possible? Duo Bao Daoren also felt a flicker of surprise. Though he sensed something different about Yun Xiao, he had thought the two were evenly matched. But judging by the outcome, Yang Xiao's spiritual power far surpassed Xiao Shuxian's. Otherwise the green ripples would not have shattered the crimson thunder fire upon contact. This meant Yang Xiao's spiritual power was at least a major realm above Xiao Shuxian's. Yet Yang Xiao's cultivation level was only at the late stage of Taiyu Xianxian. Logically she should not have defeated Xiao Shouxian so easily. After dispelling Xiao Shuxian's crimson thunder fire, Yun Xiao did not stop. Instead she accelerated her hand seals. The green ripples in the air rapidly transformed, shifting from the shape of leaves into a green cage, the imprisonment array. Seeing Yang Xiao's spell, the onlookers' expressions changed. Everyone knew what she intended: to trap Xiao Shouxian. Anyone could cast the imprisonment array, but this spell had a unique characteristic: it tested not only cultivation level but also the quantity of spiritual power between the two parties. If the caster's spiritual power and cultivation were inferior to the target's, the spell would backfire, imprisoning the caster instead. Yang Xiao's willingness to use it in such a setting showed she was confident she could imprison Xiao Shouxian. But Xiao Shouxian was no pushover. Seeing that she intended to compete in spiritual power, he rolled on the ground and cyan flames erupted around his body, instantly resisting the green cage. Heavens! Senior sister Yun Xiao actually forced out Xiao Shuxian's true form. This. It was well known that beasts struggled to cultivate immortality and were often captured as mounts. Though this never happened within the Jia sect, being forced to reveal his original form was proof of Yang Xiao's overwhelming strength. Xiao Shouxian roared to the sky and the cyan flames around him surged, threatening to burn the green cage to ashes. Since joining the Jia sect he had never been forced to revert to his true form. And now being compelled to reveal his original form by Yun Xiao, whom he had once looked down upon, filled him with rage. Thus, after transforming, a murderous intent flickered in his heart. Just as the imprisonment array was about to land on Xiao Shouxian, a figure appeared between them. With a wave of hands the spiritual power between the two dissipated like snow. Xiao Shouxian felt a lightness in his body and reverted to human form, his hair disheveled and clothes tattered. It was Duo Bao Daoren who had intervened in time. If the contest had continued, one of them would have been harmed, defeating the purpose of the sparring. After releasing the imprisonment array, Yun Xiao also felt some regret, so she withdrew part of her spiritual power, thus avoiding injury. Thank you, senior brother Duo Bao, for your assistance. Xiao Shouxian, ignoring his pain, quickly thanked Duo Bao Daoren. Duo Bao Daoren's perception was indeed sharp. He intervened at the exact moment Xiao Shouxian could no longer hold out, neither a second too early nor too late. Had he been slower, Xiao Shouxian would have been imprisoned. Had he been faster, the cage would have trapped Yun Xiao and she would have been injured. Such precision spoke volumes about Duo Bao Daoren's terrifying cultivation. Though Yang Xiao's face was somewhat pale, she was unharmed, faring much better than Xiao Shouxian. Thank you, senior brother Duo Bao. Otherwise I would have caused great trouble today. The accusation of harming a fellow disciple was one Yun Xiao could not bear, even as a personal disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Duo Bao Daoren smiled calmly. I didn't expect junior sister Yun Xiao to have made such progress in just a few months. Truly diligent in your cultivation. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. After speaking, Yun Xiao turned to Xiao Shouxian and said, thank you for holding back, senior brother. Otherwise I might have been injured. With that she paid no heed to Xiao Shuxian's colorful expression, as if he wished he could crawl into a hole. You injured? You haven't even broken a sweat. Am the one hurt here? This was a blatant slap in the face. Fortunately Qiu Shouxian knew this was only a spar, not a life or death battle. He could only turn and slink back to the sidelines to rest. Haha. Well done, big sister. This time I'd like to see if he dares provoke us again. Bixiao said excitedly, pulling Yang Xiao's arm. I doubt he will ever dare again, said Qiong Xiao, her expression calm. Yang Xiao's pale face was merely a pretense. Revenge was not a matter for one alone but a shared endeavor among three sisters. Yun Xiao could have easily defeated Qiu Shouxian, but thinking of her two younger sisters who had yet to strike, she feigned a draw instead. Yet any discerning eye could see that Yang Xiao's strength far surpassed Qiu Shouxian's. However, if Qiu Shouxian were to revert to his true form, the balance of power might become uncertain. After a brief rest, Qiu Shouxian stepped forward once more. He had declared his intent to challenge the three sisters of Yun Xiao. Though he had shown signs of defeat earlier, he had not yet been fully vanquished. Reverting to his original form might be somewhat humiliating, but who decreed that beasts could not fight in their true shape? Stepping onto the field, he addressed Yun Xiao and Bixiao. Which of you junior sisters will spar with this senior brother? His words were spoken softly, yet the fury within them was barely concealed. For years he had dominated the three sisters of Yun Xiao, yet now he had nearly stumbled, a loss of face he could scarcely bear. After deep deliberation he resolved to teach Qiong Xiao or Bixiao a harsh lesson. As Bixiao prepared to step forward, Qiong Xiao stopped her. Let me handle this, she said. In the past my cultivation was low and he often provoked me. This time I will give him a lesson he won't forget. In days gone by, Qiangxiu's cultivation was shallow and her temper quick, so Qiu Shouxian often disciplined her. As the eldest sister Yun Xiao and the youngest Bixiao could not stand idly by and would join the fray. Because Qiu Shouxian had cultivated longer and Qiangxiu's skills were inferior, she was always the one being chastised. Now that her cultivation had nearly matched his, she was eager to strike. Yun Xiao understood her sister's intentions well and merely said, do not take his life. She then pulled Bixiao aside to watch the spectacle. The two exchanged formal bows as they entered the field. This time Qiu Shouxian did not summon the Crimson Fire Heavenly Thunder but instead conjured a Cyan Thunderbolt, the lightning and fire attribute of his true form tied to the element of wood. Qiu Shouxian pressed his palms together, rotated them twice clockwise, then spread his hands apart. Between them a cyan orb of lightning materialized. As the Cyan Thunderbolt emerged, the surrounding wood element's spiritual energy surged toward it frantically. The faint cyan hue deepened, brightened, and eventually grew so dazzling it stung the eyes. When Qiu Shouxian felt he could no longer contain it, he let out a thunderous roar. Go! A streak of light shot toward Qiong Xiao like a bolt of lightning. How could senior sister Qiong Xiao allow senior brother Qiu Shouxian to prepare his Cyan Thunder? Can she withstand this attack? While the onlookers fretted over Qiong Xiao, she remained utterly serene. A hum resonated from her body as a sharp sword-like aura erupted, soaring 100 zhang into the sky. The silver sword chi hummed with intensity. From the moment she stepped onto the field, Qiong Xiao had remained silent, compressing and refining her sword intent within herself. Only when Qiu Shouxian launched his assault did she finish condensing her chi. Had Qiu Shouxian attacked the moment she entered the field, he might have stood a chance. Now he had none. Qiong Xiao shouted, sever. The silver sword chi descended like a wall from the heavens, cleaving straight into the Cyan Thunderbolt. There was no explosive blast, no ripple of energy. It was like a blade slicing through an apple. The Cyan Thunderbolt was split in two, dissolving into a sky full of wood element's spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. The silver sword chi did not halt, it stopped directly before Qiu Shouxian. The reflection of the silver light on his multicolored face was comical beyond words. Qiangxiu's stern expression softened slightly as she looked at Qiu Shouxian and said, senior brother Qiu, you yield. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and returned to her position, laughing and chatting excitedly with her sisters. Big sister, little sister, did you see Qiu Shouxian's face just now? I never thought a person's face could display so many colors. Qiong Xiao laughed heartily. Years of pent-up frustration had finally burst forth today. Though her laughter was not loud, the arena was so silent that even the distant gurgle of a spiritual spring was clearly audible. 20 years was but a blink of an eye for cultivators. Just 3 months ago Qiu Shouxian could still discern that Qiangxiu's cultivation was at the 7th level of Tai Mystic Immortal. Today her aura had reached the 9th level while he himself was at the 10th level, the great perfection, mere steps away from the golden immortal realm. How could she have defeated him so easily? Among the 3 sisters Yin Xiao had always been the strongest, followed by Bi Xiao with Qiong Xiao the weakest. Her impatience and inability to endure the solitude of cultivation had left her lagging behind. When pressed by her master she would train for a while, but once she caught up to Yin Xiao and Bi Xiao she would slack off. After several admonishments from Tongtian Jiaozhu he eventually let her be. Yet now, judging by her offensive techniques, Qiong Xiao was undoubtedly the strongest of the 3. This. How is it possible? Qiu Shouxian stood silently in the center of the field. The blow to his pride was immense, and more importantly he had utterly lost face. He had initiated the challenge expecting a streak of victories, but now the tables had turned completely. He had suffered consecutive defeats. After frolicking with her 2 sisters, Bi Xiao approached Qiu Shouxian with a smile and said, "Senior brother Qiu, do you still have the strength for another bout? Little sister has also made some recent gains and would like to." At that moment Qiu Shouxian desperately wished to shake his head and say no, but if those words left his lips, he would never be able to hold his head high in the Jia sect again. A man must have pride just as a tree must have bark. Better to die standing than to lose lying down. Gritting his teeth he said, "Then I ask junior sister Bi Xiao to enlighten me. Please enlighten me, senior brother." Bi Xiao bowed and slowly walked toward Qiu Shouxian. Her steps were not large, but each one was steady and deliberate. To the uninitiated Bi Xiao seemed unremarkable, but Qiu Shouxian sensed something strange. He could not pinpoint what was different, yet she radiated danger, a threat so profound it could mean death. Is Bi Xiao even more terrifying than her 2 sisters? As a beast his sole advantage was the ability to perceive danger. Without hesitation he transformed into his true form. But the Wuji Sutra that Zhao Gongming had comprehended was different. Wuji meant beginning from nothing. Every cultivator who practiced it would achieve different results. If, coupled with his massive frame, he could withstand any assault. But fate was not on his side. Had he fought as he usually did, things might have gone better. But after being humbled by Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao he had now adopted a purely defensive stance. Bixio's technique was the heaven-devouring demon art. Its strength lay in the word devour. It could consume anything, any power. If Qiu Shouxian had attacked first, Bi Xiao might have lost. Though the art could devour, all its power depended on the wielder. In the hands of the ruthless empress no one could stand before it. But Bi Xiao had only grasped the basics. Too much energy might overwhelm and shatter her. Bi Xiao traced 2 circles in opposite directions with her hands, and instantly a black void appeared before Qiu Shouxian, exuding a powerful gravitational pull. Though the pull was strong, it posed no real harm to Qiu Shouxian. He remarked, "Junior sister Bi Xiao, your cultivation is still lacking. Compared to your sisters you are far behind." "Is that so? Then I shall truly strike." In response to his taunt, Bi Xiao merely smiled. She clasped her hands together and a massive black sphere materialized above Qiu Shouxian's head. A thin black thread connected the sphere from behind and it came crashing down toward him. Qiu Shouxian was terrified. If that hit him squarely it might cost him his life. But when he tried to dodge he found his body immobile. The faint pull from before had intensified dramatically. What had required only a single layer of his power to resist now demanded 4 layers. Qiu Shouxian was no ordinary ancient divine beast. The mane beneath his neck twisted and reversed, forming a shield above his head. Every ancient divine beast is born with an innate skill, but Qiu Shouxian was an exception, possessing 2 innate abilities. One was Azure Flame Lightning and the other was the Lion King's main shield. Of these 2 skills he frequently used only Azure Flame Lightning, while the Lion King's main shield, a life-saving technique, was never easily revealed. What skill is this? Senior brother Qiu can actually form a shield from his mane. How did Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao suddenly improve so much? How is this possible? Seeing Bi Xiao drive Qiu Shouxian into such a desperate state, Duo Bao Taoist couldn't help but widen his eyes. Golden Mother of the Numinous and Mother of the Uncreated exchanged a glance but remained silent, though the shock on their faces was unmistakable. They had cultivated for longer than Yunxiao, Xiao and Bixiao and had received more guidance from their master. Yet now it seemed the three sisters were on the verge of surpassing them. All of this had happened only recently. Standing not far away, Mother of the Tortoise pondered for a moment before turning her gaze toward Zhao Gongming. Breaking through from Tai Mystic Immortal to Golden Immortal required not just accumulated power but also opportunity. Now it seemed Xiao Gongming and the three sisters had undoubtedly shared a great opportunity, though whether it came from an adventurer or guidance from someone else remained unknown. Bixiao neither knew nor cared about the thoughts of the onlookers. At that moment she had only one desire: to play whack-a-mole. She swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, and with a wave of her right hand a black ribbon was grasped firmly, its other end connected to a black sphere. She resembled a tiny figure wielding a massive black hammer. What is senior sister Bixiao planning? Is she going to hit senior brother Qiu Shouxian with that black hammer? Senior brother Qiu, can he withstand it? If it were me, I'd be smashed into pulp. This is too brutal. But I like it. Qiu Shouxian struggled against the powerful suction, resisting being drawn into the black hole while focusing on defense. When he saw the black tail attached to the sphere caught in Bixiao's hand, a wave of dizziness washed over him. What is she trying to do? She's not going to smash me with that, is she? How could such a spell exist? Qiu Shouxian thought with some dismay. Though fear gripped him, Qiu Shouxian still poured a vast amount of spiritual energy into the Lion King's shield to strengthen its defense, leaving only enough power to barely resist the black hole's pull. Bixiao gave a shy smile and said, "Senior brother Qiu, be careful." With that her jade-like hand swung, lifting the black hammer high before it descended like lightning, striking down with incredible speed. A flash of darkness swept over the crowd, followed by a deafening explosion that rang in their ears. Clang! A Blaxian ripple spread between the black hammer and the Lion King's shield, sending weaker disciples tumbling through the air. When the smoke cleared, the scene was revealed. Qiu Shouxian still stood in place, but his limbs were embedded in the ground. His eyes, as large as bronze bells, were fixed intently on Bixiao. The blow had already wounded him, though he held back the blood that threatened to spill from his lips. Seeing that Qiu Shouxian remained unharmed despite such a massive assault, some disciples shouted in excitement, "I knew it! How could senior brother Qiu not withstand it? After all, their cultivation time speaks volumes." "Exactly, I think senior sister Bixiao will lose this time." Bixiao merely smiled at the surrounding chatter. She had used less than half her strength. Her purpose was to teach Qiu Shouxian a lesson, not to kill him. If she had gone all out, there would be no trace of his corpse left now. Senior brother Qiu, truly impressive. Take another strike from your little sister. Having used 3/10 of her power earlier, Bixiao now intended to unleash 5/10. Qiu Shouxian had thought that after blocking the first blow Bixiao would stop, so he relaxed his guard. But before he could speak, her second attack came, leaving him unable to muster his strength in time. The explosion this time was even louder than before. Dust flew, lightning crackled, and a scream accompanied the chaos. Not good. Fearing Bixiao might kill Qiu Shouxian, Zhao Gongming quickly cast a fog-dispelling art to blow away the surrounding dust. Then everyone saw Qiu Shouxian lying limp on the ground, his mane, a symbol of the Lion King, now sparse and ragged as if chewed by a dog. His eyes, like bronze bells, were vacant, exuding an indescribable pitifulness. In contrast, Bixiao stood spotless in her radiant robe, her hair slightly tousled from the exertion. A faint black glow clung to her skin for a moment before vanishing. Those who knew the scene was caused by Bixiao might have thought she was dressed for a banquet. Just as Zhao Gongming reached Qiu Shouxian's side, the latter had already reverted to human form, lying limp on the ground like a pile of mud. Zhao Gongming grasped his wrist, found a pulse, and noted that his breath was weak but not life-threatening, finally relieved. Harming a fellow disciple was a grave taboo. The prohibition against such acts was a decree from Tongtian Patriarch, one of the 6 sages. Who among his disciples would dare defy it? And who would dare disobey? At that moment the other 6 of the 7 attendant immortals, Wuyun Xian, Jinshu Xian, Ma Sui, Jingguang Xian, Pilu Xian, Lingya Xian, and Changer Dingguang Xian, gathered around Qiu Xian. The eldest Wuyun Xian quickly asked, "Senior brother Zhao, how is my brother?" "No serious injury, just unconscious." After 3 consecutive battles the exhaustion must be immense. It's also my little sister's fault for not knowing her limits, thus injuring junior brother Qiu. Please don't hold it against her senior brother Wuyun. Here I have an immortal pill to restore spiritual energy. Please accept it on behalf of Wuyun. These 7 attendant immortals were among the earliest cultivators to follow Tongtian Patriarch, holding a status far beyond ordinary nominal disciples. Though their title was nominal, their standing was nearly equal to that of personal disciples. Bi Xiao then descended gracefully from the air and said to Wuyun Xian, "Senior brother Wuyun, the fault is mine. Please punish me." Wuyun Xian shook his head and replied, "This is not your fault. Blame only his lack of skill. I must thank you, junior sister, for sparing his life. It is my lack of skill that caused harm to senior brother Qiu." The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took offense. What? Injuring Qiu Xian and still claiming lack of skill? Did that mean the 7 attendant immortals were all useless? Cultivating for so long and still unable to defeat her? Enough, say no more. We are all fellow disciples. Injuries in friendly sparring are inevitable. Let each side make a concession. Seeing the situation about to escalate, Duo Bao Taoist quickly interjected. Though Wuyun Xian felt a desire to step into the ring, he knew his own limits. Among the 7 attendant immortals he was the eldest, but their power levels differed little. Even if Wuyun Xian was slightly stronger than Qiu Xian, the margin was small. After watching Wuyun Xian and the others carry Qiu Xian off the field, a heated discussion erupted among the onlookers. Senior sister Bi Xiao is too powerful. She actually defeated senior brother Qiu in his true form. I say it's senior sisters Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao who are strong. Without them wearing down senior brother Qiu's spiritual energy in the first 2 rounds, Bi Xiao might not have won. No, it's Bi Xiao who is strong. You're wrong, it's Xiong Xiao. I say it's Yun Xiao. The chaotic noise continued for a long time without ceasing. Meanwhile, Duo Bao Taoist stroked his chin, lost in thought. If one person growing stronger was acceptable and 2 was tolerable, but now all 3 sisters were becoming stronger than the last, who could bear that? As the strongest cultivator present, Duo Bao Taoist saw clearly. Though Young Xiu's face was pale, her cultivation was the highest and she hadn't used her full power. Xiong Xiao was slightly weaker than Yun Xiao and Bi Xiao was the weakest of the 3. Yet even the youngest sister had become so formidable, which was truly thought-provoking. Junior brother Gongming, are you aware of the extraordinary encounters they have experienced? Although Dao Bao Taoist's voice was steady, his heart was tumultuous, not as easy as it seemed. The path of cultivation is marked by thresholds that cannot be taken lightly. Everyone usually makes gradual progress in their training, although some advance quickly while others do so slowly. Both are within an acceptable range. However, now Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao and Bixio's progress is akin to riding a mythical dragon soaring into the sky, while others take their steps one at a time. The 3 of them are making giant strides, and compared to a few months ago they are simply unrecognizable. Dao Bao Taoist, familiar with their aura, even suspected they had been swapped by someone else. Zhao Gongming was well aware of the changes in the 3 sisters, for it was he who guided Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao to seek the advice of their senior brother. The results they have achieved now are entirely thanks to their senior brother. Without his guidance, how could they have progressed so rapidly? Thinking about his own imminent advancement, Zhao Gongming trembled slightly. Junior brother Gongming? Did you hear what I said? Dao Bao Taoist, somewhat displeased with Zhao Gongming's daze, raised his voice. Please don't blame me, but may I ask what you mean? I meant to ask if you know why the 3 of them are cultivating so rapidly. This. What do you mean by this? Do you have something difficult to say? Dao Bao Taoist quickly pressed for an answer. There's nothing difficult to say, but I fear senior brother might not believe me when I speak. Zhao Gongming continued, if you don't speak, how will I know you might not believe me? Speak, I am listening. Dao Bao Taoist replied somewhat impatiently. In the past, Xiao Gongming had always been respectful towards him, but now upon entering the golden immortal realm his attitude had evidently changed. Although strength was revered in the Jiajiao as the second disciple of the Tongtian sect master, no one had dared to be so rude to him before. Daobao Daoist's change of expression did not escape Xiao Gongming's eyes, but this was precisely the outcome he desired. His senior brother had sent Xiao Gongming to promote his novel, and the only way he could think of was to challenge. However, Wudang Holy Mother, Gui Ling Holy Mother, and Jin Ling Holy Mother were all women, and he didn't want to embarrass himself by challenging them. Besides, they were not his opponents if the only person he could challenge was Daobao Daoist. It is known that Daobao's senior brother had taken first place in the Dao discussion conference multiple times, and after securing several victories he had rarely entered the fray again, as no one was his match. Therefore, at each Dao discussion conference, Daobao Daoist was either cultivating or occasionally making an appearance, often under dire circumstances. How is it that now that your realm has improved you look down on your senior brother? Wudang Holy Mother spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Gongming showed a hint of displeasure but began to speak. Not at all, I merely said what I feared you wouldn't believe. Since senior sister Wudang has asked, I will say it. They have received guidance from senior brother. What? Senior brother? How can that be possible? The Jin Ling Holy Mother and Gui Ling Holy Mother, who were nearby, looked at Xiao Gongming in disbelief. If it were guidance from their master, they might have believed it, for the master was one of the 6 saints, a revered sage acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. But what realm did senior brother occupy? When the master entrusted Jiajiao to him, he was merely at the 5th level of the golden immortal realm. If he were to provide some guidance, it might be possible. After all, the perspective of a golden immortal is different from that of a Taiyu Xianxian. But Zheng Xiao had jumped directly from the 7th level of the Taiyu Xianxian to the 10th level, merely a step away from great perfection, which was not a matter of simple guidance. The enhancement of one's magical power is somewhat easier to explain. For instance, certain heavenly treasures or consumables can provide a boost. However, the technique that Yun Xiao, Zheng Xiao, and Bi Xiao just used, even the longest-lived Daobao Daoist had never seen anyone utilize, nor had he ever heard of it from the Tongtian sect master. Everyone present had cultivated for thousands of years. They each possessed keen insight. Their vision was exceptionally sharp, otherwise they wouldn't have survived until now. They were not particularly interested in how Yun Xiao, Zheng Xiao, and Bi Xiao had improved, rather they were curious about the techniques they were cultivating. In the Honghuang world, everything is illusory, only strength is real. Only those with true strength can survive for a long time, whereas those without strength have essentially dispersed in the cosmos. I told you you wouldn't believe me. If you don't believe it, go ask Yun Xiao and the others. Xiao Gongming feigned anger. Although Daobao Daoist also had some doubts, he did not voice them, for he knew that after the Tongtian sect master had completed his teachings and announced that Jiajiao would be entrusted to Xiao Fan, Xiao Gongming had sought out senior brother Xiao Fan. As for what transpired, Daobao Daoist was unaware. If there had been a steady build-up of cultivation over time leading to a breakthrough, Wudang Holy Mother would believe it. However, for someone to undergo a dramatic transformation in just a few months was simply impossible. Although saints have such capabilities, they would not perform such actions. No one would accept the folly of pulling seedlings to help them grow. Without the accumulation of time, one's magical power does not grow rapidly. Without time, combat skills cannot improve so quickly. Although Bixio's combat spells just now did not reach the level of perfection, they were executed as if she had been practicing for decades. Even if everyone usually didn't train together, they still shared the time spent listening to teachings. Shouldn't there be some rumors if they had received guidance from the master individually? Xiao Gongming anticipated Wudang Holy Mother's doubts. Had he not practiced the Wuxia Sutra, he too would not believe it. Now he had not only raised himself to the golden immortal realm, but had also achieved minor success in body training. How can I make senior sister Wudang believe me? Unless you can prove it to us? Wudang Holy Mother said urgently. Initially, Wudang Holy Mother intended to suggest asking senior brother for clarity, but now that senior brother's status had changed, no longer just senior brother but also the acting sect leader, she quickly rephrased her request for Xiao Gongming to prove it. That works. How about asking senior sister to guide my cultivation? Xiao Gongming suggested after a moment of thought. Could it be that you junior brother also? Exactly, I too have received guidance from senior brother. When the master passed the role of acting sect leader to senior brother, I sought him out. I wonder if Daobao's senior brother still remembers. Of course, when you went to seek him I even asked you. At this point Daobao Daoist paused, continuing to inquire, is your breakthrough related to senior brother? And what about the scene created at Yunxiao Bixiao and Qiangxiu's cave? Indeed, at that time I had just grasped the opportunity that senior brother had given me, so I merely wanted to test my skills. Well, what a test of skills. Junior brother indeed possesses a good opportunity. Why don't we have an exchange? Daobao Daoist was somewhat irritated. It must be known that over the years he had guided the most disciples among their peers, not that elusive senior brother. If this continued, his aspiration to elevate himself and effectively overshadow the acting sect leader would be thwarted. Zhao Gongming of course was oblivious to Daobao Daoist's thoughts. Performing a courteous bow, he said, then I humbly ask senior brother for guidance. With that he stepped onto the stage first. Hearing that Zhao Gongming actually wanted to compete with Daobao Daoist, the surrounding junior disciples instantly erupted in excitement. While stepping onto the stage to spar could indeed enhance one's cultivation and understanding, watching experts battle also yielded great insights. Especially battles at the Golden Immortal level, such scenes were rare as Golden Immortals spent most of their time cultivating and had no time for competitions while striving for the next realm. With Zhao Gongming's words, Daobao Daoist's interest was piqued. Recently he had not taken action, and even his junior disciple, who usually benefited most from his guidance, no longer revered him. It seemed he truly had grown old. After Daobao stepped down, the two exchanged formal bows before Zhao Gongming made his move. He swiftly formed hand seals, and an immovable mountain-like aura burst forth from his body, manifesting as a suit of golden armor on his skin. He then said to Daobao, senior brother Daobao, be careful. As his voice faded, Zhao Gongming charged at Daobao like a bolt of golden lightning. Why has senior brother Zhao abandoned his best spells and resorted to hand-to-hand combat? Exactly. What is going on here? Zhao Gongming's move also caught Daobao off guard. He knew that Zhao Gongming's lightning summoning technique was unparalleled, his strength not inferior to his own. Yet now he had abandoned his forte for the unfamiliar art of close-quarters combat. Despite his surprise, Daobao was not flustered. He waved his hands slightly and chanted under his breath. With a soft command of rise, a golden earthen wall shot up in Zhao Gongming's path. Zhao Gongming didn't even glance at the spell. He swung his fists repeatedly, shattering the wall completely. What? The golden essence art couldn't stop senior brother Zhao? The golden essence art was an earth element spell. Though not the strongest, it had a unique trait: the wall's solidity depended on the caster's power. When cast by Daobao at his current level, only those at the Golden Immortal stage or above could possibly break it. Yet Zhao Gongming not only broke it but did so with incredible ease, as if the wall were nothing more than paper. Zhao Gongming shattered 3 walls in succession, reaching Daobao's front. Without a word he swung his fists as if driven by a deep-seated grudge. Daobao dodged nimbly, refusing to engage. Junior brother, try my golden essence summoning? As he spoke, a figure made entirely of golden essence materialized before Zhao Gongming. Heavens! Golden essence summoning? Senior brother Daobao knows this art. This technique was not something ordinary cultivators could perform. It required the golden immortal realm and the golden essence stone to execute. For others, casting it would take considerable preparation time, but Daobao could unleash it in an instant. Well done, senior brother Daobao. Zhao Gongming praised before propelling himself like a cannonball toward the golden figure, which charged at him in return. They collided in midair like 2 projectiles, producing a deafening roar. Dust flew, and when it settled, Zhao Gongming stood unmoved while the golden figure had vanished, leaving only scattered shards of golden essence stone as proof of its existence. What is senior brother Zhao Gongming made of? How could he shatter golden essence stone with his body and remain unscathed? This is true cultivation. What have we been practicing? Wudong, Jinling and Guiling stared in disbelief at the scene. Though they could defeat the golden figure, it would take considerable time. Victory was possible, but shattering it to pieces was beyond their reach. Ah, eldest sister, look. Big brother has shattered the golden figure senior brother Duobao summoned. Xiao exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. This golden figure was one of Duobao's treasures. Golden essence stone was extremely rare, found only on Buzhou Mountain and nowhere else. Buzhou Mountain, a pillar connecting heaven and earth, bore stones that had endured the relentless battering of celestial winds, making them incredibly hard. Even Duobao would find it difficult to destroy such a stone, yet Zhao Gongming had smashed it effortlessly, shattering it completely. Big brother's fortune seems similar to ours, but I sense it's related to body refinement. Yun Xiao observed, her insight sharper than Bixio's. In the primordial era, everyone focused on qi cultivation. Few practiced body refinement. Even ancient divine beasts and demons prioritized qi, leaving physical strength to chance, as time spent on the body was better spent on qi. Qi cultivation was the path passed down by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now Big Brother had reversed priorities. Would it bring harm? Xiao didn't overthink it. Who cares what he cultivates? As long as he's powerful, that's what matters. Besides, with Big Brother's talent, he's just learning an extra technique. It might just take more time. Watching Zhao Gongming shatter the golden figure he had painstakingly crafted, Duobao felt a pang of regret. But Duobao said nothing more. He directly addressed Zhao Gongming. All right, let's stop here. I didn't expect you to have grown so strong, junior brother. Even my golden figure is no match for you. I'll step down. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Duobao. If we continued, I might not hold up. Golden essence stone was after all stone. If Zhao Gongming had mastered body refinement, it would be no issue. But he had only reached a minor stage. Though he shattered the figure, his entire body now ached. A prolonged battle would surely lead to defeat. This outcome was perfect. He hadn't lost and Duobao hadn't been defeated. It saved face for both brothers. Duobao, pleased with Zhao Gongming's tact, laughed heartily. What a fruitful day. I think I should visit our senior brother too. Perhaps I can find my own fortune there. Senior brother is very approachable. If you go, I'll surely grant you a powerful opportunity, Zhao Gongming quickly added. He had just proven that the senior brother's guidance was formidable, otherwise why would Zhao Gongming, no fool, use his flesh to smash golden essence stone? Now I declare that the most outstanding disciple of this Tao discussion assembly is junior brother Zhao Gongming. Duobao straightened his robes and announced loudly. The crowd erupted into an uproar even more intense than when Yunxiao, Xiao, and Xiao had defeated Qiu Shouxian. In so many assemblies, whenever Duobao appeared, no one could claim the top spot. Now Duobao himself declared Zhao Gongming the first. How could this not shock everyone? At the same time, they admired Duobao's magnanimity. Most would have fought to the bitter end for the title, but the acknowledged champion willingly ceded it, a rare display of spirit. After the crowd buzzed for a while longer, each returned to their cave abodes with their insights. The image of Zhao Gongming shattering the golden figure became the main topic of lively discussion. Some, like the great strength ape and the dark-eyed tiger, could never settle into qi cultivation. Naturally restless even after finally taking human form, their innate agitation prevented them from focusing on quiet meditation. Hearing that senior brother Zhao's fortune came from the senior brother, they wondered if they too could seek an opportunity from him. Unaware of the junior disciples' thoughts, Duobao, Zhao Gongming, Wudong, and the others had only one goal: to visit the senior brother. They hoped he could guide them, elevating their realms further. Having all reached the golden immortal stage, they could vaguely foresee their futures. Duobao, Wudong, and Jinling in particular felt a persistent unease. No matter how they calculated, they could not trace its origin. When they sought their master's counsel, he had entrusted the Jia sect to the senior brother and vanished. With no one to ask and an uncertain future, their only hope lay in strengthening themselves. With greater power, they could face any difficulty or danger that came their way. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Duobao, Daoist Jinling, Sage Mother, and Zhao Gongming would together seek out their senior brother Xiao Fan. Originally, far more than this number intended to seek Xiao Fan's guidance. Essentially, every notable figure wished to go. This included the 7 attendants of the Immortals, the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island, and the 4 sages of 9 Dragons Island. However, Zhao Gongming vetoed this proposal. Although senior brother Xiao Fan was easygoing, if so many people went in a chaotic throng, whose words would the senior brother actually heed? With everyone speaking at once, if they ended up angering the senior brother and he refused to point out their opportunities, wouldn't that be disastrous? Thus, after further discussion, it was decided that only Duobao Daoist Jinling Sage Mother and Zhao Gongming would go. Originally, Zhao Gongming's position should have belonged to Giling Sage Mother, but she declined the proposal. Because she had been in secluded cultivation and had only just finished, she was also unfamiliar with the senior brother. She feared saying the wrong thing and leaving a poor impression on him. Thus this important task fell to Zhao Gongming. He had met senior brother Xiao Fan the most times, was the first to seek him out, and had already received his guidance. Therefore his presence would undoubtedly yield a far better result than that of a stranger. Since the location of the Dao discussion assembly was somewhat distant from Bio Palace and dusk was falling, they arrived at night and might not be able to see the senior brother. So they slowed their pace, walking while Zhao Gongming answered their questions about the senior brother's character and the guidance he had provided. Senior brother is an exceptionally good person. He is currently the acting headmaster, yet he carries no airs of authority. He is very affable and easy to talk to, Zhao Gongming said after a moment of thought. Then how did senior brother guide you? Your speed of progress is so rapid that even I am envious. In such a short span of time you leaped from Tai Xian Immortal to Golden Immortal, Duobao Daoist said with a hint of sourness. Many people spend their entire lives stuck at the Tai Xian Immortal realm, unable even to touch the edge of the Golden Immortal realm even until death. Although Duobao Daoist knew that Zhao Gongming would eventually step into the ranks of Golden Immortals, by his own estimation it would take at least several hundred years. But now in just a few short months Zhao Gongming had crossed the cultivation time of centuries. How could Duobao Daoist not be envious? When Duobao Daoist himself had crossed into the Golden Immortal realm, he had endured immense hardship and suffering. Now seeing Zhao Gongming merely visit the senior brother once, then cultivate beautifully for a few months and effortlessly ascend to Golden Immortal, this nearly drove Duobao Daoist mad with envy. Reading novels. Zhao Gongming did not conceal it. In the past he would never have admitted to obtaining his technique from reading novels. But it was different now. The senior brother had explicitly instructed him to vigorously promote his novels, so revealing it was no big deal. Reading novels. Storybooks. Duobao Daoist halted midair. Novels and storybooks were strictly forbidden by Lord Tongjian, for they did nothing but corrupt ones while offering no other benefits. Yes. Senior brother directed me to a valley where he had written novels. After I finished reading them I comprehended the Wuji Sutra. Zhao Gongming did not hold back, recounting in full how Xiao Fan had guided him to the valley where he wrote his novels and how he had cultivated the Wuji Sutra. Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother were so shaken that their bodies swayed uncontrollably in the air. Had their cultivation not been so profound, they would have fallen into the sea. After steadying herself, Jinling Sage Mother asked, aside from reading novels, did senior brother say anything else? Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow, thought carefully, and then said, no. Senior brother only told me to rest in that valley. Then I found the novels, and what happened after that I've just said. Having confirmed this again from Zhao Gongming's lips, the two looked at each other in bewilderment. At the same time Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother began to ponder their own thoughts. Since the beginning of their cultivation the pattern had been the same. The master preached, they listened, gained insights, then went into seclusion to cultivate and elevate their realms. This model had persisted for tens of thousands of years without change. But now from Zhao Gongming's account they learned that reading novels could enhance cultivation and even grant powerful techniques. Such a thing they had never even heard of, let alone witnessed. The current cultivation model had been passed down by Patriarch Hongyun and the entire primordial world, including the 6 sages, all cultivated in this manner. Now the sudden emergence of a method to cultivate by reading novels and storybooks was beyond their ability to accept. How could they possibly accept it? This had overturned their millennia-old cultivation mindset. Had their cultivation not been formidable, they would have long since plummeted into the sea to feed the fish and shrimp. Zhao Gongming knew that Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother found it hard to accept. He himself had struggled with it at first. But thinking of the content of Xiao Fan's novels, he still felt a surge of excitement, wondering if his Covering the Sky, the Untainted Lord chapter had already concluded. Elevating one's cultivation was certainly good, but wouldn't it be even better to cultivate the heart while advancing one's power? When they arrived at Bio Palace, dawn was just breaking. Although they had chatted to pass the time, the road was finite and Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother were somewhat impatient, so they had unconsciously quickened their pace. I wonder if senior brother is awake yet, Jinling Sage Mother said anxiously, halting. Let's wait a bit longer. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. When it's time for cultivation, senior brother will naturally rise. Duobao Daoist, though also anxious, had largely calmed his mind during the journey. From Zhao Gongming's account, he learned that the senior brother was a good person and easy to talk to. Secondly, since the promotion of novels was proposed by the senior brother, there should be many opportunities awaiting them at his place. As for the magnitude of those opportunities, that would depend on each individual's fortune. As the grand doors of Bio Palace swung open, Duobao Daoist, Zhao Gongming and Jinling Sage Mother straightened their attire, checked each other to ensure no issues, and then entered one by one. These past few days Xiao Fan had been working day and night almost without rest, barely managing to write Covering the Sky, the Untainted Lord chapter, to its ending. As for what the final outcome would be, he had not yet written it. At the start the writing flowed smoothly without any strain. But the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. The brush felt as heavy as 10,000 jin, and every stroke made it seem as if a mountain were pressing down on his hand. This pain was beyond words. However, the benefits were immense. Xiao Fan's cultivation had already reached the late stage of golden immortal perfection, and with one more step he would enter the Tai golden immortal realm. Though the step seemed close, Xiao Fan always felt something was missing. The barrier was thick, giving the impression that it could not be easily breached. Just as Xiao Fan was pondering a solution, voices came from outside the door. Duobao Daoist, Zhao Gongming, Jinling Sage Mother request an audience with senior brother seeking his guidance. Their voices carried profound respect. Don't they ever rest? Did they rush over all night? Xiao Fan muttered as he dressed. Once his clothes were on, he said, "Come in." The doors opened. Zhao Gongming entered first, followed by Duobao Daoist and then Jinling Sage Mother. They filed in. Zhao Gongming appeared relaxed, while Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother seemed somewhat restrained. After all, this was their first meeting with the senior brother, and they had no prior interaction, so they felt a bit uneasy. "Since you're here, don't stand on ceremony. Please sit wherever you like." From his past life, Xiao Fan understood one truth: first impressions are crucial. If the first impression is good, everything else goes smoothly. If it is poor, no matter how pleasant subsequent interactions become, any disagreement will invariably bring back the memory of that initial meeting. Duobao Daoist, Jinling Sage Mother and Zhao Gongming, after expressing their gratitude, took their seats on the round mats one by one. Xiao Fan then ordered the attending child servant to bring fragrant tea and some fruits for everyone to enjoy. This left Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother feeling flattered. If Xiao Fan were an ordinary disciple, such courtesy towards them would be understandable, but now he held the esteemed position of acting sect leader, a status of unparalleled nobility that ordinary people could not match. Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of something else unspoken. Only after the attending young servant had left did Xiao Fan begin to carefully observe Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother. He knew that these two had risen to great prominence during the investiture of the gods. Had it not been for the intervention of saints and the treacherous schemes of lesser men, the outcome of the conflict between the Chan and Jia sects might have been entirely different. Duobao Daoist wore a simple gray robe, his hair casually tied in a bun secured by a hairpin made of immortal Nanmu wood. At his waist hung a sword that appeared unremarkable, yet Xiao Fan knew how many lives it had claimed during the investiture of the gods. Although Duobao Daoist was renowned as the master of many treasures, few had ever seen him use any other artifact. The weapon he employed most was the sword at his waist. It was with this very blade that he audaciously set up the immortal slaying formation on behalf of Tongtian's sect leader, only to be captured by Laozi in the end. In contrast, Jinling Sage Mother appeared quite different. She wore a headpiece of purple gold flying wings and a pristine white rainbow-colored robe, her face adorned with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. However, her eyes held a trace of curiosity. Noticing Xiao Fan's gaze upon her, she instinctively looked away. The renowned Jinling Sage Mother achieved in the Battle of the Investiture of the Gods was no less than that of Duobao Daoist. She single-handedly fought against Wenshu Guangfa Jianzuan Puxian Jinren and Sihang Daoist without losing ground. Even with the subsequent betrayal and intervention of the Green Lion, White Elephant, and Golden Ho, she remained undefeated. Had it not been for Randang Daoist's treacherous ambush from behind, the number of Chan Sect disciples who perished by her hand would have been immeasurable. While Xiao Fan was observing Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother, they too were praising him. Xiao Fan gave off an impression of sheer ordinariness, ordinary features, ordinary clothes, and ordinary exterior. Nothing but plainness, perhaps only memorable for his affable nature and complete lack of arrogance. This was the feeling Xiao Fan instilled in them. Yet the impression on Zhao Gongming was different. Although Xiao Fan seemed ordinary, there was a sense of the great Tao simplified about him. However, upon closer inspection, nothing specific could be discerned, making it feel quite peculiar. Regarding this, Zhao Gongming said nothing, merely attributing it to his own admiration for his senior brother. After their mutual observation, it was Xiao Fan who spoke first. Junior brothers and sister, what brings you to my place today? Since the conclusion of the doctrine debate assembly, Xiao Fan had anticipated that someone would seek him out today. He simply hadn't expected it to be Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother. Senior brother, we have encountered problems in our cultivation and seek your guidance. Duobao Daoist hastily interjected. A flicker of amusement passed through Xiao Fan's heart. After glancing at Zhao Gongming, he said, go to the valley in the south. Your opportunity lies there. Delighted, Duobao Daoist quickly thanked Xiao Fan. Without even greeting Jinling Sage Mother or Zhao Gongming, he turned and strode out of the grand hall, his hurried steps as if a Yinglong dragon were chasing him. Jinling Sage Mother, having been a step too slow, silently cursed herself for being useless. Why hadn't she spoken sooner? Are you also having difficulties with your cultivation? Noticing her embarrassment, Xiao Fan asked. Yes, senior brother. I heard from junior brother Zhao that receiving your guidance can rapidly advance one's cultivation, so I have come to presumptuously seek your advice, Jinling Sage Mother quickly replied. You may go as well. Head to the southern valley. As for what opportunity you find, it depends on your own fortune. After performing a deep bow, Jinling Sage Mother hurriedly departed. Only Xiao Fan and Zhao Gongming, who had yet to leave, remained in the great hall. Xiao Fan knew perfectly well why Zhao Gongming stayed. It was for the second half of the novel covering the sky, the tale of Emperor Wuxia. Seeing the excitement on Zhao Gongming's face, he couldn't bear to reveal the truth. However, the novel was not yet finished, and giving it to him now would be useless. So he said, I know what you want, but it's not finished yet. It just needs an ending. You'll have to wait a while longer. Although a little disappointed, Zhao Gongming quickly replied, no rush, no rush. Take your time writing, senior brother. Upon learning from senior brother Xiao Fan that the second half of his cultivation technique was nearly complete, Zhao Gongming walked out of the hall with a joyful heart. But the moment he stepped outside, he was startled by the sight before him. The entire area in front of the hall was packed with people, a surging sea of humanity like a mudslide. Everyone stared intently at the hall's entrance, their expressions tense. Not a word was spoken, yet the silence was terrifying. Why are you all here? Looking at the 7 immortal attendants, the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island and the 4 sages of 9 Dragon Island, he asked. Brother Zhao, we're not in a hurry. Originally we were all cultivating in our caves, but we felt restless and wanted to seek guidance from senior brother. Yes. My mind just couldn't settle, and I kept making mistakes. If not for my robust constitution, I would have nearly succumbed to a chi deviation. Various explanations were offered, but they all boiled down to one point: unless their own problems were resolved, cultivation was impossible. Therefore they absolutely had to receive senior brother's guidance, otherwise forget about cultivating, they might not even keep their lives. Ahem. Ahem. Everyone please be quiet. Senior brother is very approachable. He will surely guide everyone, so please calm down and come one by one. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunxian was displeased. If they had to go one by one, when would it ever be their turn? Hadn't Duobao Daoist and Jinling Sage Mother just gone in together? Is senior brother really going to distinguish between those close and those distant? Junior brother Xiao, if we all go in together, will senior brother refuse to guide us? It was then that Xiao Gongming realized he had misspoken. With so many people, having senior brother guide them one by one would take forever. Brother Wuyan, what do you suggest we do? How about we go in as a group? We 7 brothers eat together, drink together, and cultivate together. I believe senior brother will understand. Senior brother? Wuyan Xian of the 7 immortal attendants along with several junior brothers seeks an audience to request your guidance in cultivation. Inside the hall, Xiao Fan had just picked up his brush when he heard Wuyan Xian's plea from outside the door, followed by the chorus of the other 6 immortal attendants. Come in. The 7 entered together and bowed to Xiao Fan. Then Wuyan Xian said, Senior brother, our cultivation has stagnated and even shows signs of regressing. We beseech you for your guidance. After speaking, they bowed deeply. Qiu Shouxian nearly touched his head to the floor. For it was Qiu Shouxian who had suffered the most this time. He had been forced into his original form and nearly annihilated in both body and spirit. Upon learning that Yun Xiao, Chung Xiao and Bi Xiao had received senior brother's guidance, he had been eager to come and seek advice. You should also go to the Southern Valley. Your opportunity lies there as well. Thank you greatly, senior brother. The 7 faces lit up with joy. After bowing in gratitude to Xiao Fan, they turned and swiftly departed. The 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island request an audience. Senior brother, our spiritual power has been fluctuating abnormally lately. We humbly ask for your guidance. Go to the Southern Valley. Your opportunity awaits you there. After expressing their thanks, the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island strode away. The 4 sages of 9 Dragon Island request an audience. Senior brother, we have been feeling restless and troubled lately. Do you have a solution? Go south. Finally growing weary, Xiao Fan walked out of the hall. Facing the still vast crowd, he said directly, if you seek opportunities, go to the Southern Valley. Each of you will find your own fate there. What you obtain depends on your own fortune. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, everyone chorused, we pay our respects and thank senior brother. Then like a flock of startled birds, they vanished from before his eyes in an instant. I wonder what opportunities each will encounter. Let nature take its course. Gazing at the now empty square, Xiao Fan murmured to himself before turning and returning to the hall. The Daobao Daoist moved swiftly, and before long he arrived at the valley south of Janeo Island. Taking a deep breath before stepping inside, he proceeded cautiously. Before coming here, he had already inquired with Xiao Gongming about the location of the tree and also asked him about how he obtained the books. He even made sure to ask Yun Xiao, Chung Xiao and Bi Xiao how they found the books before arriving at the valley. Thinking to himself, the tree is located 100 miles from the valley and the area around it appears rather empty. There's a chessboard on the tree. He hurried toward the spot Xiao Gongming had mentioned. When did a thatched cottage appear here? The thatched cottage seemed quite ordinary, with the grass on top still green, indicating that it was likely a temporary structure. When Yun Xiao, Chung Xiao and Bi Xiao came here, Xiao Fan learned that some of the books had been blown away. To prevent such incidents from happening again, he had purposely returned to set up a thatched cottage before the Dao discussion conference concluded. He placed all the books he had written inside, ensuring that everyone coming here could easily find the books without wasting time searching around. With a nervous heart, the Daobao Daoist pushed open the small door of the thatched cottage. Inside were 3 rooms, with the central room naturally housing shelves of books, 3 rows in total, each divided into 3 layers, all filled with books, giving Daobao Daoist a sense of being overwhelmed. The rooms on either side each had 5 or 6 cushions, clearly meant for meditation or for readers to enjoy novels. I didn't expect senior brother to be so thoughtful, even considering such minor details. Unsure of which book to read, the Daobao Daoist randomly flipped through the shelves until he stopped upon seeing a black-covered book. The book had a peculiar title, Tomb of the Gods. It was worth noting that in the current era of the primordial chaos there were no mortals, as everyone was focused on cultivation and the Dao. Whether it was cultivating the Dao or becoming a divine beast, all practitioners were immortals or gods. Now in front of him appeared a novel titled Tomb of the Gods. How bizarre it was. Did it imply he would read about his own death? However, recalling that Zhao Gongming and others had experienced similar situations, the Daobao Daoist set aside those chaotic thoughts. Calming his mind, the Daobao Daoist gently opened the black-covered book, revealing the 4 large characters Tomb of the Gods. Below the title was a smaller line of text stating the author was Xiao Fan. Seeing that name, countless imaginings surged within the Daobao Daoist. Tomb of the Gods, chapter of Qinzhan. Now they were immortals and gods, could they also meet death? Wasn't attaining the golden immortal realm supposed to mean eternal existence within this world? As the first chapter came into view, the Daobao Daoist's entire focus was drawn in, unwilling to part with it. The dazzling sunlight streamed down, bringing serenity to this place, while a beautiful song emanated from a fairy's lips near the birch forest. A small grave was quite unremarkable, yet in front of it bloomed a pure white flower. As night fell, headless angels and armless demons. The war god's roar echoed through the garden. No one knew what they were saying, what they were raging about, until an old man appeared. I live for battle, I come for battle. My birth is for the sake of battle. Qinzhan's heart is filled only with battle. I refuse to become the nourishment for my ancestors. As long as the Qin family has me, I shall surpass my forebears. When my sword is drawn, the myriad worlds will freeze. My chivalrous spirit shall never bend. What if I am a god? And what if I am a demon? My heart holds but one thought: to break this heaven and return the world to a clear sky. Each time he read about Qinzhan, the Daobao Daoist felt a resonance. His relentless forwardness, his unyielding spirit, and his determination to resist at all costs resonated deeply within the Daobao Daoist's soul with each battle. As the Daobao Daoist delved deeper into the reading, his body began to change. At first the change was subtle, with a soft golden light appearing around him, followed by the golden light vanishing and being replaced by a black glow. These 2 lights alternated rapidly until the Daobao Daoist finally set the book down, at which point they completely disappeared. Putting down the book, the Daobao Daoist sighed. I didn't expect Senior Brother's writing to be so vigorous and powerful that the characters seemed to come alive in my heart. What kind of era could that have been? An era that could rival the heavens, an era where various powerful beings emerged. For a single belief one could bravely face death. For a single goal one could reincarnate once, twice, or even up to 9 times. To escape the heavens' pursuit of the soul, even one's own soul could transform into a garment, all in pursuit of breakthroughs to shatter the cage. Battle is the purpose, battle is change, and battle is also breakthrough. I too shall change for battle. Break the shackles of cultivation and face this world with integrity. With the Daobao Daoist's roar, one half of his body emitted a black light, while the other half glowed with a golden light, intertwining and separating repeatedly. After merging and separating 9 times, calm was finally restored. The Daobao Daoist opened his eyes, his left eye glowing with black light and his right eye with golden light. As the 2 beams shot out, his gaze returned to its original state. Reverse the chaos of yin and yang. With the Daobao Daoist shout, a beam of light, half black and half golden, shot from his hand. The light struck a tree that had grown for thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, the towering tree shrank at a visible speed. First the massive crown of the tree, then the trunk, and finally the roots, leaving a deep pit in its place. At the bottom of the pit was a small sapling swaying in the wind, appearing fragile. This is the guidance Senior Brother gave me. Watching everything unfold before him, the Daobao Daoist was momentarily speechless. The ability to write cultivation methods into novels, allowing people to easily comprehend them without any stiffness, was something even Master Tong Tian could not achieve. Moreover, this cultivation method was simply too defiant. It could even strip away others' cultivation and even their lives and roots. Although one could practice again after being stripped, who would give you time to recover in battle? Besides, cultivation isn't something that can be accomplished in a day or 2. If you're stripped of power for hundreds or thousands of years, by the time you recover, who knows how far behind you'll be. Catching up would be no easy task. Just as the Daobao Daoist was about to turn back to the thatched cottage to read Tomb of the Gods, chapter of Qinzhan carefully again to avoid missing anything, a surprised voice came from not far away. Is this the chance Master Brother wanted you to find? The black golden light that the Daobao Daoist had just unleashed caused the Golden Spirit Saint Mother to exclaim in surprise. If turning a large tree into fragments was something anyone could do, even an ancient Xian could easily achieve it, then transforming a fully grown tree back into its juvenile state was a feat worthy of a sage's skill, or perhaps even a sage wouldn't have such capabilities. In a good mood, the Daobao Daoist smiled and said yes. Junior sister Jinling is quite quick. I just had a small insight and you arrived right away. Hurry inside and find your opportunity. After saying this, he was the first to dive into the thatched cottage. Ding! System prompt. Tomb of the Gods, chapter of Qinzhan has found its inheritor gaining 500 years of magical power. Ding! Although this increase in magical power did not change his realm, it brought Xiao Fan closer to the edge of breaking through to the golden immortal stage. It seems I have more work to do. I need to hurry and write a perfect conclusion for Tomb of the Gods, chapter of Qinzhan. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Others urging for updates are merely ordinary people, but those urging me are either immortals or divine beasts that have attained sentience. Their spirits are far superior to ordinary people, allowing them to work tirelessly on a single task for a long time without feeling fatigued. Take myself for example. I used to be exhausted after writing tens of thousands of words in a day, but now even after writing for over 10 days straight I feel nothing. If it weren't for the habit I've developed of writing during the day and resting at night, I wouldn't even know how many books I've written by now. Jinling's emotions were somewhat complicated. Simply because she was a fraction slower than Daobao Daoist, he had already found his own destiny. Just now that single move of his seemed hardly inferior to their master's own techniques. Upon entering the thatched cottage, Jinling saw Daobao Daoist already immersed in cultivation. A dark golden light flickered around him, pulsing intermittently. This aura, though different from that of senior brother Zhao Gongming and junior sisters Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, still radiates an immense power. I wonder who among them is stronger. It seems the senior brother's power is far beyond what I have seen. I should seek my own opportunity instead. With a glint of divine light in her eyes, Jinling focused her attention on the bookshelves. Finding what she sought, Jinling quickly settled onto a cushion. In but a moment, enlightenment dawned upon her. She set down her book and entered a state of profound realization. Just as Jinling entered her state of enlightenment, Guiling and Wudong also arrived at the thatched cottage. 100 meters from the cottage, they sensed two immense forces within. Both softened their steps, fearful of disturbing the two cultivators inside. They had no need to guess who was inside. It could only be Jinling and Daobao Daoist, for they were the only two among them. Entering the cottage, they could not help but marvel at the senior brother's power. In such a short time, both figures exuded waves of terrifying energy. Senior sister Wudong, what realm do you think the senior brother has reached? Guiling asked, gazing enviously at the two lost in cultivation. I cannot say what realm he is in. But I do know that if we do not hurry, once everyone arrives, there will be no space left. And do you think you will still be able to claim a book? With that, Wudong moved swiftly toward the bookshelves. She and Guiling had been among the first to enter the main hall of the Jade Void Palace, thus following closely behind Jinling. As they departed, they noticed the senior master walking out of the main hall. It was likely that he had grown weary of the crowd and directed everyone here. Just as Wudong, Guiling and others found their books and entered enlightenment, 7 figures silently alighted before the thatched cottage. They were none other than the 7 attendants of the immortals. Standing at the threshold, they felt the surge in power within the room and trembled with excitement. They had feared the senior brother would look down on these unorthodox cultivators as mere nominal disciples. Yet he said nothing and simply allowed them to seek their own fates. Had it not been for Qiu Xian's injury slowing them down, they would have arrived even earlier. Wu Yunxian pushed open the door and glanced inside before turning to the other 6. The senior brothers and sisters inside have all entered enlightenment. Let us be quiet and not disturb them. With that, he entered the thatched cottage. One by one they entered. After finding their books, the 7 immortals immersed themselves in comprehension. Wu Yunxian was the first to enter a cultivation state, followed by Lingyi Xian and Jin Guangxian. Only Ma Sui, the Golden Hoop Immortal, and Qiu Xian struggled to achieve enlightenment. After switching books 2 or 3 times, they finally entered a state of cultivation. Shortly after they began cultivating, the 10 heavenly lords of Janeo Island arrived a step behind. With limited space inside the cottage, they hastily grabbed books and found any spot to sit down and read. By the time the 4 sages of the 9 Dragons Island found places to read, the thatched cottage was surrounded completely. There were only so many books, but fortunately as fellow disciples no one fought over them. Some shared a book among 3 others, took turns reading in groups of 5, and some perused the books their seniors had already read, hoping to find a trace of destiny within. When Xiao Fan returned to the main hall, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! System notification: the Tomb of Gods, Supreme Chapter has found its inheritor. Awarded 50000 years of cultivation. Ding! System notification: the Water Emperor's Art has found its inheritor. Awarded 50000 years of cultivation. Ding! System notification: the Overbearing Art has found its inheritor. Awarded cultivation. Ding! System notification: multiple individuals have comprehended the immortal cultivation chronicle of the celestial realm. Awarded cultivation. A continuous stream of system notifications clattered endlessly in Xiao Fan's mind, making it impossible for him to focus on writing. Yet with each notification, Xiao Fan felt the thin membrane binding him finally begin to break. Ding! With the final chime, Xiao Fan stepped into the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Having reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, Xiao Fan saw the world with newfound clarity. He could clearly hear the conversations of the pages outside and see the scenery of the southern valley of Janeo Island vividly imprinted in his mind as if he were standing there himself. The entire valley was occupied by formed humans or immortals. They perched in trees, upon clouds, and within the water. Every place where one could read was filled with people. Each held a book, or several used the water mirror technique to magnify and read together. The scene was scarcely different from the sermons of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Yet among them some were glancing around anxiously. Though they did not disturb others, their faces bore a hint of dejection. Could it be that not everyone can read the novels I write? Xiao Fan shook his head and hurriedly resumed writing. Covering the heavens, the chapter of Emperor Wuxi, for it was the final chapter and time was of the essence. Having broken through from the Golden Immortal to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, writing became effortless. Duobao Daoist Jin Ling and the others had already ceased their cultivation and began experimenting with their newfound insights through their own techniques. Senior brother Duobao, I have just gained some enlightenment. Would you care to offer some guidance? Jin Ling spoke up. Haha, very well. This way our progress will be even faster. However, we must control our power. We wouldn't want to knock down our fellow disciple. Duobao Daoist joked. How could that be? I have seen the techniques you have comprehended, senior brother. Please go easy on me. Jin Ling replied with a hint of laughter. Then let us both hold back and avoid harming each other, shall we? Agreed. Inversion of yin and yang, bloom of 100 colors. Each displayed their own abilities. Though neither exerted their full strength, they both concluded that the techniques they had obtained were immensely powerful and neither could overcome the other. Thank you for holding back, senior brother Duobao. Otherwise, with my meager cultivation, you might have reduced me to a Xian immortal. After they stopped, Jin Ling remarked. Do not mock me, junior sister. If you unleashed your full 7 colors art, would I still be alive? I say your technique is the more formidable. After a round of mutual praise, Duobao Daoist spoke again. The senior brother is truly remarkable, transmitting such powerful techniques through novels. I wonder what realm he has reached. I think he cannot be far from the quasi-saint realm. Who knows how many years he has cultivated under the master before we even began. Jin Ling said. When will we ever reach the senior brother's level? Some rejoiced while others grieved. Some had gained enlightenment but others had not. Zhou Shou Xian and Jin Guang Xian, for instance, had read every novel available, even borrowing those of Duobao Daoist and Jin Ling. The stories were captivating, yet neither of them gained any insight, not even a sign of entering cultivation. Is there no destiny for me? Zhou Shou Xian said dejectedly. During the Dao discussion assembly, he had been severely disciplined by Yun Xiao, Chong Xiao and Bi Xiao, and had come seeking his fortune while still injured. Now unable to gain any enlightenment, he nearly spat blood in frustration. Though our talents may not be the highest, the senior brother did not refuse us. That means there must be an opportunity here for us as well. There is something we do not understand. Jin Guangxian quickly denied, then thought for a moment. Why not go and ask the senior brother? Xiao Xian was somewhat displeased by Jin Guangxian's remark about their lack of talent, but he could only nod helplessly. If their talent were high, why would they fail to comprehend the contents of the books? Even some younger disciples had gained enlightenment. Among the 7 attendants of the immortals, only he and Jin Guangxian had not. Let's go. With that thought, he stamped his foot in frustration, rose into the air, and flew toward the Jade Void Palace. The 4 sages of Nine Dragons Island, Wang Mo, Yangtze, Gao Youqian, and Li Xinba, sat huddled together, each looking as if struck by lightning, their heads nearly buried in the ground. Like Xiao Xian and Jin Guangxian, they had comprehended nothing at all. It was not that they lacked talent, but they simply failed to grasp the essence. Elder brother, what should we do now? Li Xinba forced himself to stay alert, turning to Wang Mo. I don't. Wang Mo replied, lifting his head with effort, but stopped mid-sentence as he spotted Xiao Xian and Jin Guangxian flying toward Bio Palace. Don't know what to do, right? Alas, it's our own fault for being too dull. Such a golden opportunity, and we let it slip away. Gao Youqian spoke in despair. Opportunities that come once in a lifetime are rare, and now such a splendid chance had been squandered. Watching their fellow disciples brimming with joy, they felt like slapping themselves. What are you thinking? Look over there. At that moment, Jin Guangxian and Xiao Xian had become mere specks in the distance, yet their auras were unmistakable to the group. Could they be going to see the senior brother? Li Xinba, who had been on the verge of despair, spoke with a hint of excitement. I think that's it. Should we follow suit? Yang Sen, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Wang Mo thought for a moment and said, let's go. At worst we stay at our current realm, nothing to lose. With that he took the lead and flew toward Bio Palace, the others following closely. Seeing the 4 sages of Nine Dragons Island heading that way, Kaiyun Fairy, Shiji Lady, and Shingongbao also rose to join them. Other disciples who had failed to comprehend also flew toward Bio Palace. In the primordial world, teachings were usually delivered only once. Whether one grasped little or much, no one asked or cared. Even between master and disciple, if you understood, in the primordial world, teachings were usually delivered only once. Whether one grasped little or much, no one asked or cared. Even between master and disciple, if you understood, if not, you did not. Asking repeatedly might even get you expelled from the sect. Understanding meant you were gifted. Failure to understand marked you as inferior, making the path of cultivation doubly hard. As for opportunities, who would take a fool as a disciple? Inside Bio Palace, Xiao Fan was in high spirits. Not only had he broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, but he had also completed writing, Shrouding the Heavens, the tale of Emperor Wuxia. Just then 2 voices came from outside the door, Senior Brother Qiu and Jin Guang seek an audience. Xiao Fan wondered, what brings them here? Seated at his desk, Xiao Fan did not rise. Come in, he said. Senior brother, we have failed your guidance. We are too dull to comprehend the content of the novels, unworthy of your teaching, Xiao Xian said, head bowed. You couldn't find novels suited to you? Xiao Fan was puzzled. There were so many stories there covering almost every genre, how could none fit them? After all, Xiao Fan had written mostly half-finished tales to boost his cultivation, pouring in everything he could recall or create. Seeing their dejected expressions, Xiao Fan smiled. It's nothing. Perhaps none of those suited you too. Go back now and they'll think of something, they'll write a story tailored for you. Hearing this, both perked up. Senior brother, is that true? Jin Guangxian asked eagerly. Fool, the senior brother would never deceive us, Xiao Xian said, slapping Jin Guangxian lightly. Thank you, senior brother. They left together, only to be blocked at the palace gate by the 4 sages of Nine Dragons Island, who had just arrived from the valley. How did it go? What did the senior brother say? Li Xinba asked anxiously. The senior brother said the stories there weren't suitable for us, so he'll write a new one just for us. Really? Absolutely genuine. Jin Guangxian thumped his chest loud. Senior brother. Enough, I know your troubles. Is it just that you couldn't find the right cultivation method? Do not be disheartened. Give me some time and I will find solutions for each of you. The group bowed in gratitude but did not leave. Instead they sat down in the square. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Fan. He smiled without a word, turned and re-entered the hall, beginning to write furiously, determined to craft cultivation stories suited for them in the shortest time. Jing Guangxian and Qiu Shouxian also found a spot, sitting face to face, unsure of what to say. Finally Jing Guangxian broke the silence. Brother Qiu Shou, since the senior brother can write so many techniques, why doesn't he just give a sermon? Why hide the methods in stories? Isn't that redundant? Qiu Shouxian was also puzzled, but his thoughts differed. In his mind the senior brother had already risen from an ordinary senior disciple to a height almost matching their master Tongtian Jiaozhu. Among everyone none trusted Xiao Fan more than Qiu Shouxian. Before receiving the senior brother's guidance, Xiao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao had been outstanding, but only to a limited extent. Especially the three sisters, together they could barely match him, and even then they were likely to lose, but now each of them could defeat him with ease, as if playing a game. He had foolishly charged in only to be thoroughly thrashed. Brother Qiu Shou, why aren't you saying anything? Jing Guangxian asked, noticing his daze. Shut up. Do you know where you are? How dare you doubt the senior brother? He told us to wait, so we wait. Why all the nonsense? Qiu Shouxian's stern tone startled Jing Guangxian, but he soon realized why. Many were staring at him with strange looks, some mocking, some hostile. He had incurred the wrath of the crowd. Though many had achieved cultivation, many more had not. If his words angered the senior brother into withholding the techniques, he might as well end his own life. My apologies. Fellow brothers, sisters, I misspoke. I meant no doubt toward the senior brother. He bowed repeatedly. Only then did the others avert their gazes. Once the crowd's attention shifted, Qiu Shouxian said, the senior brother is enigmatic. He has his reasons for not giving sermons. If word of your doubt reaches him and he withholds the techniques, even I would want you gone. You're right, I was wrong. I won't speak again. With that he sat down in meditation, silent. A similar discussion arose among the four sages of Nine Dragons Island, but Wang Mo cut it short with a single warning: anyone who dared to speak ill of the senior brother would face his merciless hand, severing all brotherly ties. Hearing Wang Mo's reprimand, the others harbored no further doubts. They sat quietly in the square, their gazes frequently turning toward the hall's entrance, filled with anticipation. For over 10 consecutive days Xiao Fan had not rested. Initially he was writing novels for the disciples outside the hall, but then inspiration suddenly struck and he conceived the grand finale of Shrouding the Heavens, the Chronicle of Emperor Wuxi. In the first 2 days Xiao Fan wrote smoothly, yet as he approached the end the brush grew heavier, as if he held not a writing instrument but Mount Buzhou itself. With each character he wrote, Xiao Fan had to expend immense magical power, draining himself completely before recovering, only to resume writing once more. Phew. Fortunately I am now a great Luo Golden Immortal, otherwise I would have been utterly exhausted. After penning the final character, Xiao Fan set down the brush and gasped for breath. This marathon of writing over 10 days was a trial for Xiao Fan as well, not only refining his magical power to greater density but also accelerating his recovery speed far beyond before. After a brief recovery of his magical power, Xiao Fan employed a minor spell of 1,000-mile sound transmission to inform Zhao Gongming that he could come fetch the book, then continued his relentless writing for a crowd still awaited outside. Qiu Shouxian, Jing Guangxian and others had been meditating outside for over 10 days. Though each felt a measure of impatience, none departed. For this opportunity was rare, and once lost none knew when it might appear again. Just then a figure drifted gracefully from the eastern side of Janeo Island. The crowd looked up and saw it was Zhao Gongming, long absent. His face bore a joyful expression, and the observant noticed a faint tremor in his body. Senior brother Zhao, why have you come? Were you not cultivating in your own cave dwelling? Jing Guangxian asked with a hint of envy. I was cultivating, but the grand senior brother summoned me, saying there was an important matter. Who would dare disobey the grand senior brother's command? Zhao Gongming did not pause explaining as he walked, and by the time he finished he had already reached the entrance of the great hall. Xiao Fan had just finished writing an ordinary novel and had not yet set down his brush when he heard a voice from outside. Grand Senior Brother Zhao Gongming requests an audience. So soon? It seems he is truly eager. Xiao Fan set down his brush and spoke enter. As the doors opened, Zhao Gongming strode in swiftly. At that moment Zhao Gongming felt an impulse to kneel before the Grand Senior Brother. In his eyes Xiao Fan was no longer merely the Grand Senior Brother, he had been elevated to a stature akin to that of their master Tong Tianjiaozhu. Tong Tianjiaozhu as their master commanded respect, but that respect was rooted more in fear. Beneath the saints all were but mole crickets. No matter how hard one strived or how well one performed in their eyes, no matter how high your cultivation, you remained a mole cricket, at best one that shone brightly. If this mole cricket behaved well, so be it. But what if it did not obey? There was only one solution: make the mole cricket disappear and simply raise another. Though these words sounded harsh, they were a shared consensus in the primordial world. That was why everyone aspired to become a saint, for only by reaching the saintly realm could one exist as a human rather than that mole cricket. Now Xiao Fan had paved the path to sainthood for everyone. As long as they obeyed and followed the course he had set, that was enough. How could such immense grace ever be repaid? The only way to repay it was with one's very life. Zhao Gongming! Zhao Gongming! Zhao Gongming snapped back from his reverie and quickly spoke. Grand Senior Brother, what did you say? I was distracted. He silently cursed himself for losing focus at such a critical moment. Here, this is the Shrouding the Heavens, the Chronicle of Emperor Wushi I just finished. Hurry back and cultivate. With that Xiao Fan handed the book to Zhao Gongming. Though Xiao Fan concealed it well, Zhao Gongming still detected a trace of fatigue in his demeanor, especially when he passed the book, a subtle involuntary tremor in his right hand. Grand Senior Brother, are you all right? Zhao Gongming asked with concern. He knew that Xiao Fan was not only his Grand Senior Brother and acting leader of the Jia sect, but also the very hope of the entire sect. It's nothing. When you go out, tell them not to worry, I will finish writing soon. Xiao Fan shook his head. Grand Senior Brother, you must also take care of your health. Letting them wait is no issue, but if something happens to you, we junior brothers would. Zhao Gongming suddenly lost his words. He wanted to say lose all hope, but then felt it inappropriate, so he stammered would without producing a single word. Xiao Fan naturally understood his worry. Seeing Zhao Gongming's face about to flush red, he smiled and said, it's just overexertion of magical power. It'll be fine after a rest. Seeing Xiao Fan's teasing gaze, Zhao Gongming realized that his unspoken words had already been perceived. Fearing he had offended the Grand Senior Brother, he quickly knelt and said, Grand Senior Brother, I didn't mean it that way. I was. Enough, I know you didn't mean it. I understand your character well. Take the book and go cultivate quickly and let me rest. After sending Zhao Gongming away, Xiao Fan began to meditate, for he found meditation more comfortable than sleep, and his magical power recovered swiftly. At his current level, he could restore all expended power in about half an hour. Zhao Gongming, holding the novel given by Xiao Fan, walked out of the great hall with heavy steps. Qiu Shou Xian Jing Wang Xian, the four sages of Zhoulong Island, Cai Xia Xianzi Shen Gongbao, and others waiting at the entrance all gazed at the book in Zhao Gongming's hands, their eyes filled with envy. Senior Brother Zhao, is this? Yes, the Grand Senior Brother wrote it for me. For over 10 days the Grand Senior Brother has been writing without rest. Just now when he handed me the book his hand was trembling. Zhao Gongming's voice was somber. Zhao Gongming spoke softly, but everyone present had cultivated for millions of years and possessed keen hearing. Upon hearing this, they almost simultaneously rose and bowed deeply toward the great hall. Why was the Grand Senior Brother doing this? If not for everyone's sake, would he push himself so hard? If their talents were only a bit better, would the Grand Senior Brother have to endure such toil? If only. At that moment many were filled with self-reproach, wishing they could take the Grand Senior Brother's place in writing the novel, but such thoughts remained mere wishes. They could only silently cherish the Grand Senior Brother's kindness in their hearts and vow that if anyone ever dared to disrespect him, they would repay his heartfelt efforts, even if it meant being ground to dust. After returning to his cave dwelling, Zhao Gongming ran through 2 minor cycles of cultivation to calm his mind. On the way back he could not resist opening the book for a glance and noticed the characters shimmering with a radiant aura as if on the verge of leaping off the page. Could it be that the Grand Senior Brother has inscribed the Tao into the book? With this thought, Zhao Gongming closed the book and hastened his pace back to the cave. Once inside, he quickly opened the book. One by one the luminous characters truly floated out from the pages, arranging themselves in their natural order before Zhao Gongming. With each character that emerged, Zhao Gongming's body trembled as if every character were a heavy hammer striking him fiercely. This is the essence of the Tao? Only when a saint preached the Tao would golden lotuses surge, spiritual energy rise, and the essence of the Tao manifest. Such a scene Zhao Gongming had only witnessed when listening to their master Tongtian Jiaozhu. Could it be that the Grand Senior Brother is already a saint? No one could answer Zhao Gongming, for the first character had already begun to strike his body. A pain akin to needle pricks shot through Zhao Gongming. Then came the second character, the third. Countless characters like tiny flying swords pounded against his form. Even with Zhao Gongming's current physical resilience, he could not help but let out a scream. These characters not only burrowed into his flesh but also drilled into his bones as if seeking to replace them. Muscles shattered, replaced by characters, bones broke, mended by characters, cells obliterated, transformed into characters. Zhao Gongming was rendered speechless. If he could have spoken, he would have cried out, "Grand Senior Brother, you might as well kill me. This is just too damn painful." After an unknown span of time, Zhao Gongming's agony had dulled to numbness, and he felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. His entire form seemed shredded, and at this thought a wave of despair brought him to the brink of tears. He had cultivated from a wisp of pure breeze between heaven and earth to become an immortal. It had taken over 1,000 years to forge a human form and nearly another millennium to reach his current cultivation level. Was he truly about to dissipate into nothingness? Could the Senior Brother be plotting against me? The moment this notion surfaced, even Zhao Gongming was startled by it, yet he swiftly dismissed the thought. If his Senior Brother truly intended to harm him, would he still have the leisure to ponder such matters? Just then Zhao Gongming felt as though he were floating, and soon his body could move again. He realized he was indeed levitating, his form nearly reaching the ceiling of his cave dwelling. Looking down, he saw his physical body seated cross-legged in meditation, enveloped in a shimmering starlight. The radiance flowed like a halo, and his body, like an abyss, voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As Zhao Gongming attempted to scrutinize his own form, a pull drew him back into his body. Sensation returned, and his eyes snapped open. A gaze as sharp as lightning shot forth, piercing straight through the cave wall, leaving a gaping hole. Immediately the spiritual energy around him churned violently, as if boiling over, surging madly toward Zhao Gongming with an intensity that threatened to burst him apart. Zhao Gongming hurriedly activated the Wushu Jing Sutra of the Beginningless. His cultivation soared through the golden immortal realm, 1st level, 2nd level, 5th level, 10th level, until the grand perfection. Yet even upon reaching the Tai golden immortal stage, it did not cease. Spiritual energy continued to flood his body relentlessly. Above Zhao Gongming's cave dwelling, a colossal funnel-shaped cloud of spiritual energy formed. The dense qi nearly condensed into droplets, and still the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward it with wild abandon. At this moment the Baihui acupoint atop Zhao Gongming's head opened like a great cavity. Spiritual energy flowed like a waterfall, connecting the swirling vortex above to the acupoint below. Suddenly a flash of divine light appeared. Thousands of Tao principles flickered in and out of existence, and the resonant sounds of the Tao echoed above Zhao Gongming. At that moment, whether it was the disciples waiting in the square of the Azure Wander Palace or the others still meditating in the valley, everyone halted. Even Xiao Fan, who had been writing his novel, paused and turned his gaze toward Zhao Gongming's direction. At that time Zhao Gongming thought of nothing else. His sole focus was to break through and break through again. When the final barrier restraining him collapsed with a thunderous roar, Zhao Gongming felt a lightness throughout his body. Simultaneously he sensed numerous gazes fixed upon him, a subtle yet unmistakable perception. Instinctively glancing back, he saw the envious looks of his junior brothers in the Azure Wander Palace Square. When he turned his gaze toward the main hall, however, he saw nothing, only a void of formless chaos. At that moment the disciples before the hall all rose to their feet murmuring among themselves. What had just happened? Had senior brother Xiao Gongming achieved a breakthrough? How is this possible? It's only been such a short time. Senior brother Qiu, did you sense it? Could that aura be the Deluo realm? Golden Light Immortal's body trembled slightly as he asked. Leaping directly from Golden Immortal to Deluo Golden Immortal bypassing the Tai Golden Immortal stage entirely was a jump of 2 major realms, an unprecedented feat in the primordial world since the dawn of creation. It should be so. Qiu Immortal stammered, for he had never witnessed anyone else break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. The 4 sages of the 9 Dragon Alkaiyun Immortal Lady Shiji and Shingongbao all exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Duobao Daoist clenched his fists tightly as he gazed toward Xiao Gongming. To reach the Deluo Golden Immortal realm so swiftly. From now on he can endure for eternity, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Standing beside him, Golden Spirit Holy Mother's heart also churned with emotion. In just over 10 days Xiao Gongming, who had once been at a lower cultivation level than her, had directly vaulted past the Tai Golden Immortal stage to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Such speed defied all description. None felt this more keenly than the 3 sisters of Yunxiao, whose cave dwellings were near Xiao Gongming's. When Xiao Gongming began cultivating the Wushi Jing and the first signs appeared, the 3 sisters had been watching from outside their cave. They had profoundly sensed every minor change in Xiao Gongming's realm, from the first level of Golden Immortal to the 5th to Grand Perfection, then breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal and finally reaching the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Initially they found it merely normal, then astonishment set in, and finally they were utterly dumbfounded. Words failed to capture their feelings. Since Pangu separated heaven and earth, no one had ever heard of anyone leaping across 2 major realms in a single night, ascending directly from Golden Immortal to Deluo Golden Immortal. At this moment Xiao Gongming felt his body brimming with power. He sensed that even Mount Buzhou, if placed before him, could be shattered with a single punch. At the same time he could faintly perceive the Tao patterns around him. Though invisible, they were clearly discernible, a truly wondrous sensation. Junior sisters, have you come to congratulate your senior brother? Xiao Gongming swept his awareness outward and immediately detected the auras of the Yunxiao trio. He could even see their expressions with perfect clarity. Yunxiao and the others outside were astonished. Just moments ago their elder brother's voice had suddenly appeared around them, so clear it felt as if he were speaking right before them. Is this the power of the Deluo Golden Immortal? Bixiao asked enviously. It must be. Come, let us go congratulate our elder brother. With that Yunxiao led the way. Congratulations, elder brother, on breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. May you now live as long as heaven and earth coexisting with the universe. Truly a cause for celebration. Haha. Congratulations to you all as well. But why have you come to my dwelling, sisters? Weren't you cultivating in your caves? Xiao Gongming asked with a smile. Cultivate? How could we? You've taken all the spiritual energy and we dared not contend with you, Bixiao replied. Taking spiritual energy? In this primordial era the entire world was saturated with boundless spiritual energy. The concept of robbing qi from others was utterly unheard of. Elder brother may not know this, but just now a funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual energy appeared above your cave. The qi poured into your dwelling like droplets of water. Fearing someone might disturb you, we came to stand guard, Yunxiao explained. The spiritual energy vortex had been truly astonishing. By Yunxiao's estimation it could be sensed even at the Azure Wander Palace, let alone by those nearby. Elder brother, have you truly reached the Deluo Golden Immortal realm? Xiao finally asked. I have just attained the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing Xiao Gongming's confirmation their faces brightened. Xiao quickly pressed further, elder brother, do you have some wondrous method? Xiao Gongming did not conceal the truth. It was the senior brother. He finished writing the latter half of the Heavens Shrouded, the chapter of the Unbegun Emperor, and gave it to me. Only then did I break through. All of this is thanks. Thanks to the senior brother. When saying thanks to the senior brother, Xiao Gongming's words faltered. The agony he had endured was too deeply etched into his soul. If given the chance to choose again, he would surely declare that he never wished to enter the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet he would never utter such words aloud. To do so would surely incur the wrath of many, for countless would vie for the chance to enter the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. How could he even think of refusing it? They would brave even the risk of their souls being scattered by the pain to make the attempt. The Deluo Golden Immortal Realm? To share the lifespan of heaven and earth, to endure for eternity, who would not desire it? Should we go find the senior brother again? Bixio's eyes sparkled with light as she spoke upon hearing Zhao Gongming's answer. Better not. The senior brother is currently busy writing novels for the other disciples. Who knows how occupied he is? Let us first consolidate our current realms and wait until he has time. Yin Xiao directly rejected Bixio's suggestion. Yin Xiao had her own considerations. The three sisters shared a close bond with senior brother Zhao Gongming. Now that their elder brother had broken through to the Luo Golden Immortal, if they rushed to ask the senior brother for novels, would that not stir up resentment? Some disciples did not even have cultivation methods yet. It was better to patiently solidify their foundations first. Thus it was wiser to bide their time and strengthen their foundations before proceeding. Ding! The system prompts that the owner of Shitsung Tian, the chapter of the Primordial Emperor, has mastered all of the Primordial Sutra, elevating to the realm of the Luo Jin Xian, granting the host a tenfold increase in mana. Ding! As the Primordial Sutra has been fully comprehended, the host receives a tenfold boost, the indestructible innate Tao body. This completely stunned Xiao Fan. Usually when someone reads their own novel, it typically grants mana often up to 50,000 years or as little as 30,000 years. But now a 100-fold increase has come, directly pushing him to the edge of quasi-sainthood, and most importantly, he has unexpectedly gained the indestructible innate Tao body. The innate Tao body is an incredibly powerful existence capable of comprehending any Tao and mastering any Tao. The most crucial part is the two words indestructible. This is undoubtedly a surprise within a surprise, and unexpected delight. In Jitsung Tian, the innate Tao body appears only once every million years, which innate Tao body does not dominate the ages. And his innate Tao body even has the additional two words indestructible in front of it, which is simply exhilarating. Moreover, there are others who have only comprehended the Primordial Sutra, as well as the Tian Tuan Demon Art, the Nine Dragon Sword Classic, the Bamboo Leaf Sutra, and so on. So many techniques are waiting for him to write and for others to comprehend. If these techniques can be comprehended and cultivated by others, then he can undoubtedly lead Jia Jiao to carve out a realm of his own in the Honghuang World. Previously, most of the novels he wrote were left unfinished. One reason was that after reaching 500,000 characters, he would stop receiving mana, unable to enhance his cultivation, and the other was that writing was extremely exhausting. Now it's different. Xiao Fan has an overwhelming urge to finish all the unfinished novels immediately, allowing his disciples to cultivate properly so that his cultivation could rise as if on a rocket. In that case, even the Tao ancestor might not be his opponent. Just thinking about this made Xiao Fan burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! At first his laughter echoed within the great hall, and in the next moment his voice spread throughout the entire Bayou Palace. As Xiao Fan's laughter grew louder, streams of Tao essence flew out, and the sound of Tao cultivation resonated through the entire Bayou Palace. The 3,000 Taos floated like colorful ribbons throughout the Bayou Palace, as if this place were not a palace for cultivation. All the previously unseen and intangible Tao patterns became vivid before everyone. The myriad immortals waiting in the square gaped in astonishment at this incredible scene, while those who reacted quickly sat down on the spot to experience this unprecedented occurrence. It's actually Tao patterns and Tao sounds. The immortal of colorful clouds exclaimed in surprise, quickly sitting cross-legged. The four saints of Zhulong Island also acted swiftly, sitting down to cultivate as soon as the immortal of colorful clouds did. Seeing others sit down to comprehend, those who were slow to react quickly sat down as well. Such an opportunity was rare, and losing it would be regrettable, and no one would waste such a great chance, all sitting down in silence to immerse themselves in the Tao patterns and Tao sounds. This opportunity is too precious. Even when Master Tong Tian delivered his teachings, he would not specifically demonstrate the 3,000 Taos. Generally he would only showcase the Dao patterns or Dao sounds he was adept in, as only one person could demonstrate all Daos, and that was the Dao ancestor Hongyun. What level was the Dao ancestor Hongyun? He was the master of saints. How could he possibly demonstrate the 3,000 Daos to these mere insects? Yet now the senior brother not only evolved the 3,000 Daos but also laughed heartily, and from his laughter one could tell that the senior brother found it very easy. As the few of them fell into comprehension, they all had the same thought: senior brother truly deserves to be the senior brother, we are not worth comparing. Xiao Fan's laughter lasted for a quarter of an hour before he withdrew it. However, the power of the indestructible innate Dao body remained, for he noticed that a small portion of the disciples outside the hall had directly entered a state of enlightenment. Consider it their fortune. Xiao Fan briefly tested the indestructible innate Dao body and found it to be astonishingly powerful. All the Dao patterns appeared clearly before his eyes as if carved in front of him. If he wanted to use any of those Dao patterns, he wouldn't even need to comprehend them. Just a glance would effortlessly reveal the purpose of each Dao pattern and the simplest way to use it without needing to feel it carefully. After the myriad immortals were unable to comprehend the Dao patterns, Xiao Fan withdrew the indestructible innate Dao body, and that feeling of easily grasping the laws of the great Dao vanished. Some of the myriad immortals were lost in enlightenment while others awoke from it. At this moment everyone looked at the great hall with admiration. The senior brother was truly powerful. That move from just now could probably not even be executed by Master Tong Tian. The evolution of the 3,000 Daos is a technique only the Dao ancestor possesses. From the laughter of senior brother Xiao Fan, they felt that it was incredibly simple for him, even to the point of being effortless. As time passed, another month went by, and the disciples waiting in front of the Bayou Palace had all almost obtained their own techniques. With varying speeds of comprehension, some continued to understand while others proposed to go out and verify. Since this was Bayou Palace, everyone consciously left and headed to the surrounding vast seas to validate their Dao methods. Whether facing giant waves or raging fires, countless small islands collapsed around them. Each immortal was filled with excitement, finding their shortcomings through conflict and enhancing their cultivation in the process. Yet they were unaware that at this moment a group of people was heading towards Bayou Palace from thousands of miles away. The leading Taoist wore a silver-white robe adorned with black silk threads and a jade crown. His face was slightly dark, and he had a square seal hanging at his waist. This person was none other than the Ling Baoda Fa Shi, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, with the Kong Tong seal as his treasure. Beside him were Yang Jian, Wei Chua, Tu Xing Sun, and others. You all have gained quite a bit from this retreat, but the best way to rapidly enhance your cultivation is through Dao discussions. Only through battle can one quickly elevate their cultivation. Do you understand? Yang Jian, Tu Xing Sun, and the others bowed and replied understood. Although Jia is the greatest sect in Honghuang and has the reputation of countless immortals coming to pay homage, the immortals of Chan sect have never looked highly upon them, always considering them as beast-like creatures unworthy of cultivation or being called immortals. Especially having been suppressed by what they consider a bunch of beasts, how could they possibly feel comfortable? As time went on, this oppressive sentiment deepened, leading to this expedition. Had it not been for the leader of Jiao being Master Tong Tian, one of the 3 pure ones, would they even need to wait until now? They would have long made those beast-like creatures disappear from this world. They are unworthy of cultivation and should be used as mounts. Coincidentally, Yuanshe Tianzuan was called to Xiao Palace to listen to teachings, so he brought some disciples along to discuss Dao, treating it as a way to train the disciples. He wanted to show Jiao what true cultivation is and what it means to be the greatest sect, revealing that Jiao is nothing before Chan sect. Ling Baoda Fa Shi and the others rode on colorful clouds, flying while sightseeing. Whenever they came across a beautiful scene, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As the myriad immortals engaged in Dao discussions and battles, some places inevitably suffered destruction. Throughout their journey, Ling Baoda Fa Shi witnessed no less than dozens of conflict scenes. Look at this is the doctrine of Jiao. No matter whether they are beast-like creatures or those born from wet nests, anyone can enter the immortal gate for cultivation. This leads to a disparity in their qualities, making each one a fierce fighter. For this trip, we only need to ensure that we do not harm their lives or damage their cultivation. After all, we are of the same sect. It wouldn't be good to provide an explanation to Master Tong Tian if we harmed their lives. Understood. Ling Bao Da Fa Sure grunted affirmatively and increased his speed. In no time they arrived at the front of Bayou Palace and halted. This was not their intention to stop, but rather because there was a transparent barrier around the entire Bayou Palace, a protective formation set by the saints. To enter one must obtain the saints' consent. Beholding the mountain protecting grand formation before him, Grand Master Ling Bao couldn't help but furrow his brow. What are these hairy-horned beasts up to? With no external foes, why have they activated the mountain guarding array? Chu Xingxuan, short of stature and hideous of countenance, spoke up. I reckon they're scared. Without a sage to preside over them, they dare not venture out to cultivate. Remember, some of our fellow disciples require mounts. Haha. Wei Duo laughed heartily. The other third-generation disciples accompanying him joined in the laughter, but Grand Master Ling Bao remained unsmiling. He was seething with anger. After all, these men had journeyed from Kunlun Mountain for over half a month only to be barred outside by the Grand Formation. How could he not be furious? Before he could even slight the Jia sect, they had already slighted him and his party. Steeling himself, he projected his voice. I, Grand Master Ling Bao, a disciple of the primordial heavenly worthy of the Chan sect, have brought my disciples to pay homage and discuss the Tao. I beseech you to open the mountain guarding formation. His voice rumbled like thunder, rippling outward, shattering even the drifting clouds in the sky. This cry, laced with Ling Bao's wrath, was surely audible to those within. Indeed, among the 12 golden immortal disciples of the primordial heavenly worthy, none were to be trifled with. His roar did reach some ears. However, those who heard were mostly low-ranking disciples, some unable to resume cultivation after a minor insight, others engrossed in discussing their cultivation experiences. As for Duo Bao Daoist, Zhao Gongming, Golden Spirit, Holy Mother, and the like, none heard a thing, for they were all immersed in contemplating their own paths, each having sealed off their 6 senses. Among the senior disciples, only Xiao Fan caught the sound. Yet he paid them no heed. He would rather spend the time writing a novel than entertain their visit. After all, a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken harbors no good intentions. Their arrival surely boded no goodwill. As a former denizen of Blue Star, Xiao Fan had thoroughly read the investiture of the gods. The decline of the Jia sect began with such visits, one trap after another, and Tong Tian Lord stepped into every single one. It was only when the entire Jia sect crumbled that Tong Tian Lord realized he had been schemed against by Laozi and the primordial heavenly worthy. But by then it was too late. His disciples were dead, wounded, imprisoned, or deified. After waiting a long while, he saw not a single soul, not even a shadow. This darkened Grand Master Ling Bao's complexion even further. Were it not for the fact that this was a sage's sacred ground, he would have already breached the formation rather than waiting till now. Uncle Master, why not let us fight our way in, said the impetuous Lei Zhenzi. Yes, Uncle Master, let's storm in. Chu Xingxuan echoed in agreement. What nonsense is this? Do you know where you are? This is a sage's domain. Are you asking me to assault my own Uncle Master's mountain gate? Grand Master Ling Bao rejected their suggestions and rebuked them instead. Grand Master Ling Bao's foresight far exceeded that of these third-generation disciples. Now was not the time for the Chan sect and Jia sect to come to blows. His purpose was to lead the younger disciples on a training journey and to assess the caliber of the Jia sect's third generation. In terms of second-generation disciples, the Chan sect vastly outshone the Jia sect. The Chan sect boasted the 12 golden immortals, the old man of the South Pole and others, while the Jia sect had only a handful: Duo Bao Daoist, Zhao Gongming, the 3 sisters of the clouds, and a few more. The Chan sect could nearly field 2 against 1. Just then 2 figures burst forth from the water. Grand Master Ling Bao discerned their true forms at a glance. One was a carp spirit, the other a prawn spirit. Brother Carp, I found a way to counter your water vortex. Let's find a place to spar, said the prawn spirit. Excellent. But I've made improvements this time. Be careful I don't spin you dizzy again, the carp spirit replied with a laugh. This time the senior brother had not only given books to the registered disciples, but also to those guarding the mountain gate and sweeping the courtyards. Each received a tome and they benefited greatly. Who are you? How did you get here? The carp spirit, being more advanced in cultivation than the prawn spirit, was the first to notice Grand Master Ling Bao and his party. Grand Master Lingbao naturally deigned not to reply to such minor underlings. As one of the 12 golden immortals, his status was far too lofty. It was Tu Xingxuan who answered them. You are not worthy to question my Uncle Master's identity. Go inform those inside that Grand Master Lingbao, a golden immortal under the primordial heavenly worthy, has come to pay homage and discuss the Tao. Open the mountain guarding formation at once. Do not provoke my Uncle Master's wrath. Tu Xingxuan left the rest unsaid, but the threat was unmistakable. The implication was clear: if you don't open the gate, well, smash it open and the shame will be yours. The carp and prawn spirits were so incensed they nearly twisted their noses off. After all, they were all practitioners of the mystic school, different in form yet equal in status. How dare these visitors be so arrogant and rude? No wonder the senior brother had said that the Chan sect disciples were all haughty and conceited. They were absolutely right, they had no manners at all. Though the carp and prawn spirits were furious, the carp spirit still sent the prawn spirit to report to the senior brother, while he remained to keep watch lest the visitors attempt any mischief. After all, their lack of manners was their own affair. As disciples of the Jia sect, they themselves must uphold proper decorum. Seeing the prawn spirit hunching and hopping back to the mountain gate to report, Weituo and the others burst into laughter. Truly a prawn spirit. See how it hops along. One would think it a great macaque if they didn't know. Tu Xingxuan pointed at the retreating prawn spirit and laughed. The group roared with laughter, and even the evergreen-faced Grand Master Lingbao allowed a faint smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. He did not stop his disciples' mockery, for he believed they spoke the truth. A prawn was but a prawn, even as a spirit. What great achievements could it possibly attain? Could one expect a prawn to attain sagehood? Preposterous, utterly impossible. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? We are all of the mystic school. How can you disregard our fraternal bond and mock us so? The carp spirit, unable to contain his fury any longer, bellowed. Tu Xingxuan, who had been laughing the loudest, was startled by the sudden roar. He thought his Uncle Master had reprimanded him and turned to apologize, only to find it was the carp spirit staring at him with wide piercing eyes. This made Tu Xingxuan's already unsightly face even more hideous, twisting with fury. Though Tu Xingxuan was a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, he was often ridiculed behind his back for his stature and appearance. Had he not been the disciple of Zhou Sun, one of the 12 golden immortals, he would have long been expelled from the mountain, let alone swaggering about here. Are you speaking to me? Tu Xingxuan released his aura as he spoke, intending to teach the carp spirit a lesson through sheer pressure. Aura, though invisible and intangible, is undeniably real. Place a goat before a tiger and the goat dares not even move. In this moment, Tu Xingxuan played the tiger and the carp spirit the goat. Despite his short stature and ugly features, Tu Xingxuan's cultivation was formidable. He was already at the late stage of Mystic Immortal, one step away from Tai Mystic Immortal. Dealing with a carp spirit who had just entered the early Mystic Immortal stage was as easy as reaching into one's pocket. Yet the expected kneeling did not occur. The carp spirit did not even bow or stoop. It stood as straight as a ramrod, as if Tu Xingxuan's aura was directed at someone else entirely. How is this possible? Not only Tu Xingxuan and Weituo were astonished, but even Grand Master Lingbao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise. Let him be strong, let him be strong. The gentle breeze brushes the hill. No matter how Tu Xingxuan intensified his pressure, the carp spirit remained motionless, even revealing a faint smile as if to say, "Come on. Come on. Increase the pressure further." If it were a dozen days ago, the carp spirit would certainly not have been a match for Tu Xingxuan, let alone standing before him now. Surviving would have been a different matter entirely. But now things were different. After reading the senior brother's work, Zhang Sanfeng's otherworldly journey, the carp spirit had comprehended the way of Tai Chi. He understood the principle of using leverage with perfect clarity. Even a being at the Tai Mystic Immortal realm would find it extremely difficult to suppress the carp spirit with sheer pressure. Tu Xingxuan was nearly driven mad with rage. As a cultivator at the late Mystic Immortal stage, he had been humiliated by one who had just entered the early Mystic Immortal stage. If he did not strip the carp spirit of his cultivation, he would have no face left in the Chan sect. You vile carp spirit using demonic arts. Watch me strike you down. Seeing that his pressure could not force the carp spirit to submit, Chu Xingsuan gathered qi in his palm, which turned a muddy yellow. He slammed it viciously toward the carp spirit. If the blow landed, even a mountain of stone would be shattered to dust. The carp spirit did not hesitate. He extended his left hand forward while his right hand traced a circle, then his right palm collided directly with Chu Xingsun's muddy yellow palm. This beast truly overestimates himself, trading blows with Chu Xingsuan. I wager he'll be crushed into a pulp this time, Wei Tuo declared with confident certainty. Chu Xingsuan specialized in earth-based spells, his mastery of earth arts being exceptionally refined. Among his techniques was a signature move, the earth palm. It gathered a vast amount of earth-type spiritual energy into his palm, combined with modified earth arrays, rendering his palm strike virtually indestructible. Naturally, among the third-generation disciples, Chu Xingsuan ranks in the top 20. How could he lose to a mere carp spirit? Before Lei Zhenzi could finish, he saw Chu Xingsun's short figure fly back like a rolling ball. As Chu Xingsuan flew back before he could even open his mouth, a trickle of fresh blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Damned carp spirit, you cheated! Wei Tuo cursed aloud. Just moments ago he himself would have found it extremely difficult to block that strike. How could this carp spirit, who had only just reached the mystic immortal realm, have managed it? If it wasn't cheating, then what was it? Hearing Wei Tuo's words, the carp spirit chuckled inwardly. Just as his senior brothers had predicted, these Chan sect cultivators were utterly shameless. Unable to defeat him, they now accused him of cheating, truly beyond all decency. To say Chu Xingsun's defeat was unjust, his earth palm never struck the carp spirit, instead all its force rebounded onto himself. Caught completely off guard, how could he not spit blood? Within Tai Chi there is a technique called 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds, and that was precisely what the carp spirit had just used. What can't accept defeat? You call me a beast with every breath, a demon with every word. We too are disciples of the saints. Why do you consider yourself superior to us? Now that you've been beaten by the very beast you scorn, can't you take it? The carp spirit spoke. Just as he hesitated over whether to retaliate against Chu Xingsuan, the senior brother's voice suddenly echoed in his ear, telling him to go all out as long as he didn't kill. This gave the carp spirit ample confidence. Fine. Fine. A fine disciple of the saints indeed. Chu Xingsun's skills are lacking, so his injury is not your fault, beast. But I wonder, if the junior is struck, will the senior appear? Divine Treasure Dharma King suddenly spoke. His voice was soft at first, but as it traveled through the air it grew louder and louder until it crashed like rolling thunder toward the Azure Tour Palace. Though Divine Treasure Dharma King had not seen Xiao Fan's secret transmission technique, the change in the carp spirit's expression did not escape his notice. After all, he was one of the 12 Golden Immortals, a latest-stage Tai Golden Immortal, only a step away from the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Now that his disciple had suffered a loss, he naturally had to seek retribution. But as one of the 12 Golden Immortals, personally intervening would seem beneath his dignity, wouldn't it? Thus, having noticed the carp spirit's expression, he knew someone was backing him, and so he posed the question. After all, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, and the others had yet to act. If they did, this mere carp spirit would be nothing more than soup material, wouldn't it? But the time had not yet come for the Chan and Jia sects to openly clash, so he asked whether the senior would step in after the junior was struck. When no one answered him for a long time, Divine Treasure Dharma King's beard trembled with rage. Since becoming one of the 12 Golden Immortals, no one had ever dared to ignore him so thoroughly. Now not only was he ignored, but it was done with utter disdain. Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, which of you will go and capture this beast? Suppressing his urge to act personally, Divine Treasure Dharma King ground out through clenched teeth. Uncle, this disciple is willing. Before Yang Jian could respond, Lei Zhenzi, who had been eagerly waiting, spoke up. Good. Beware of the carp spirit's tricks. Subdue him quickly, but do not take his life. Divine Treasure Dharma King nodded and instructed. Lei Zhenzi was at the late Tai Mystic Immortal stage. Sending him felt like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. If they sent other Mystic Immortal disciples, they might not defeat the carp spirit, and the Chan sect's face would be utterly lost. Lei Zhenzi walked up to the carp spirit and said, I advise you to surrender quietly and spare yourself unnecessary pain. Though Lei Zhenxi's words urged surrender, his hands were already gathering a massive amount of lightning power intending to obliterate the carp spirit in one strike. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then come. By now the carp spirit was also burning with fury. As they say, even a clay Buddha has a temper, let alone a cultivated spirit. Especially being called a demon and a beast at every turn, this thoroughly enraged the carp spirit. Ice water vortex. Without waiting for Lei Zhenxi's reaction, the carp spirit unleashed the ice water vortex he had recently comprehended. A vortex 3 meters in diameter filled with ice shards materialized before Lei Zhenxi. Well struck. Lei Zhenxi wasted no time. He pressed his hands together, channeling lightning power, and thrust them forward. The lightning shot out like tentacles, crackling as they struck the ice vortex. He aimed to shatter the ice water vortex and kill the carp spirit in one move. The intention was good, but reality was harsh. The ice water vortex not only failed to shatter but absorbed the lightning power, becoming charged with it. How is this possible? Lei Zhenxi couldn't believe his eyes. He was a Tai mystic immortal. Yet the carp spirit before him was only at the mystic immortal stage, a full major realm and 3 minor realms below him. Not only had his spell been broken, but his own power had been turned against him. This completely defied his understanding. Just as the ice water vortex was about to reach Lei Zhenxi, Yang Jian suddenly intervened, pulling him back. His 3-pointed double-edged spear flashed rapidly, redirecting the lightning-charged vortex toward an island on the sea. A deafening explosion echoed in everyone's ears. The island, once over a dozen square kilometers, was instantly reduced to a quarter of its size, the rest obliterated. Moreover, a vast sheet of ice spread across the sea surface, glistening with a silvery light under the sun. Witnessing this scene, Lei Zhenxi shuddered. If not for Yang Jian's quick reflexes, he would have shared the island's fate. What Lei Zhenxi didn't know was that Divine Treasure Dharma King had also secretly intervened, otherwise Yang Jian could not have so easily redirected the ice water vortex. The moment the carp spirit struck Divine Treasure, Dharma King sensed something amiss. No matter how ingenious the technique, a mystic immortal's power should remain within the mystic immortal range. But when the ice water vortex hurtled toward Lei Zhenxi, he realized the energy within was far beyond what a mystic immortal could wield. It was power at the golden immortal level. Thus he sent a secret message to Yang Jian to save Lei Zhenxi, and even lent a hidden hand himself. Otherwise Lei Zhenxi would have been reduced to ashes by now. Who exactly are you? With such formidable magical power, why must you conceal your identity and pretend to be an ordinary gatekeeping disciple? After setting down the still terrified Lei Zhenxi, Yang Jian fixed his gaze on the carp spirit like a blade. Though he had just managed to withstand the icy water vortex, the tremor transmitted through his 3-pointed double-edged blade had left his hands slightly numb. Such power could not possibly belong to a mystic immortal, only someone of the same golden immortal realm as himself could wield it. Hearing this, the carp spirit couldn't help but chuckle. Him just a gatekeeping disciple, what is there to hide? Could I possibly be the master's personal disciple? What a joke! With that he rolled his eyes at Yang Jian. The carp spirit had indeed concealed his true strength. His real cultivation was at the mid-golden immortal stage. The method for hiding his realm was the art of concealment, specially written by Xiao Fan. As long as one was not 2 realms higher than the cultivator, no one could discern their true cultivation level. The purpose was to conceal power and catch enemies off guard at the critical moment. The reason the Jia sect had ultimately been torn apart by others was precisely because they did not know how to hide their brilliance, drawing too much attention compounded by the uneven quality of their disciples, thus leading to the investiture of the gods. Now that Xiao Fan had become the senior disciple of the Jia sect, there was no reason to watch it be shattered and scattered. A fine gatekeeping disciple indeed, using a golden immortal to guard the gate. It seems the Jia sect's reputation as the foremost sect in the primordial world is well founded. But is it not too much of an honor for us to have a golden immortal as a gatekeeper? Lingbao Dharma Master suddenly spoke. Though his words were calm, the severity within them was unmistakable. Having been caught off guard, he had been deceived by a mere carp spirit. He had thought it was a mystic immortal, only to discover it was a golden immortal. The most ridiculous part was that he had sent Tu Xingsuan and Lei Zhenxi to challenge the formation one after another. If they were to be killed here, how could he face his fellow disciples? The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He directly ordered Yang Jian to step forward and eliminate this gatekeeping carp spirit. Lingbao Dharma Master refused to believe that the Jia sect would simply watch this gatekeeping carp spirit die. The Chan sect had many disciples, but they would never assign a golden immortal to guard the gate. In any lineage, golden immortals were the backbone, the foundation supporting a school. How could they be wasted on gate duty? Take Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi and the others. Were they not meticulously taught and given the best resources with hopes of their soaring to greatness? Yet now the Jia sect had dispatched a golden immortal to guard their gate, a blatant mockery of them. They had come specifically to pay a visit only to find that even a gatekeeping disciple was unbeatable. What face did the Chan sect have left to stand in the primordial world? At this thought, Lingbao Dharma Master's face turned livid with rage. Had it not been for years of cultivation that had elevated him to the Tai Golden Immortal level, he would have been tempted to crush the carp spirit with the Kongtong seal. Yang Jian, since he's a gatekeeper, be sure to greet him properly. Don't let him look down on us. Lingbao Dharma Master emphasized the words gatekeeper heavily, making his intention clear: cripple his cultivation. He refused to believe that if such a fine seedling were maimed, those inside would still not emerge. Yang Jian naturally understood Lingbao Dharma Master's meaning. After replying, "As you command, Uncle Master," he drew his three-pointed double-edged blade and pointed it at the carp spirit. "State your name." "I do not kill nameless foes." "Brother Carp, why not let me take this bout? You look tired, don't you?" The shrimp spirit suddenly spoke up. "Are you itching for a fight too?" The carp spirit replied with a smile. Though they had all received cultivation techniques from the acting senior disciple and engaged in discussions on the Tao, they naturally held back during their own exchanges. Thus they could only sense the power of the techniques without fully experiencing their might. Now that free sparring partners had come knocking, how could they pass up the opportunity? "Alright, they'll leave him to you. But be careful not to kill him, or they'll complain to our acting leader that the gatekeepers have no manners." The carp spirit cautioned, also stressing the word gatekeeper deliberately. Hearing this, Lingbao Dharma Master's beard nearly stood on end from fury. Infuriating, absolutely infuriating. "Yang Jian, what are you waiting for? Subdue him now." The nearby Yang Jian was also seething with rage. He was the most outstanding disciple of the third generation in the Chan sect, bar none. Now he was being ignored by a fish and a shrimp, a slight that even the Buddha could not endure, let alone him. This time Yang Jian did not even bother to speak. He traced a circle in the air with his three-pointed double-edged blade, and countless spear shadows surged like a rainstorm toward the carp spirit and shrimp spirit, as if intent on turning them into fish and shrimp paste. Well struck. The shrimp spirit did not retreat. Between his hands, two massive cyan hammers suddenly appeared, and he swung them at Yang Jian's blade. Seeing that the shrimp spirit dared to fight back, Yang Jian was nearly mad with rage. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his blade, aiming to shatter both the shrimp spirit's weapon and his body in a single blow. The shrimp spirit was equally unyielding. He had just acquired the technique, sky-shattering hammer, and had yet to find a suitable opponent to test it on, fearing it might be too brutal and harm his fellow disciples. Now that someone dared to clash head-on with him, how could he retreat? Moreover, this was no longer a personal dispute, but a conflict between two sects, a chance to prove himself. Even if it meant death, the shrimp spirit could not take a single step back. Crossing his hammers, he also channeled all his spiritual energy into them, striking Yang Jian's blade one after the other. Yang Jian wielded his blade with impenetrable speed, but the shrimp spirit was no pushover. Though the hammers appeared cumbersome in his hands, they moved as nimbly as his own limbs, and indeed they were forged from his own two front pincers. How is this possible? A mere shrimp spirit, and he's holding his own against senior brother Yang Jian. Wei Tuo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It must be that senior brother Yang Jian is holding back, afraid of hurting him fatally. Boom! A figure shot out like a flying sword, zipping through the air and heading straight toward Lingbao Dharma Master. Lingbao Dharma Master cried out, "Not good," and quickly gave chase to the flying figure. The figure was none other than Yang Jian. In his single-minded desire to crush the shrimp spirit with brute force, he had poured all his spiritual energy into his blade, leaving not a shred of protective chi. The equally desperate shrimp spirit, however, relied on his massive heavy weapon and the sheer dominance of the sky-shattering hammer technique to send Yang Jian flying. Yang Jian had thought the shrimp spirit was an egg that would shatter at the slightest touch. But to his surprise, the shrimp spirit was not an egg but a stubborn rock, a rock both hard and unyielding. After flying several li, Yang Jian was caught by the hastily arrived Lingbao Dharma master. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and he had already lost consciousness. Carrying Yang Jian back to the group, Lingbao Dharma master took out his personal elixir and ordered it to be administered. Only then did he turn his gaze back to the carp spirit and shrimp spirit. By now Lingbao Dharma master could no longer suppress his fury. He had only one thought: to skin bone and boil these two gatekeeping beasts into soup. The shrimp spirit who had clashed with Yang Jian was also in bad shape. Having only recently reached the golden immortal realm, his face was pale as he lay in the carp spirit's arms. "Brother Carp, see? I won, haha." He laughed even as blood coughed from his lips. "Don't talk now. Why did you have to show off? For a moment of glory your cultivation might drop a whole level." The carp spirit scolded, but even as he spoke he quickly placed a pill into the shrimp spirit's mouth. "The Jia sect truly has fine methods, sending elite disciples to pose as gatekeepers and injuring the disciples I brought. Now is it time for me to seek instruction?" Though Lingbao Dharma master spoke of instruction, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. They had come in goodwill to visit and discuss the Tao, hoping to flaunt their prowess. Instead, they had not even entered the mountain gate, and the three most outstanding disciples he had brought were left with two lightly injured and one severely wounded, nearly dead. If he did not assert himself, the Chan sect would truly become the laughingstock of the primordial world. If it isn't Brother Lingbao? My sincerest apologies, my sincerest apologies. I was just engrossed in cultivation and told my disciples to receive you properly. How did it come to blows? You two get to the back mountain and face the wall in meditation. Do not come out without my permission." Just then Zhao Gongming hurried out from the great formation, apologizing profusely to Lingbao Dharma master while berating the carp spirit and shrimp spirit harshly. Though Zhao Gongming uttered words of apology, his countenance betrayed not a shred of remorse. He had arrived here the moment the carp spirit and earth traveler sun clashed, yet he had refrained from revealing himself. Hearing the Chan sect repeatedly hurl insults like beast and wretch, it seemed they wished to devour the man before them alive. However, before coming, senior brother Xiao Fan had specifically cautioned him against clashing with the Chan sect, so Zhao Gongming forcibly suppressed the fury within his heart. After Zhao Gongming appeared, Lingbao Dharma master fixed his gaze upon him, observing his performance. Though Zhao scolded the carp and shrimp spirits fiercely, his expression held not a trace of rebuke, but rather a hint of gratification. This ignited a blaze of rage in Lingbao Dharma master, who could not help but sneer. "So it's junior brother Zhao. No wonder your sect truly boasts an abundance of talents. Even your gatekeeping disciples are at the golden immortal realm and can deceive my spiritual sight. It seems the Jia sect's reputation as the foremost sect in the primordial world is well deserved." How splendid! Lingbao Dharma master's words were venomous indeed. Since Pangu separated heaven and earth, all had vied for the title of supremacy. Otherwise the Dragonhong calamity and the war of sorcerers and demons would never have occurred. Countless beings perished in the struggle for the foremost title and hegemony over the primordial world. Senior brother Lingbao, you flatter me. The Jia sect is merely an ordinary minor sect teaching a few disciples in their cultivation. As for the sparring just now, it was sheer foolishness. When I return, I will discipline them severely to soothe your anger. What say you? Zhao Gongming's tone was as respectful as could be, yet the icy coldness on his face grew ever more terrifying. Had he agreed with Lingbao Dharma master's claim that the Jia sect was the foremost, the consequences would have been dire. Thus his attitude toward Lingbao Dharma master involuntarily hardened. Were it not for senior brother's instruction to avoid trouble, Zhao Gongming would have engaged Lingbao in a debate of the Tao right then. There's no need for discipline. We haven't met in over a century, why not spar a little? Lingbao Dharma master said, gazing at Zhao Gongming while taking the Kong Tong seal from his waist. Xiao Gongming furrowed his brow and replied, I think it best we refrain. If senior brother Lingbao wishes to debate the Tao, perhaps another day I could bring a few disciples to visit your sect. The Jia sect now was nothing like it had been months ago. Everyone was engrossed in novels, everyone was cultivating, who had time to debate the Tao here. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time reading a few more novels? It both refined the spirit and elevated cultivation. Besides, Lingbao Dharma Master was no match for him. His latest Tai Golden Immortal cultivation was indeed impressive. A few months ago Xiao might not have been able to defeat him, but now he could suppress him with a single finger. Lingbao Dharma Master had never imagined Xiao Gongming would refuse. From his understanding of Xiao, every invitation to spar was met with earnest acceptance, and they would not stop until one was wounded. Now that Xiao Gongming refused to engage, how could Lingbao reclaim the face he had lost? Junior brother Xiao, are you afraid of getting hurt? Don't worry, I'll be careful. Let's duel with techniques alone without using spiritual power. What do you think? Or perhaps I'll fight you with one hand and one foot. If that's not enough, I'll use neither hands nor feet and only my magic treasure. How about that? Lingbao Dharma Master continued his taunts, unwilling to give up. These words infuriated Xiao Gongming, offering to handicap himself as if he were a saint. Junior brother Xiao, teach him a lesson, but don't harm him. Suddenly Xiao Fan's voice echoed in Xiao Gongming's ears. With senior brother's guidance, Xiao Gongming no longer feigned restraint. He said to Lingbao Dharma Master, since senior brother Lingbao insists on a duel, I shall oblige with respect. Please. With that he flew out of the mountain gate, not even inviting Lingbao Dharma Master inside. This discourteous act enraged Lingbao to the point of fury. Very well. Very well. Junior brother Xiao, I see your cultivation has only just reached the latest golden immortal perfection. I won't bully you, though restrain myself to the golden immortal stage for our duel. I hope you'll go easy on me. Lingbao Dharma Master spoke his words honeyed, yet he had already resolved to cripple Xiao Gongming's cultivation if given the chance. Killing him, however, was out of the question. He was a disciple of a saint. Wounding was permissible, but taking a life was not. Then I thank senior brother Lingbao for his generosity. Xiao Gongming smiled, a genuine smile. A latest Tai Golden Immortal challenging a Daluo Golden Immortal and offering to go easy, how could this not amuse him? It was as laughable as a tiger and a leopard fighting with the leopard declaring it wouldn't run or use its claws and teeth. Seal, come forth. Lingbao Dharma Master opened his mouth and the Kongtong seal at his waist soared into the air. It grew larger and larger until it was like a mountain, then crashed down fiercely upon Xiao Gongming. From the moment Lingbao began his spell to the seal striking Xiao, only 2 breaths had passed, incredibly swift. Had Xiao still been at the Golden Immortal stage, he would not have had time to cast a defensive spell, let alone react. Haha. You're finished. With my master's uncle striking, watch your senior brother get crushed into pulp. Yang Jian, who had just regained consciousness, witnessed the seal bearing down on Xiao Gongming. Brother Yang is right. Those born from fur horns, dampness and eggs are always slow to react. As soon as Master Uncle Lingbao makes his move, they're instantly put in their place. Weitua chimed in with flattery. Lingbao Dharma Master was truly insidious, from preparation to execution seamless and without a single superfluous word, and his opening strike was lethal. If struck, one would either die or suffer severe injury. On the Jia Sect's side, the disciples who had followed Xiao Gongming looked utterly relaxed, watching Lingbao's performance as if it were a monkey show. A few mischievous ones even started a small wager on what expression Lingbao would make soon. None of this escaped Lingbao Dharma Master's perception. Though his move bordered on a sneak attack, such was the nature of Tao debates, who could cast faster and wield greater power. Xiao Gongming was not stunned by fear but by shock. He had never expected Lingbao Dharma Master, one of the 12 Golden Immortals, to resort to a sneak attack. Though duels tested skill and power, etiquette still demanded a courteous gesture to allow the opponent to prepare before commencing. Yet Lingbao Dharma Master had attacked without a word. This was no duel but an attempt to kill. Had it been any other junior brother or sister today, they would have been severely wounded or killed. At this thought, Xiao Gongming's fury erupted. Without hesitation, he condensed qi into a fist and slammed it fiercely into the Kongtong seal. Boom! The seal weighing 10,000 jin halted abruptly, then shot upward at a speed far greater than when it had descended upon Zhao. A flash of light crossed the eyes of all present as the mountain-like Kongtong seal vanished entirely. As the master of the treasure, Lingbao Dharma Master instantly knew his artifact had suffered severe damage. It was bound to his very spirit. Senior brother Lingbao, thank you for your restraint in recalling the Kongtong seal. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands with a relaxed expression. Ha! As fellow disciples sparring, I shall take my disciples and leave now. With that he turned and departed without looking back. Yang Jian, Wei Tuo and the others who had just boasted of Lingbao's prowess stood dumbfounded. Was that it? Where was Lingbao Dharma Master's ferocity? Yet seeing Lingbao already flying into the distance, the remaining few quickly followed. Once he felt certain Zhao Gongming could no longer see him, Lingbao Dharma Master opened his mouth and spat out a gush of blood. Master, Uncle Yu. Yang Jian hurriedly supported him. Cough. Cough. It's nothing. Lingbao Dharma Master then found a nearby islet to sit in meditation. After an unknown span of time, he finally exhaled a turbid breath. I never expected Zhao Gongming to have reached the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. What? Daluo Golden Immortal? How? How is that possible? Yang Jian, Lei Jinzi and Earth Traveler Sun, who had been guarding Lingbao, all gaped in astonishment. Daluo Golden Immortal? A realm coexisting with the heavens. Among the 12 Golden Immortals, only 2 had achieved this level so far. Zhoushan Mountain Taodong. A scene of serene harmony, cranes calling to one another, golden lotuses in full bloom, and the occasional carp leaping from the water to scatter ripples across the pool. Within the main hall, 2 figures sat opposite one another, engaged in a contest of wits. One wore a pale complexion, 3 sparse strands of long whisker hair on his face, clad in a yellow Dao robe, his calm gaze fixed upon the chessboard as he awaited his opponent's move. The other wore his own Dao robe, his features slightly darkened, a long beard hanging down to his chest. They were no ordinary men. One was Guang Qingzi, leader of the 12 Golden Immortals, and the other was Yuding Zhenren. The game had reached an intractable deadlock. It was Guang Qingzi's turn to play, yet before his piece could touch the board it shattered. 2 halves of the piece spun and whirled upon the board, circling like bewildered moons. Senior brother, Yuding began counting the lines with his fingers, but his divination revealed nothing. Guang Qingzi frowned and peered at the board, a troubled expression slipping across his face. I do not know what has transpired. It feels like an ill omen, he said. Our master has been absent these days. We must heighten our vigilance lest. His words were cut short by a sudden clatter of hurried footsteps outside the hall. Before Guang Qingzi could begin his reprimand, the newcomer reported, I submit this to Master. Senior Uncle Lingbao has returned with several senior brothers to the mountain and requests that you come at once to Yushu Palace for urgent deliberation. At the news that Grand Master Lingbao had returned, both men were taken aback. Did he say what urgency it concerns? Guang Qingzi asked. No specifics were given, only that master should come quickly. It was said Senior Uncle Lingbao was helped back here, the reporting disciple replied, his head bowed. What? Lingbao injured? Without regard for the interrupted game, Yuding sprang to his feet, overturning the board in his haste. Everyone knew that Grand Master Lingbao's trip to Janeo Island had been agreed upon by the 12 of them together. If a disciple had been slain there, they would surely face their master's reproach. Is a life at stake? Guang Qingzi, unable to remain seated, asked urgently. Your disciple does not know, the messenger answered. The 2 exchanged glances of astonishment. Grand Master Lingbao's cultivation ranked just below Guang Qingzi and Yuding. Among the 12 Golden Immortals he occupied 3rd place. With his latest Tai Golden Immortal attainment, he should not have been grievously wounded even against an equal foe. That he returned her now implied that something extraordinary had occurred. They rose from the hall, mounted a cloud, and flew together toward Yushu Palace. Inside Yushu Palace, only a handful of people remained. The injured Grand Master Lingbao, who had returned, Qi Jingzi, who was on duty guarding the palace that day, and Tai Zhenren, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The 3 sat facing one another, their expressions restless, as if weighed by some grave matter. Guang Qingzi quickly asked, Senior brother Lingbao, were you hurt? And what of your disciples? Grand Master Lingbao hastened to reply, thank you for your concern, senior brother. I myself am unhurt and my disciples have not suffered injury. Hearing this, Guang Chengxi's anxiety eased and he literally felt his heart settle back into his chest. Throughout the journey he had been tormented by the thought of any disciple falling. Happily that catastrophe had not occurred. As long as no lives were lost, other matters could be managed. After Guang Chengxi and Yuding had taken their seats, Guang Chengxi resumed, "Senior brother Lingbao, did you not take your disciples to Janeo Island to discuss the Tao? Why did you return in such haste? And I heard you were wounded?" Lowering his head in remorse, Grand Master Lingbao said, "I am ashamed before you, senior brother. I led my disciples to Janeo Island for a friendly discourse, but we never even passed through the mountain gate. Instead we suffered great humiliation." "What? Humiliated? Denied entry to the gate? How outrageous! Allow me to take men and set things right." Yuding could not contain himself. Though Changjiao and Jiejiao had long since separated, relations had not been so bitter as to leave no courtesy between them. They still observed some restraint. Now that Grand Master Lingbao had gone in the spirit of fellowship and had been shamed, was this not an affront to Changjiao's honor? "Yuding, sit down and let Lingbao finish his account," Guang Chengxi interjected. He too was furious, yet as eldest brother he tempered his temper with reserve. Grand Master Lingbao collected himself and began. "The matter is as follows. I led my disciples." For nearly an hour Grand Master Lingbao recounted the events from beginning to end with painstaking care, even producing his Kongtong seal for inspection. A sesame seed-sized chip marked the Kongtong seal, and upon close scrutiny it could be seen as the mark of a fist. Was this struck by Zhao Gongming? Guang Chengxi took the Kongtong seal from Grand Master Lingbao and asked. "Yes. I do not know what art he cultivates." His body flashed with golden radiance like that of a gilded strongman. "With a single punch he sent my Kongtong seal flying. Had I not pulled back some of my power, I fear I would have perished." At the memory of that duel with Zhao Gongming, Grand Master Lingbao could not help casting his mind back in fright. All the way home Lingbao had been puzzled. How could Zhao Gongming with but one blow have sent his Kongtong seal flying? Only upon returning to Yushu Palace did a thought occur to him, that of a concealed cultivation. Judging from the force that struck the Kongtong seal, Zhao Gongming's attainment must be at least latest Tai Golden Immortal, perhaps even that of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Guang Chengxi fell into thought for a moment, then turned to Yuding and asked, "Yuding, what is your view?" In the days before Changjiao and Jiejiao separated, Yuding often sparred with Zhao Gongming. At that time their cultivations were comparable, though Yuding's insight was superior and he frequently prevailed. After the schism and Yuding's ascent to the Luo Golden Immortal, he had not seen Zhao Gongming again. Yuding understood the question implicit in Guang Chengxi's tone. He considered and replied, "Zhao Gongming is ordinarily reclusive and devoted to cultivation. He seldom socializes. I do not believe he could reach the Deluo Golden Immortal realm by natural means. First, his constitution is lacking, his feet are not firm, his Fuyuan insufficient. Tai Golden Immortal may well be his utmost limit. I believe the issue likely lies in his method of cultivation." Yuding's assessment was measured and sharply perceptive. Had Xiao Fan not appeared, Zhao Gongming would probably have remained at Tai Golden Immortal and met a calamitous end. Grand Master Lingbao's brows tightened. "What you say is fair, senior brother, but consider this: the Kongtong seal is only a replica fashioned after the Fantian seal, its potency no more than 1,000th of the Fantians. Could any of our senior brothers with a single punch fling a Kongtong seal tens of thousands of li and wound my spirit?" Those words struck both Guang Chengxi and Yuding with a weight they had not previously considered. With their present attainments, evading a Kongtong seal would not be difficult, even resisting it with a technique would be possible. But to strike it and send it sailing 10,000 li by a single fist, that is beyond what either of them could claim to accomplish. I do not possess such power. Senior brother, could you send a Kongtong seal flying with a single punch? Yuding thought for a moment and then hastened to deny it. Beyond the 33rd heaven, amidst a vast chaos, a purple palace stood, its surface etched with countless Tao patterns. This was the Xiao Palace. Within the Xiao Palace 6 figures sat in order, each with a blurred visage, their bodies adorned with swirling Tao patterns that transformed into birds and beasts, emitted rumbling sounds, shifted through the myriad forms of the world, and finally returned to chaos. These 5 men and 1 woman were none other than the 6 sages of heaven and earth summoned by the Tao ancestor Hongjuan Taisheng Laojuan Yuanshi Tianzuan Tongtian Jiaozhu goddess Niwa Saint Juanti and Saint Jane. After an unknown span of time, these phenomena gradually faded and the 6 opened their eyes simultaneously. It was evident they had been debating the Tao, and from their expressions each had gained some insight. At that moment, one emaciated figure, thin and frail, holding a 7 treasures tree, suddenly spoke. "Senior brother Taisheng, do you know why our teacher has summoned us here?" The speaker was none other than Junti, one of the 2 sages of the West. Taisheng Laojun shook his head, indicating ignorance. Though he had speculated the signs were exceedingly vague. Yet based on Taisheng Laojun's conjecture, this matter was unlikely to be trivial. Usually each pursued their own Tao in solitude, only momentous events brought them together. As Junti, undeterred, prepared to consult Yuanshi Tianzuan, the hall suddenly brimmed with Tao resonance. Divine patterns emerged and a figure visible yet imperceptible appeared in the great hall. The 6 rose simultaneously from their cushions and intoned in unison, "We welcome our teacher." The arrival was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. "Be seated." After the 6 had taken their places, Taisheng Laojun inquired, "Teacher, what urgent matter has prompted you to summon us?" The Tao ancestor Hongjuan, his expression serene and voice indifferent, declared, "Since Pangu separated heaven and earth, 2 immeasurable calamities have befallen this realm. A 3rd is now imminent. I have called you here to deliberate on a strategy to confront it." "What? A 3rd immeasurable calamity?" As the 6 sages of heaven and earth, they were meant to remain unperturbed by events devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet at the words immeasurable calamity, even the most composed Taisheng Laojun could not help but furrow his brow. The first 2 immeasurable calamities had caused them immense suffering. The first was the Dragonhan primordial calamity, where the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans clashed for the world's fortunes, nearly shattering the entire primordial world. The second was the catastrophe of the Wu and Yao, where the Yao and Wu tribes fought for dominion over the world, throwing the primordial world into chaos and shattering the western lands. Now, hearing from Tao ancestor Hongjun that a 3rd immeasurable calamity was approaching, how could their hearts remain still? Each calamity had claimed countless billions of lives. "Teacher, how should we confront this immeasurable calamity?" Once again the ever-calm Taisheng Laojun posed the question. The others, now recovered from their shock, awaited the Tao ancestor's clear answer. "Canonization of the gods." The Tao ancestor Hongjun's reply was simple, just 2 words. "We beseech you, teacher, to explain what this canonization of the gods entails." Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke. "Since the catastrophe of the Wu and Yao, the Yao have retreated from the primordial world. Haoyan reigns as the Lord of heaven and earth, yet the 365 constellations of the heavens are unattended and the 6 paths of reincarnation remain imperfect. Deities must be appointed to oversee the stars and perfect the heavenly Tao." The Tao ancestor Hongjun spoke with an impassive face. "Shall this calamity be borne by one or shared by all?" asked the gaunt-faced Saint Jane. Jian's thoughts were simple. If one were to bear the burden, he must plead the West's plight to the teacher. If shared, he would strive to ensure it did not unfold in the West again, for the Western lands could no longer endure conflict. Should another conflict erupt, the entire West would be reduced to nothing. Hence his question. This calamity is a tribulation for the immortals. All beings, whether from the human Chan Jiao or Western teachings, are within its scope and none can escape. Having spoken, the Tao ancestor Hongjun waved his hand and a scroll suffused with azure light materialized before the 6 sages. "Is this the artifact for the canonization of the gods?" Gazing at the scroll, Yuanshi Tianzuan inquired, "How is the canonization to be conducted, and where shall the one who enacts it go?" "Karma and retribution run rampant through heaven and earth. Those with profound blessings may embrace the great Tao. Those with shallow roots shall see their physical forms dissolve, and their true spirits shall enter this scroll to complete the canonization." The Tao ancestor Hongjun stated calmly. "What? Physical dissolution? That meant annihilation?" Hearing this, Taisheng Laojun grew frantic. He had only one disciple. If that disciple were enshrined on the list of gods, his human teaching would be finished. "Teacher, your disciple has but one student, Xiandu. He absolutely cannot be placed on this list of gods, or else the human teaching I have established would have no one to carry it forward. I beg for your mercy." After speaking, Taisheng Laojun knelt directly. Before the Tao ancestor Hongjun could consent or refuse, Xunti rapidly prostrated himself as well. Teacher, the Western lands have not recovered since the catastrophe of the Wu and Yao. We cannot even find a single worthy disciple. I implore you not to include the West in this. As Xunti spoke, he even squeezed out a few tears, projecting an air of pitiful helplessness. Yet every one of those present was a sage of heaven and earth, and they saw through Xunti's little scheme with utter clarity. The canonization of the gods in flattering terms meant that one's true spirit would be immortalized on the list of gods coexisting with heaven and earth. In harsher terms, it was imprisonment, eternal confinement with no hope of advancement or release. Had not each of them carefully selected and meticulously taught their disciples? Hearing Xunti abandon all dignity to protect his disciples from enshrinement, the other 5 could not help but feel contempt. Then Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, Teacher, my disciples are all blessed with profound fortune and deep roots. They deserve the blessings of heaven and must never be placed on the list of gods. In my view, it is fitting for the disciples of junior brother Tong Tian to ascend this list. His followers are all those with fur and horns born from moisture and eggs, and most are remnants of the Yao tribe. They are naturally suited for the list. Having spoken, Yuanshi Tianzuan cast a sidelong glance at Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Tong Tian Jiaozhu was not skilled in rhetoric. He had intended to speak earlier but was preempted by Taisheng Laojun and Zhuanti. He thought he could speak after Yuanshi Tianzuan finished. Yet to his surprise, Yuanshi Tianzuan not only failed to speak well of him but now wanted to consign all his disciples to the list of gods. This infuriated him. Second senior brother, we are here to jointly discuss the matter of canonization. The teacher has not yet spoken. Why should none of your disciples be listed while all of mine must be enshrined? What is the reasoning? Tong Tian Jiaozhu had long known that Yuanshi Tianzuan looked down on him. In a fit of pique, he had left to found the Jia teaching, hoping to avoid conflict between the brothers. Third junior brother, I say this for your own good. Your followers are all Yao remnants of the catastrophe of the Wu and Yao. Enshrining their true spirits on the list is a fortunate thing. You must know that their roots are mostly shallow and their blessings are meager. I do this for your benefit. Do not misunderstand me. Yuanshi Tianzuan explained with a serious expression. Before Tong Tian Jiaozhu could respond, Taisheng Laojun interjected, Third junior brother, when you founded your teaching I advised you to be meticulous in selecting disciples and not to accept everyone. Second junior brother's 12 golden immortals all have profound roots and endless blessings. In contrast, your followers are all those with fur and horns born from moisture and eggs. Among them are many remnants of the Yao tribe. Had I not considered your eagerness to establish your teaching, I would have driven these Yao remnants out of the primordial world long ago. There would be no more. Before Taisheng Laojun could finish, a cold snort rang out from the side. It was Goddess Niwa displeased. She herself was of Yao origin and believed that the catastrophe of the Wu and Yao could not be entirely blamed on the Yao tribe. Taisheng Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan, with their constant references to Yao remnants, those with fur and horns and those born from moisture and eggs, had greatly irritated Goddess Niwa. Had it not been for the teacher's presence and this being his domain, she would have debated the Tao with them. A cold snort silenced the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Laozi. Though no apology was offered to the Goddess Niwa, his silence was already a rare concession given the karmic ties that still bound them. The Goddess Niwa, through her creation of humanity from the primal mud, had accrued immense merit witnessed by heaven and earth, elevating her to the status of a sage. Laozi in turn founded the human sect to enlighten the race, thereby also attaining sagehood. Moreover, with the Goddess Niwa having no disciples, only serving children, if she were truly determined to scheme against his disciple Xuandu, Laozi was uncertain of his ability to protect him. The primordial heavenly venerate Yuanshi Tianzuan also heard Niwa's snort, but chose to feign ignorance. This was no time to contest the dignity of sages. The very survival of their teachings hung in the balance, making even offending the Goddess Niwa a necessary risk. Second senior brother, regardless of the circumstances, my disciples still belong to the Xian sect. If you insist on sending them to the investiture of the gods, then this divine appointment is better left undone. The heavenly venerate of the Wei Tong Tian Jiaozhu was also seething with rage. The human race was already claimed by your human sect Laozi, while those with deep roots and profound blessings were taken by you Yuanshi Tianzuan. It was agreed that the three of us would jointly enlighten the world, yet both of you pursued your own agendas, leaving me neglected. Now that a scapegoat is needed, you expect my disciples to bear the burden. Where in the world is there such a fine bargain? How unreasonable! Is this how you speak to your elder brother? Back then I and our elder brother repeatedly advised you. But you were determined to forge your own path, so we allowed you to venture forth. Now with a magnificent opportunity before you, instead of thanking us, you dare to defy me to my face. Turning to the Tao ancestor Honghuang, he said, I implore the teacher to decide. Let the disciples of third junior brother ascend the investiture list, thus mitigating this calamity's devastation upon the land. No matter how they quarreled, the Tao ancestor Honghuang remained impassive, speaking calmly, all living beings of heaven and earth are eligible for the list. Heaven and earth will determine who ascends, for fate is already decreed. With these words his form dissolved within the purple firmament palace. We respectfully bid the teacher farewell. Seeing the Tao ancestor depart, the others quickly rose to see him off. Taoist Tongtian, in my humble view this matter is not entirely detrimental. Why not acquiesce to the will of Taoist Yuanshi? The disciples of the Chan sect are few, while yours are as numerous as oxen. Throughout the primordial wilderness, who does not know that your esteemed sect boasts the honor of 10,000 immortals paying court? Sending 365 individuals would not diminish your foundation. Xunti's words left Tang Tian Jiaozhu stunned. He knew that before Xunti journeyed to the west, the man was shameless, with a face thick enough to withstand the attacks of all the stars. Now he truly grasped the meaning of shamelessness is invincibility. Xunti's words struck a chord with Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had always envied Tangshan's honor of 10,000 immortals paying court. Now it seemed this honor was better discarded, as Xunti had used it here, a spectacle indeed. At this moment Tang Tian Jiaozhu was at a loss for words. The Jia sect indeed had the reputation of 10,000 immortals paying court, but many of those who came were not actually disciples, they merely attended his lectures. His true disciples numbered very few. His first disciple Xiao Fan, second disciple Duobao Doran, and Zhao Gongming among others totaled only 9 personal disciples. If all were sent to the investiture list, what would he have left? As one of the 6 sages, if he could not even protect his own disciples, allowing their bodies to perish and their true spirits to enter the investiture list, then how could he face the world to preach his Tao? Just as Tang Tian Jiaozhu was about to erupt in curses, the ever-silent Taoist Jane spoke, my junior brother Xunti's words are somewhat off the mark. Taoist Tang Tian may have many disciples, but he must preserve his foundation. Therefore he need only contribute the majority, while Taoist Yuanshi's disciples may offer fewer. This way harmony can be preserved, and we can. Silence. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to the exasperated Tang Tian Jiaozhu, the other to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tang Tian Jiaozhu had reached his limit, while Yuanshi Tianzuan realized that Jieyin and Xunti harbored ulterior motives. One appeared to support him in sending the Jia sect disciples to the list, but in reality sought to benefit the Western sect. The other, Jieyin, was even more despicable. Ostensibly urging compromise and peaceful resolution, his true intent was to incite conflict, allowing the Western sect to flourish. His malicious scheme was hard to guard against. Hearing Tang Tian Jiaozhu utter the same words as him, Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his head away, ignoring Tang Tian. Xunti, your venomous scheme is despicable. Does your Western sect seek to dominate the East? Tang Tian Jiaozhu stared darkly at Xunti. Xunti quickly denied the accusation. Even if he harbored such intentions, he could not voice them. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had just been at odds with Tongtian, now fixed their gazes upon him. If he admitted it, it would be 3 against 2. He and Jieyin were not yet a match for the 3 brothers. We harbor no such thoughts. We merely offer a suggestion. Whether to accept it is entirely a matter among you fellow disciples. Our Western sect dwells in a barren land devoid of spiritual energy and great talents. That realm suffices for our development. How can we covet the East? Humph. Seeing Xunti relent, Tang Tian Jiaozhu did not press further. He fixed his gaze on Yuanshi Tianzuan and declared, none of my disciples shall ascend the list. If you senior brother wish to scheme, let us settle this by our own means. With those words his form calmly vanished from the purple firmament palace. After Tongshen's departure, the goddess Nuwa cast a glance at the remaining four, then returned silently to her own palace, the Nuwa Palace. Having achieved their goal of sowing discord, Zhuanti and Jian bid farewell to Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, then returned to their own western abodes. Only Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan remained in the Purple Firmament Palace. After a long silence, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke. "Elder brother, what do you think should be done now? This matter requires careful calculation. We are all of the three pure ones. Now our third junior brother, disregarding fraternal bonds, acts willfully. His disciples are mostly those with fur horns born from moisture or eggs, truly a stain on the reputation of our Xian sect. As his elder brothers, we must guide him back to the righteous path." With that, Laozi's form also vanished from the Purple Firmament Palace. Having secured Laozi's approval, Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed heartily 3 times, then disappeared from the Purple Firmament Palace, returning to his own abode, the Jade Void Palace. Xiao Fan was unaware of the Tao ancestor Hongjun's instructions to the sages, for he was too busy to rest. Ever since Qiu Shouxian and Jing Guangxian came to him seeking a cultivation method suitable for them, Xiao Fan had been tirelessly pondering how to write a scripture that everyone could practice. If he continued at his current pace, the investiture war would be long over before all his disciples could cultivate. What use would the scripture be then? Thus Xiao Fan made a decisive choice. He would write only one scripture, the Tomb of the Gods. This scripture contained numerous techniques, each incredibly powerful. He also incorporated methods from other texts, making it suitable for many to practice. After writing the final stroke, he transmitted a message to Qiu Shouxian, who had been waiting outside the main hall for a long time. "Junior brother Qiu Shouyu and Jing Guangxian come to the main hall to see me." Since Xiao Fan promised Qiu Shouxian a dedicated scripture, the latter had not left the square of the Bio Palace main hall, waiting there with Jing Guangxian. By the time Qiu Shouxian's lion mane had grown back, Xiao Fan still had not finished. Just as they were discussing whether to seek out the senior brother again, a summons came to the main hall. This filled Qiu Shouxian with both excitement and regret. He was thrilled that the senior brother had finally finished, but regretted ever feeling impatient with the senior brother's tireless efforts. Qiu Shouxian slapped himself before hastily entering the main hall. Jing Guangxian, not understanding why but trusting his second brother's actions, also slapped himself. What would Jing Guangxian think if he knew he had slapped himself for no reason? Qiu Shouxian took the novel from Xiao Fan's hands with excitement, his eyes gleaming at the golden book cover. The books he had read before all had black covers. The senior brother had once said he would write a book specifically for him. This must be it. The senior brother had indeed kept his word. After thanking Xiao Fan, Qiu Shouxian and Jing Guangxian hurried off without going anywhere else, heading straight to the valley to read together with their other 5 brothers. Opening the book, the words, "My Perfect World," appeared before them. This was the book Xiao Fan had just finished writing. It not only contained the original content but also incorporated techniques from the Shrouding the Heavens series, the Ethereal Journey series, and various other novels. This way everyone could read one book and comprehend more techniques. Now Xiao Fan had only one thought: to finish all the novels he had previously abandoned. He had discovered that the rewards from a completed book were immense, the magical power granted was amplified tenfold, and he could also acquire the corresponding techniques. The combined benefits were far beyond what any abandoned novel could offer. "I am the 9-life immortal king suppressing the lands of eternity. Since the heavenly Tao does not allow my 9-headed golden lion clan to survive, I shall shatter the heavens and pierce this realm to carve a future for my kin." These opening words left Qiu Shouxian utterly stunned. Defy the heavenly Tao? Wasn't that suicide? Who was the heavenly Tao? It was the Tao ancestor, the current Hongjun. Had the senior brother lost his mind? Jing Guangxian, reading alongside Qiu Shouxian, also turned pale, his lips trembling. Second brother, should we keep reading? Qiu Shouxian, having a steadier mind than Jing Guangxian, gritted his teeth and said, "Read. Why not? This is just a novel, not a call for us to defy the heavenly Tao. What's there to fear?" Though a flicker of fear stirred within him, he was after all Jing Guangxian's second brother and had to put up a stronger front. Scolded by Qiu Shouxian, Jing Guangxian thought it over. It was just a novel, not a real rebellion against the heavenly Tao. Why couldn't they read it? The nine-headed golden lion as the mount of Honghuang in My Perfect World was undeniably powerful, especially when its 9 heads merged to shake heaven and earth. In its lifetime, the nine-headed golden lion had only been defeated once, and that too by none other than the protagonist Honghuang. Without the protagonists, Aura Honghuang would have been devoured by the lion countless times. Yet the nine-headed golden lion was also pitiable. In its first clash with Honghuang it lost, and Honghuang chopped off its 4 heads to make braised lion head. Later, due to various circumstances, they turned from enemies to friends, swore brotherhood, and became sworn brothers. But that brother ended up treating it as a mount, truly tragic. So this is how I can cultivate, calm the mind, still the heart, and manifest the Lion King's divine power. The book had Xiao Fan alternately jumping up in fury and sighing with envy over brotherly bonds, leaving Jin Guangxian unsure whether to watch the book or Xiao Shuxian's antics, unable to immerse himself in reading. Xiao Fan, however, shouted fiercely and cursed boldly, yet his entire being entered a mysterious state. When the book was finished, Xiao Fan roared to the heavens, his voice like thunderbolts shattering the drifting clouds into fragments. A colossal figure appeared in the sky, a lion entirely golden as if forged from gold, but with a peculiar appearance. It had 9 heads. Thighs. Second brother has comprehended the 10 great ferocious techniques of the 9-headed golden lion. Jin Guangxian, unable to continue reading due to Xiao Shuxian's antics, stared blankly at the scene before him. What technique is this? How can it be so powerful? The others sitting by the thatched hut in the valley were equally stunned like Jin Guangxian, gazing at the spectacle. Second brother, truly remarkable to comprehend this divine power. From now on, the path to the 9 gates of the Tao is secure and the position of quasi-sage is assured. Wu Yunxian, awakened by the sight, spoke enviously as he looked at the 9-headed golden lion standing in the sky. After receiving the book from Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan and Jin Guangxian went straight to the thatched hut in the southern valley, not anywhere else. Though among the 7 attendants of the immortals, only Xiao Fan and Jin Guangxian had not yet obtained techniques. The techniques gained by the other brothers were not exceptionally powerful, merely enhancing their cultivation. Seeing Xiao Fan acquire the 10 ferocious treasure arts, Jin Guangxian was deeply envious, but envy was useless. Only self-reliance could lead to comprehension. Just then Jin Guangxian felt a surge of heat in his body, and a crimson figure appeared behind him. The figure resembled a wolf, yet somewhat like a fox, with 9 tails intertwining and writhing like dragons. Is this the abyss 9D pound? Heavens! Another 10 ferocious technique? Thighs! This is too incredible. How much time had passed? From the moment Xiao Fan brought back the book to their breakthroughs, only half a day had passed. Many hadn't even read much of the book, yet these 2 had already comprehended the 10 ferocious techniques. This made many envy their fortune. It seems both junior brothers are blessed with deep fortune and will surely attain the path of quasi-sage in the future. Though it's astonishing, Wu Yunxian harbored no other thoughts. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in himself, but rather had faith in the senior brother, believing he had prepared even better techniques for him. Just then Wu Yunxian felt a sudden tension in his body, and a phantom appeared behind him. It was a winged fish swimming freely in the void, and with its movement all the stars around it shattered. Big brother has comprehended the Kunpeng technique. Jin Guxian Ma Sui stammered. The Kunpeng technique comprehended by Wu Yunxian was naturally different from the Kunpeng of the primordial era. His technique came from the Kunpeng in My Perfect World. The Kunpeng of the primordial era soared only 90,000 li. In contrast, the Kunpeng technique of the perfect world represented vastness and billions of stars. Without the heart to embrace billions of stars, how could one cultivate this Kunpeng technique? As Wu Yunxian breathed, a brilliant star drifted with him. When he opened his eyes, billions of stars all returned to the body of the Kunpeng behind him. Subsequently, Jin Guxian, Ma Sui Pai Lu Xian, Ling Yi Xian and Chang'er Ding Guang Xian each comprehended one of the 10 ferocious techniques. Jin Guxian Ma Sui comprehended the undying phoenix nirvana art. Once this art was cultivated to its peak, everything could be set ablaze, and it also allowed rebirth through nirvana at the brink of death, perfect for Jin Guxian's cultivation. Ling Yi Xian comprehended the divine elephant hell force, an immensely powerful technique. At its peak it would generate 48 trillion divine elephant forces within the body, making no one surpass him in strength, and even splitting heaven and earth might become possible. Seeing the others gain such excellent techniques, Shingongbao sitting nearby grew somewhat anxious. Though he was also a nominal disciple, his identity was more awkward than the others. Having once been a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan before defecting to Tongtian Jiaozhu, this background made him unable to hold his head high in the presence of many. He had hoped to comprehend a powerful technique to establish a foothold in the Jia sect, but after reading countless novels he hadn't comprehended a single technique. This made him wonder, was the senior brother doing this on purpose? But he quickly dismissed that thought. Given the senior brother's level of cultivation, why would he need to target him specifically? Even if the senior brother struck him dead on the spot, no one would say a word, and even the master might not bother to ask. After giving the book to Qiu Shouxian, Xiao Fan sat in the hall meditating. On one hand he sought to relieve his weary mind, on the other he pondered which book to complete next. He had abandoned so many novels that finishing them all in a short time was impossible. He could only complete a portion. Just then a system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! System prompt: Wuyan Xian has finished reading the complete version of My Perfect World. Host receives a tenfold increase in magical power. Ding! System prompt: Xiao Shouxian has finished reading the complete version of My Perfect World. Host receives a tenfold increase in magical power. Ding! System prompt: Wuyan Xian has comprehended the Kunpin technique from My Perfect World. Host receives a 100-fold increase in magical power and acquires the Great Thousand World Perfect Art. A cascade of notification sounds sent Xiao Fan's magical power skyrocketing like a rocket, surging upward until a soft click echoed. This made Xiao Fan feel his body loosen, as if a chick had broken through its eggshell, revealing newfound perceptions of the world before him. Have I actually reached the early stage of quasi-sage? With a brief sensation, Xiao Fan knew his current cultivation level. For others to reach quasi-sage they needed great fortune, immense perseverance, and a profound foundation, among other things, to attain that realm. But compared to them, Xiao Fan felt fortunate. Over the past few months he had done nothing but write a novel, effortlessly reaching the quasi-sage realm. If other cultivators found out, wouldn't they be furious? Whether others were furious or not, the primordial heavenly venerable didn't know, but he was about to go mad. After discussing the canonization of the gods with Lord Laozi, the primordial heavenly venerable returned to the Jade Void Palace on Mount Kunlun. He intended to urgently summon his disciples to convey the decree of the Tao ancestor Hongjun regarding the canonization, urging them to cultivate diligently to avoid their physical bodies dissolving and their true spirits ascending the list of canonization. But the moment he returned sweeping with his divine sense, he found Guangchengzi Red Essence, Tai Zhenren, and Lingbao Grandmaster sitting in the main hall, their faces full of distress. Moreover, Lingbao Grandmaster was coughing incessantly, clearly showing signs of severe injury. Could it be that they were injured while sparring among fellow disciples? That was impossible, because sparring usually involved disciples of similar cultivation levels, and those of higher realms wouldn't strike so heavily. As for lower-level disciples, they couldn't possibly harm someone of Lingbao's caliber. Senior brother, what should we do now? Lingbao Grandmaster spoke after a cough. The group had been discussing countermeasures but couldn't find a good solution. Guangchengzi had just admitted that he couldn't punch the Kongtong seal away, let alone leave a fist mark on it. Although Guangchengzi was reluctant to say this, he didn't want his misjudgment to cost the lives of his junior brothers in the future. In my opinion, we should wait for the master's return before making a decision. Tai Zhenren, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Tai Zhenren's concern was not unfounded. Lingbao Grandmaster's status was essentially equal to Zhao Gongming's, who previously their cultivation levels were similar, but now Zhao Gongming could easily defeat Lingbao Grandmaster with just one punch. What did this indicate? It showed that the Jia sect, though seemingly gentle on the surface, was actually not to be underestimated. Seeing that no one spoke, Tai Zhenren continued, when the master left he told us to guard the Dao field and gave no other instructions. It was our decision to lead the disciples on a training expedition. Now that injuries have occurred, if we go again and something happens to the disciples, how will we explain to the master when he returns? Tai Zhenren's words plunged everyone into silence. It was like two children fighting. Losing meant you could go home and tell your parents, but if you started the fight lost and even got your face disfigured, how could you face your parents? It was truly shameful and hard to speak of. What do you need to explain to me? Seeing the primordial heavenly venerable suddenly appear in the hall, everyone quickly knelt and bowed. Disciple Guangchengzi Yuding Lingbao Taiyi pays respects to the master. Rise. I have just returned and heard you have matters to report. What is it? Could it be that even Guangchengzi cannot handle it? The primordial heavenly venerable asked as he took his seat at the head. As the senior disciple, Guangchengzi naturally had to speak first. He stepped forward and said to the primordial heavenly venerable, during your absence I and the other senior brothers decided to have a disciple lead the third generation disciples on a training expedition. That is naturally a good thing. As their senior brother, you have the authority to decide. Could it be that the training encountered an insurmountable problem? Indeed. Then Guangchengzi recounted how he had sent Lingbao Grand Master for the training and how Lingbao had been driven back, detailing everything. Where there were ambiguities, Lingbao Grand Master added supplementary explanations. However, when mentioning the carp spirit, Guangchengzi did not say it was a gatekeeper disciple but claimed that the Jia sect had specially dispatched elite third-generation disciples, which led to the injuries of Yang Jian Earth Traveler Sun and others. As for Lingbao Grand Master's injury, he recounted it fully. Show me your Kongtong seal. After listening, the primordial heavenly venerable requested to see the seal. Lingbao Grand Master removed the Kongtong seal from his waist and handed it to the primordial heavenly venerable. As one of the 6 sages of heaven and earth, his insight naturally surpassed that of his disciples. With a single glance he spotted the problem. Lingbao, tell me the truth. Was this indeed struck by Zhao Gongming? Lingbao Grand Master stepped forward, knelt and said, Yes, Master. This was indeed done by Zhao Gongming. This disciple speaks not a single false word. Zhao Gongming, the primordial heavenly venerable, had seen before a wisp of clear wind that had cultivated into a spirit. But from the fist imprint on the Kongtong seal, it was clearly made by physical force, and the shape of the imprint showed it was purely from bodily strength without a trace of magical power. How was this possible? Since the 3 brothers attained sainthood, they had all focused on refining qi. Though there were differences, they were not far apart. The senior brother Lord Laozi cultivated the way of non-action, he himself cultivated the supreme purity way, and the junior brother Tongtian Jiaozhu cultivated the way of slaughter. Lingbao, keep the Kongtong seal with me for now. Go and recuperate. The primordial heavenly venerable said after a moment of contemplation. As you command. Then he addressed Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi, temporarily take charge of the Jade Void Palace on my behalf. Intensify the disciples' training and do not waste time. All of you assist your senior brother in managing the Jade Void Palace. You may leave. After bowing, they turned and left in succession. Looking at the Kongtong seal before him, the primordial heavenly venerable let out a cold sneer. Just moments ago, while chatting with his disciples, he had calculated Zhao Gongming's fate, but the result was nothing at all. Given his current level of cultivation, he could even calculate a thing or two about other sages, provided they did not deliberately conceal themselves. Yet when he tried to calculate a second-generation disciple, he found nothing. This piqued the primordial heavenly venerable's curiosity. The primordial heavenly venerable sat cross-legged, and instantly Tao patterns appeared around him. Golden lotuses surged, interwoven Tao rhythms emerged, and order runes floated around him. Just as the primordial heavenly venerable began to calculate, Zhao Gongming, Xiao Fan, who had been writing his novel, suddenly felt unwell, as if something bad was about to happen. He had just broken through to the quasi-sage realm, making him the foremost figure beneath the sages in this primordial world. There should be nothing to unsettle him, yet the palpitation he felt was beyond words. Xiao Fan was not the only one astonished. The primordial heavenly venerable sitting in the Jade Void Palace was equally shocked. He could only calculate Zhao Gongming's past deeds. The events of the past 2 months were void, and when he tried to forcefully deduce, the heavenly Tao interfered. Such a thing could not possibly happen with a third-generation disciple. This phenomenon only occurred when deducing a sage's fate. How could it appear with a third-generation disciple? The primordial heavenly venerable had seen Zhao Gongming before. Though he had some foundation, his fortune was not deep, and the golden immortal realm was the highest he could achieve. That was the judgment the primordial heavenly venerable had given upon seeing Zhao Gongming earlier. But now when he looked at Zhao Gongming anew, he could not discern the depth of his fortune. Though his foundation was still visible, it appeared hazy, as if it could change at any moment. As Tongtian Jiaozhu hurried back eager to preach to his disciples and elevate their cultivation so they could survive the canonization war and avoid death and the enshrinement of their true spirits on the list of canonization. But when Tongtian Jiaozhu returned to the Green Turin Palace, his divine sense detected the presence of a quasi-sage in the main hall, someone he was very familiar with. Inside the southern valley of Golden Ao Island, Duobao Daoist had been sitting cross-legged by the cliff for over a month, surrounded by an oppressive aura of heaven and earth, with thunder and lightning flashing. When the Dao patterns appeared above, a lightning bolt resembling a golden dragon struck down, landing directly on Duobao Daoist. The first bolt made his body tremble, but he straightened up again. The second bolt made him lean slightly forward. Each successive bolt was more powerful than the last, containing twice the lightning force. By the time the ninth bolt appeared, the entire sky was indistinguishable from anything else, completely filled with golden lightning. Duobao Daoist was now barely alive, his eyes occasionally moving slightly. He was deeply unwilling to give up so close to success. Half a month earlier, Xiao Fan had completed My Perfect World, a book filled with numerous cultivation techniques. Its brilliant content made Duobao Daoist envious. Although the first technique Duobao Daoist obtained was powerful compared to those in My Perfect World, it was far inferior. When he saw that Qishou Immortal, Golden Immortal, and others had all acquired the 10 great divine techniques, Duobao Daoist had no choice but to read My Perfect World for a third time. If he still failed, he would have to give up. Just as Duobao Daoist thought he would never obtain the 10 great forbidden techniques, a thunderclap roared within his body. This was the forbidden technique that the peerless emperor obtained at his most unfortunate moment. At that time the emperor had lost all his cultivation, many old friends abandoned him, and his lovers feared him like a beast. Thus in his despair the peerless emperor created this foremost killing technique, the thunderous art. An ordinary person might give up after 2 readings, thinking they lacked the fate. But Duobao Daoist insisted on reading it a third time and thus obtained this supreme forbidden art. The other immortals wanted to help but dared not intervene. First, because this was Duobao Daoist's opportunity and rash action might ruin it. Second, the overwhelming power of heaven and earth's thunder was too formidable. Most immortals of the Jia sect were mountain spirits and wild beasts who cultivated to become immortals, instinctively fearing the might of heaven and earth. This is why the Chan sect's foundation was stronger than the Jia sect's. Am I going to die like this? I refuse to accept it. Duobao Daoist screamed inwardly. The first 8 golden dragon lightning bolts had consumed the last of his spiritual energy. It was already remarkable that he could maintain a human form. According to his estimation, the 9th golden dragon lightning bolt would surely annihilate him. Just then a passage appeared in his mind. I kill the heavens, annihilate the earth, to break the cage. I fight for only one person. At that thought, Xiao Fan's image appeared in Duobao Daoist's mind. Suddenly he felt an influx of spiritual energy, though he didn't know where it came from. This energy seemed to materialize out of nowhere, rapidly healing Duobao Daoist's body until it was fully restored, then vanished. The golden dragon lightning bolt, which had been gathering in the sky, now crashed down fiercely upon Duobao Daoist. Come on! I will surely subdue you. The previously weakened Duobao Daoist rose from the ground and faced the golden dragon lightning. They collided violently in midair and a blinding white light exploded between them. The surrounding immortals all closed their eyes. After a long while they could hear again and slowly opened their eyes. The golden dragon lightning was dissipating, or rather it was gathering behind Duobao Daoist, merging into the golden dragon lightning sea behind him. Senior brother Duobao has actually cultivated the thunderous divine art. This is too amazing. This is the supreme divine art, ranked first in My Perfect World. But why can't I sense senior brother Duobao's aura anymore? At this reminder, everyone's expression changed. Though Duobao Daoist stood in midair and was visible when they probed with divine sense, they saw nothing, only a void. Zhao Gongming, standing among the crowd, showed an envious expression and suddenly spoke, "Congratulations, senior brother Duobao, for taking another step closer to the Quasi-Saint realm." "What? Closer to the Quasi-Saint? Has he reached the great Luo Golden Immortal realm?" Ignoring the murmurs below, Duobao Daoist comprehended the Tao within himself, trying to find the source of the sudden spiritual energy. But he found nothing, only sensing that something new had appeared in his body, though he couldn't identify it. Since he couldn't find it, Duobao Daoist stopped searching and decided to ask his senior brother later. What Duobao Daoist didn't know was that a seed had sprouted within him, not an ordinary seed but his inner world. It was so tiny that it was hard to detect. When he reached the Quasi-Saint level, he would find this seed and create his own realm. When he could create a world that became its own realm, that would be when he attained sagehood. But that was a story for later. When Duobao Daoist acquired the thunderous forbidden art, many rejoiced for him. His strength also meant the Jia sect grew stronger. How could they not be happy? But one person was displeased: Shengongbao. He had read every novel Xiao Fan wrote, but gained nothing. This wasn't entirely Shengongbao's fault, as his identity was different from other disciples. After the calamity of the Wu and Yao tribes, some demons retreated from the primordial world, but others stayed to seek opportunities. Shengongbao was among them. When Tongtian Jiaozhu founded the Jia sect with the principle of teaching without discrimination, accepting anyone regardless of background, many demons joined directly. But Shengongbao thought differently. He believed the demons' failure in the calamity was due to their lack of fortune. If he continued with them, he would surely perish. So he chose another path, becoming a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan. He couldn't become a formal disciple, only a nominal one. Initially, everyone treated Shengongbao well, but over time they found him sycophantic and lazy in cultivation. Eventually no one bothered with him. Shengongbao didn't care, believing that if he performed well, Yuanshi Tianzuan would accept him as a personal disciple. But he was expelled from the sect before achieving his dream. As a discarded disciple with no other options, he had to join the Jia sect. At first he behaved well, but soon his old habits returned. He disliked cultivation, talked too much, and sowed discord. If not for the Jia sect's principle of teaching without discrimination, Shengongbao would have been expelled a second time. Xiao Fan didn't know or care about Shengongbao's thoughts. Just now a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him. But then he recognized the person. It was Tongtian Jiaozhu, who had just returned. "Master, why have you come back? This disciple missed you dearly." Xiao Fan quickly knelt, but was lifted by a powerful force before his knees touched the ground. "No need for formalities, my disciple. I haven't truly returned yet. This is just a divine thought projection of mine meant to deliver a message." Tongtian Jiaozhu spoke. It turned out that Tongtian Jiaozhu feared his disciple would be caught off guard and drawn into the investiture of the gods, so he sent a divine thought to warn him. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who returned to Kunlun Mountain's Yushu Palace, did the same. Though it was just a divine thought, it could be considered a clone, albeit far weaker than their true bodies. Though the divine thought avatar of the heavenly sovereign possessed only a tenth of the original's magical power, his insight and cultivation realm remained unchanged. From the moment he returned to the Azure Turin Palace, he began sweeping his divine sense across the entire palace, discovering that the number of disciples cultivating now far exceeded those during his own time, and many were training together in groups. Moreover, dozens of auras had already reached the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, while a few were on the verge of touching the Quasi-Sage realm. This made the heavenly sovereign abandon his original plan of taking a quick glance and then returning. In just a few short months since Xiao Fan took charge of the Jia sect, the entire sect had undergone earth-shattering changes. Those who were once Tai Golden Immortals had now become Great Luo Golden Immortals, and a select few had even brushed against the edge of the Quasi-Sage realm. Meanwhile, those at the Xian Immortal realm had largely advanced to the Golden Immortal stage, a transformation that struck the heavenly sovereign as utterly astonishing. In particular, many disciples were gathered together reading books. Through his divine sense, the heavenly sovereign glanced at them only to find they were reading novels and even storybooks. This displeased the heavenly sovereign greatly. Such things were mere distractions that led to idleness. He had strictly forbidden them in the past, so how could they now be openly indulging in such pastimes? He intended to appear and reprimand Xiao Fan immediately, but suddenly Duo Baodaran experienced a breakthrough from insights gained in the book showing signs of enlightenment. Thus the heavenly sovereign held back, eager to see what his second disciple would ultimately comprehend. It was only after Duo Bao reached the great perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage that the heavenly sovereign remembered to ask his mysterious senior disciple what was truly happening. After taking his seat, the heavenly sovereign did not speak hastily but instead carefully scrutinized his senior disciple before him. In just a few months since his departure, he never expected Xiao Fan to have already reached the mid-quasi-sage realm, seemingly only a step away from the late stage. He recalled that when he was present, Xiao Fan detested cultivation the most. Unless specifically summoned, he would almost never attend the master's lectures. Now in the few months of his absence, Xiao Fan's cultivation had soared wildly to the mid-quasi-sage realm. Could it be that he as the teacher had been inadequate? Regarding Xiao Fan's origins, the heavenly sovereign had made numerous calculations, but nothing could be deduced. Xiao Fan was like an enigma appearing before him out of thin air. At the time, seeing his profound fortune and being unable to trace his roots, he accepted him as his senior disciple. Now witnessing the transformation of the Jia sect, the heavenly sovereign realized how wise a choice it had been to accept Xiao Fan as his senior disciple. Second-generation disciples like Duobao Zhao Gongming and Jinling Shenglu had all reached the late Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, while Xiao Fan as the senior disciple had astonishingly attained the mid-quasi-sage realm. Was this what second senior brother Yuanshi Tianzuan meant by poor roots? Was this what the grand senior brother meant by weak fortune? If disciples at the mid-quasi-sage and late Great Luo Golden Immortal realms were considered weak in fortune, then Yuanshi Tianzan's disciples were all worthless. How could they compare to mine? The more the heavenly sovereign looked at Xiao Fan, the more pleased he became, until Xiao Fan began to feel uneasy. Finally he spoke. I never expected my disciple to possess such great ability. It seems that entrusting the Jia sect to you was the right decision. With that I shall say no more. The path ahead is yours to walk. With those words, the divine thought avatar of the heavenly sovereign dissipated into ashes on the spot, vanishing without a trace, seemingly returning directly to the purple cloud palace to continue discussing the matter of the deification. The sudden return of the heavenly sovereign's divine thought stirred a sense of vigilance in Xiao Fan's heart, inevitably reminding him of the origins of the deification war as recorded in the Fengshen Bang from his time on Blue Star. Back then the heavenly sovereign had intended to warn his disciples in advance about how to guard against the deification scheme, but ancestor Hongjun favored Yuanshi Tianzuan and interfered, preventing the heavenly sovereign from speaking fully. Coupled with the disciples' limited comprehension, they misinterpreted the heavenly sovereign's intent as a call to compete with the Chan sect for the title of the foremost sect, prompting them to descend from the mountain. Realizing this, Xiao Fan immediately began his own scheming. The fall of the Shang dynasty hinged on two key figures. One was Daji and the other was Shingongbao, who was still in the valley reading novels. According to the timeline, Daji was not yet due to appear. The logical move now was to arrange for Shingongbao to secure a position in the Shang court for future use. With this in mind, Xiao Fan wasted no time. He directly ordered the messenger boy at the gate to summon Shingongbao to the main hall. At that moment, Shingongbao's face was terrifyingly dark. Having just finished the last novel without comprehending anything, he would have vented his frustration if not for the many senior brothers in the valley and his inability to defeat them. He was convinced that the senior disciple had deliberately targeted him, and he was considering leaving the Jia sect. Senior brother Shen, the senior disciple invites you to the main hall. The messenger boy approached Shingongbao and spoke. The senior disciple is looking for me. What for? This made Shingongbao, who had been about to leave, abandon the thought. The messenger boy continued, this disciple does not know, but it should be something good. The messenger boy was not lying. He had delivered many such messages before, and every time the summoned senior brother would receive some cultivation technique or guidance, and he himself had gained considerable benefits from the task. In that case I will go with you. Seeing the envy in the eyes of those around him, Shingongbao felt a flicker of suspicion but immense satisfaction. His earlier resentment toward Xiao Fan for deliberately withholding techniques from him began to fade. Every time the senior disciple summoned someone, they reaped enormous benefits. For instance, Xiao Gongming had already reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and Xiao Shouxian had attained the Late Tai Golden Immortal stage, even acquiring one of the 10 Great Malevolent Arts, the Abyssal 9 Netherhound technique, making his path to Great Luo Golden Immortal imminent. The thought that he would soon catch up with them filled him with joy. With a delighted expression, Shen Gongbao straightened his robes at the entrance of the main hall before announcing loudly, "Junior brother Shen Gongbao pays respects to the senior disciple. Enter." Upon receiving permission, Shen Gongbao pushed open the hall doors to find Xiao Fan seated behind a low table, his brush dancing like a dragon and serpent across the paper. In moments he had filled a page, then set down the brush. "Do you know why I called you here?" Xiao Fan asked after setting down the brush. Xiao Fan had never held a favorable impression of Shen Gongbao. Recalling the Fengshen bang from his time on Blue Star, the man struck him as nothing but a villain, never doing a single good deed but missing no chance at mischief. The brutal tortures invented in the late Shang dynasty were largely attributed to him. Whenever Shen Gongbao appeared in the story, Xiao Fan wished he could step into the screen and give him a thorough beating. Yet facing the Shen Gongbao before him, Xiao Fan wondered if the novels he had read were mistaken. The Shen Gongbao before him, while not strikingly handsome, was not ugly either, completely different from the short, dark-faced and sinister figure described in the novels. His face was slightly dark, but a perpetual smile lingered on it, creating a favorable first impression. He was lean but possessed deep fortune, though a peculiar black cloud hovered behind his head, causing Xiao Fan to furrow his brow. "This junior brother does not know, but whatever the senior disciple commands I dare not disobey." Shen Gongbao wanted to say that the senior disciple had summoned him to give him a book, but thinking it improper he changed his words at the last moment. Hearing this, Xiao Fan chuckled inwardly. Indeed, as the book described, he was a villain, but an honest one, far better than those hypocrites. Such a man, though dangerous to use, was extremely convenient. "Junior brother, have you recently cultivated any techniques?" Xiao Fan abruptly shifted the topic to cultivation methods. At these words, the smile on Shen Gongbao's face twitched slightly before returning to normal. "I am ashamed before the senior disciple's guidance. This dull-witted junior has comprehended nothing so far." Xiao Fan had expected Shen Gongbao to complain about him. After all, this was a man who had once dared to speak against even Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Compared to the heavenly sovereign, Xiao Fan was worlds apart. There was simply no comparison. "I thought you would complain about me not giving you techniques, but it seems you do have some redeeming qualities." Xiao Fan stopped beating around the bush and spoke his mind directly. It wasn't that there was no technique suitable for Shen Gongbao, but Xiao Fan was uncertain whether he should give it. The technique was too heaven-defying, and if Shen Gongbao did not serve his purposes, it could spell a considerable disaster for the Jia sect. Upon hearing these words, Shen Gongbao knelt directly, hurriedly saying, "This junior brother was wrong. Please bestow upon me the divine arts, senior brother." If at this moment Shen Gongbao could not realize what he had done wrong, then he would truly have lived in vain for so long in the primordial wilderness. Xiao Fan's meaning was clear. "You knew there was no suitable technique for you in the book, so why did you not come to me to ask for it? Instead you waited for me to deliver it to you. Is this genuine sincerity of the Tao heart? If one desires success, one must strive by all means. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Now you wish to practice techniques, yet the master is still outside the door and you wait for him to enter and teach you. How could this be possible? Very well, I am not deliberately making things difficult for you. You were once a disciple of the Chan sect, but due to your lax cultivation and strong jealousy you were expelled by Uncle Master Yuan Shi. Now studying under our Jia sect, you must abide by its rules. You must not err again, or I will surely slay you. Do you understand?" As Xiao Fan uttered the words, "slay you," a dense aura of the sword Tao surged around him, its killing intent so thick it was almost visible to the naked eye. "This junior brother dares not." Shen Gongbao was so terrified that he immediately knocked his head hard against the ground. At this moment he was truly frightened, for Xiao Fan's killing intent was extremely intense. If he did not perform well now, his head would surely fall with no room for negotiation. Seeing Shen Gongbao yield, Xiao Fan withdrew his killing aura. Shen Gongbao breathed a sigh of relief, but remained kneeling, not daring to look up at Xiao Fan. He had been utterly terrified just now. If he had not known he could never escape Xiao Fan's grasp, he would have fled long ago. Since you sincerely wish to join our Sect as your senior brother, I shall bestow upon you a method to roam freely across the primordial wilderness without suffering the torment of annihilation. A slap followed by a sweet date. This was indeed a fine strategy for managing people. Having just dealt Shingongbao several harsh slaps, it was now time to offer him a reward. I beg the senior brother to bestow the divine art. Shingongbao kowtowed repeatedly. This is a book written especially for you. It is for your eyes only and must not be shown to anyone else. Do you understand? With that, Xiao Fan produced a pitch-black book from behind him. Its blackness was unlike that of ordinary book covers, exuding a sense of devouring everything around it. Even light could not exist in its vicinity. Upon seeing the book in Xiao Fan's hand, Shingongbao first rejoiced but then felt a wave of unease. He realized that as he stared at the book, it seemed to be staring back at him with equal intensity, a bizarre sensation that words could not describe. Senior brother, this book is for me, but Shingongbao stammered. It seems a bit strange, doesn't it? Yet this book is indeed suitable for you. Though your foundation is not weak, your fortune is shallow, or rather you are plagued by misfortune. This book teaches you how to control your ill luck. Xiao Fan explained. Control misfortune? In all his years of cultivation in the primordial wilderness, he had only heard of those with good foundations and good luck, never of a cultivation method to control misfortune. Xiao Fan observed every expression on Shingongbao's face without rushing him. However, he had already made a silent decision. If Shingongbao agreed, all would be well; if not, then he would have to. I beg the senior brother to bestow the divine art. After pondering for about a quarter of an hour, Shingongbao decided to practice the technique provided by Xiao Fan. After all, he was still a disciple of the Sect and had done nothing wrong. Even if Xiao Fan despised him, he would not go so far as to take his life. Moreover, seeing other fellow disciples comprehend techniques from Xiao Fan's novels, they almost all reached the golden immortal realm. If one had good foundation and luck, achieving the quasi-sage realm was not impossible. After all, there were only 6 sages in the entire primordial wilderness, a fixed number determined by heaven. There were still very few quasi-sages. With the sages inactive, quasi-sages ruled the primordial wilderness, so it was worth striving for. Very well, since you have obtained the technique, go and cultivate. Once you have mastered it, come to me and I will assign you a task. With that, he ignored Shingongbao and focused on writing his novel. Seeing that Xiao Fan had no further instructions, Shingongbao kowtowed in gratitude, then turned and left the hall. After leaving, he did not return to the valley south of Janeo Island, but instead departed directly from the island. He flew for several days until a small crimson island appeared before him, and only then did he stop. Though this place seemed unremarkable, it was Shingongbao birthplace, and cultivation here was twice as effective. After checking that no one had visited the island and reinforcing its formations, Shingongbao sat cross-legged and opened the book given by Xiao Fan. Upon seeing this name, Shingongbao inexplicably read it aloud, yet as he did so he suddenly began to stammer for no apparent reason. However, Shingongbao paid no heed to this, for his entire mind was immersed in the novel. The novel depicted none other than Shingongbao himself. Seeing this, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. How could the senior brother know so much about his affairs? From Shingongbao's origins to his entry into the Sect, everything was written in clear detail, including the deeds he had committed within the Chan sect that he believed were known to none. This senior brother is too terrifying. Shingongbao read with a pounding heart, yet he forced himself to finish, for within it lay a peculiar cultivation technique with an equally strange name: Taoist. Please stay. As time passed, Shingongbao's body underwent changes. Originally there was a faint golden hue of fortune behind his head, but after finishing the book that golden hue vanished, leaving only boundless blackness, so deep it could devour the gaze of others. So that's how it is. After comprehending the use of his new technique, Shingongbao burned the book to ashes before departing. Leaving the islet, Shingongbao calculated with his fingers and realized nearly half a month had passed. Wondering what task the senior brother would assign him, he hastened to fly back. Along the way, Shingongbao was elated, eager to test his new technique on everything he saw. First he spotted a bird in the sky and uttered, "Taoist, please stay." The bird halted midair, its wings ceasing to flap until it began to fall and then frantically fluttered again. Is this technique so powerful? Shen Gongbao murmured, gazing at the scene before him. If this were true, then whenever he engaged in a magical duel, a single utterance would turn his enemies into helpless targets. At this thought, Shen Gongbao's heart burned with fervor, and he longed only to return swiftly to the Bio Palace to complete the task assigned by his senior brother. What? You want me to serve as an official in the Shang dynasty? Shen Gongbao could hardly believe what Xiao Fan had asked him to do, of all things to become a government official. Senior brother, I am a cultivator of immortality. How could I possibly become an official? Shen Gongbao made his final protest. Xiao Fan understood Shen Gongbao's reluctance to take up an official post. At present everyone was diligently cultivating, and the novels he had recently written were already pushing Duobao Daoist Zhao Gongming and others toward the quasi-sage realm. If it were up to Xiao Fan, he too would surely choose not to go. This matter requires you to go. Not only you but also the third-generation disciples will accompany you. You must take charge and lead them well, do you understand? This is a struggle for fortune between my Jia sect and the Chan sect. You must not treat it lightly. Do you comprehend? Xiao Fan patiently explained. Upon hearing that he would not be going alone, Shen Gongbao's resentment dissipated and he nodded in assent. Junior brother shall not defy senior brother's instructions. The same scene unfolded in various places as many second-generation disciples exhorted their third-generation juniors on what to do and what to be mindful of. Watching Shen Gongbao's departing figure, Xiao Fan clenched his fist tightly, his thoughts known to none. In the blink of an eye several hundred years drifted by. During these centuries the Jia sect underwent earth-shattering transformations. Xiao Fan, as the senior disciple, had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, merely a step away from attaining the sacred position of a saint. Yet for some unknown reason that final step remained elusive. No matter what cultivation techniques his fellow disciples acquired, they only enhanced Xiao Fan's magical power and solidified his cultivation base. Even Duobao Daoist Zhao Gongming and Golden Spirit Mother had broken through to the quasi-saint realm, while he remained stagnant at the peak of quasi-saint, unmoved. As for Yunxiao Bixiao Chung Xiao Turtle Spirit Mother and Wudong Mother, they had all reached the great perfection of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, just a thin veil away from the quasi-saint realm. As long as the right opportunity arose, they could naturally ascend to quasi-saint. The 7 attendants of the Immortals, the 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island and the 4 sages of Dragon Severing Island were somewhat inferior, yet they too had reached the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, albeit at various stages within it. As for the third-generation disciples, they had all attained the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Now throughout the entire Jia sect one could hardly find a disciple below the Golden Immortal Realm except for those who had recently joined. In these centuries the Shang dynasty had completely replaced the Xia dynasty, and the entire land flourished with vitality. With the Jia sect's substantial assistance, the Shang dynasty developed rapidly, and in turn the dynasty acknowledged the Jia sect's esteemed position. Though not officially designated as the state religion, its status far surpassed that of the Chan sect. All of this was inseparable from the contributions of the third-generation disciple Wen Zhong. As for the second-generation nominal disciple Shen Gongbao, he remained utterly unremarkable. Who could blame him, born with inherent bad luck that made him unwelcome to all? Yet despite this he still managed to obtain a minor official post. By now Xiao Fan had ceased writing novels. Though his works had become popular reading material in the Green Turing Palace, many disciples lacked the necessary foundation and fortune, and the progress gained from writing novels was almost negligible. Even occasionally boosting his magical power by 1,000-fold proved futile. He simply could not cross the threshold to become a saint. One day the heavens and earth suddenly changed color. Countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. A terrifying pressure of heavenly might surged between heaven and earth, evoking a sense that the sky was about to collapse and the land to sink. Yet this pressure appeared as swiftly as it vanished, sensed only by a few. The moment it arose, Xiao Fan, who had been meditating in the main hall, opened his eyes. The conferred God tribulation is about to begin. Having spoken, he closed his eyes again and resumed his cultivation. Beyond the 33rd heaven in the purple firmament palace, the 6 saints remained seated in their original postures as though none had moved. Over these centuries they had continuously deliberated over who should ascend the conferred god list, yet no resolution had been reached. Ever since Tongtian Jiao's divine thought projection brought back news of the Jia sect's development and revealed that his senior disciple Xiao Fan had reached the quasi-saint realm, Tongtian Jiaozhu had remained in silent meditation, ignoring whatever Yuanshi Tianzuan said or the Western two saints tried to persuade. Initially Yuanshi Tianzhu was furious, believing his junior brother showed him disrespect. But when he realized that Tongtian Jiaozhu not only ignored him but also disregarded the words of their senior brother Taisheng Laojuan, he ceased his attempts at persuasion. Since no agreement could be reached, they could only await the arrival of their master Dao ancestor Hongjun. As for who would end up on the conferred god list, that remained unknown. A ripple of Dao patterns appeared, golden lotuses surged, and a figure once again manifested before the 6 saints. They rose in unison, speaking in one voice, "We pay homage to the teacher. Rise." After everyone had seated themselves, Dao ancestor Hongjun spoke expressionlessly, "The time for the conferred god has arrived. The tribulation has already begun to manifest in the mortal world. Have you reached a conclusion?" Once again Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke first, reporting to the teacher, "We are incompetent and have failed to reach an agreement. Our junior brother is unwilling to have his disciples ascend the list." After Yuanshi Tianzuan finished, no one else continued. No one wished to speak further, for it had become a matter of sectarian strife. The Western two saints secretly hoped the two sides would battle as fiercely as possible, granting them greater room for expansion. "Tongtian, do you have something to say?" After waiting long in silence, Dao ancestor Hongjun took the initiative to ask. "Your disciple wishes to know why it must be my disciples who ascend the list. Our second senior brother's disciples are no fewer in number than mine. Why should his followers not be the ones to ascend the conferred god list? Furthermore, though the Western sect has fewer members, they could still find 1 or 2 worthy candidates. If all my disciples must ascend, your disciple cannot." Before Tongtian Jiaozhu could finish, Yuanshi Tianzuan interrupted him. "Junior brother, how insolent! How dare you speak to the teacher in such a manner?" Though his words were full of reproach for Tongtian Jiaozhu, his heart was already bursting with glee. If he didn't want his disciples on the list, fine, but why argue with the teacher? Similarly, Zhuanti and Jiayin of the Western sect knelt down and began to weep. Zhuanti said, "Teacher, your disciples' sect truly lacks talented individuals. Taoist Tongtian is hot-tempered and his disciples must be the same. If allowed to continue unchecked, they may well provoke future calamities, possibly even another tribulation. We implore the teacher to make a decision for us." Tongtian Jiao's eyes reddened with fury at these two shameless figures. How could they claim that the next tribulation would be caused by his disciples? Was this not pure slander? Seeing Tongtian Jiao's expression, the Western two saints fell silent. If looks could kill, Zhuanti and Jiayin would have been ground into dust. Since no conclusion has been reached, let each rely on their own means. As he spoke, a 6-foot-long wooden hexagonal whip adorned with cyan patterns appeared before them. This is the God-beater whip. Once a true spirit appears, no matter its power, it must submit before this whip. For now the God-beater whip and the conferred god list shall be temporarily kept by Yuanshi until the destined one of the conferred god appears. With a wave of his hand, the two treasures passed into Yuanshi Tianzan's possession. Then he closed his eyes and fell silent. "We obey the teacher's decree." Yuanshi Tianzuan accepted the two treasures with a smile, carefully caressing one and examining the other, his heart brimming with joy. In truth, Dao ancestor Hongjun also favored having the Jia sect's disciples ascend the conferred god list. First, the Jia sect indeed had too many members, which could quickly fill the gaps in the heavenly Dao, and mending the heavenly Dao greatly benefited Hongjun himself. Second, he was displeased with Tongtian Jiao's earlier insolence, daring to defy him. Had the heavenly Dao not forbidden it, he would surely have suppressed Tongtian. Seeing this outcome, Tongtian Jiaozhu could hardly believe it. Was this still the impartial teacher Dao ancestor Hongjun? Was he now openly supporting Yuanshi Tianzuan? Having obtained the two treasures, Yuanshi Tianzuan finally set down the great burden in his heart. The teacher had just said that as long as it was a true spirit, an original spirit, there was nothing the God-beater whip could not strike. Seeing that Dao ancestor Hongjun had fallen silent, the 6 saints bowed together. "We take our leave." Then they departed the Purple Firmament Palace one after another. Outside the gates of the Purple Firmament Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered at Tongtian Jiaozhu and said, "Junior brother, after all these years of the teacher's guidance you dared to openly defy him. This time do not blame your elder brother." With that he brandished the God-beater whip and the conferred God list in his hand and strode away triumphantly. The Western two saints said nothing, adopting an attitude of observation. After bidding farewell to Taisheng Laojun and goddess Niwa, they completely ignored Tongtian Jiaozhu and flew westward. After they had all departed, Tongtian Jiaozhu shed his angry expression, though worry still lingered on his face. 4 against 1, the odds were not favorable. They want my disciples to ascend the conferred God list. Humph. Well, see about that. Tongtian Jiaozhu cast a glance in the direction Yuanshi Tianzuan had taken, then his figure vanished before the Purple Firmament Palace. In the mortal realm within the city of Zhaoga. After centuries, the Xia dynasty could no longer withstand the decline of its fortune and ultimately withdrew from the stage of history, replaced by the Shang dynasty. Under the painstaking governance of several generations of monarchs, the Shang dynasty flourished and had now entered its most glorious era. The reigning king, fearing a repetition of the Xia's fate, diligently managed the kingdom each day, wary of any misstep that might lead to the same downfall. The current king of the Shang dynasty was Dxian. He sat majestically upon his throne, attentively listening to the reports of his ministers. "Your Majesty, I report to you," a voice began. "A flood has struck Yin City. Though the waters have receded, they destroyed over 100 houses. People were injured but none perished, all thanks to the meritorious efforts of the flood control vanguard." An elderly minister stepped forward and said. This man was none other than the Grand Preceptor Wen Zhong. When Xiao Fan decided to send Shingongbao down the mountain into the mortal world, Wen Zhong also emerged to seek experience and cultivation. After years of effort, he had now attained the position of Grand Preceptor. The flood control vanguard he mentioned was none other than Shingongbao himself. "Grand Preceptor, your efforts have been arduous. But I wonder, why did this flood suddenly arise? Yin City is situated on high ground with steep mountains. A flood should not have occurred. Can you explain this to me?" Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong could not help but frown. How could he explain? On the surface it was a flood, but in truth it was caused by magical spells unleashed during a conflict between disciples of the Chan sect and the Jia sect. Could he tell Dxian that the disaster stemmed from a clash between the two sects? Old minister does not know, but from what I have heard it was caused by celestial immortals fighting, Wen Zhong said. Though he wished to profess ignorance, he could not bring himself to deceive Dxian. Celestial immortals fighting? This is outrageous. I am the human sovereign, how dare they act thus? Dxian exclaimed in fury. Dixin's anger was not unwarranted. The Chan sect and the Jia sect were now locked in full-scale conflict, with skirmishes occurring almost daily. It was simply unfortunate that this battle had erupted near Yin City, causing collateral damage to the city. In my humble opinion, it would be best to allow me to return to the mountain and invite the senior immortals of our sect to come here. This would ensure the peace and security of our dynasty, Wen Zhong suggested. As a loyal minister, it was his duty to alleviate the sovereign's worries. Moreover, this presented an opportunity. If Dxian agreed to his proposal, the Jia sect could partake in the fortune of the human race. At present, humanity was the protagonist of the world, blessed with the fortune of the great Tao and poised for prosperity. However, the impending great calamity loomed. Only by harnessing human fortune could they survive, otherwise the only outcome would be death and destruction, with their true spirits ascending to the investiture of the gods. Seek help from humans. Or from beasts. Do you expect those hairy-horned, wet-born, egg-hatched creatures to protect the human race? It seems your reign as king has reached its end, a voice suddenly declared. Just as Dxian hesitated over Wen Zhong's proposal, a jarring voice echoed through the great hall. Its overbearing tone not only repulsed Dxian but also stirred within him an urge to curse aloud. A ripple suddenly appeared in the hall, and several figures abruptly materialized upon its floor. How shameless are you? This is the royal city of humanity. Without our king's permission, how dare you enter uninvited? Get out immediately. Though Wen Zhong was deferential before Dxian, he harbored no goodwill toward cultivators, especially those of the Chan sect. Upon hearing the voice he knew instantly that the intruders were from the Chan sect, for they were fond of using phrases like hairy-horned and wet-born egg-hatched as if these words alone defined their identity. As the figures steadied themselves, Zhong felt a pang of dread, realizing he might have stirred up a massive trouble. The Jia sect truly teaches without discrimination. A mere third-generation disciple dares to insult me. You clearly have no regard for your own life, the speaker declared. The one who had just spoken was about to suppress a pang of dread, realizing he might have stirred up a massive trouble. The Jia sect. Zhong is now the teacher of the human sovereign, and his fortune is intertwined with that of humanity. If you suppress him thus, it will harm our sect. Brother, think thrice before acting, the intercessor advised. The one who had been stopped was none other than Yuding Jinren, while his restrainer was Tai Jinren. Since that is the case, death may be spared, but punishment cannot be avoided. Begone! Yuding Jinren declared. Since he could not kill Zhong, injuring him seemed permissible. With a wave of his immortal hand, a golden light burst forth. Before Zhong could react, it struck him squarely in the chest. Zhong tasted sweetness in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Out of respect for the human sovereign, I shall overlook your insolence this time. Should it happen again, I will surely suppress you. Now begone. Zhong never expected that Yuding Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals, would attack him directly. Though his words had been disrespectful, as a second-generation disciple, Yuding Jinren should not have resorted to violence. Suppressing his physical pain, Zhong spoke, Senior Immortal Yuding, your lesson is well taken. This junior will return to the mountain and seek my master's judgment. Having said this, Zhong turned and left without further ado. If Yuding Jinren had stooped to personally attacking him, lingering with idle chatter might lead to his outright execution, a loss not worth taking. Thus his top priority was to return to the sect and summon reinforcements. From Yuding Jinren's appearance to Zhong's retreat, only a few exchanges had passed, leaving many in the hall still bewildered. One of those still stunned was naturally Xin, whose expression turned exceedingly grim. Regardless, Zhong held the office of Grand Preceptor and was his teacher. To see him struck down before his very eyes was not only an affront to Zhong, but also a direct slap to Dixin's own dignity. May I ask why the celestial immortals have graced us with their presence? Xin asked, forcing his expression back to calm. As the human sovereign, he was expected to maintain dignity and magnanimity. Though Yuding Jinren's earlier actions had humiliated him, he could only swallow his pride for the moment. Yuding Jinren naturally noticed the shift in Dixin's demeanor, but paid it no heed. As a second-generation disciple of the Chan sect, he had seen all manner of beings. Even the ruler of the celestial realms, Hao Yan, had to defer to him. As for a mere mortal king, even one bearing the title of human sovereign, Yuding Jinren held him in no regard. I am Yuding Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals under the primordial heavenly venerable, he announced. Our Chan sect was founded by the sage primordial heavenly venerable. With numerous disciples and profound blessings, we are naturally beyond comparison to those hairy-horned creatures. I have come today to request the fortune of humanity for our sect's enjoyment. In return, the Chan sect will ensure your eternal prosperity and protect you from all harm, Yuding Jinren declared arrogantly, not even deigning to look at Xin as he spoke. Clad in a black Taoist robe, Yuding Jinren stood in the hall, a faint enigmatic smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Xin. His earlier assault on Zhong was deliberate. Zhong had long obstructed the Chan sect's entry into the court, which was why not a single member of the sect held a position there. Now that Zhong was no longer there to support Xin, Yuding Jinren was confident the king would not dare refuse him. Behind him stood Tai Jinren along with Yang Jian, Lei Jinzitu, Xingsun Weitua and others, all of whom fixed their gazes on Xin. Their demeanor suggested a clear threat. If he did not comply, they would force him from the throne. Dixin's face darkened as he coldly regarded Yuding Jinren. I have already entrusted the matter of fortune to the Grand Preceptor, who has passed it to the Jia sect for their use. As for your sect, I can only express my regrets, he said. Entrusted to the Jia sect? How can they protect your human race? I am aware that the disposition of fortune is the human sovereign's prerogative. Today I hope you will choose the correct path. Do not let a moment's anger lead you astray, lest you regret it when it is too late, Yuding Jinren warned, amplifying his voice and employing his magical arts to pressure Xin into submission. Though the human sovereign was protected by the aura of the true dragon which shielded him from surprise attacks, it could not withstand the assault of immortals. Just as Xin was about to succumb to the pressure, a voice suddenly rang out. The Chan sect truly lives up to its reputation as a distinguished school, resorting to such despicable tactics against the human sovereign. This is an eye-opening display. Indeed, reputation often belies reality. I didn't expect you to have the audacity to speak so boldly in front of me. Indeed, you are a foolish creature with a dull mind. Looking at the two figures that suddenly appeared before him, Xin couldn't help but feel puzzled. These two were none other than the little soldiers who had been guarding him. How did they gain such courage to speak to the Jade Cauldron, true man of the 12 golden immortals? We may be dim-witted, but we understand that when asking someone for help it is best to do so with kind words, otherwise things could easily go awry. One of the frail individuals spoke. Awry? If I were to kill you both on the spot, I wonder what could possibly go awry. With that, the Jade Cauldron true man was about to take action. At that moment, Yang Jian, who had been standing behind the Jade Cauldron true man, suddenly stepped in front of him. Master, please halt. The Jade Cauldron true man furrowed his brow. Having been interrupted twice, he felt displeased, yet considering that the one interrupting him was his disciple, he suppressed his irritation and asked, Disciple, is there something you wish to say? Yang Jian was completely unaware of the change in the Jade Cauldron true man's expression. At the moment the frail individual spoke, he recognized him as the shrimp spirit who had once caused him a crushing defeat. Now Yang Jian was consumed by a singular thought to kill these two individuals one by one to avenge his humiliating defeat. Otherwise the scar of this defeat would forever haunt his Tao heart, making it impossible for him to make further progress and inevitably giving rise to inner demons. Seeing Yang Jian's eyes turn red and his Tao heart pounding violently, hinting at the emergence of demonic influence, the Jade Cauldron true man bellowed, Disciple, awaken. This pulled Yang Jian back from the brink of demonic descent. Only then did Yang Jian realize how dangerously close he had come to losing himself. He knelt before the Jade Cauldron true man and said, Master, they are the ones who defeated me. I have returned to the mountain to train diligently with the sole purpose of defeating them. Please grant me this opportunity. Please support me, Master Uncle. At this moment both Lei Jinzi and Tu Xing's son, who had been standing behind Yang Jian, also knelt on the ground. Very well. No wonder you are the sons of the Chan teaching. Rising again from where you fell, since you wish to surpass yourselves, I as your master shall naturally grant you this opportunity. Who among you will go? I will provide support from the side. Then I shall go first. You please wait, senior brother. Before Yang Jian could speak, Tu Xing's son leapt forward. It seems the Jia sect is truly out of options, sending mere gatekeepers like you to challenge us. How can you possibly compete with the Chan teaching for the fate of humanity? I advise you both to retreat quickly, just like Wenzhong, or I will capture you both and make soup with you. Tu Xing's son thought his words were humorous, but he forgot that with his short stature one might mistake him for a child speaking. As a devoted reader of Zhang Sanfeng's adventures in another world, the carp spirit had fully grasped the essence of Zhang Sanfeng's speech within it. Who are you? Oh, it's you, potato as thick as a water bucket and only half a bucket tall with a waist below the neck. What brings you here? As soon as the carp spirit finished speaking, the entire hall erupted in laughter. Even Xin, who had been maintaining a stern face, couldn't help but laugh. Although the Chan teaching side remained stoic, the twitching of their faces revealed how hard they were trying to suppress their amusement. What? A water bucket, 2 water buckets? I will definitely kill you today and make soup with you. Although Tu Xing's son is small, he is not dim-witted. He wasn't sure what the earlier words meant, but they were definitely not kind. With his words, Tu Xing's son gripped his mixed iron staff tightly and thrust it forward, resembling a torrent of stars directly aimed at the carp spirit, as if intent on knocking him into a daze. Despite the carp spirit's fierce insults, he was quietly preparing not for anyone else but for the Jade Cauldron true man. He had witnessed everything when the Jade Cauldron true man attacked Wenzhong. With a flick of his hands, the carp spirit summoned a trident, which he raised to block Tu Xing's son's staff strike. A harsh clang reverberated from the point of contact between their weapons, followed by a shockwave that erupted, sending numerous fragments of stone flying into the air. Realizing the situation, the carp spirit quickly channeled his magical power in front of the officials, and with the shrimp spirit's assistance he ensured that the officials remained unharmed, only slightly startled. Tu Xing-sun, you despicable coward. Despicable? How could I ever be as despicable as you two? When we were at Bo Palace you relied on the protective formation to defeat me and disrupt my Dao heart. Did I ever call you despicable? Tu Xing-sun explained, yet his mixed iron staff did not slow in its assault. Brother Carp, don't mind the other matters, I will handle their capture. The carp spirit had no choice but to take Tu Xing-sun seriously. Just as Tu Xing-sun used the opportunity to protect the officials, he had secretly dealt Tu Xing-sun a blow. Although he was not injured, he had gained an understanding of the Chan teaching's treachery. At this moment Tu Xing-sun and the carp spirit had exchanged blows for no less than 10 rounds. Tu Xing-sun's staff techniques were impenetrable, yet no matter how he attacked he could not break through the carp spirit's trident. With no entanglements, the carp spirit even wore a smile that displayed his ease. TSK. TSK. Your cultivation is lacking. I suspect it was taught by your master. Otherwise how could it be so weak? If you had angled that strike upwards by 3 points, wouldn't you have hit me? Oh dear. That strike was just right, but if you were a bit taller with longer arms you really would have hit me. Haha. This was quite thrilling, but your speed is as slow as your mind. Tu Xing-sun hadn't used a single technique, yet the carp spirit pointed out a flaw in every move, leaving Tu Xing-sun, who was determined to defeat the carp spirit, feeling frustrated enough to spit blood. Shut your mouth. No matter how furious Tu Xing-sun was, he couldn't break through the carp spirit's defenses, and there were several occasions when he almost succeeded in harming him. Disciple, focus your mind and don't let his words disturb your Dao heart. The Jade Cauldron True Man, who had been observing, saw through the carp spirit's intentions and quickly reprimanded him. Upon the Jade Cauldron True Man's reminder, Tu Xing-sun instantly understood the carp spirit's strategy. Such despicable tactics. You defeated me with cunning last time, and now you attempt to disturb my Dao heart with words. The Jia Sect is indeed shameless. After scolding, Tu Xing-sun reversed his staff and gripping it with both hands executed a move called inverted skyhook, aiming to split the carp spirit in two with his mixed iron staff. Realizing that his intentions had been guessed, the carp spirit decided it was unnecessary to continue battling Tu Xing-sun. Thus he swung his trident fiercely, smashing down upon the mixed iron staff. Tu Xing-sun felt his hands grow heavy as if he couldn't hold the staff any longer, and hurriedly increased his magical power. Fly for me? The carp spirit was inherently more powerful than Tu Xing-sun. With a clever calculation, Tu Xing-sun felt as if he were not holding his weapon but rather a mountain. As he loosened his grip, the mixed iron staff sank into the ground. Just as he thought to turn and flee, Tu Xing-sun suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, his body becoming weightless, and then everything went black. Everything unfolded too quickly. Even the observing Jade Cauldron True Man hadn't anticipated that in the blink of an eye Tu Xing-sun would be defeated. Otherwise he wouldn't have watched helplessly as the carp spirit sent Tu Xing-sun flying, causing him to spit blood. But now the Jade Cauldron True Man had no time to concern himself with the carp spirit. His main worry was whether Tu Xing-sun was dead or alive. If he died, how would he explain this to Julie-sun? He was his only disciple. Before leaving the mountain gate, he had repeatedly instructed himself to take good care of Tu Xing-sun and to avoid any disruption to his Dao faith. He believed that since he had brought him out, there would definitely be no issues. Yet now Tu Xing-sun was injured and spitting blood. He wondered if it was Tu Xing-sun's misfortune or his own. After placing a pill into Tu Xing-sun's mouth and instructing his disciples to take good care of him, he finally felt relieved and turned his focus to devising a strategy to deal with the carp spirit. The best way to deal with the carp spirit was to personally take action and directly suppress it. However, having just dealt with Wenzhong, if he were to strike against another disciple of the Jia Sect guarding the gate, he would lose face entirely. Even his own disciples would be unable to hold their heads high when venturing out, for such disgrace would be unbearable. Just as Yuding Jinren was agonizing over how to resolve the matter of the carp spirit, Lei Zhenzi suddenly stepped forward from behind and said, "Uncle Master, allow this disciple to confront that carp spirit. I shall surely suppress him." It is good that you are willing to fight, but the carp spirit's magical power is not weak. You must be cautious. Yuding Jinren felt a surge of delight inwardly, yet he offered words of caution. Disciple will certainly take great care. Disciple takes his leave. As soon as Lei Zhenzi arrived, without uttering a single word, he drew his dual maces and rained down a fierce barrage upon the carp spirit, granting him no chance to speak. Having observed Chu Xingsun's defeat from behind, Lei Zhenzi understood clearly the reason. It was due to the carp spirit's interference. His words were even more venomous than a crow's, so Lei Zhenzi's tactic was to deny him any opportunity to speak. Over the past few hundred years, Lei Zhenzi had never left the thunderbolt sea of the Jade Void Palace, tirelessly cultivating the power of thunder. Only upon arriving at Zhaoge did he break through to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Thus he had just emerged from seclusion, intending to gain some experience before settling accounts with the carp spirit. Their weapons clashed incessantly in the air, each collision echoing like a torrential downpour so dense and rapid that individual strikes were indistinguishable. But Yuding Jinren, observing from the sidelines, darkened his expression and said to Tai Jinren, "This carp spirit's talent is indeed extraordinary, able to hold his own against Lei Zhenzi for so long without defeat. I wonder under whose tutelage he studies." Tai Jinren shook his head and replied, "I know not. His origin seems quite ordinary, yet the technique he employs is unfamiliar to me, quite peculiar." Upon Tai Zhenren's mention, Yuding Jinren also noticed something unusual. Though the carp spirit's technique was exquisite, it bore a slight difference from any he had encountered before, though he could not pinpoint exactly what that difference was. Just then the carp spirit let out a mighty roar. After a frigid vortex appeared, a water whirlpool materialized in the air, engulfing Lei Zhenzi before he could react. The next moment Lei Zhenzi was hurled like a lifeless fish before Yuding Jinren. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, causing Yuding Jinren great distress. He had been careless earlier, failing to notice Chu Xingsun's plight. Now while he and Tai Jinren were conversing, Lei Zhenzi had also been defeated. It was not hard to imagine the detrimental impact this would have on their future cultivation. What use was there in preserving face? Had he known this would happen, he should have simply suppressed the carp spirit directly. With this thought, Yuding Jinren struck out fiercely, bellowing, "You have wounded 2 of my nephews. Now pay with your life." Having fought 2 consecutive battles, the carp spirit was indeed weary. Even at his peak, he could not possibly contend with a Daluo Golden Immortal, so he could only close his eyes and await death. Daoist friend, please stay." Just as the carp spirit believed his end had come, a slightly stammering voice suddenly rang in his ears. That voice was nothing short of a blessing. The carp spirit felt an urge to laugh uproariously, for the heavens had not abandoned him, the heavens had not abandoned him. Yuding Jinren had been ready to strike a fatal blow, yet that single sentence caused his magical power to falter, unable to land. Even forcing it would risk a backlash. How can this be? Yuding Jinren attempted to force it, but ultimately withdrew his power, knowing that forcibly suppressing the carp spirit would injure himself as well. The carp spirit naturally knew who had arrived. In such a short time, the only person Wen Zhong could have summoned was Shingongbao. Yingshen was only 500 kilometers from Zhaoge. With the speed of the ink Shilin, Shingongbao should have returned during the battle between the carp spirit and Lei Zhenzi. Indeed, Shingongbao had returned some time ago, but had refrained from appearing, wanting to see if Yuding Jinren would indeed strike at a lower-level disciple as Wen Zhong had claimed. It was not that Shingongbao distrusted Wen Zhong, but he felt that such a matter would be a great pity if not witnessed firsthand. Just as Yuding Jinren withdrew his power, a figure suddenly appeared before him and struck a heavy palm blow to his chest. Yuding Jinren was no pushover. Suppressing his discomfort, he swiftly redirected his power and met the blow with a fierce palm strike of his own. With that palm strike, Yuding Jinren felt his blood surge and nearly spat blood, but he quickly suppressed the urge, unwilling to lose face before the human sovereign. If Yuding Jinren had known that Dxin had already despised him countless times in his heart, he might well have been infuriated to death. "It's you." After steadying his breath, Yuding Jinren finally spoke. Though their clash was brief, he recognized the figure, none other than Shingongbao. The aura Shingongbao exuded was utterly detestable. Every encounter with him stirred a desire to strike him dead. This feeling was shared not only by Yuding Jinren but also by Tai Jinren. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Shingongbao ceased his concealment and shed all his disguises. "Indeed, it is I. Greetings, Taoist friend Yuding. With that he made a respectful bow. No matter how overbearing Yuding Zhenren was as a disciple of the Jia sect, Shen Gongbao represented his sect when abroad. Thus proper etiquette could not be neglected. Xian nodded repeatedly at this, gaining a newfound respect for Shen Gongbao despite still finding him detestable. Though Shen Gongbao had bowed, Yuding Zhenren had no intention of returning the courtesy. With a face full of disgust, Yuding Zhenren said coldly, "And who might this be? Is it not a renegade of our Chan sect? How unexpected that you have sunk so low as to join the Jia sect. Truly befitting of your beastly nature. When the master took you in, I warned that you would one day betray our sect. You should have been executed on the spot rather than expelled." Seeing Yuding Zhenren's haughty expression, Shen Gongbao's face twitched involuntarily. Why had he left the primordial sect in the first place? Was it not because the 12 golden immortals had joined forces to ostracize him? Otherwise how could he have become a discarded disciple? It turned out that when Shen Gongbao had studied under the primordial heavenly venerable, Yuding Zhenren had taken a dislike to him. Whether in cultivation or on outings, Yuding Zhenren would seize every opportunity to cause trouble for Shen Gongbao. Worse still, he would conspire with his fellow disciples to harass him. As the first leopard to attain sentience in the world, Shen Gongbao was no pushover. Though he carried misfortune, a streak of luck always allowed him to turn danger into safety. To avoid trouble, Shen Gongbao rarely spoke with other disciples, let alone engaged in disputes. This left Yuding Zhenren, who was eager to find fault with him, grinding his teeth in frustration. Even when Shen Gongbao was expelled from the Chan sect for other reasons, Yuding Zhenren had never found a good opportunity to give him a thorough thrashing. Though Shen Gongbao's expression darkened at Yuding Zhenren's insults, he quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself that he should thank them for driving him out of the Chan sect, for otherwise he would never have obtained such a great opportunity. This time he would make sure Yuding Zhenren tasted bitter regret. Just as Yuding Zhenren responded to him, a faint grayish aura had silently attached itself to Yuding Zhenren. This aura was invisible to most, visible only to Shen Gongbao. It was the misfortune he had been cultivating. When his misfortune technique had first achieved minor success, Shen Gongbao had tested it on a wild beast. He had placed only a trace of misfortune upon it, and the beast subsequently sprained its foot while hunting. Its prey safely evaded a hunter's trap, but the beast fell into a pit the hunter had set, ultimately being discovered and captured. Yuding Zhenren was certainly a man of great fortune, otherwise he could not have become one of the 12 golden immortals. Thus, for misfortune to take effect on him, the two needed to have an intersection. This was precisely why Shen Gongbao first launched a surprise attack and then offered a salute. If Yuding Zhenren had returned the courtesy, the misfortune would never have clung to him. Yet not only did Yuding Zhenren fail to return the salute, but he also berated Shen Gongbao severely, instantly allowing the misfortune that had gathered behind him to claim a considerable foothold. It was at this moment that Yuding Zhenren felt his body inexplicably grow heavy, as if something was pressing down upon him. After scanning his body with his divine sense and finding nothing amiss, he dismissed the matter. "Shen Gongbao, do you intend to engage in a debate on the Tao with me?" "Ha! I am naturally no match for senior brother Yuding in Tao debate, but it is still permissible to seek your guidance." Though Shen Gongbao's expression remained unchanged, his heart was blooming with joy. Just moments ago, when Yuding Zhenren cursed him, the misfortune had expanded again, nearly occupying 1/10 of his body. If a battle broke out now, things would certainly become amusing. Guidance. Ha! Very well then, let me see what you have learned in the Jia sect over these years. As his words fell, the Zhanxian sword appeared in Yuding Zhenren's hand. From their earlier palm strike, Yuding Zhenren discovered that although Shen Gongbao's magical power was inferior to his own, he had sustained a minor injury from forcibly retracting his power during the attack. To quickly subdue Shen Gongbao, he resorted to using the Zhanxian sword. "Senior brother Yuding truly overestimates your junior, you have even brought out the Zhanxian sword." While praising Yuding Zhenren verbally, Shen Gongbao's hands moved swiftly and the nameless precious sword appeared in his grasp. The moment Shen Gongbao grasped the sword, Yuding Zhenren suddenly felt as if Shen Gongbao had transformed into a different person, his entire aura undergoing a earth-shattering change. The person before him no longer felt like a man but a sword, a razor-sharp, peerless blade. In truth, Shengongbao remained Shengongbao and the sword remained an ordinary one. It was Yuding Zenren's mind that had changed, for the misfortune had begun to cloud his thoughts. Seeing the signs of blackness already appearing on Yuding Zenren's forehead, Shengongbao shouted loudly, "Watch me split Mount Hua with my blade." With these words he raised the sword above his head and swung it lightly toward Yuding Zenren. Yet in Yuding Zenren's eyes, Shengongbao's sword had transformed into a colossal blade tens of zhang long and over a zhang wide, terrifying him into hastily dodging to the side. But just as Yuding Zenren leaped aside, a stone the size of a fist appeared beneath his feet and he happened to step right onto it. Thus Yuding Zenren naturally executed a spectacular faceplant. This left everyone present dumbfounded. Tai Zhenren was stunned and the recently awakened Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi were equally bewildered. Emperor Xen, seated upon his throne, was at a loss, utterly unsure how to react to what had just unfolded. A Daluo golden immortal tripped by a stone and in full view of everyone. Even Yuding Zenren, under the influence of misfortune, realized something was amiss. He had clearly seen Shengongbao unleash a formidable sword technique, yet now Shengongbao stood motionless while he himself lay on the ground. Senior brother, are you all right? Tai Zhenren asked uncertainly. This matter was far too bizarre. I'm fine, it was just carelessness on my part, Yuding Zenren replied, forcing himself to stay alert. Now an overwhelming fatigue washed over him as if he had not rested for eons. What he did not know was that the misfortune had already consumed half of his body. If this continued, he would surely face calamity. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been seated in the Jade Void Palace, suddenly felt a palpitation. Hastily calculating with his fingers, he discovered that his disciple Yuding Zenren was facing a life-threatening tribulation which gave him a tremendous fright. Yuanshi Tianzun's criteria for accepting disciples were first their origins and second their fortune. Yuding Zenren's origins were beyond question and his fortune was profound. How else could he have become one of the 12 golden immortals? Chijingzi, come to my hall at once. After a brief divination, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke directly. In no time Chijingzi arrived before him. But Dixing faced Yuding Zenren, a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable and one of the 12 golden immortals whose cultivation was second only to red essence and Guangchengzi. Thus, Yuanshi Tianzuan handed the apricot yellow banner to Chijingzi. Rescue my junior brother? Chijingzi was somewhat puzzled. After all, Yuding Zenren was at the midstage of Daluo Golden Immortal, a realm with few rivals in the entire primordial world. How could he be in danger? With the investiture of the gods conflict imminent, Yuanshi Tianzuan could not speak openly about many matters lest the heavenly Tao interfere. So his tone turned stern. You must act quickly or your junior brother's life is at stake. Go now. Sensing his master's impending anger, Chijingzi forsook the formalities of parting and rushed out in a fluster. After Chijingzi left, Yuanshi Tianzuan breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing into the void before him, he murmured, to think he could use misfortune. That wretch has indeed obtained a fine opportunity. Since you dare to use it on my disciple, I wonder if you are ready to be listed on the investiture scroll. Yuding Zenren, enduring the discomfort in his body, exchanged over a dozen more rounds with Shengongbao. These rounds left Tai Zhenren and the others on edge. Clearly Yuding Zenren's sword energy was aimed at Shengongbao, yet a sudden slip of the foot sent the energy veering straight toward Tu Xingsuan, nearly scaring the latter out of his wits. Had Tai Zhenren not acted swiftly to pull Tu Xingsuan aside, he would have turned to ashes and awaited his name on the investiture scroll. If Yuding Zenren had made such a mistake once, it could be attributed to carelessness or an inability to control his power. But now 2 out of 3 attacks missed their mark, with Tai Zhenren being the most frequent unintended target. Tai Zhenren had repeatedly warned Yuding Zenren, but each time Yuding acknowledged the advice only to continue acting in the same manner without any change. This left Tai Zhenren utterly exasperated. He thought to himself, if you're going to fight, just fight. But why can't you ever hit Shengongbao? And when you do, the attack always comes at me. What am I supposed to do? By now Yuding Zenren's vision was darkening and his entire being was shrouded in gray misfortune. Only his head remained untouched. If it too turned gray, even Yuanshi Tianzun's personal intervention would not save him from being listed on the investiture scroll. Just as Tai Zhenren was at his wit's end, a golden light suddenly appeared in the hall. The newcomer was none other than the hastily arrived Chijingzi. The moment he entered the hall, he noticed that his junior brother Yuding Jinren was in an abnormal state, dazed and confused as if under some influence. "Junior brother Tai, what is going on?" Chijingzi asked in astonishment. "I don't know. Ever since senior brother Yuding began his duel with Shingongbao, he has been acting strangely. If anyone has tampered with him, it must be Shingongbao." Shingongbao meanwhile was feeling more frustrated than ever. Although he knew he could not kill Yuding Jinren this time, he had hoped that once the misfortune fully occupied Yuding's body, he would gain a sliver of luck. Now with Chijingzi's arrival, those hopes were certainly dashed. Chijingzi wasted no time. He took out the apricot yellow banner bestowed by Yuanshi Tianzuan and began to wave it on the spot. As he did so, everyone saw wisps of gray gas emitting from Yuding Zenren's body, disappearing into the banner upon contact. As the misfortune left Yuding Zenren's body, he once again became sharp and alert. What just happened to me? Though he had been aware of the recent events, they felt unreal, as if he had been trapped in a dream. Chijingzi, having cultivated longer than the other two and being more knowledgeable, explained, "Junior brother, you have just been afflicted with the primordial misfortune Qi. Fortunately, the apricot yellow banner bestowed by our master saved you, otherwise you would have been in grave danger. Brother Yuding, do you have any recollection of what you just did?" Tai Jinren asked, his tone tinged with frustration. "No, I only remember continuously sparring with Shingongbao. Even when I unleashed the innate sword Qi, he managed to evade it every time." Yuding Jinren replied earnestly. "Master, you nearly killed Earth Traveler Sun just now." Yang Jian interjected from the side. "Disciple, do not speak nonsense. Earth Traveler Sun is my junior nephew, how could I possibly harm him?" "How is that possible?" Yuding Zenren's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Truly, when I arrived I saw you attacking junior brother Tai." Chijingzi, unable to bear it any longer, suddenly spoke up. "How is that possible?" Yuding Jinren looked at Chijingzi, rendered speechless. But then, recalling that Chijingzi had just mentioned innate misfortune, he turned to him and said, "Elder brother, could you explain to me what this innate misfortune truly entails? I am not entirely certain about the specifics of innate misfortune myself. I have only heard a little from our master." Chijingzi, after pondering the master's words, continued, "The master said that when Shingongbao was born, he was near the Wu tribe, who were born from turbid Qi. The innate misfortune attached itself to him at that moment. Throughout his life he has been disliked, which is why the master expelled him from the sect. He was spared only because he still serves a purpose. But what does misfortune have to do with me? Why did I fall victim to it?" Yuding Jinren looked at Chijingzi in bewilderment. "Junior brother, do you recall the process of your confrontation with Shingongbao?" Yuding Jinren thought for a moment and then nodded affirmatively. "Of course I remember. When Shingongbao appeared, he ambushed you. Though you were not injured, your magical power surged and left you feeling unsettled. Is that true?" "Indeed it is. I am at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Subduing someone at the early stage should be effortless," Yuding Jinren said with utmost confidence. "But in the end, did you capture him, junior brother?" Chijingzi was somewhat irked by Yuding's arrogant demeanor. If he had captured him, all would be well. But not only did he fail, he was also defeated before the human emperor Dxian. If not for the master's apricot yellow banner brought to his rescue, he would have been reduced to ashes by Shingongbao. "Elder brother, your reprimand is just. Your junior brother admits his fault and humbly seeks your clarification." Chijingzi nodded and continued, "Afterward Shingongbao bowed to you, and your error was in not returning the courtesy." "Return his courtesy? He is a renegade disciple of our Chan sect. How could he be worthy of my respect?" Yuding Jinren was almost indignant. He was one of the 12 golden immortals under the primordial heavenly venerable. There was no way he would bow to a castaway from the Chan sect. Not only would Yuding Jinren refuse, but neither Chijingzi nor Tai Jinren would ever bow to Shingongbao. First, there was the disparity in status. Yuding and Tai were personal disciples of the primordial heavenly venerable and honored as the 12 golden immortals, while Shingongbao was merely a nominal disciple of the Jie sect. Their positions were vastly different. Second, there was the gap in cultivation. How could a later-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal bow to an early stage one? Such a thing had never happened since Pangu created the world. Zhi did not overly criticize Yuding Jinren for this discourtesy, as he himself would not have returned the bow. So he simply continued, because of this the innate misfortune latched onto you. Over time, as you failed to subdue him, your wrath only fueled the misfortune's spread. The rest I need not elaborate. After hearing Zhi's explanation, Yuding Jinren felt both shame and anger. Shame that he had stumbled so badly, and anger at Shingongbao's treachery. Had the master not sensed the danger and sent Zhi to his rescue, his failure today would have been monumental. Seeing Zhi, Yuding Jinren and Tai Jinren all staring at him, Shingongbao could only force a bitter smile. When Wenzhong sought his aid, claiming that only Yuding Jinren and Tai Jinren had come with their disciples to force Dxin to surrender the human race's fortune, Shingongbao thought that with only 2 opponents he stood a chance. So he gladly agreed and had Wenzhong follow him back. But Wenzhong insisted on returning to his sect for reinforcements. Seeing his resolve, Shingongbao did not stop him and came to Xiaoge alone. He intended to display his prowess before Dxin to change the emperor's perception of him. Indeed, Dixin's view had shifted, but the cost might be too great. If it were only Yuding Jinren and Tai Jinren, Shingongbao might have had a slim chance. After all, he was at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and with the aid of innate misfortune, though victory was unlikely, he could at least defend himself. But now, with Zhi added to the mix, armed with the apricot yellow banner bestowed by the primordial heavenly venerable which countered his abilities, Shingongbao thoughts turned not to battle but to escape. Fighting 2 was hopeless, but at least he could save his skin. Now facing 3, there was no doubt he would meet his end here. What, Shingongbao, are you thinking of fleeing? Zhi had seen through his intentions. When he rescued Yuding Jinren, he had already set up the earthly barrier maze to prevent Shingongbao escape. His intention discovered, Shingongbao face twitched slightly as he said, "You are despicable. You set up a formation around us? Despicable? I don't feel that way. If anyone is despicable, it is you who dared to ambush me. This time I will fight you to the death." Yuding Jinren gritted his teeth. He had thought that demanding the human race's fortune from the human emperor Dxin was a sure thing. With his presence and pressure, Dxin would surely comply. Now everything was ruined, all thanks to Shingongbao. Seeing Yuding Jinren about to attack, Zhi quickly stopped him. "Junior brother, do not be hasty. Shingongbao cannot escape. There is a matter more important than punishing him. Do not disrupt the order." The most important thing now was to secure Dixin's consent for the Chan sect to enjoy the human race's fortune, ensuring the sect's smooth passage through the investiture of the gods. Though the primordial heavenly venerable had not explicitly ordered the seizure of the human race's fortune when sending him here as a disciple of the Chan sect and one of the 12 golden immortals, it was his duty to share his master's burden, was it not? Reminded by Zhi, Yuding Jinren recalled the true purpose of his visit. "Thank you, elder brother, for the reminder. These beasts with fur and horns have so enraged me that I nearly forgot the important matter." With that, Yuding Jinren turned to Dxin and said, "Human Emperor, I offer you 2 choices. First, hand over the human race's fortune for the Chan sect's use. My earlier promise to protect humanity for eternity remains unchanged. If you refuse, my sect will not hesitate to help your people once more." Dxin, who had been watching the spectacle, was taken aback that Yuding Jinren had suddenly turned his attention to him. "Help me? How exactly would you help?" The threatening tone of Yuding Jinren greatly displeased Dxin. Yet clearly Shingongbao was no match for the trio of Zhi, Yuding Jinren and Tai Jinren. All he could do now was stall for time, hoping that Grand Preceptor Wenzhong would return with more powerful allies. As for the human race's fortune, Dxin had already made up his mind it would be given to the Jia sect, never to the Chan sect. Since the founding of the Shang dynasty, the Jia sect had sent disciples to help manage floods and droughts, while the Chan sect had never been seen. Now that humanity had become the protagonists of the world, the Chan sect directly demanded the human race's fortune. The Jia sect also desired it, but they had never coerced him. The contrast between the 2 sects was clear. Seeing Dixin's cold expression, Yuding Jinren wasted no more words. "Then I shall replace your human emperor." "What? Replace the human emperor?" The human emperor was appointed by the heavenly Tao. External interference would incur its displeasure. Was Yuding Jinren mad to suggest replacing the human emperor? Ha! 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 After requesting Shengongbao to go and rescue the sovereign, Wenzhong continued riding his black Qilin toward the Jade Oasis Palace. This time he felt an ominous foreboding, for over the centuries the Jia sect and the Chan sect had not been without conflicts. Countless battles large and small had been fought, but each time only the 4th or 5th generation disciples were involved, at most the 3rd generation. Yet now a 2nd generation disciple like Yuding Jinren had appeared, and with a single strike he intended to suppress and slay him. This stirred a hint of panic in Wenzhong's heart. Wenzhong did not fear death, but he dreaded disrupting the Grand Senior Brother's plans. Thus he rushed desperately to the Jade Oasis Palace. At the southern mountain cliff of the Jade Oasis Palace. At that moment Golden Spirit Holy Mother had just finished her cultivation. She now stood on the brink of the quasi-sage realm, merely a hair's breadth away from crossing that threshold. Just then a slightly weary voice sounded. Master. Gazing at the travel-worn Wenzhong, Golden Spirit Holy Mother was surprised but immediately sensed something amiss with him. Your aura is unstable, your mana turbulent, you are injured. As she spoke, Golden Spirit Holy Mother passed a sacred healing pill to Wenzhong. Over the past few hundred years, Lei Jinzi had never left the Thunderbolt Sea of the Jade Void Palace, tirelessly cultivating the power of thunder. Only upon arriving at Xiaoge did he break through to the... It was Yuding Jinren of the Chan sect. Had I not fled swiftly, I fear. Wenzhong left the sentence unfinished, suddenly feeling his entire body tighten with an urge to kneel. It was Golden Spirit Holy Mother's fury that caused this. Yuding Jinren, a 2nd generation disciple, had struck at her own 3rd generation disciple, utterly shameless. Many had seen Wenzhong return to the mountain, and though no one asked why, they guessed the gist of it. Thus a crowd gathered around Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Upon hearing that Yuding Jinren had wounded him, some immediately sought to challenge Yuding Jinren to a duel, while others erupted in curses. Ever since Xiao Fan arranged for disciples to undergo trials in the mortal world, the Jia sect's tenet was to faithfully assist the Shang dynasty in establishing its rule, never provoking conflict. Over the years friction had escalated, but each time the Chan sect struck first and the Jia sect merely defended. In that case, do not blame me for taking action. Golden Spirit Holy Mother was incensed. Finishing her words, she prepared to lead Wenzhong to reclaim honor. Perhaps I should go in your stead, senior sister. Wang Mo of the 9 Dragon Island appeared before Golden Spirit Holy Mother seemingly from nowhere. Golden Spirit Holy Mother looked at Wang Mo with a puzzled expression. This concerns my disciple, so naturally I should go myself. What do you mean by offering to replace me? Wang Mo was not angered by her doubt, knowing she was in a fiery temper. It is the Grand Senior Brother's arrangement. Wang Mo invoked Xiao Fan's name. Upon hearing the words, Grand Senior Brother, Golden Spirit Holy Mother's anger unconsciously subsided. In these few hundred years the Jia sect had developed faster than in the previous millennia. Now the Jia sect boasted 5 quasi-sages, over a dozen great golden immortals, and countless Tai golden immortals and golden immortals, all thanks to the Grand Senior Brother. If Xiao Fan spoke a word now, it would carry more weight than even Tongtian sect master's words. Since the Grand Senior Brother does not wish me to go, I shall not. Golden Spirit Holy Mother declared. As she spoke, she understood Xiao Fan's intent. Her own intervention would inevitably lead to a fierce debate with Yuding Jinren over Dao. Having wounded her disciple, she would not let him off easily. With her current quasi-sage cultivation, a single misstep could instantly slay Yuding Jinren. Wang Mo nodded and said to Wenzhong, let us go quickly, or Shingang Bao will suffer greatly. What are you laughing at? Do you find my words amusing? Yuding Jinren, feeling ignored by Dixin, let the long sword at his back pulse with his aura as if ready to spring forth at any moment. Dixin finally stopped laughing, his expression turning calm as he gazed at Yuding Jinren. I have said that the destiny of humanity has been granted to the Jia sect. Now you demand that I hand over humanity's fortune to the Chan sect. Do you think yourselves worthy? The last words were shouted by Dixin, and as they left his lips a dragon aura coalesced behind him, surging straight toward Yuding Jinren. Against an ordinary person, this true dragon aura would cause injury or even death. But Dixin faced Yuding Zhenren, a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable and one of the 12 golden immortals whose cultivation was second only to red essence and Guangchengzi. Thus he remained unmoved by the sudden dragon aura, or rather he disdained to react. Watching the dragon aura fly toward him, Yuding Zhenren snorted coldly, standing still as it struck his body. Useless. If you were Yao Shun or you, I might fear you somewhat, but you are not. Since you have struck, do not blame me. With these words, the slaying immortal sword appeared in Yuding Zhenren's hand, thrusting straight at the human sovereign Dixin. Shen Gongbao could not stand idly by and watch Dixin die. Struggling against the pressure from red essence and Tai Zhenren, he forced out a phrase. Taoist, please stay. As these words left his mouth, Shen Gongbao spat out a mouthful of blood. To Dixin it seemed that Shen Gongbao had stood motionless since red essence appeared occasionally, even exchanging words with them. In truth, it was not that Shen Gongbao did not wish to move, but that red essence and Tai Zhenren had jointly suppressed him. Shen Gongbao's cultivation was already inferior to red essence's, and with Tai Zhenren at the mid-great golden immortal stage, how could he possibly be their match? Initially Shen Gongbao managed to hold his own using his innate misfortune, but when red essence quietly employed the yellow flag, Shen Gongbao could only defend. Seeing Yuding Zhenren truly strike at Dixin, he cried out, Taoist, please stay, to prevent Dixin from perishing on the spot. Hearing this, Yuding Zhenren shuddered as if struck by lightning, his forward momentum halting abruptly. This was the second time he had experienced such a turbulent surge of mana within him, so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. I never imagined you, Shen Gongbao, could use your mana to block me. Now I will eliminate you first and see who can stop me from replacing the human sovereign. Yuding Zhenren turned the slaying immortal sword and thrust it toward Shen Gongbao. At this moment Shen Gongbao could not mobilize a shred of his mana. Having just forcibly used his innate misfortune, he could only close his eyes and await death. Just as Shen Gongbao felt the sword tip pierce his skin and knew that death was imminent, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hey! You Chan sect ruffians are utterly shameless, 3 against 1, and you still claim to be the orthodox path of the Xianmen? Our Jia sect is ashamed to be associated with you. As he spoke, Wang Mo was still 100 li away, yet by the time his words faded he stood before Shen Gongbao. His steel blade rose slightly, deflecting the slaying immortal sword aimed at Shen Gongbao. Seeing Wang Mo's arrival, red essence's pupils involuntarily contracted. He murmured, such speed. From Wang Mo's shout to his appearance before Shen Gongbao, only the span of a blink had passed, a speed that could rival even the Kunpeng. Having rescued Shen Gongbao, Wang Mo inwardly wiped a cold sweat. A mere hair's breadth more and Shen Gongbao would have perished. Fortunately he had cultivated the speed technique from the Kunpeng method, otherwise he could only have watched helplessly. A few breaths later the other 3 of the 4 sages of Nine Dragon Island arrived leisurely. Seeing Wen Zhong leading reinforcements, Dixin rose excitedly from his throne. Your Majesty, I Wen Zhong have come late to your rescue. Please forgive my offense. The 4 sages of Nine Dragon Island could disregard Dixin's status, but Wen Zhong could not. Thus dismounting, he immediately begged for forgiveness. Grand Tutor, you speak too seriously. You have arrived just in time. Had you come a quarter hour later, I would no longer be the human sovereign. Dixin helped Wen Zhong up and spoke, gazing at Yuding Zhenren. Seeing everyone staring at him, Yuding Zhenren's face darkened, even twitching slightly. A golden immortal of the great Luo realm descending to the mortal world to threaten a human emperor, not only had his threat failed, but he had been caught by the very disciples of the Jia sect he despised most. This was a monumental loss of face. Tisk tsk. What a display of skill from Yuding Zhenren. First you wound my junior nephew, then you pressure the human sovereign into surrendering the fortune of humanity. If he refuses, you threaten to replace him as ruler. And you call yourselves the orthodox sect of the Mystic Gate. Bah! Wang Mo spat heavily on the ground, followed by the other 3 sages, their faces full of contempt. Though Chu Jingxi's expression was grim, he could not stand by and let Yuding Zhenren be humiliated. Stepping forward, he said, Our Chan sect was founded by the primordial heavenly venerable. Each of us possesses extraordinary origins and profound virtue. How can we be compared to you lot, beasts with fur and horns born of moisture and eggs? The human sovereign was deceived by your Jia sect into entrusting humanity's fortune to you. Now we merely seek to correct his misguided decision." Chijingxi's words rang out with such force that even the ministers outside the hall heard them clearly. Chijingxi had his motives for this, first to stop Wang Mo from further exposing their coercion of King Zhou, and second to use his status to intimidate Wang Mo and the others. Though the mortal realm acknowledged the Jia sect's existence, many did not know their true forms. They appeared before humanity in human guise. What if a monkey or an elephant suddenly appeared? Would the people accept that? Hearing this, the ministers outside the hall began murmuring. "What? The Jia sect's disciples aren't human. How can that be? I've heard from some immortals that many in the Jia sect are mountain spirits and wild beasts who cultivated to become immortals. Is that so? Then could they, at night, revert to their original monstrous forms?" Hearing the commotion in the square, Chijingxi smiled and said, "Human sovereign, behold your subjects, how dissatisfied they are with your decision. Now think carefully before you decide. Otherwise we may not need to act." King Zhou could not normally hear the discussion outside due to the distance. But Chijingxi, wanting King Zhou to hear clearly, used a minor spell to amplify the voices from the hall. Hearing the murmurs outside, King Zhou frowned. The ministers outside were veterans who had fought alongside King Yi to conquer the realm. They should not behave this way. Moreover, when the Jia sect first appeared, they had not concealed their true identities. Why were there now voices of opposition? Chijingxi, in my eyes your baseness surpasses even Yuding Zenren's. Truly like master, like disciple. You've even resorted to enchantment spells. What is there you wouldn't do? Wang Mo waved his hand, and a visible shower of nectar descended upon the crowd. The ministers who had been murmuring fell silent, closing their eyes and gasping for breath. Some of the older ministers even fainted. "Esteemed immortal, what is happening?" King Zhou asked urgently, seeing his subjects collapse. "Great King, it is nothing. They were merely under an enchantment. My master has just freed them. They are only weak from the ordeal and will recover with rest." Wen Zhong quickly explained. "What is this enchantment technique?" King Zhou asked. "Many people enjoy speaking lies while others speak truth. This enchantment art swaps the two, forcing liars to speak truth and truth-tellers to speak lies. However, compelling those who dislike lying to do so causes intense resistance within their bodies, which is why the ministers appear weak and some have fainted." As Wen Zhong explained, Li Xingba used the same spell as Chijingxi to transmit the hall's voices outside. Hearing that they had been enchanted by immortals and forced to say things they never intended, the ministers outside erupted into curses. "This is the Chan sect. Bah! They always claim to be the orthodox mystic gate, denouncing the Jia sect as beasts with fur and horns born of moisture and eggs. If this is their conduct, I would rather my child join the Jia sect." "Exactly. What kind of beings are they, using immortal arts on us mortals and scheming to seize humanity's fortune? If we gave them our fortune, who knows how they'd treat us? I think the king's decision is right. Though the Jia sect's origins are humble, they always speak plainly and act more honorably than the Chan sect, far better than that so-called Jinren." Hearing the insults from outside, Chijingxi faced dark, tried to close the spell, but his attempt was blocked by a figure. "Chijingxi, why not savor these sweet words a little longer? This is a rare occurrence. How does it feel to be cursed?" "Quite pleasant, isn't it?" Li Xingba countered with his own spell, thwarting Chijingxi's attempt to retract the magic. "Humph." Chijingxi's face darkened as he shook off Li Xingba's obstruction with a flick of his right hand, sneering, "The Chan sect's worth will be proven in time. You beasts with fur and horns dare obstruct the human sovereign's correct judgment. The Chan sect will show you no mercy. If you have the courage, follow me." With that, Chijingxi flew out of the hall, followed by Yuding Jinren, Tai Jinren, and the others. Wang Mo and his companions, not to be outdone, gave a few instructions to Wen Zhong and flew out after. In the hall, the Chan sect still had Yang Jian, Earth Traveler, Sun Lei Jinzi, and Wei Tuo, while the Jia sect had Shin Gongbao, Wen Zhong the Carp Spirit, and the Shrimp Spirit. "Senior brother, should we make a move?" Earth Traveler Sun asked, looking at the slumped Shin Gongbao and the pale Wen Zhong. The opportunity was rare. Shin Gongbao, wounded by Chijingxi and Tai, could not act for a while. Wen Zhong, ambushed by Yuding Jinren, seemed intact but could not fight easily. As for the carp spirit, having fought 2 battles and suffered Yuding Zenrin's sudden pressure, his spirit was damaged, making it hard for him to act. And the remaining shrimp spirit, Earth Traveler's son, was confident that with Yang Jian, Lei Jinzi and Wei Chua they could easily defeat him. If not, he might as well find a rock to bash his head against. Yang Jian understood Earth Traveler's son's implication. The 4 of them could easily subdue Wen Zhong and the others, but he was reluctant. As the foremost disciple of the Chan sect's 3rd generation, Yang Jian had his pride. Though he disapproved of Chu Jingzi and his master Yuding Zenrin's actions, they were his elders, so he refrained from comment. Thus he rebuked Earth Traveler's son, how Chan sect as the orthodox mystic gate would never stoop to such despicable means. I alone am enough. Having admonished Earth Traveler's son, Yang Jian took his 3-pointed double-edged blade and strode out of the hall, standing in the center of the square. Yang Jian's pride was natural. After his defeat by the shrimp spirit, he had returned to the mountain for secluded cultivation, reaching the Tai Golden Immortal Realm upon emerging. Thus he was fully confident in defeating the shrimp spirit. Shrimp spirit, dare you fight me? I will slay you here. His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the hall and sending dust raining down. Ha! I thought you'd cower behind your master's back. It seems you have some spine. Take my advice, while there's still time, leave the Chan sect and join our Jia sect. I guarantee you can achieve sainthood through the flesh. The shrimp spirit rambled on as he emerged, utterly disregarding Yang Jian's expression. Shut up. I am a disciple of the Chan sect, how could I stoop to consort with beasts like you? Taste my blade. 100 li east of Chala city upon the sea surface. Vast dark clouds gathered above the sea and the surrounding waters churned as if thousands of beings stirred beneath, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. Suddenly a bolt of lightning shot forth from the dark clouds, hurtling straight toward the crown of Wang Mo's head. Despicable. With a flick of his right hand, Wang Mo summoned a black demonic blade, raising it to cleave the lightning apart. Impressive skills. Qi Jingxi knew his lightning summoning art was no match for Wang Mo, so this was merely a probe. His true killing move lay in the yin-yang mirror in his grasp. Qi Jingxi turned his hands over and a palm-sized mirror appeared in his palm. Its surface was smooth as jade, with 2 streams of black and white true qi swirling upon it, forming a taiji diagram. Let me show you my yin-yang mirror. Mirror in hand, Qi Jingxi cast his spell directly, and a pair of entwined black and white beams surged toward Wang Mo. Very well, I shall experience it. Wang Mo neither dodged nor evaded, but raised his demonic blade high above his head, roaring heavenly demon blade. As these words left his lips, billowing demonic qi emanated from the blade, staining the surrounding sea black. Such formidable demonic qi. Standing by to support Qi Jingxi, Yuding Zhenren. On the other side, the other 3 from 9 Dragon Island wore excited expressions. Li Xingba said, brothers, do you think Big Brother's strike can cleave Qi Jingxi in two? Over these centuries, Wang Mo had devoted himself to cultivating the heavenly demon blade, nearing the realm of unity between man and blade. I think not. Yang Xin spoke. I agree with second brother's view. Gao Yuqian added. Why? You must know that Big Brother is nearly at the unity of man and blade, and he has reached the latest stage perfection of Tai Golden Immortal. Dealing with Qi Jingxi, who is only at the latest stage Tai Golden Immortal, should be as easy as turning his hand, shouldn't it? Facing Yang Sen and Gao Yuqian's disagreement, Li Xingba spoke with displeasure. Fourth brother, you have forgotten one thing. What thing? Qi Jingxi possesses the apricot yellow flag. Yang Sen began to speak. As they conversed, Wang Mo had already brought his blade down. The black blade, light like a towering black wall, descended from the heavens, cleaving the yin-yang qi rushing toward him in two. The radiance did not pause for a moment, slashing straight at Qi Jingxi, as if intent on splitting him in half. Seeing that the yin and yang qi from his yin-yang mirror could not withstand Wang Mo's blade aura, Qi Jingxi hastily retrieved the apricot yellow flag hidden in his bosom. In an instant a golden radiance enveloped him. By then the black blade aura had already reached Qi Jingxi. The black blade aura and the golden barrier collided, erupting in a violent explosion. This blast tore open a 12-meter deep hole in the sea beneath Qi Jingxi, sending seawater hurtling into the sky for hundreds of meters, even dispersing the dark clouds above. When the seawater receded and the smoke cleared, the crowd finally saw Qi Jingxi's wretched state. He was drenched from head to toe, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his right hand clutching the apricot yellow flag trembled incessantly. Yu Dingjinren and Tai Yizhenren swiftly flew to Qi Jingxi's side to guard against any surprise attack from Wang Mo's group. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Yu Dingjinren asked with concern. He knew that among their side Qi Jingxi was the strongest. If anything happened to him, he and Tai Yizhenren would be finished here. Cough. Cough. "I'm fine. I won't die anytime soon." As he spoke, Qi Jingxi took a bottle from his bosom, poured out over a dozen pills, and swallowed them all at once. Wang Mo was not unscathed. Though he had split the barrier laid by the apricot yellow flag, the recoil sent his inner energy roiling and his face turned pale. "Big brother, are you all right?" Li Xingba asked with concern, his earlier excitement gone. "I'm fine, just a backlash from the energy. I still have strength to fight." After suppressing his internal energy, Wang Mo spoke. "Wang Mo, I never imagined you would progress so rapidly in these centuries. If not for the apricot yellow flag, I would have perished today." After taking the pills, Qi Jingxi's injuries quickly healed. Wang Mo's earlier strike still sent chills down Qi Jingxi's spine. When he saw his yin-yang mirror could not block Wang Mo's attack, his first thought was to evade, but he realized that no matter which direction he fled, he could not escape and had to endure Wang Mo's blow heat-in. "You are not bad either, having a primordial treasure to protect yourself." "Admirable, admirable." Though Wang Mo's words were flattering, his eyes were full of mockery. Treasures are indeed a factor in battle, but one must also wield them properly. No. Now that Qi Jingxi was using the primordial Heavenly Lord's treasure to block his strike, it was as if the blow had struck not Qi Jingxi but the primordial Heavenly Lord himself. If Wang Mo had not withdrawn much of his demonic qi in time, Qi Jingxi would surely have perished, but Wang Mo would also have been killed by the recoil from the apricot yellow flag. Qi Jingxi naturally understood what Wang Mo meant. Though the apricot yellow flag was in Qi Jingxi's hands, he could not unleash even a tenth of its power. When he came, he had only learned from the primordial Heavenly Lord how to absorb the innate calamity energy. As for other uses, he was completely ignorant. If Qi Jingxi could unleash even 1% of the apricot yellow flag's power, even if Wang Mo exhausted himself, he could never break through its defense, let alone shatter the barrier. Cough. Cough. Enough talk. Now we each rely on our own skills to see who will be suppressed. As he spoke, he also transmitted a message to Tai Yizhenren and Yu Dingjinren, instructing them to act together, forming a three talents formation to press against Wang Mo. Faced with this situation, Wang Mo and his group were not flustered, they merely cursed despicable inwardly and quickly formed a four symbols formation. As the two sides clashed, lightning flashed and the sea boiled, sending waves dozens of meters high. Meanwhile, within Chaba City, the shrimp spirit and Yang Jian had also reached a fever pitch. Yang Jian's hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, while the shrimp spirit appeared slightly better but pale, clearly having overexerted his energy. "Shrimp spirit, this time I will use my strongest technique. I hope you can still withstand it." Yang Jian gripped his blade with both hands and raised it high. "Fine. Let's see what you've got." The shrimp spirit shook his twin hammer, staring at Yang Jian. "By my life, I summon heavenly thunder, follow my command." As Yang Jian chanted, dark clouds gathered in the sky, turning everything pitch black, making it impossible to see even 5 meters ahead. Golden lightning bolts darted through the clouds. As Yang Jian's incantation quickened, the golden lightning finally broke through the clouds and hurtled toward his three-pointed double-edged blade. What kind of technique is this? Instead of striking the enemy, he directs lightning at himself. Does he have a death wish? Lightning summoning was a common art in the Chan sect, but it was always used to strike others, never oneself. This left Lei Zhenzi, Earth Traveler Sun, and Wei Hu, who were watching Yang Jian, utterly baffled. The same question was asked by Wenzhong to Shen Gongbao, hoping for an explanation. Seeing Yang Jian's technique, the calm Shen Gongbao frowned. Though he had not cultivated this art, he knew it involved summoning lightning to form armor, so that whether attacking the enemy or being attacked, the foe would suffer the thunder's assault. He actually managed to cultivate the Heavenly Thunder Armor art. Heavenly Thunder Armor? I've never heard of it. As a disciple of the Jia sect, Wenzhong knew many techniques, but this was his first time hearing of the Heavenly Thunder Armor art, piquing his curiosity. This is a secret art of the Chan sect unknown to most disciples. I only know that cultivating this technique requires enduring the pain of lightning strikes. During this period one cannot use energy to resist it must rely entirely on the power of the physical body. Only after enduring 100 years of lightning strikes can one achieve minor success. Although Shen Gongbao recognized the spell Yang Jian was casting, he made one mistake in his guess. Yang Jian had not yet reached the minor accomplishment realm. This spell as a forbidden art of the Chan sect was not kept secret due to any special mystery, but rather because of the immense harm it inflicted upon the caster. At that moment Yang Jian, having drawn a vast amount of golden dragon lightning into his body, saw his hair bristle wildly and his face twisted from the electric shock. When Yang Jian felt his body could no longer withstand the lightning's power, he spoke, "Shrimp spirit, receive my strongest strike." A golden lightning bolt connecting the heavens above to Yang Jian below cascaded down like a waterfall toward the shrimp spirit. "Senior brother, when did you master this secret art?" "This shrimp spirit is done for." Lei Zhenzi stared at Yang Jian in astonishment. "Since its creation few have mastered this art. Senior brother, Yang Jian is truly formidable. When will I ever be able to learn it?" Chu Xingxuan spoke with envy. Wei Tuotu gazed at Yang Jian, who resembled a war god, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration. Facing Yang Jian's ultimate strike, the shrimp spirit shed his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave as he put away his twin hammers. Unbeknownst to all, a black demonic blade had appeared in his hand. The blade was pitch black like ink, devoid of any luster, with thick demonic chi roiling over its surface as if on the verge of leaping forth at any moment. "Yang Jian, since you hold nothing back, let me show you my heaven-defying 7 demon blades." With these words the shrimp spirit's aura shifted entirely like a martyr marching to his doom, and his demonic blade slashed fiercely toward the golden lightning dragon. The black blade aura shattered upon contact with the golden lightning dragon, which continued its flight toward the shrimp spirit without pause. "Look, senior brother is about to win," Chu Xingxuan exclaimed excitedly. "No need to tell us that. Senior brother is the foremost among the third-generation disciples of our Chan sect." Seeing his golden lightning dragon crush the black blade aura, Yang Jian felt no relief. Instead he focused even more intently. For he noticed that the shrimp spirit showed no surprise at the dragon's triumph, remaining calm as if it were expected. "Good. Watch my second strike." After the first blade aura was shattered, the shrimp spirit unleashed the second, third, and up to the 5th strike in quick succession, causing the once proud golden lightning dragon to tremble and waver as if it had gained a life of its own. How is this possible? Yang Jian never imagined that his strongest attack would not only be withstood by the shrimp spirit, but also force the golden lightning dragon to show fear. "Face my final strike." Having unleashed 6 consecutive slashes, the shrimp spirit's body had reached its limit, yet failing to deliver this last blow would invite backlash. Victory meant life, defeat death. This was the technique Shindong from the grave of the gods first used against his strongest foe. As the waterfall-like blade aura surged toward him, Yang Jian steeled himself, ignoring the golden lightning dragon's mournful cry, and let the two forces collide directly. A blinding light exploded in the sky, forcing the onlookers below to shut their eyes. "Disciple." At that moment a voice tinged with worry rang out in midair, and the crowd beheld the pitiful aftermath of the duel. Yang Jian, who had just stood like a war god, now had his armor shattered and blood gushing from his mouth, cradled in the arms of a figure. The one holding Yang Jian was none other than Yuding Zhenren, who had just arrived. Yuding Zhenren fared little better, his dark Taoist robe wrinkled and his hair disheveled, the master and disciple resembling refugees. "Junior brother Yuding, take them and leave quickly, they are coming." The newly arrived Chijingzi urged Yuding Zhenren to flee at once. It turned out that Chijingzi and the others had fought countless rounds with Wang Mo on the sea, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Though Wang Mo of the 4 sages of 9 Dragons Island was stronger, Chijingzi wielded the innate treasure apricot yellow banner bestowed by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Though unable to unleash its full power, it sufficed for self-defense. When Yang Jian activated the Heavenly Thunder Armor art, Yuding Zhenren then locked in battle with Wang Mo, sensed it, and rushed back with all his might. For he knew Yang Jian had not yet mastered the heavenly thunder armor art. Forcibly using it would only end in annihilation. Yet he had arrived too late. I will kill you. Seeing the shrimp spirit who had repeatedly defeated his disciple Yuding Jinren went berserk and charged straight at him. The shrimp spirit appeared fine, but in truth he was no better off than Yang Jian. Though Xiao Fan had slightly modified the heaven-defying 7 demon blades from the grave of the gods, the immense life force drain still took its toll. His once black hair now bore streaks of silver, a sign of the backlash he had suffered. Now if he were to endure Yuding Zhenren's attack, death was certain. Yuding Jinren, have you no shame? A furious voice suddenly rang out and a figure appeared before the shrimp spirit, deflecting Yuding Zhenren's immortal slaying sword. The newcomer was none other than Wang Mo, who had just been battling Chijingzi Yuding Jinren and Tai Jinren on the sea. Why should I observe propriety with beasts like you? You have driven my disciple to this state. I will never rest until you are dead. Yuding Zhenren's face twisted with rage as he glared at the shrimp spirit poised to strike. If you dare step out from under the protection of the apricot yellow banner and face me unknown, I will yield to whatever you decide. Wang Mo sneered at Yuding Jinren. Had Chijingzi not shielded them with the banner, the 4 brothers would have long perished, never to return to Chaoga city. Seeing Yuding Jinren about to attack, Chijingzi grabbed him and said, Junior brother, saving lives is paramount. Let us return and beseech our master. Yang Jian may yet be saved. Glancing at the frail Yang Jian and then at the shrimp spirit shielded by Wang Mo, Yuding Jinren, though reluctant, turned and picked up Yang Jian, flying toward the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. After Chijingzi and Yuding Jinren left, Wang Mo did not pursue. Though uninjured, it was impossible to keep Chijingzi and his party protected, as they were by the apricot yellow banner. Though victorious, they were not unscathed, bearing minor injuries. With nothing left to do, Wang Mo said to Dxn, Human Sovereign, we have fulfilled our mission and driven away the Chan sect. Since there is no further business here, we shall return to the mountain to report. Dxin was still lost in the battle between Yang Jian and the shrimp spirit. As a mortal emperor, he possessed all he could desire, yet faced with the conflict among immortals, he felt utterly powerless. He even felt that before Yuding Jinren and the others he was no longer a human sovereign but a mere ant in the mountains facing a primordial dragon, defenseless and without the courage to resist. If only he could wield such power. What? You wish to leave immortal? Wang Mo's voice jolted Dxin from his reverie. Yes, human sovereign. We descended the mountain to teach the Chan sect a lesson and our mission is complete. We must now return to report. Though a flicker of displeasure crossed Wang Mo's mind at Dizin's inattention, his face betrayed nothing. Could you not stay a while longer, immortal, to guard against the Chan sect's return? Dxin struggled to find a plausible reason to keep them. Wang Mo, having lived for eons as a demon, saw through Dizin's intentions. He smiled and said, Human sovereign, speak your mind. We truly cannot linger in the mortal realm. Dxin hesitated, then gritted his teeth. Immortal, may I also become a disciple of the Jia sect? The moment Dxin uttered those words, the entire square fell into a profound silence. Some of the elder ministers who had just regained consciousness nearly fainted again. Immediately the square was filled with the sound of weeping. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Our human race is in ruins awaiting restoration. How can you even contemplate the pursuit of immortality? Your Majesty, you are the human sovereign, the supreme ruler of the mortal world. How can you seek the immortals? If you insist, you must first step over my old bones. Your Majesty. The weeping of the old ministers echoed across the square, causing Li's face to darken repeatedly. He wished to rebuke them, yet he found their arguments not without merit. But as the human sovereign, once the words had left his mouth, how could they be taken back? Wen Zhong, standing by, had not anticipated Dizin's declaration. For a moment he was uncertain whether to counsel the king or pacify the ministers below. Though Wen Zhong served as grand preceptor, he had always instructed Dxin in the arts of kingship and statecraft, never once mentioning the path of immortality for fear that the king might be tempted. Now to his dismay, Dxin had raised the matter before so many. How could this be resolved? If the human sovereign sought immortality, would all of humanity follow? And if all pursued cultivation, what would become of the mortal realm? Wang Mo found himself equally vexed. Had he known Dxin would speak thus, he would have simply taken his leave without a word, avoiding this entire predicament. Humanity as the protagonist of the world was naturally protected by the heavenly Tao. Dxin's desire to cultivate went against the will of heaven. If he agreed now, he might be struck down on the spot by the heavenly Tao. Just as Wang Mo was caught between two difficulties, a figure approached accompanied by a cough. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of taking a master brother, Wang Mo cannot decide alone. This requires returning to the sect for a verdict. Perhaps you should first calm the ministers and we can deliberate at length. Shen Gongbao, having rested for a time, had stabilized his injuries. Though full recovery of his cultivation would require extensive rest, it did not hinder him from offering his opinion. I believe Brother Shen's suggestion is sound. Let us first return to the mountain gate, and once the sect has reached a decision we can inform the human sovereign. Wang Mo quickly seconded. Dxin pondered and found this reasonable. A grand sect like Jiao had many matters beyond the authority of its disciples. Thus he did not press further, saying to Wang Mo, in that case I shall not detain you further. Please, upon returning to your sect, convey my intentions to your master as soon as possible. Whether they agree or not, I offer my thanks in advance. Having spoken, he prepared to bow to Wang Mo. Wang Mo quickly caught Dxin, his face twitching involuntarily. He dared not accept the human sovereign's bow. As the ruler sustained by billions of humans, receiving such a gesture would be equivalent to receiving the gratitude of all humanity, which would simply annihilate him. How could Wang Mo bear the fortune of the human race? Your Majesty, this cannot be. We shall hasten back to our sect and deliver your words. As for the outcome, it rests with the sect's decision. We take our leave. Without waiting for Dxin's consent, Wang Mo turned and departed, followed hastily by the other three saints. It would not be an exaggeration to say they fled. Seeing Wang Mo's hasty retreat, Dxin looked at Wen Zhong with confusion and asked, Grand Preceptor, was my courtesy insufficient, frightening the immortal away? Wen Zhong was speechless. Was the courtesy of the human sovereign insufficient? You were practically sending them to their graves. No one could endure that. But this could not be said to Dxin, so Wen Zhong shifted the topic. Your Majesty, perhaps you should first attend to the matter at hand. Seeing Wen Zhong's reluctance to elaborate, Dxin did not press further. He knew that Wen Zhong would speak when he wished, and no amount of pressure would extract a word he chose to withhold. After giving his orders, Dxin returned to the harem, his mind occasionally drifting to fantasies of himself commanding the winds and rains with heroic prowess. At the Bo Palace. Ding! System notification: Duobao Daoist has broken through to the latest stage quasi-sage realm. Host receives 100-fold increase in magical power. Ding! System notification: Duobao Daoist has read My Perfect World, comprehending the complete heavenly cycle of reincarnation art. Host receives 100-fold increase the Great Tao cycle of demonic art. Ding! System notification: Zhao Gongming has broken through to the latest stage quasi-sage realm. Host receives 100-fold increase in magical power. Ding! System notification: Zhao Gongming has finished reading the Covering the Heavens novel series. Comprehending the complete Void Divine Scripture, host receives 100-fold increase the Honghuang Void Divine Truth. Ding! System notification: Wu Yunxian has finished reading the Covering the Heavens novel series. Comprehending the complete Path of the Slayer God, host receives 100-fold increase the Great Heaven/in Sacred Path. During this period, though Xiao Fan had not written a new book, he had completed all his previously abandoned works. Now the Jiao sect had surpassed the version Xiao Fan knew from Blue Star. Golden Immortals were as common as dogs. Tai Golden Immortals walked everywhere, and even quasi-sages numbered over a dozen. Though they shared the same quasi-sage realm, Xiao Fan was confident that a single clash would allow Jiao's quasi-sages to annihilate those of Chanjiao. After all, they now cultivated supreme techniques from novels. Compared to the current cultivation methods of the primordial era, it was like comparing clouds in the sky to mud on the ground, utterly incomparable. Only now did Xiao Fan have a glimmer of confidence. With so many powerful disciples, if he could not carve out a chance for survival, then he would have no regrets. It could only mean the heavenly Tao was toying with him. Ding! System notification: Yin Xiao has broken through to the latest stage quasi-sage realm. Host receives a 100-fold increase in magical power. Ding. System notification. Yin Xiao has finished reading My Perfect World and has opened a small world. Host receives a 100-fold increase. Perfect small world. Boom. As the notification faded, an endless surge of power erupted within Xiao Fan, pushing his cultivation slightly higher, though still short of the sage realm. The sudden influx of magical power did not vanish, but instead went to a place unfamiliar to Xiao Fan. Following the trail of the fading power, his divine sense arrived at a small world. The entire space was gray and dim, devoid of light. It stretched for hundreds of li in height and covered several hundred li in area. Further in the distance lay chaos, flickering with chaotic lightning. Clearly that was a space he would need to personally develop. Is this the power of a small world? Staring at the vast expanse of sand and soil before him, Xiao Fan trembled with excitement. Why was Qindong the strongest at the end of Grave of the Gods? Because he possessed a perfect small world. Back then Qindong's small world was only 100 meters in size, containing but a handful of sand and gravel, yet he cultivated it into a perfect realm. Now Xiao Fan's small world spanned 100 li in radius, and before him lay a sea of sand covering dozens of square meters. Without further ado, Xiao Fan selected the largest stones from the sand sea, refined them, and cast them into the sky above. Instantly the small world was graced with sunlight, moonlight, stars, and other celestial bodies. Meanwhile Xiao Fan scattered the sand and soil around, conjuring mountain ranges and rivers out of thin air, though the rivers were dry and the mountains barren. Xiao Fan knew this was because he lacked the treasures needed to develop the small world. He would have to search slowly and place them within, letting them nurture the world over time. After emerging from the small world, Xiao Fan felt his body become more solid, as if something within him was about to grow. He searched carefully but found nothing, yet the sensation of something growing became increasingly distinct. On a whim he asked the system, expecting no reply as before. To his surprise, the system responded this time. You now possess a perfect small world within you. It will grow more real with your cultivation. When it becomes a true world, you will transcend the sage realm. This answer left Xiao Fan frozen in place. Transcend the sage realm? What would he become? Would he not become another Dao ancestor Hongjun? Deep within the chaos, the endless chaotic wind howled incessantly, and occasional chaotic lightning illuminated the dark world. At this moment a young man clad in purple robes stood resolutely amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed ahead. If anyone else were standing there, they would have been utterly astounded, for even the slightest touch of the chaotic wind would strip flesh from bone. Yet this purple-robed youth completely disregarded it all, which could only signify one thing: he was a sage. This person was none other than the heavenly Lord Tongtian, who had departed from the Xiao Palace. After leaving the Xiao Palace, Tongtian did not return directly to Golden Ao Island. Although he knew from his divine sense incarnation that his disciples' cultivation had grown stronger, the incarnation could not convey the exact extent of their power. To ensure his disciples' safety, Tongtian ventured deep into the chaos in search of celestial treasures, hoping to help them survive the impending Great Tribulation. During the discussions on the investiture of the gods at the Xiao Palace, Tongtian had sensed the alliance between the Western Sect and the Chan Sect. If dealing with the Chan Sect alone was already difficult, adding the Western Sect would leave no room for the Jia Sect to survive. After collecting the spiritual root before him, Tongtian calculated that he had gathered enough immortal stones, divine metals, and sacred roots for his disciples' use. Tongtian turned and left, leaving behind only a sigh. The Great Tribulation was not something he had never experienced, yet the scenes of the previous calamity involving the Wu and Yao tribes were still vivid in his mind. That battle had shattered mountains and split the earth, and the two races vying for dominance of the primordial world, the Yao and the Wu, had completely withdrawn from the stage of the wild lands. This time the tribulation might involve the Chan Sect and the Western Sect uniting against his Jia Sect. Dealing with either one alone would be arduous, facing both would lead to only one outcome: withdrawal from the primordial world. At this thought, Tongtian felt a profound headache and could only heave another sigh. Golden Ao Island. Tongtian had not returned for centuries, and upon his arrival he noticed changes from when he had left. Though the island was still shrouded in rosy clouds brimming with Taoist fortune and dense with spiritual energy that did not dissipate, something was different. The entire Golden Ao Island seemed to have come alive. Though the sensation was subtle, it struck Tang Tian as unfamiliar. He counted on his fingers. No mistake. This was indeed Golden Ao Island in the Eastern Sea. The location was certainly correct, yet everything before him felt somewhat unreal. Tang Tian did not dwell on it, for the tribulation had already begun. His only concern was whether his disciples' cultivation had progressed during his absence. Before the tribulation fully descended, he had gathered celestial treasures to help some of them overcome this crisis. With this in mind, Tang Tian released his divine sense, intending to secretly observe his disciples' cultivation levels. Those who had progressed rapidly would be nurtured further, while those who had idled would have to be abandoned. As Tangshan's divine sense spread, it instantly enveloped the entire Golden Ao Island. A sage's divine sense could know the past and foresee the future, and nothing was hidden from it. Yet when Tang Tian released his divine sense, he found he could not see through Golden Ao Island. Instead, a force surged toward him. Though powerful, this force was nothing before Tang Tian. With a cold snort, the energy rushing at him dissipated into the void. This only deepened Tangshan's curiosity. As his own Tao field, everything on Golden Ao Island had been arranged by him. Such a phenomenon should not have occurred. Could another sage have seized his domain? At the thought of the two Western sages' faces and the primordial heavenly lord who had left before him, Tang Tian intensified his divine sense, determined to see through this mystery. As his divine sense surged, the entire Golden Ao Island seemed to awaken. The sky appeared to tear apart, and rolling clouds of tribulation gathered above the island like an eye fixed intently on Tang Tian. Countless chains of order interwove in the void, and golden lotuses filled the sky, completely blocking Tangshan's divine sense from penetrating Golden Ao Island. This realm stood apart from the primordial world, yet it was connected in essence, as if it had leaped out of the river of time. Its reality and illusion were elusive, shrouded in profound mystery. Then a golden figure suddenly appeared within Tangshan's divine sense. The figure was tall and imposing, exuding a majestic and divine aura that permeated the world. Endless stars shimmered around him, and chaotic chi enveloped him, making his form hazy and indistinct. Even Tang Tian could not discern his features. In that moment the void shattered, the Tao's sound roared, and fragments of divine lotuses floated around the figure as if he were the master of heaven and earth looking down upon all. The appearance of this figure sent a chill down Tangshan's spine. Though he did not recognize the figure's aura, the surrounding scene indicated that this being was undoubtedly a sage. In Tangshan's memory, the male sages were only himself, the primordial heavenly lord, the supreme lord Laozi, and the Taoists Xuanti and Jian. This figure's aura differed from all of them. Where had this sage emerged from? Becoming a sage was no easy feat. The ultimate number of the heavenly Tao was 9, one of which was claimed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. After merging with the Tao, Hongjun distributed the remaining 8 strands of primordial purple qi to the Supreme Lord Laozi Tongtian and others, giving rise to the 6 sages of the world. Although Hongyun had also received a strand of primordial purple qi, he had vanished from the primordial world without a trace. Could he have become a sage and seized Tangshan's domain? But that was impossible. Sagehood was attained under the witness of the heavenly Tao. When a sage ascended, the heavenly Tao proclaimed it to the primordial world, summoning all beings to witness and revere. Countless eons had passed without the heavenly Tao announcing a new sage to the primordial beings. This proved that the figure before him was not Hongyun. But if not Hongyun, who could it be? The figure's aura was terrifying, surrounded by stars, and though his cultivation system differed from the primordial worlds, the heavenly Tao acknowledged his existence. Could he truly have leaped from the river of time? Yet how could such a coincidence occur? Why had he chosen precisely my domain? Was I so unfortunate? Just as Tang Tian considered whether to attack the figure suddenly spoke. "Forgive me, master, for not greeting you upon your return." With these words the figure knelt in the void. Tang Tian was stunned on the spot. What had he just called me? He called me master? When did I acquire such a formidable disciple? If all my disciples were like this figure, why would I fear the tribulation? The disciples of the Chan sect and Western sect would not even be a match for this one person. This thought flashed through Tangshan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It was not time for idle dreams. May I ask, fellow Taoist, who you are? Why have you occupied my domain? Tong Tian set aside his chaotic thoughts and took a deep breath. Without understanding the figure's identity, Tong Tian chose not to act. If the figure harbored no ill intent, he might be able to win him over. Attacking recklessly could drive him into the arms of his enemies. As Tongshan's words fell, the figure trembled slightly, though the stars and chaotic chi around him remained dense. Then he knelt again before Tong Tian. Disciple pays respects to master. This time Tong Tian realized he had not misheard. The figure was indeed calling him master. At first Tong Tian thought the figure was jesting. But now it was clearly no joke. What did you call me? You call me master? When did I ever accept you as my disciple? Tong Tian asked in confusion. If this sage before him were truly his disciple, Tong Tian would have eagerly proclaimed it to the primordial world. But that was merely a fleeting thought. Disciple is currently at a critical moment in cultivation and cannot come to pay respects to master. I beg for your understanding. Once my cultivation is accomplished, I will come to kowtow before you. This voice seemed to emanate from the ancient era, carrying the resonance of the great Tao into the ears of the heavenly sovereign. The figure then bowed once more to the heavenly sovereign before turning and departing. As the figure faded away, the myriad stars surrounding him also dissipated and the chains of order retracted into the boundless void. All of this came and went swiftly, causing the heavenly sovereign's face to twitch involuntarily. Having initially thought he had misheard, he could now confirm with certainty that this figure was his disciple, yet who it was remained unknown. The stars and chaotic chi around him completely obscured the figure's appearance and aura. Could it be Xiao Fan? Impossible. With his lazy nature, how could he possibly cultivate earnestly? Besides, when he left, Xiao Fan had not even reached the golden immortal realm. How could he have become a saint in the blink of an eye? After all, cultivation is no overnight endeavor. From the golden immortal stage onward, every minor realm requires profound enlightenment of the Tao and deep karmic fortune to advance. Both are indispensable. Gazing upon this seemingly impossible occurrence, the heavenly sovereign began to doubt himself. Could this not be Golden Ao Island? With this thought, he quickly began to calculate. This calculation astonished the heavenly sovereign. This place was indeed his Golden Ao Island, yet neither future events nor what had transpired here could be divined. It was as if Golden Ao Island existed outside the primordial world. The only thing he could calculate was what had happened when his divine thought avatar returned. As for events after the avatar's return, nothing could be deduced. When the heavenly sovereign attempted to force the calculation, a terrifying sword intent from the heavenly Tao pointed directly at him, warning that any forceful attempt would result in injury from the sword. The heavenly Tao was obstructing him. Since he could not calculate further, the heavenly sovereign decided not to persist. All he wanted now was to enter and see for himself. After all, this was still his own dojo. As for the figure just now, though powerful, it was not primordial, heavenly, venerable, or the two scheming Western saints. Moreover, from his address, he was clearly still his disciple. Entering Golden Ao Island to investigate would reveal his identity. With this thought, the heavenly sovereign's form flickered and he arrived before the mountain gate of Golden Ao Island. In the distance, the green tour palace was clearly visible, exuding an unmistakable saintly pressure, as if a saint's incarnation stood there poised to burst forth. The heavenly sovereign's gaze turned toward the mountain gate. By now the gatekeepers were no longer the carp and shrimp spirits, but a bear and tiger demon, two beings the heavenly sovereign remembered vividly. When he had first established the mountain gate on Golden Ao Island, he had enlightened 4 demons, including these two. Seeing the bear and tiger demons' lazy expressions, the heavenly sovereign was not angered, but rather astonished by their cultivation levels. At this moment, the bear and tiger demons had reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. How could this not surprise the heavenly sovereign? When he had enlightened them, the heavenly sovereign had foreseen their karmic fortunes. A lifetime of diligent cultivation would only bring them to the late Golden Immortal stage. Crossing into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm was utterly impossible. Yet now they had not only crossed the Golden Immortal Realm but reached the Tai Golden Immortal stage, making the heavenly sovereign doubt once more if he had come to the wrong place. Cultivation requires immense time and resources. Given the bear and tiger demon's status, they could never obtain abundant resources. Even if they were given the resources to reach Tai Golden Immortal, the timing would not align. From the time he left Green Tour Palace until now, at most 1,000 years had passed, barely enough to cultivate a single minor realm. Yet here a bear and a tiger had leaped from the Celestial Immortal Realm to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, 4 major realms and 12 minor realms, in just 1,000 years. In all the eons of the Heavenly Sovereign's memory, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Since the answer could not be found outside the mountain gate, he decided to search inside. Without alerting the bear and tiger gatekeepers, the Heavenly Sovereign sought another place to enter. But as he prepared to step in, a barrier suddenly appeared before him, interwoven with chains of order and countless array diagrams floating before his eyes. Was this the Guardian Tao formation? Gazing at the sudden formation before him, the Heavenly Sovereign frowned. This formation was of his own making, yet now it barred him, its master, from entry. Forcing his way in would surely damage it. With this thought, the Heavenly Sovereign placed his hand on the formation and channeled spiritual energy. Golden lotuses flickered across the formation before it vanished. Just as I left it. Seeing that he had dispelled the Guardian Tao formation, the Heavenly Sovereign confirmed that this was indeed his dojo, Green Tour Palace. As he took a step forward, the formation that had vanished reappeared. Tao patterns were misaligned and chains of order emerged, directly attacking the Heavenly Sovereign. What was happening? Hadn't he already dispelled it? Just as the Heavenly Sovereign was baffled, a clamor of curses came from afar. Damn those Chan Sect cowards daring to launch a sneak attack. Don't they know the Guardian Tao formation has been reinforced by the senior brother? Stop wasting time and hurry. Whoever tries to force their way in this time, my old bear will give them a lesson they won't forget. The Heavenly Sovereign recognized the voice as the bear demon from the gate. He did not wish to reveal himself yet. How could he face his disciples if they saw him blocked by his own formation? With a flicker of his mind, the Heavenly Sovereign changed his appearance to that of Xiao Gongming. He had initially considered taking Xiao Fan's form, but recalling that he had left the entire Jia sect under Xiao Fan's charge as acting leader, he assumed Xiao Gongming's guise instead. When the bear demon saw Xiao Gongming, his furious expression immediately broke into a smile. Why is it, third senior brother? What are you doing here? Why not use the main gate? The Heavenly Sovereign pondered Xiao Gongming's usual speech and demeanor before replying. Lately the Chan sect has frequently clashed with our Jia sect. I fear the Guardian Tao formation may have flaws, so I came to inspect it. It is quite impressive, difficult for outsiders to breach. Open the formation and let me in. Though Xiao Gongming's words contained some inconsistencies, the bear demon did not dwell on them. After all, he was merely a gatekeeper, while Xiao Gongming was a direct disciple of the Heavenly Sovereign. The gap between them was as vast as a chasm. Hearing Xiao Gongming's command, the bear demon opened the formation with a flattering smile, allowing Xiao Gongming to enter. If the outside of Golden Ao Island had surprised the Heavenly Sovereign, what lay within left him utterly dumbfounded. Upon releasing his divine sense, everything on Golden Ao Island was instantly laid bare. But was this still the Golden Ao Island he knew? Was this still his dojo? It felt surreal. When the Heavenly Sovereign had left, most disciples were at the Celestial Immortal Realm, a few at the Mystic Immortal, and only his senior disciple Xiao Fan and Duobao Daoist had reached Golden Immortal. Yet now not a single disciple in his divine sense was below the Golden Immortal Realm. Even the child servants tending celestial herbs and spirit beasts had Golden Immortal cultivation. Am I dreaming? Having endured countless culpas, the Heavenly Lord Tong Tian was now utterly bewildered. If the bear and tiger demons guarding the mountain gate were accidents of cultivation, he could still explain it. After all, the entire sect's power could push them to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. But now what he sensed with his divine sense were thousands upon thousands of Golden Immortals, hundreds of Tai Golden Immortals, and over a dozen quasi-sages. How could he accept this? Though his divine thought clone had conveyed that Golden Ao Island was flourishing, this was far beyond expectations. Had he known it would be like this, why would he have worried? Why would he have ventured into the depths of chaos to seek spiritual roots for his disciples? As the Heavenly Lord Tong Tian stood in a daze, the sky flickered several times in succession. It seemed the great protective formation had undergone some change which caught the Heavenly Lord Tongshan's attention. Outside the protective formation, the Heavenly Lord Tongtian had attempted brute force to break it, but his failure had alerted the bear and tiger demons guarding the mountain gate. Thus he had borrowed Zhao Gongming's identity to enter. Now as he carefully examined the formation, he was astonished. This protective formation was originally laid by me. Though it retains my design, why is it so different from what I arranged? The formation the Heavenly Lord Tongtian had originally laid was centered on the immortal slaying sword formation, supplemented by the two primordial Taiji formation, the three talents human emperor formation, and the four-symbol divine beast formation. Now upon inspection, the original formations remained unchanged, but many unfamiliar elements had been added. The art of formation arrays is vast and profound. No matter how one arranges them, gaps always exist between formations. Thus, regardless of the array's size, finding these gaps and dismantling each subformation one by one can break the entire structure. As the premier killing array of the primordial world, the immortal slaying sword formation was the Heavenly Lord Tongshan's own creation, unprecedented and unparalleled. Now someone had added an unfamiliar formation between it and the other arrays, fusing the five great formations together. This was why the formation had retaliated when the Heavenly Lord Tongtian attempted to break it. This fellow is truly talented. Now that he understood how the formation had been altered, the Heavenly Lord Tongtian ceased his investigation. After all, wouldn't he simply ask the one who had arranged it? Whoever the arranger was, the Heavenly Lord Tongtian now had only one desire: to impart all his knowledge of formations to him, allowing him to carry on and glorify the art. Greetings, third senior brother. Greetings, third uncle master. Along the way, every disciple bowed to the Heavenly Lord Tongtian. During these greetings, he probed each one with his divine sense and found their cultivation levels matched what he had perceived. Moreover, everyone's foundation was solid and stable, with signs of impending breakthroughs. Even those he had deemed incapable of further progress had shattered their previous limitations. Finally, the sight of a few individuals unsettled the Heavenly Lord Tongtian, who was disguised as Zhao Gongming. They were none other than Xiao Fan and Jing Guangxian, two of the 7 immortal attendants who had first followed him. When the Heavenly Lord Tongtian had taken them in, he had recognized their exceptional origins and profound karmic blessings. He had estimated they would at most reach the latest Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and that would take 1,000,000 years. This was partly why he had not accepted them as personal disciples. Yet now not only had they broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, but they had also reached the mid-stage quasi-sage level, with only a step separating them from the late stage. This left the Heavenly Lord Tongtian stunned and bewildered. He couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Third senior brother, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in meditation? Xiao Fan was the first to notice Zhao Gongming staring blankly at him and spoke first. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I came out for a change of scenery. The Heavenly Lord Tongtian fabricated an excuse. In my opinion, third senior brother, don't be too impatient. Breakthroughs don't happen overnight. Look at us, we eat, drink, and take it easy, yet we've reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. You're too driven, always trying to compete with second senior brother. Xiao Fan rambled on, completely oblivious to the slight change in Zhao Gongming's expression. What did he mean by the master was too strict before hindering cultivation? And what was this about? If cultivation were this easy now, the master should have gone to hear the Tao long ago. Were these words fit for a disciple to speak? Utter nonsense. At this thought, the Heavenly Lord Tongtian wanted to reveal his true form and teach Xiao Fan a proper lesson. But he immediately suppressed this impulse, as a better idea had come to mind. Though these disciples had indeed reached the mid-stage quasi-sage realm, their actual combat prowess remained uncertain. Many focus only on elevating their cultivation realm, forgetting the essence of cultivation. True strength is only realized through life-and-death combat. Otherwise, relying solely on realm suppression is impossible. For instance, a Tai Golden Immortal can use his realm to overwhelm a Golden Immortal, leaving him helpless. But a later-stage Tai Golden Immortal trying to suppress a mid-stage one with mere realm pressure is less effective. If the mid-stage cultivator's foundation is solid, built through painstaking effort, the later-stage one might even lose. Ahem. Junior brother Xiao, regardless of our status, we are all disciples of the Master. Speaking ill of him behind his back is not a good habit. The Heavenly Lord Tong Tian coughed, suppressing his anger as he spoke. I wasn't speaking ill of the master. I only said his old teaching methods were flawed. Seeing Qiu Shouxian about to argue further, the Heavenly Lord Tong Tian interrupted, in that case let me test your skills. Zhao Gongming's words left Qiu Shouxian and Jing Guangxian stunned. They exchanged glances thinking, test us. Has third senior brother lost his mind? Since his last defeat at the hands of senior brother Duobao, he had never fought again, devoting himself entirely to cultivation, aiming for a rematch with Duobao. Seeing them frozen in place, the Heavenly Lord Tongshan's face darkened. What? Am I not worthy to test you? Snapped out of their stupor by Zhao Gongming's reprimand, they replied, of course you are. How could you not be? It's an honor for us to be tested by you. Hearing Qiu Shuxian's rambling again, the Heavenly Lord Tong Tian felt a vein throb on his forehead. Is this the Qiu Shouxian I know? When did he become so talkative? He wasn't like this before. Qiu Shouxian, regardless of Zhao Gongming's thoughts, decided to unleash his full combat power. As a later-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal at the peak of perfection, injuring a quasi-sage like Zhao Gongming would be difficult. Thus he held nothing back. His form stabilized as pitch-black demonic chi enveloped him, and a colossal phantom materialized behind him, the abyssal netherworld hound. Its blood-red gaze locked onto Zhao Gongming as if ready to devour him whole. The abyssal netherworld hound towered 100 zhang, wreathed in demonic chi that seemed to tear the surrounding void apart, exuding an undeniable aura of ferocity and dominance. Seeing the phantom behind Qiu Shouxian, the Heavenly Lord Tong Tian frowned. This was not a technique he had taught, nor did it belong to any cultivation system in the entire primordial world. Yet it appeared to be a formidable art. The appearance of the abyssal netherworld hound drew many disciples, for it was one of the top 10 divine arts from my perfect world, and few had obtained such a technique. Third senior brother, be careful. At this moment Qiu Shuxian's entire demeanor shifted. Gone was his jocular expression, instead demonic chi coiled around him and his gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Gongming. To Qiu Shuxian's warning, the Heavenly Lord Tong Tian responded with disdain. If Qiu Shouxian could harm a sage, then he would be Qiu Shuxian's master, not the other way around. Qiu Shuxian's warning was merely a polite gesture, but Zhao Gongming's contemptuous expression darkened his face. With a furious roar he cried out, Netherworld Demon Flame! As the furious roar of the dragon-head immortal echoed, the abyssal 9 hells behind him seemed to come alive. 9 tails instantly ignited with black flames, and as the flames moved, the surrounding space shattered in waves. Such a powerful technique, thought the Master of Heaven in astonishment. It is important to note that the Bio Palace is the dojo of the Master of Heaven, where there exists not only a great defensive array, but also, after countless teachings from the Master, the space here has been compressed and solidified by the Tao, making it no easy feat to shatter the void. However, the black flames burning on the tail of the abyssal 9 hells behind the dragon-head immortal not only shattered the void, but also seemed to possess the power to ignite it. If an ordinary later-stage quasi-saint were to encounter this, they would surely avoid the sharp edge in search of the best way to confront it. But who was the dragon-head immortal facing? The Master of Heaven, one of the 6 saints of heaven and earth, had only advanced in his life without ever retreating, otherwise he wouldn't have achieved divinity and clashed with the primordial celestial venerable at the Xiao Palace. Naturally, the dragon-head immortal's attack would have no effect on the Master of Heaven, yet since he wished to test him, he could not simply suppress him with overwhelming power, otherwise what would there be to test? The Master of Heaven controlled his own spiritual energy, keeping his cultivation at a level similar to that of the dragon-head immortal to avoid harming his disciple. A plain yet powerful sword energy shot forth from between Zhao Gongming's eyebrows, instantly extinguishing the flames on the abyssal 9 hell's tail. The sword intent aimed straight at the dragon-head immortal, intent on obliterating him. The dragon-head immortal was taken aback. When did senior brother Zhao Gongming cultivate such formidable sword intent? Yet as he saw the sword approaching, anger surged within him. How could a test turn into a real confrontation? Did he really think he could treat himself as he once did, as if he could be manipulated at will? The dragon-head immortal let out a roar to the heavens, shattering the surrounding void. Endless demonic energy enveloped him, and all the demonic energy ignited. Meanwhile, the abyssal 9 hells behind him transformed into demonic energy, entering the dragon-head immortal's body. Haha, I see third senior brother is going to suffer this time, the disciples who had gathered to watch the battle having just been in meditation remarked. Watching others fight also aids in enhancing their own realms. I support third senior brother. After all, he has reached the peak of the latest-stage quasi-saint realm, while the dragon-head immortal has only just reached the mid-stage quasi-saint realm. Nevertheless, the dragon-head immortal still possesses some fighting strength. When will we reach the realms of our seniors? People truly can be infuriating. After the dragon-head immortal absorbed the abyssal 9 hells into his body, the Master of Heaven distinctly felt his cultivation rise significantly, reaching the latest-stage quasi-saint level. This made the Master of Heaven furrow his brow. What kind of strange technique is this? To merge one's Dharma form into one's own body. Before this, not only had he never seen it, but he had also never even heard of it. At this moment, the dragon-head immortal was unconcerned with how Xiao Gongming perceived him. He only had one thought in mind: to teach Xiao Gongming a profound lesson. The dragon-head immortal, though a registered disciple under the Master of Heaven, had made tremendous progress under the guidance of the senior brother Xiao Fan. To say he advanced by leaps and bounds would not be an exaggeration. Although there were still distinctions between personal disciples and registered disciples in the Jia sect in terms of cultivation, there was little difference among them. At least during the time senior brother was aware of cultivation, there was no distinction made based on proximity. Whether one could comprehend the techniques in the books solely depended on one's own fortune. In a short while, the dragon-head immortal transformed entirely, his eyes emitting a foot-long red glow, while 9 black tails floated in the void behind him, their tips flickering with green flames. The powerful demonic energy around him tore apart the void, and chains of order appeared out of thin air, enveloping him, resembling a demonic deity emerging from the river of time and space. Die! The dragon-head immortal tore with both hands, and a fissure in the void surged towards Xiao Gongming. Initially the fissure was only a foot wide, but by the time it reached Xiao Gongming it had grown to the size of a person, smoothly engulfing him completely. Just as the dragon-head immortal regretted his recklessness, a sword light suddenly erupted, shattering the recent fissure in the void. Xiao Gongming stood firm in place, not a trace of change visible on him, as if he had not been swallowed at all. The Master of Heaven nodded in approval, feeling quite satisfied with the dragon-head immortal's attack. If it had truly been Xiao Gongming, though he might have managed to emerge, it certainly wouldn't have been this easy. How is this possible? The dragon-head immortal murmured, staring at Xiao Gongming. When he first comprehended this technique, he had specifically consulted senior brother, who mentioned that while a quasi-saint could withstand this move, it would never be easy. Yet the Xiao Gongming before him not only endured it, but did so without a trace of change, as if it were a trivial matter, appearing utterly effortless. The surrounding disciples were equally dumbfounded. Did I see that correctly? Could third senior brother have reached the saintly realm after his retreat? Impossible. Saints require the witness of heaven and earth. If it were so easy to reach, there wouldn't only be these few saints now. Who are you? You cannot possibly be my third senior brother. The dragon-head immortal's gaze fixed on Xiao Gongming, trying to see through his disguise. Yet no matter how he looked, this person before him was undeniably Xiao Gongming. Whether in appearance, aura, or demeanor, he was indistinguishable, showing not a single flaw. Having achieved the purpose of the test, the Master of Heaven did not wish to continue further. With his disciple having reached such a high level of cultivation, he could only feel joy. How could he possibly harm them for the sake of a test? Just as he was about to remove his disguise, a booming voice suddenly resounded. Who are you to impersonate my third junior brother? What is your intention in coming to my Bio Palace? The newcomer was none other than Daoist Duobao. Just moments ago someone had reported to Daoist Duobao that Xiao Gongming and the dragon-head immortal were fighting, which left him astonished. While others did not know what Xiao Gongming was up to, Daoist Duobao was well aware. Xiao Gongming was in solitary meditation, striving to break through to a new realm, explicitly stating that he would not emerge until he succeeded. Moreover, he had constantly assigned disciples to watch over Xiao Gongming. This was to prevent disturbances and to be able to assist him should he need anything. The one fighting alongside the dragon-head immortal must be a fake. With Taoist Duobao's arrival, the void shattered, the thunder of the Tao reverberated, and the chains of order clashed, emitting brilliant light that illuminated the boundless chaos. Taoist Duobao stepped through the void, looking down at the Zhao Gongming before him, surrounded by surging thunder emanating an aura of world-destroying power, as if to say that if you don't reveal your identity, I will annihilate you. What? This Xiao senior brother before me is a fake. No way. He looks just like Xiao senior brother. But just now Taoist Duobao said he was fake. We should refrain from speaking and assess the situation first. Though the Zhao Gongming was a fake, no one took action, merely surrounding him, waiting for Taoist Duobao's arrival to make a comparison. Taoist Duobao leaped down from the skies, the power of thunder coalescing in his mouth, and as long as the Zhao Gongming before him did not provide a reasonable explanation, it was certain that the next moment would see him turned to dust by the thunder. At the same time, his eyes shrouded in chaotic energy, he looked at Zhao Gongming, attempting to see through his disguise. However, in the next moment, boundless chaotic energy erupted from Zhao Gongming, blocking Taoist Duobao's vision and even rebounding, causing a sharp pain in his eyes. This left Taoist Duobao astonished, realizing that he actually could not see through this person. Unbeknownst to him, the Master of Heaven was equally astonished, his heart like a tsunami surging wildly. Had he truly reached the latest quasi-saint realm? When he left, Taoist Duobao was only a great Luo golden immortal. In less than 1,000 years since his departure, he had managed to achieve another level. In the vast wilderness among countless beings, it was not that no one could reach the quasi-saint realm, but those who did were all in the early stage of quasi-saint. Each subsequent realm posed a barrier, and surpassing it was no simple matter. To achieve the saintly Tao fruit is difficult, but reaching the latest quasi-saint realm is also no easy task. The reason the Jia sect is so arrogant is that they have two individuals in the latest quasi-saint realm. One is the Antarctic Celestial Elder and the other is Taoist Randan. In a situation where saints do not intervene, the latest quasi-saint is the highest cultivation level in the wilderness. This is why the Jia sect, despite being fewer in number, can still maintain an upper hand over the Jia sect. Never did he expect that after being away for hundreds of years, one of his disciples would emerge as a quasi-saint. How could the Master of Heaven not be excited? He almost wished to take Taoist Duobao to the primordial celestial venerable right away to show off. Tong Tianjiao's thoughts were naturally unknown to Duobao Doran, who at this moment felt nothing but seething rage. The Zhao Gongming before him was undoubtedly a member of the Chan sect, for only they possessed such arrogance. I ask you once more, who exactly are you? As Duobao Doran's voice rang out, the golden thunderbolts in the sky surged like a tidal wave, colliding and clashing with one another. The onlookers, who had just been bewildered, now encircled Tong Tianjiao tightly. Their intention was not concern that Duobao Doran might lose to Zhao Gongming, but rather fear that he might flee and disturb their fellow disciples who were cultivating. One must understand that the current Jia sect was not what it had been centuries ago. Now most of the Master's direct disciples had reached the latest quasi-sage great perfection realm, and even the lesser registered disciples had attained the latest quasi-sage realm. Coupled with the enigmatic senior brother, even if the person before them were a sage, they would have the power to fight. Tong Tianjiao longed to tell Duobao Doran that he was his master Tong Tianjiao. Yet he suppressed this thought once more. Having just tested Qiushou Xian, a registered disciple, he found that while the latter could not defeat a latest quasi-sage opponent, he could certainly hold his own. As for Duobao Doran before him, he was at the latest quasi-sage great perfection. What of his combat prowess? Who am I? Why not come and find out? Tong Tianjiao spoke with a contemptuous tone, deliberately provoking Duobao Doran to make a move. As expected, Duobao Doran was taken aback for a moment before replying, "That suits my intentions perfectly. Playing tricks before me, I shall see you reveal your true form." Since this person could impersonate junior brother Zhao Gongming, he could likely impersonate others as well. Now was a critical moment in the conflict between the Jia sect and the Chan sect. If this person was sent by the Chan sect, the Jia sect would be in grave danger. Involuntarily, a murderous intent appeared on Duobao Doran's face. This flicker of murderous intent manifested in the thunderbolts above, which seemed to come alive. Sword, come. With Duobao Doran's soft command, a portion of the thunderbolts coalesced into a golden longsword. As the longsword reached Duo Bao Doran's hand, sword energy radiated in all directions, intermingled with countless bolts of thunder. This was the Thunder Sword art, an improvement upon the Thunderbolt art and the Nine Dragons sword cannon. In an instant the sky-filling sword energy transformed into golden thunder dragons encircling Xiao Gongming. Each dragon was no more than a foot long, yet the thunder and sword energy within them were overwhelmingly domineering. Tong Tianjiao's body trembled slightly and a visible translucent membrane appeared around him. The golden sword energy, like raindrops, was completely blocked, unable to penetrate. How is this possible? How can he withstand senior brother's golden dragon sword energy? Zhou Xian exclaimed in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. When Duo Bao Daoren had first mastered the golden dragon sword energy, he had sought out Zhao Gongming, who had long cultivated the Wushu Sutra, to test its power. As the foremost disciple of the Jia sect, Zhao Gongming naturally did not decline. Relying on the indestructible body cultivated through the Wushu Sutra, he engaged Duo Bao Daoren in battle. At first Zhao Gongming suppressed Duo Bao Daoren. Whether it was spells or magical artifacts, they struck Zhao Gongming like mere tickles, causing him no harm. It was only when Duo Bao Daoren unleashed the golden dragon sword energy that a single strike broke through Zhao Gongming's indestructible body, leaving a shallow mark, a testament to the sword energy's ferocity. Before this, no one and no artifact had been able to injure Zhao Gongming's indestructible body. This had driven Zhao Gongming to enter a death seclusion, vowing not to emerge until the indestructible body was perfected. Thus when Duo Bao Daoren unleashed the golden dragon sword energy, the surrounding immortals believed that this false Zhao Gongming would surely suffer, if not death, then severe injury. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, the imagined outcome did not occur. Instead, he easily blocked the attack with a visible layer of spiritual energy, leaving an indescribable awkwardness in the air. The shock was not limited to the surrounding immortals. Tong Tianjiaozhu himself was equally astonished. Initially, Tong Tianjiaozhu had intended to suppress his cultivation to the latest stage quasi-sage great perfection, believing he could defeat Duo Bao Daoren with ease. However, when the golden dragon sword energy approached him, he lost his composure. He discovered that the sword energy contained supreme thunder force. Caught off guard, he involuntarily employed the power of a sage. By the time Tong Tianjiaozhu realized he had used sage power, he had already withdrawn it, but a trace of sage energy lingered on his protective shield. This was why everyone saw ripples forming on Zhao Gongming's shield when struck by the previously invincible golden dragon sword energy. Through Duo Bao Doran's attack, Tong Tianjiaozhu grew even more curious about what had transpired during his centuries-long absence. From the disciples' words, he learned that their senior brother's cultivation was even more profound, with some even comparing senior brother Xiao Fan to Tong Tianjiaozhu himself. Many boldly claimed that Xiao Fan was mightier than Tong Tianjiaozhu. Hearing this while fending off Duo Bao Doran's attack, Tong Tianjiaozhu could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Since becoming a sage, no one had dared to speak ill of him to his face, nor even gossip about him behind his back. Now not only were they discussing him openly, but they did so repeatedly. This stirred a hint of anger in Tong Tianjiaozhu, and he resolved to teach Duo Bao Daoren a lesson. Break. Though Tong Tianjiaozhu suppressed his cultivation, the power of a sage was not something an ordinary being could withstand. Duo Bao Doran, no matter how extraordinary his talent, was merely at the latest stage quasi-sage great perfection. When the word break left Tong Tianjiaozhu's lips, it was like a thunderclap in the sky. Simultaneously, the golden dragon sword energy surrounding Tong Tianjiaozhu scattered in all directions. What? He broke senior brother Duo Bao's golden dragon sword energy? Jing Guangxian stammered. How is this possible? Duo Bao Daoren stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Now receive a strike from my sword. Tong Tianjiaozhu extended two fingers of his right hand, forming a sword gesture aimed directly at Duo Bao Daoren. Boom! Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered. Countless divine chains and symbols drifted, with the sword energy piercing through the void and heading straight for Duo Bao Daoren. This time Tong Tianjiaozhu did not merely use quasi-sage power as he had with Zhou Xian. Instead, he subtly employed a trace of sage power, seeking to gauge Duo Bao Doran's true level and whether he could withstand this strike. Duo Bao Daoren had not expected Zhao Gongming's attack to be so fierce. He tried to dodge but realized it was too late. With no other choice, he summoned the small world he had just cultivated. Duobao Daoren spread and closed his hands, and a visible colorful world appeared before him. Within it, thunderous power raged violently. The small world opened and collided directly with the unmatched sword energy. There was no expected explosion. The unmatched sword energy from Xiao Gongming cut through the small world like tofu, instantly piercing it and striking Duobao Daoren. After receiving the strike, Duobao Daoren's robe burst apart, as did his body. Thunder energy seeped through his wounds, threatening to erupt, while blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. The surrounding disciples were terrified by the sight. How could this be? Duobao Daoren had reached the latest stage quasi-sage great perfection, only one step away from becoming a sage. Yet this Xiao Gongming had defeated him with a single unadorned sword strike, gravely wounding him. Who could believe such a thing? Tong Tianjiaozhu was equally stunned. He had overheard the disciples gossiping about him, and Duobao Daoren, his second disciple, had done nothing to stop them. Thus when he struck, he had inadvertently infused a bit more sage power than intended. In Tong Tianjiaozhu's estimation, given Duobao Daoren's current cultivation, the strike would only lightly injure him. He had never imagined it would gravely wound his disciple. Gazing at Duobao Daoist lying on the ground, and then at Xiao Gongming standing motionless, the newly arrived Wuyun Xian, Jinling Shengmu, and Wudang Shengmu were all utterly dumbfounded. Is this the third senior brother after his seclusion? Wudang Shengmu whispered. It shouldn't be. Wuyun Xian held a skeptical attitude toward Xiao Gongming's effortless defeat of Duobao Daoist. Xiao Gongming was undoubtedly powerful, but he cultivated the physical body, yet just now he had employed a sword which contradicted his cultivation path. Just as Wuyun Xian was about to send Guiling Shengmu to notify their senior brother Xiao Fan, Tong Tianjiaozhu shed all his disguises and revealed his true form. So it was their master Tong Tianjiaozhu? No wonder he could effortlessly defeat Duobao Daoist. At that moment, all the disciples knelt down and prostrated themselves before Tong Tianjiaozhu. We pay homage to Master. We pay homage to Master. As for Qiu Shou Xian and Jing Guang Xian, their legs went weak. When Tong Tianjiaozhu revealed his true form, the two immediately knelt down. In particular, Qiu Shou Xian covered his head with both hands, adopting an ostrich-like mentality, caring for the head but neglecting the tail. After all, he had just criticized the master's teaching methods in front of Tong Tianjiaozhu himself, even elevating senior brother Xiao Fan to the same level as Tong Tianjiaozhu. If Tong Tianjiaozhu held a grudge, Qiu Shou Xian could be sent straight to the investiture of the gods. As for Xiao Gongming suddenly transforming into Tong Tianjiaozhu, no one suspected anything. No one would find it strange for someone to impersonate Xiao Gongming, but disguising oneself as a saint would have dire consequences. Moreover, no one had ever been able to counterfeit the aura of a saint. Tong Tianjiaozhu did not dwell much on Qiu Shou Xian's offense, as it was entirely self-inflicted. From their words he learned that their rapid cultivation progress was all thanks to his eldest disciple Xiao Fan. After dealing with Duobao Daoist, his next audience would be with Xiao Fan. Rise. With Tong Tianjiaozhu's permission, the kneeling disciples stood up tremblingly. Qiu Shou Xian had to be helped up by Jing Guang Xian. Then Tong Tianjiaozhu walked over to Duobao Daoist and placed a pill he carried with him into the latter's mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering the mouth. Duobao Daoist felt a warm current surge through him, and his shattered body began to mend gradually under the medicine's effect. Seeing that Duobao Daoist's physical injuries were no longer life-threatening, Tong Tianjiaozhu breathed a sigh of relief, but then furrowed his brows. Although he had infused a trace of saintly power into his attack, it should have only injured Duobao Daoist, not endangered his life. Yet the situation just now clearly indicated that Duobao Daoist's cultivation was not as high as he had anticipated. There was an element of falsehood. In other words, his realm existed, but his strength did not match it, like a small horse pulling a large cart. This reminded Tong Tianjiaozhu of his irresponsible eldest disciple Xiao Fan, who had once exhibited a similar condition. For that, Tong Tianjiaozhu had specifically disciplined Xiao Fan. If that were truly the case, then wouldn't the entire Jia sect be the same? Even the figures seen outside the protective array were mere illusions. This thought dampened the faint excitement Tang Tianjiaozhu had felt, plunging him into dejection once more. Seeing Tang Tianjiaozhu's uncertain expression and receiving no orders to leave, the surrounding disciples were terrified, not daring to breathe loudly for fear of angering the saint. The Great Tribulation approaches. Have you been cultivating diligently? Tang Tianjiaozhu's voice betrayed neither joy nor sorrow. In response, Master, we have never slackened over these centuries. Everyone has diligently studied the novels written by senior brother, and the benefits have been immense. After Duobao Daoist was injured, the only ones left with any authority were Qiu Shouxian and Jin Guangxian. Since Qiu Shouxian had just criticized Tang Tianjiaozhu, it was Jin Guangxian who answered now. As for the other 5 immortals, they had arrived later and knew nothing of Qiu Shouxian's transgression. A surge of anger welled within Tang Tianjiaozhu, and he unleashed his saintly might. The surrounding disciples were forced to their knees. Qiu Shouxian fared even worse, reverting to his original form out of sheer terror, covering his face with his furry paws, oblivious to all else. They had spent centuries doing nothing but reading novels. Had they forgotten that he had strictly forbidden this? Novels were frivolous, corrupting things. With the Great Tribulation imminent, how would they cope? Was this the heavenly Tao's will to destroy the Jia sect? Disappointment. Overwhelming disappointment. When a person reaches the depths of despair, it is also the peak of their fury. Very well, very well. Since your cultivation has advanced, let your master put you to the test. Hearing this, Jin Guangxian wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to speak up? He should have let someone else answer. He had failed to stop Qiu Shouxian from speaking recklessly, and now he had spoken out of turn himself. This time he would be lucky to escape with his skin intact. Meanwhile, Jinling Shengmu and Wudong Shengmu carried Duobao Daoist away. At that moment, Wu Yunxian, the leader of the 7 attendant immortals, addressed Tang Tianjiaozhu. May I ask what the master wishes to test us on? Have you not all improved your cultivation? Then show me your best and let your master see the fruits of your centuries of novel study. Tang Tianjiaozhu's tone was calm at first, but when he mentioned novels, his saintly aura involuntarily surged outward. Whether intentionally or not, he glanced at Qiu Shouxian, who nearly reverted to his original form. Hearing that Tang Tianjiaozhu wanted to test their strongest abilities, Wu Yunxian breathed a sigh of relief. If they had to fight the master, they might as well kneel and accept his reprimand, since even the top expert Duobao Daoist had been defeated by Tang Tianjiaozhu. But showing their best skills held a glimmer of anticipation for Wu Yunxian. Seeing Qiu Shouxian trembling, Wu Yunxian frowned and asked, "What is wrong with you? Why are you so afraid of the master?" Although Tang Tianjiaozhu was strict with his disciples, he generally did not question them unless they had erred. Qiu Shouxian's demeanor suggested he had committed some offense. "I just said some things about the master." Qiu Shouxian shakily recounted his earlier words to Wu Yunxian. After hearing this, Wu Yunxian's first impulse was to slay Qiu Shouxian on the spot. Though furious, Wu Yunxian knew this was not the time for anger. The formation they 7 were to deploy was the Beidu Tiangang formation, one of the most powerful formations from my perfect world, which required all 7 of them to execute. Suppressing his rage, Wu Yunxian said to Qiu Shouxian, "The master is very angry this time. He forbade us from reading novels, yet we violated his taboo. And you deserve death. The only thing we can do now is to make the master satisfied with our cultivation progress." Understood. Qiu Shouxian and the others quickly nodded in understanding. On Golden Ale Island in Xiao Fan's chamber, starlight wandered around him as a wisp of primordial chi flickered in and out of existence on his skin, making him appear like a saint. Ever since he opened his own perfect small cosmos, Xiao Fan had immersed himself completely, dedicating all his efforts to cultivating it. Only by perfecting his small world could he transcend the realm of saints and reach the state of Hongjun. Xiao Fan was entirely unaware that Tang Tianjiaozhu had returned to the island. At that moment, a trace of primordial chi appeared within his small world, filling him with joy, for he knew that this primordial chi was one of the prerequisites for achieving sainthood. Whoever obtained it would become a saint. Though Xiao Fan was tempted to refine this strand of primordial chi immediately, the thought was dismissed as quickly as it came. Xiao Fan's small world had now reached an area of over 1,000 square kilometers. With the sun, moon and stars above, the land was beginning to show signs of life. If you were to refine the primordial qi now, this small world might collapse, an outcome Xiao Fan wished to avoid. Moreover, this wisp of primordial qi gave Xiao Fan the feeling that it could elevate him infinitely, possibly even surpassing Heng Jun to reach the realm of the ancestor. Meanwhile, Tongtian Jiaozhu watched with a grim expression as Wu Yunxian and the others arranged a formation, even driving away disciples who stood too close. Playing tricks. Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a surge of anger. Duo Bao Daoren appeared to be at the latest stage quasi-saint perfection, yet when he attacked with a sword energy of the same level, he was easily defeated and severely wounded. Was this his disciple? To give him a surprise, they would stoop to using Xiao Fan's techniques to deceive him. If so, the Jia sect was truly doomed. Wu Yunxian and the others were unaware of Tongtian Jiaozhu's thoughts. They were now instructing some disciples to move farther away, and the others cooperated willingly. They had witnessed Wu Yunxian and his companions attempting the newly comprehended Big Dipper heavenly net formation before. Though only half set and not fully activated, many disciples had already been crushed by the boundless killing aura spitting blood. Had it not been for senior brother Xiao Fan's intervention, countless disciples would have perished that time. As for Jinling Xinglu, Wudang Xinglu and Gailing Xinglu, upon seeing Wu Yunxian and the others preparing to set up the Big Dipper heavenly net formation, they were the first to move far away. Seeing everyone had retreated, Wu Yunxian nodded to his 6 brothers and stepped forward first. The Big Dipper consists of 7 stars: Tianshu, Tianshuan, Tianzhi, Tianshuan, Yuhan, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Wu Yunxian took the Kaiyang position to command the whole formation. Shusho Xian, Jingguang Xian, Linya Xian, and Changer Dingguang Xian occupied Tianshu, Tianshuan, Tianzhi, and Tianquan, while Jingu Xian and Pilu Xian took Yaoguang and Yuhan. As the 7 took their positions, the sky instantly darkened and 7 bright points appeared above Golden Ao Island. Simultaneously, 7 beams of starlight emitted a celestial aura resonating with Wu Yunxian and the others below. The formation was complete. Above the 7 immortals, countless stars shimmered and intertwined, emitting cold light with a subtle hint of killing intent in the haze. However, Tongtian Jiaozhu, already convinced they were playing tricks to deceive him, did not think much and stepped forward to enter and investigate. Master, do you intend to enter the formation? Wu Yunxian could not help but stop him. Tongtian Jiaozhu's face turned cold and said, "What, afraid it'll break this formation?" Wu Yunxian was not afraid that Tongtian Jiaozhu would break the formation, but rather that when they first comprehended it, they had consulted Xiao Fan, who gave an evaluation of its power. Xiao Fan's words were still fresh in Wu Yunxian's memory. With your current latest stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, if an enemy at the quasi-saint perfection level enters without caution, you can suppress and kill them. When your cultivation reaches the quasi-saint realm, you can fight a saint upon their entry. If you reach latest stage quasi-saint, you can injure a saint. As for quasi-saint perfection, when Xiao Fan gave that answer, Wu Yunxian and the others nearly jumped in shock. They could join forces to defeat a saint. What kind of concept was that? From the start of their cultivation, they had learned that all below saints were mere ants, and a saint could crush countless ants with one hand. Now comprehending the Big Dipper heavenly net formation allowed them to harm saints, how could they not be excited, and how could they not cultivate diligently? Thus the 7 brothers trained harder than anyone, igniting a fervor for cultivation throughout the Jia sect. Even those who comprehended formations outnumbered those who focused on techniques. Defeating a saint, this was something they had never even dared to imagine before. Now with Wu Yunxian at latest stage quasi-saint and the others at mid-stage quasi-saint, they had reached the level Xiao Fan described as capable of harming a saint. If someone else were entering the formation, Wu Yunxian would not have spoken up. But the person before him was none other than their master Tongtian Jiaozhu. If they injured him, how would they face him afterward? Tongtian Jiaozhu frowned slightly and said again, "Are you disobeying my words?" Seeing that Tongtian Jiaozhu was about to lose his temper, Wu Yunxian no longer obstructed and simply opened the formation. As Tongtian Jiaozhu entered, Wu Yunxian shouted, "Rise!" The starlight in the sky, which had been hazy, suddenly grew dense. The power of all stars boiled like a frenzy, first evolving into chaos, then giving birth to yin and yang, then evolving earth, water, fire, and wind. Finally it manifested various formations from ancient to present before returning to a sea of stars, as if everything had been a dream. As the 7 demonstrated brilliant starlight burst from their bodies and the Big Dipper in the sky shot down 7 beams of light intertwining with Wu Yunxian and the others. The Big Dipper heavenly net formation was complete. At that moment a fierce killing aura filled heaven and earth, and the sound of the Tao rumbled through the void as if it would tear through space at any moment. Is this the complete Big Dipper heavenly net formation? The killing aura is too strong. Thankfully it's not directed at me or I'd be crushed to death. Crushed. I feel like running away. Though they were not the ones entering the formation, their discussions were filled with excitement. This formation was from the Jia sect and possessed immense power capable of harming even a saint. Some even fantasized about how delighted their master would be upon seeing it. Jinling Xingmu and Wudong Xingmu watching from the side exchanged glances, their eyes filled with undisguised shock. I never expected their formation to be so terrifying. Jinling Xingmu remarked. Individually none of the 7 could defeat her, but with this formation not even 6 more of her could stand against Wu Yunxian and the others. Wudong Shengmu held a different view and said, though the formation is strong it requires time to set up. That is enough for us to flee. Would we be foolish enough to walk in? Jinling Shengmu nodded at this. If you can't win, can't you run? Who says you have to fight? A few hundred years ago Jinling Shengmu and Wudong Shengmu would never have said such things. If anyone had, they would have been scorned. In their mindset, if someone set up a formation you had to break it, there was no notion of retreating due to danger. But over the centuries, subtly influenced by Xiao Fan's stories, many disciples had developed new perspectives on cultivation and changed their ways, no longer recklessly charging into battle. They remembered senior brother's words, as long as you live you have everything, without life nothing remains. To take revenge you must first survive. This saying was revered as a supreme maxim by many Jia sect disciples. Upon entering the Big Dipper heavenly net formation, Tongtian Jiaozhu frowned slightly. Inside the formation a killing aura drifted, but it was not intense. Though it could evolve myriad stars in Tongtian Jiao's eyes, it was all illusory and useless against an enemy. Moreover, part of the starry sky was incomplete, as if hastily stitched together. The art of formations from its very inception was designed to unleash immense power with minimal effort. The Big Dipper celestial array before him, though it appeared passable, was riddled with flaws in the eyes of Tongtian Jiaozhu, so much so that it did not even warrant his intervention. Such an array could not even trap a quasi-saint, let alone withstand the assault of a formidable golden immortal of the great Luo. At this thought Tongtian Jiaozhu let out a cold snort. With a slight rustle of his purple robes, a plain yet profound sword aura shot straight toward that one vulnerability. To this end Tongtian Jiaozhu deliberately restrained the power of his sword aura, reducing it to the level of an early-stage quasi-saint. In Tongtian Jiao's estimation, this single strike would effortlessly shatter the array before him and even injure the array's conductors outside, including Wu Yunxian. This time he must thoroughly rectify the sect's doctrines. Upon breaking free, he would not only reprimand Duobao Doran, Zhao Gongming and Wu Yunxian, but also Xiao Fan, who had squandered over 1,000 years indulging in frivolous pursuits like reading novels. With this resolve, Tongtian Jiaozhu prepared to step out, only to find himself still rooted in place. The dazzling 7 stars continued to emit waves of stellar radiance, resonating with the surrounding constellations. As for the spot he had identified as a flaw, the sword aura vanished upon entry, as though the attack he had unleashed was nothing but an illusion. This caught Tongtian Jiaozhu slightly off guard. No matter the formation, its essence lay in channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using it to contend with those trapped within. The point his sword aura had targeted was indeed the array's weakest link. A direct hit should have caused it to collapse on its own. Master, do you find it satisfactory? Wu Yunxian's voice came from outside the array. From their perspective, Tongtian Jiaozhu had not moved a single step since entering, remaining completely still. Having learned of the array's fearsome power from Xiao Fan, they had no desire to harm Tongtian Jiaozhu. Thus Wu Yunxian inquired if his master was unharmed. Prompted by Wu Yunxian, Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly realized the array was not as profound as it seemed, merely an illusionary formation. The spot where Wu Yunxian's voice originated was precisely the flaw he had detected. It appeared that the earlier sword aura had been forcibly intercepted by Wu Yunxian. Now fearing that his master would break the array and hold them accountable, he spoke up to avoid punishment. With this in mind, Tang Tianjiaozhu snorted coldly and said, "This array is but a minor trick. Wait until I emerge to settle accounts with you." This left Wu Yunxian feeling quite disheartened. He had only intended to caution his master to be careful, noting that the array had not yet been activated. If he had finished observing, he could have simply stepped out. Instead, he found himself rebuked. "Break." Tang Tianjiaozhu formed a sword gesture with the 2 fingers of his right hand. A simple yet profoundly illusory sword aura shot straight toward the source of Wu Yunxian's voice. This time he elevated its power to the mid-stage quasi-saint level. Upon contact with the flaw in the starry void, the sword aura vanished without a trace, just like the previous one, leaving not even the faintest ripple. How is this possible? Though the sword aura he had unleashed possessed the power of a mid-stage quasi-saint, the sword intent within it was unequivocally that of a saint. The will of a saint is absolute, so this sword aura should have undoubtedly shattered the array. Yet none of that came to pass. The starry sky remained unchanged, except that the 7 distant stars had begun to glow faintly brighter than when he first entered. Interesting. It can even absorb my sword aura and sword intent. Observing the transformation of the Big Dipper, the faint anger that had begun to stir in Tang Tianjiaozhu subsided somewhat. Being able to withstand his sword aura infused with saintly intent meant this array could easily handle a later-stage quasi-saint at the great perfection. With proper coordination, it might even be capable of killing one. Having tested the array's power, Tang Tianjiaozhu no longer wished to linger. He moved toward that flaw, intending to forcefully break through with his saintly body, thereby sparing his disciples harm while preserving his own dignity. The moment Tang Tianjiaozhu touched the flaw, he felt as if he had plunged into a quagmire. Then his body loosened and he found himself back at his starting point. This left Tang Tianjiaozhu utterly dumbfounded. His sword aura had been useless, his sword intent ineffective. Would he truly have to resort to saintly power to break the array? A saintly body, after all, was forged from the great Tao of heaven and earth, unbreakable and unopposed by anything, unless the array's creator was also a saint capable of blocking its passage. Yet the one who had set this array was clearly no saint, merely his nominal disciple. How could he have devised such a formidable formation? At this moment, Tang Tianjiaozhu found himself in a quandary. If he used saintly power, he could surely shatter the array, but doing so would likely kill the array's conductors from the backlash. That was not the outcome he desired. But if he refrained from using saintly power, it was evident he was trapped and incapable of breaking free. What was he to do? Outside the array were not only his 7 nominal disciples like Wu Yunxian, but also his direct disciples, Jinling Shimu, Wudang Shimu, Gailing Shimu, Yunxiao, Chengxiao, Bixiao, and several 3rd-generation disciples. If word got out that he could not break the array, how could he continue to instruct them with any semblance of authority? As Tang Tianjiaozhu pondered his next move, the starry void around him began to shift subtly. The once cold stellar light gradually took on a tinge of red. Meanwhile, as the Big Dipper brightened, the surrounding auxiliary stars also began to glow. Though Tang Tianjiaozhu noticed this change, he paid it no heed. His sole focus was on finding a way to break the array without harming his disciples while preserving his own dignity. From the perspective of the disciples, outside, the sky above the Big Dipper seemed to have opened a celestial river. Countless stellar forces cascaded down like a waterfall, drawing the power of the surrounding constellations into a torrent that bathed the entire Mount Golden Ao in a hazy ethereal light. Tang Tianjiaozhu, still within the array, furrowed his brow. He finally noticed the transformation of the starry heavens, especially the starlight's shift to a crimson hue, which stirred an ominous premonition within him. Suddenly the scene shifted. Tang Tianjiaozhu found himself standing outside the Zixiao Palace with Yuanshi Tianzuan pointing a long sword at him. Taisheng, Laoju and Yuhua and the 2 Western sages looked on coldly from the side. Has this array transformed into an illusion? This scene mirrored the moment he had left Zixiao Palace, though Yuanshi Tianzuan had not pointed a sword at him then. Junior brother, since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for showing no mercy to the Jia sect. With these words, Yuanshi Tianzuan swung his sword directly at Tang Tianjiaozhu. Tang Tianjiaozhu remained completely still, allowing the blade to strike him. But the moment the sword touched his body, his expression shifted dramatically. He transformed his fingers into a sword and shattered both the blade and the illusion before him. How is this possible? Tong Tianjiaozhu had intended to experience the array's power firsthand, but just as Yuan Tianzan's sword was about to land, he detected a trace of saintly intent upon it. This caused his expression to change abruptly. Without that trace of saintly intent, Tong Tianjiaozhu would not have even flinched, allowing the sword to strike him. But with saintly intent imbued in the blade, it was as if a saint were swinging at him. How could he remain composed? Meanwhile, the disciples outside began to murmur among themselves. "Senior brother, what do you think Master is doing? Why is he standing there motionless?" "I don't know either. Perhaps Master wants to see what makes this array special. But he has been observing for far too long. Could it be that he is trapped inside and cannot get out?" Hearing the discussions of their junior brothers, even Wu Yunxian and the others who had set the array began to harbor doubts. Given Master Tong Tianjiao's cultivation, he should have discerned all the array's intricacies long ago. Yet after so much time he remained unmoving. Could he truly be trapped? But that was impossible. As one of the three pure ones, the supreme saint of purity, Tong Tianjiao's mastery of formations was unparalleled. He had even created the legendary immortal slaying sword formation, the foremost array in the primordial world. A single glance upon entering any formation should reveal its workings. He could not possibly be trapped. At this point, Xiao Xian, eager to express his concern, ventured a timid question, "Master, are you all right?" Trapped within the array, Tong Tianjiaozhu let out a sigh of relief. This formation was not to be underestimated. Without resorting to saintly power, he could not escape. I was simply so engrossed in studying the array that I lost track of time. However, this formation still has its flaws. It was meant to be a killing array. Why incorporate illusionary elements? You have strayed from the path. When I emerge, you will certainly be punished. An illusionary array? Xiao Xian was at a loss for words. Since learning this formation, they had never used it and no one had ever experienced it. They only knew of its power from their senior brother Xiao Fan. As for an illusionary element, they had no idea what their master was talking about. Hearing that their master intended to punish them, Wu Yunxian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Doubt flickered in their eyes. Could it be that their master was displeased because they had not activated the array properly? Only Xiao Xian, blunt and quick to speak, blurted out, "I understand. Master means our formation still has shortcomings, even an illusionary component has appeared. He wishes to experience the full force of its killing intent." Though Xiao Xian's explanation sounded somewhat off, Wu Yunxian and the others found it plausible upon reflection. As the supreme saint of purity, Tong Tianjiao's comprehension of formations far surpassed that of other saints. Unless Patriarch Hongjun intervened, he was unrivaled among the saints in this domain. "Big brother, since Master finds our array unremarkable, why don't we activate it fully? Let him thoroughly appraise it and point out our shortcomings," suggested Jing Wangxian. Though Wu Yun Immortal sensed that Tong Tian Patriarch's words surely did not mean that, influenced by those two fools, he too grew uncertain whether to activate the formation. After all, up to now the formation had been operating autonomously. They merely served as a conduit between heaven and earth, and not even a tenth of its true power had been unleashed. "If you ask me, Master might be waiting for us to run the formation. Why else would he not come out?" Lingya Immortal, who had been silent, finally spoke. Tong Tian Patriarch, trapped within the formation, nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Was that what he meant? He had said the formation was flawed precisely to have them seek his guidance. Did he have to spell it out, that he was trapped and needed their release? Fury churned within him. He resolved to teach Lingya Immortal a harsh lesson once he got out. Wu Yun Immortal, as the leader of the 7 immortal attendants, remained silent, leaving the others to debate whether to activate the formation. The final decision rested with him. "Master, since you have comprehended the formation, why not emerge?" Wu Yun Immortal asked. This utterly crushed Tong Tian Patriarch's hopes. He even considered breaking the formation with saintly power. He had thought 2 dullards were enough, but now even Wu Yun Immortal's wits had turned feeble. Resigned, Tong Tian Patriarch forced himself to say, "The formation still has deficiencies. Your master needs to refine it further." He believed his words were clear enough. If they still failed to understand, there was truly no hope. As he finished, Xiao Immortal chuckled. Brother, see? I told you Master means we haven't activated the formation, leaving it full of flaws. He hasn't grasped its essence and is displeased. Order the activation now? Wu Yun Immortal considered this and recalled Tong Tian Patriarch's icy expression before entering the formation, a hint of anger on his face. Seeing their flawed formation, he must be furious. Very well, let us activate the formation. Hearing Wu Yun Immortal agree, Tong Tian Patriarch felt as if crows were flying over his head. Had cultivation dulled their minds so thoroughly? Had Duobao Daoist or Jinling Saintist heard his words, any of them would have understood and freed him. But the formation blocked Tong Tian Patriarch's voice just as it cut off Wu Yun Immortal's words. The others could only see them standing motionless. Master, be careful. We are beginning. Wu Yun Immortal warned, kindly unaware that Tong Tian Patriarch's face had turned green with rage. They usually seemed sharp-witted, why had they turned into fools now? Wu Yun Immortal's well-meaning reminder felt like a blatant mockery. Do as you will. Your master will receive it. Tong Tian Patriarch said through gritted teeth. Hearing the odd tone in his voice, the seven outside assumed he was angered by their lack of effort. Exchanging glances, they all exerted their power simultaneously. The starlight that had gathered above the seven swiftly moved and condensed into the character array in the sky. The Big Dipper Heavenly Net formation had 7 variations: Spirit, Soldier, Combat, Person, Array, Column, and Front. Among them, the Spirit array was the strongest and the Front array the weakest, though this was relative. The Column and Front arrays mainly confused and trapped enemies. From the array upward, they became lethal. Xiao Fan had never disclosed the full power of the Spirit array, only saying that the Combat array could contend with a saint. What trapped Tong Tian Patriarch was the confusion of the Front array and the counterattack of the Column array. After all their cultivation, the seven had only reached the array level. They had just begun to grasp the Person array. Tong Tian Patriarch could not see the changes outside, but the transformation within left him astounded. What he had thought were flaws were now filled with crimson killing intent. The entire starry sky radiated slaughter, and the once cold Big Dipper stars blazed like 7 suns. Rise! At Wu Yun Immortal's command, the starlight stirred, and every star seemed to come alive. Whoosh! A beam of starlight transformed into a crimson sword aura, shooting straight at Tong Tian Patriarch. It appeared ordinary but moved with incredible speed, at least a full force strike from a mid-stage quasi-saint. Tong Tian Patriarch did not move. With a glare, a sword aura burst from between his brows, shattering the starlight attack. Is that all you've got? No sooner had he spoken than the stars erupted like a hornet's nest, each one firing sword auras in rapid succession. The once dismissive Tong Tian Patriarch had no choice but to take them seriously. A single ant poses no threat to an elephant, but a million ants can force even an elephant to flee death by 1,000 bites. Tong Tian Patriarch was no elephant, and the crimson sword auras were like ants. Though troublesome, they could not harm him. He turned his hands into swords, summoning countless auras around him. Each time a crimson aura approached, a matching one from him neutralized it. Both vanished together. This demonstrated a saint's exquisite control over celestial energy. His perception and power precisely matched each starlight attack, neither more nor less. Wu Yun Immortal and the others saw Tong Tian Patriarch's effortless elegance. Some even abandoned their earlier belief that the formation had trapped him. Seeing no progress, Wu Yun Immortal grew anxious. Though he knew the formation could not harm a saint, it should not appear so easy for him. Change formation. At his command, the other 6 shifted positions. Within the formation, the surrounding crimson sword auras suddenly vanished. At the same time, the Big Dipper stars blazed brighter. What? Finally getting impatient? Though Tong Tian Patriarch seemed to fight with ease, it was not as effortless as it appeared. Each sword aura was a full-force strike from a mid-stage quasi-saint, some even carrying the power of a later-stage quasi-saint. He had secretly used a sliver of saintly power to fend them off so smoothly. When the Big Dipper's light turned a blazing red, the first star Tianshu shot forth a crimson beam. The beam's vivid color signaled danger. As Tong Tian Patriarch met it, he instantly recognized its nature. Solar power. The sun, the zenith of yang, possessed heat and fire that none could easily withstand. This single strike could gravely wound a late-stage quasi-saint. Then came a second beaming black. A third. A fifth. A seventh. Gazing at the crimson aura of slaughter that permeated the surroundings, the watching disciples retreated a significant distance. Even Duobao Doran, whose injuries had just eased, was no exception. The memory of the last time was simply too unforgettable. "What do you think the master encountered inside?" a disciple suddenly spoke. "I don't know. Since the Big Dipper celestial array was comprehended, no one has entered it. The master is the first to go in. Will the master be all right? How long has this battle been going on?" Silence. The master is a saint after all, how could anything go wrong? Nevertheless, the duration of this fight was indeed somewhat prolonged. The disciples standing outside the array all strained their eyes. Though they could not see within, the sounds of combat echoed out, occasionally accompanied by strange colors, leading the disciples to feel it was well worth witnessing. Some even resolved inwardly to dedicate themselves solely to studying arrays upon returning. To think that 7 individuals could trap a saint for a time, what did that signify? One such array was not fearsome, nor were 2, but what if there were many? With arrays and a saint's assistance, could they not easily eliminate another saint? Would saints still be so fearsome then? What those outside thought or imagined, Tang Tianjiaozhu neither knew nor cared to know. At that moment he had but one desire: to leave this Big Dipper celestial array, even feeling an impulse to flee. The array had simply left Tang Tianjiaozhu utterly astounded. Upon receiving the first strike of solar force, Tang Tianjiaozhu had already expressed surprise, for mastering solar force was no easy feat, yet these disciples had not only mastered it but also used it to attack. The second strike was lunar force, first extreme heat then extreme cold, causing Tang Tianjiaozhu great discomfort. Though unharmed, the abrupt shift from heat to cold made even his saintly body feel uneasy. Then came the force of thunder. The force of chaotic gales. Until the final beam of light ended, leaving Tang Tianjiaozhu utterly numb. Each attack was no weaker than the first, and each was slightly more potent than the previous. Tang Tianjiaozhu had a feeling if all 7 reached the latest stage great perfection of quasi-sage, they might contend with a saint and perhaps even prevail. Once this thought emerged, it refused to dissipate, as if etched into his mind. "Master, are you all right?" Wu Yunxian, who had been controlling the array, suddenly spoke. The attacks just now made Wu Yunxian and the others' brows twitch. Had the array not been unceasing once activated, they would have wanted to stop, for they never expected such strikes to throw a saint into disarray. "I am fine. Though this killing array is formidable, it poses no threat to me," Tang Tianjiaozhu said with feigned ease. "That is good, master. We have one final strike, please appraise it." Upon learning Tang Tianjiaozhu was unharmed, Wu Yunxian felt a surge of joy. Finally someone could test the Big Dipper celestial array for them. Tang Tianjiaozhu had assumed from Wu Yunxian's question that the array had completed its cycle. After all, with their cultivation, forcing a saint to scramble meant dealing with a quasi-sage would be effortless. But when he heard there was yet another strike, Tang Tianjiaozhu's face darkened. The previous attacks had already kept Tang Tianjiaozhu fully occupied. Had he wished to break the array, he could have used his saintly power to shatter it instantly, but that would have caused the disciples to suffer backlash from the array's force, leading to severe injury or death. Now, learning there was still one more strike, Tang Tianjiaozhu felt a headache coming on. He was about to tell Wu Yunxian to stop, but before he could speak, the 7 stars that had attacked him began converging. This sight made Tang Tianjiaozhu's brow furrow deeply. He knew the coming attack would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Outside the array, the 7 had pushed their magical power to the limit. The stellar force above Janeo Island poured into them like a river of stars, and the surrounding starlight caused a thick layer of frost to form. Kaiyang took the center, while Tianshu, Tianshuan, and the other 6 stars guarded it from 6 directions like attendants. Simultaneously, the 6 surrounding starlight beams converged all their power onto Kaiyang. This made Kaiyang shine hundreds of times brighter than the sun, forcing even Tang Tianjiaozhu to squint. As he did so, a colorless beam shot toward him. Though invisible, Tang Tianjiaozhu could clearly sense it, even feeling a hint of danger. This caused Tong Tianjiaozhu to focus with utmost intensity, reinforcing the sliver of saintly power he had just summoned. Simultaneously, Tong Tianjiaozhu felt a heaviness around him. The 3,000 great Taos encircling him seemed on the verge of collapse, intensifying the sense of peril. This was the first time Tong Tianjiaozhu had felt danger since becoming a saint. Sword, come! With a soft command, light blazed from his brow and saintly power burst forth. A sword intent accompanied his raised right hand as he swung forward. The two forces clashed. Tong Tianjiaozhu felt a weight in his chest as a slaying force descended from the void. Though it could not kill him, it could sever some of his Tao fruits. He reinforced his saintly power, finally dispersing the colorless beam, and the 7 figures appeared before him. Gazing at his 7 disciples, Tong Tianjiaozhu knew not what to say, whether to praise them or scold them harshly. Struggling to suppress the blood in his mouth to avoid losing face before his disciples, he said, "You have indeed made considerable progress. I am most gratified. Today's examination ends here. After I rest we shall continue." With those words, Tong Tianjiaozhu vanished. Though puzzled by his abrupt departure, no one said much, and they all went about their own business. Upon returning to the main hall of Bio Palace, Tong Tianjiaozhu could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Who could have created the Big Dipper celestial array to possess such power? All beneath sainthood are but ants. This saying had echoed for countless eons, and for good reason. After all, no matter how many ants, they could not harm a person. Yet now this notion wavered in Tong Tianjiaozhu's mind. He even began to wonder, were saints truly invincible? For just now Tong Tianjiaozhu had been wounded by his own nominal disciples, whose cultivation only reached the early or mid quasi-sage stage. Though quasi-sages were stronger in a saint's eyes, they were merely stronger ants, no fundamental change. But when ants could wound, that changed everything in a saint's perception. What has happened in the centuries I have been away? After the heavenly Lord Tong Tian departed, the disciples present exchanged bewildered glances, utterly uncertain of what had transpired. All of this unfolded with inexplicable suddenness. First, the heavenly Lord Tongtian, disguised as Zhao Gongming, wounded Duobao Daoist. Then he summoned all his disciples to test their cultivation levels, only to leave abruptly after examining the 7 attendant immortals. "Senior brother Duobao, what do you make of the master's actions?" Wu Yunxian inquired. Wu Yunxian was the most anxious, for during the test Zhou Xian had uttered some imprudent words in the presence of the heavenly Lord Tongtian. Though the words seemed innocuous, they were spoken directly before the master. At that moment the fury on the heavenly Lord Tongshan's face was unmistakably genuine. Duobao Daoist shook his head, expressing ignorance, his countenance tinged with frustration. Duobao Daoist had arrived in a rage, suspecting that Zhao Gongming was an impostor from the Chan sect, and thus unleashed his full power to expose him. Yet to his astonishment, the one he failed to unmask was none other than his master, the heavenly Lord Tongtian. He had believed that his cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the latest stage quasi-sage realm, would please the master. Instead, it not only failed to bring joy but ignited wrath. Had the master not always been different? As the disciples buzzed with speculation, Zhou Xian suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. Behind him materialized the shadow of the abyssal netherhound, shattering the void and roaring skyward, its crimson demonic energy piercing the heavens like a primordial demon standing between earth and sky. Following Zhou Xian's outburst, Jin Wangxian also unleashed an imposing pressure. The phantom of the 3-headed demonic dragon of the abyss manifested its majestic form, confronting the abyssal netherhound with thunderous roars. Subsequently, behind Jinggu Xian, Lingya Xian, Pailai Xian, Changer Dingguang Xian, and Wuyun Xian, several towering demonic shadows emerged, some humanoid, some wild beasts, and even a sword. With the appearance of these demonic shadows, the sky was torn asunder. The divine chains of heaven and earth abruptly manifested in the firmament, as if fearing the disciples would rend it apart. Concurrently, the Tao resonance and golden lotuses surged forth. They are. After the master, the heavenly Lord Tongtian, had departed, these few had worn peculiar expressions, standing silent without even prostrating as the master left. Now it became evident, they had entered a state of enlightenment, evoking envy in many. Ever since Wu Yunxian and his companions had comprehended the Big Dipper heavenly net formation, their progress had been minimal. Aside from once deploying an incomplete version, they had never formed it again. Firstly, the formation's immense power made it no easy feat to set up. Secondly, no one could enter it to allow them to experience the intricacies of its variations. Unaware of this, the recently returned Heavenly Lord Tang Tian unwittingly became the guinea pig for Wu Yunxian and the others. Consequently, each of them pushed the profundities of the formation they had grasped to their limits. When the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian broke through their formation, each gained some insight. Yet the marvel of the Big Dipper heavenly net formation lay in its interconnectedness. If one comprehended it, the others would also reap benefits. Hence the simultaneous manifestation of the 7 magical arts. The enlightenment lasted barely half an hour. As they withdrew their Dharma manifestations, joy spread across the 7 faces. Jiushou Xian, Jingguang Xian, Pailai Xian, Jinggu Xian, Muswei Changer, Dingguang Xian, and Lingya Xian, originally at the initial quasi-sage peak, had now broken through to the mid-quasi-sage realm. Wu Yunxian, already at the mid-quasi-sage stage, had reached its peak, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough without yet crossing it. Congratulations, junior brothers, on your breakthroughs. Truly a cause for celebration. Duo Bao Daoist offered his congratulations with a smile. Though the advancement was not his own, he was genuinely delighted, for their progress elevated the Jia sect's strength to new heights. How could he not be happy? Haha. We owe it all to the master. If not for his desire to test the might of our formation, we would never have enhanced our cultivation or deepened our understanding of it. Though somewhat irked by Jiushou Xian's disrespect toward the master, the 7 simultaneously demonstrated their power to the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian. Wu Yunxian even harbored a thought: though they were attendant immortals, not direct disciples, they were no less capable. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Duo Bao Daoist. Duo Bao Daoist naturally grasped Wu Yunxian's implication, but chose not to retort. After all, he had been wounded by a single late-stage quasi-sage sword aura, whereas the 7 had withstood the master's examination with their formation, even trapping a sage momentarily. Equally exhilarated, Jiushou Xian leaped forward and said to Wu Yunxian, "Elder brother, now that our cultivation and formation have improved, shall we find another opportunity to let the master experience it?" "I agree. This time we won't let the master leave so easily," Jingguang Xian added. The remaining, Lingya Xian, Changer, Dingguang Xian, Pailai Xian, and Jinggu Xian Muswei, said nothing, but their faces beamed with excitement and longing. They even entertained the notion if the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian entered the formation once, they would grasp some of its mysteries. If the master entered multiple times, could they fully comprehend it? All of you, silence. What wishful thinking is this? So many junior brothers await the master's assessment. How could he have time exclusively for us? We must strive on our own and not hinder the opportunities of our fellow disciples. At Wu Yunxian's rebuke, the other 6 realized the truth. This was a tremendous fortune. The master's assessments were rare. He could point out their shortcomings, and through practical combat they could resolve their confusions. Such a precious chance could not be monopolized by a few. Had the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian been present, he would have been so infuriated that his old blood might have spewed forth again. He had intended to test the disciples' cultivation, yet they now regarded it as a great blessing. Were they not treating him as a lab rat? At that moment, back in the main hall, the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian healed his injuries and pondered the formation set up by Wu Yunxian and the 6 others. The formation seemed to draw upon the power of the Big Dipper, yet it incorporated other elements. Trapped within, the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian had exhausted countless methods without discerning its true nature. With this in mind, the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian sat cross-legged, simulating the entire process from entering to breaking the formation in his mind. No result. It is obscured by the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Lord Tang Tian had not anticipated such an outcome. Though sages cannot deduce matters concerning their own future, they can trace events that have just occurred to them along with their causes and effects. Yet when he attempted to deduce the Big Dipper heavenly net formation, everything was shrouded in chaos, yielding nothing, not even a reconstruction of the scenes he encountered within. Had he not been wounded by the formation, the Heavenly Lord Tang Tian would have felt as though all that had happened was but a dream, so unreal did it seem. Could all this be related to my senior disciple Xiao Fan? On the entire Janeo Island, only matters concerning Xiao Fan were beyond the Heavenly Lord Tangshan's deduction, along with anything associated with him. The Heavenly Lord Tongtian had once considered forcefully deducing, but each attempt caused the Heavenly Tao to press down with overwhelming pressure, threatening to sever some of his Tao fruits. This furrowed his brow. Was he to ask them, "Where did you learn this formation? You've even struck your master?" Asking such a question would utterly disgrace him, plunging the Heavenly Lord Tongtian into boundless frustration. Yet shifting his perspective, though he had been wounded by his own disciples, was this not a blessing in disguise? No matter how powerful the seven became, they were still his disciples. Their identity as members of the Jia sect was indelible unless they defected. If they remained loyal, the sect would gain another layer of assurance in the coming deification war. What was so remarkable about the Chan sect having quasi-sages? The Jia sect had them too, and more than one. Moreover, the Big Dipper heavenly net formation of Wu Yunxian and the others could wound a sage. Throughout the primordial world, the Heavenly Lord Tongshan's cultivation was no trifling matter. Aside from Dao ancestor Hengjun and Taisheng Laojuan, none could harm him. As for the comparison with Yuanshe Tianzuan, the two were closely matched, with Tongtian even holding a slight edge. As for the two Western sages, they were but half-baked sages, having attained their status by swearing grand vows to deceive the Heavenly Tao. Together they would still be no match for the Heavenly Lord Tongtian alone. Haha! Seated in the main hall, the Heavenly Lord Tongtian burst into hearty laughter. At this moment he was filled with confidence in the Jia sect, even harboring anticipation for more surprises from his other disciples. Ding! The system announced that Xiao Shouxian had broken through to the midstage of quasi-saint, and the host's mana had increased 100-fold. Ding! The system announced that Jin Guangxian had broken through to the midstage of quasi-saint, and the host's mana had increased 100-fold. Ding! The system announced that because Wu Yunxian, Xiao Shouxian, Jin Guangxian, Pai Luxian, Ling Yaxian, Changer Ding Guangxian, and Jin Guxian Ma Sui had cultivated the Big Dipper Heavenly Gang formation to perfection, the host received a 100-fold enhancement, the Hongmeng Heavenly Gang formation. 7 consecutive prompt sounds echoed deep within Xiao Fan's spiritual seat. The Big Dipper Heavenly Gang formation? This was one of the most formidable formations in My Perfect World, hailed as the deadliest killing formation between heaven and earth. Before the Supreme Emperor emerged, this formation had existed for countless kalpas. As for the Big Dipper Heavenly Gang formation, it was not created by any being but was born from heaven and earth itself, so one could imagine how formidable it was. When Xiao Fan originally wrote this formation into his novel, he had only done so on a whim, thinking what if someone could comprehend it. He had initially believed that the ones most likely to comprehend this formation were the 10 Heavenly Lords of Golden Ao Island, due to their superior understanding of formations. Yet unexpectedly it was Wu Yunxian and the others who grasped it, truly a twist of fate. Just as Xiao Fan was about to continue contemplating the great Tao within him, a rumbling sound erupted. A booming noise resounded, though not loud. It seemed to emanate from the ancient past, traversing countless primordial worlds before reaching Xiao Fan's ears. The next moment Xiao Fan suddenly felt a tremor in his small world. Fearing some mishap, he hurriedly entered to observe. He saw that the primordial chi, which had been perpetually circling the chaotic border of the small world, had ceased its movement and was now churning violently at the edge. As the primordial chi churned, the chaotic chi scattered in all directions like boiling water, fleeing from the primordial chi's location. The tremors were emanating from the primordial chi itself. With the churning of the primordial chi, Xiao Fan's small world descended into an apocalyptic state. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the stones that had formed stars in the sky fell to the ground like comets. Heavens! This! Xiao Fan was utterly dumbfounded, at a loss for words to describe the scene before him. If the small world collapsed, all his Tao fruits would be lost, and he might even perish body and soul. Just as Xiao Fan was sinking into despair, unsure of what to do, the primordial chi ceased its churning and transformed into a rod over a meter long and 2 fingers thick, suspended in the void. By now the small world was half shattered, with a fissure in the earth so deep that one could see the chaotic chi beyond. Yet Xiao Fan paid no heed to all this, for he suddenly sensed a trace of life force emanating from this purple rod. As Xiao Fan drew closer to the purple rod, this sensation grew stronger. What is this? Xiao Fan extended a finger and gently touched it. No sooner had he done so than the purple rod moved, startling him so much that he instantly flew 100 li away, nearly crashing into the chaotic zone. After a while, sensing no danger, Xiao Fan flew back. He saw that one end of the purple rod had changed, and two tiny eyes had appeared on it. Just as Xiao Fan was unsure if they were indeed eyes and moved closer to examine them, he saw them blink. It's alive. Xiao Fan could no longer describe his feelings. Everything happening before him surpassed his understanding. As Xiao Fan marveled, a small head had fully formed. It had a horse-like face, a pair of antlers as thin as toothpicks on its head, and two long whiskers hanging from its chin, fluttering as the head moved. Is this a dragon? Then under Xiao Fan's gaze, the small purple dragon rapidly grew, scales followed by limbs and finally a tail. A dragon's head, deer antlers, diamond-shaped scales, qilin claws, and a fishtail. Xiao Fan was certain this little creature was a dragon born from primordial qi. When it was fully formed, the little one let out a roar. The sound was a mix of a dragon's roar, a phoenix's cry, and perhaps even a qilin's call, a unique sound Xiao Fan had never heard before. With that roar, the shattered earth, mountains, and rivers began to restore themselves slowly, like a film playing in reverse. Then the small purple dragon circled Xiao Fan once before plunging into the chaotic zone surrounding the small world. Despite its small size, each claw strike and tail sweep opened up a vast expanse of chaos, which the small world's soil then claimed. Xiao Fan felt his mana surge once more. With each impact, the small world trembled, and with each tremor, Xiao Fan's mana increased and the area of the small world expanded. The small purple dragon seemed tireless, continuously battering the surrounding chaotic zone. As it struck, the entire small world grew, and Xiao Fan felt something new within him, though he couldn't quite grasp it. After battering for about half an hour, the small purple dragon stopped and began to fly around the small world, pausing occasionally like an emperor inspecting his domain. Thanks to the dragon's reclamation, the small world had more than doubled in size from its original 100 square li. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the small purple dragon had finished inspecting its entire territory. It seemed displeased with the barren mountaintops and dry riverbeds. Then the small purple dragon spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. To Xiao Fan's astonishment, a light rain began to fall over the small world. The rain grew heavier, and soon the dry riverbeds were filled with flowing water. A gentle breeze brought with it the scent of fresh grass. The once barren plains were now sprouting countless blades of grass at a visible rate. The grass grew into a forest in mere moments, and the original small world had vanished, replaced by something entirely new. Now the small world had transformed completely. It boasted rivers, mountains, and plains, all lush with vibrant greenery. Along the riverbanks, white flowers bloomed, emitting a fragrant aroma. After creating all this, the small purple dragon seemed tired. It gave a soft roar to Xiao Fan, then curled up among the flowers and fell asleep, snoring like thunder. Xiao Fan could hardly believe his eyes. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. To confirm he wasn't dreaming, he flashed to the riverbank and carefully dipped his hand into the water. The river water was cool and refreshing, so soothing that he almost moaned in pleasure. Upon closer inspection, he realized this water was extraordinary, for it was imbued with abundant life force. Could this be the water of life? He recalled that when Pangu created the world, his left eye became the sun, his right eye the moon, his bones the mountains, his flesh the soil, his hair the vegetation, and his blood the seas and lakes, thus giving birth to the primordial world. And now a strand of primordial qi within him had transformed into a small purple dragon, whose saliva had brought sweet rain from the heavens, filled the dry riverbeds, and covered the plains with grass. Was he about to become a Pangu? If it became Pangu, then what would he be? Pangu's father? This thought made Xiao Fan laugh wryly. He had intended to nurture the primordial qi further before refining it, but now he discovered that this little creature had gained life and even a measure of intelligence. Otherwise the small purple dragon wouldn't have called out to him before sleeping, as if greeting him. After leaving the small world, Xiao Fan asked, "Do you know what that small dragon in my small world is?" "It is the primordial dragon born from primordial qi." "Primordial dragon? Why did it appear in my small world?" The system's answer only confused him further. The universe is not limited to one primordial world. Honghuang is both the beginning and the end of all things. As for why it appeared in your small world, the system does not know. Having given this answer, the system refused to respond, no matter how much Xiao Fan pressed. The next morning at dawn, the entire square before the Bo Palace was already filled with a throng of people. Each person wore a different expression, yet their spirits were remarkably unified, that of excitement. Over these past centuries, everyone had been cultivating by reading novels, comprehending on their own, then engaging in Tao debates with one another before returning to the novels for further insights and again debating the Tao. Although this cycle had elevated their cultivation basis, when it came to actual power, many had never truly tested it in battle. In other words, they currently possessed only theoretical knowledge, lacking practical experience in wielding various techniques. For from the novels, the myriad immortals understood just how heaven-defying those techniques were. Their Tao debate partners were all fellow disciples, and they feared that if they lost control, they might cause their comrades to perish body and soul. But just yesterday, their master had unexpectedly appeared before the disciples and upon speaking declared his intention to test them. Initially, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. Given the master's level, he could discern their cultivation with a single glance. Why go through the trouble of a formal examination? It was only after Wu Yunxian along with Qiu Shouxian, Jin Guangxian and Ling Yaxian elevated their cultivation to the midstage of quasi-sage that they comprehended their master's profound intentions. This was not a test from the master, rather it was a decision made to advance their cultivation. Whether a technique was strong or weak could only be determined through use. Without application, no matter how formidable one claimed it to be, it could neither be proven nor truly understood. Yesterday, Wu Yunxian and the others were the best proof. Through their battle with the master, not only had their cultivation improved, but their comprehension of formations had also ascended to a new level. This filled the 10 heavenly lords of Janeo Island, who had also delved into formations with immense envy. Regardless, today they were determined to have the master test their formations as well. As each person harbored their own thoughts, a formidable sword intent swept through the air. The Tao resonated from his voice like a celestial symphony. Golden lotuses surged and churned, and a figure clad in purple robes materialized before the disciples. "Greetings, Master." Rise." Gazing at the neatly arranged ranks before him, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a peculiar sensation, though he could not pinpoint its source. When his eyes fell upon Wu Yunxian and the others, he finally understood. Qiu Shouxian, Jin Guangxian and Ling Yaxian had all advanced to the midstage of quasi-sage. Their gazes burned with fervor, even carrying a hint of anticipation. Such a sight had never occurred before. In the past, when Tongtian Jiaozhu had tested his disciples' cultivation, many had trembled with fear, dreading that their progress was insufficient and would invite the master's reprimand. Now, however, the situation had reversed. Every face shone with excitement. This left Tongtian Jiaozhu utterly perplexed. Yesterday I tested the way of formations. Today I wish to examine your progress in other techniques. As soon as Tongtian Jiaozhu spoke, some disciples lit up with joy while others hung their heads, their faces darkening with dismay. This kindled a surge of anger within Tongtian Jiaozhu. By conventional reasoning, the excited ones must have advanced in cultivation while the dejected ones had stagnated. For such disciples, Tongtian Jiaozhu had only one remedy: to discipline them harshly. Yet after a long pause, no one stepped forward. Frowning deeply, he spoke again. "What is this? Apart from formations which are barely passable, have the rest of you spent these centuries merely idling?" As the word "passable" left his lips, Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. He remembered that Wu Yunxian's formation had actually wounded him. If that did not qualify as passable, he was at a loss to define what did. Nevertheless, Tongtian Jiaozhu would never speak of his injury, firstly to save face, and secondly to prevent his disciples from growing arrogant and abandoning their cultivation. "Senior brother, perhaps you should go. Junior brother, you go ahead." Such a rare opportunity. After the master's guidance, one's cultivation can soar. "You are the senior brother, you go first." This kind of fortune does not come often. Among so many fellow disciples, taking the first step is better than lagging behind. Such words of persuasion echoed throughout the square. Their mutual modesty was so excessive that even Tongtian Jiaozhu felt a pang of embarrassment. When had his disciples become so hypocritical? Were these still the same pupils he once knew? Amidst the heated debate among the disciples, a figure had already appeared before Tongtian Jiaozhu. All eyes turned to see that it was none other than the cold and aloof Xiao. Ever since she began cultivating the Nine Heavens Sword Canon and the Supreme Heart Sutra, she had grown increasingly frigid. Apart from exchanging a few words with Yun Xiao and Bi Xiao, she barely acknowledged anyone else. The only other person she would speak to was her senior brother Xiao Fan. As for Wu Yunxian, Qiu Shouxian and the others, she paid them no heed whatsoever, and even with her elder brother Zhao Gongming she was sparing with words. This was a stark contrast to her former lively and fiery personality, as if she had become a completely different person. Disciple Qiong Xiao pays respects to Master. Rise. Gazing at this disciple before him, Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this still the Qiong Xiao he once knew? The Qiong Xiao of old had been reluctant to cultivate, preferring to roam and play. Whenever he admonished her, she would always find ways to cajole and coax her way out of it, then return to her carefree ways. Eventually Tongtian Jiaozhu had ceased to press her, for a master could only guide the way. Cultivation was ultimately a personal endeavor. But now the Qiong Xiao before him was utterly aloof. Standing there, she radiated an icy aura that made others instinctively want to keep their distance. Master the test. Qiangxiu's words caused Tongtian Jiaozhu to furrow his brow. Why did she look at him not as a disciple regards her master, but as if he were an enemy? Yet Tongtian Jiaozhu did not take offense, attributing it to the peculiar technique she had cultivated. With a casual wave of his hand, a phantom figure materialized to his right, gradually solidifying into a tangible form. The figure was clad in a purple Taoist robe, its countenance resolute. Golden divine patterns adorned the garment, resonating with the Tao of the void, embodying the supreme principles of heaven. Its visage was identical to Tongtian Jiaozhu's. Qiangxiu's expression remained unchanged as she stared fixedly at Tongtian Jiaozhu. This is my avatar. If you can withstand a single strike from it, you will pass. Qiangxiu's cultivation was not exceptionally profound, having just reached the mid-stage of quasi-sage. Thus Tongtian Jiaozhu's avatar was set to the early stage of quasi-sage. In Tongtian Jiaozhu's estimation, Qiong Xiao, like Duobao Doran, had employed Xiao Fan's peculiar technique to deceive him. Though she appeared to be at the mid-stage of quasi-sage, her actual cultivation was likely only at the early stage. Gazing at the avatar that mirrored Tongtian Jiaozhu, Qiangxiu's expression grew even colder. Her eyes blazed with a sharp, piercing light, as if she were staring down her mortal enemy. After all, this was no ordinary immortal's avatar, it was a projection of Tongtian Jiaozhu, one of the 6 sages. Though it appeared to possess early-stage quasi-sage cultivation, Qiong Xiao sensed that its true power far exceeded that. A sage's avatar inherently bore a trace of sage power. If unleashed to its full potential, this projection could likely exert the strength of a later-stage quasi-sage. Thus, before the avatar could make a move, 9 sword shadows materialized behind Qiong Xiao. 4 of these shadows had solidified, while the remaining 5 appeared ethereal and indistinct. With a resonant hum, a sword intent coalesced from the very air, dyeing the 9 long swords behind Qiong Xiao a pristine white. The chill emanating from her forced nearby disciples to retreat several steps. The cold was simply too intense. Tongtian Jiaozhu dismissed this as mere posturing. But as the avatar's sword energy surged forth, Qiangxiu's sword was already in motion. A violet sword aura collided with a white blade of light. There was no earth-shattering explosion nor any scattering of sword energy, only the soft crackling of shattering sounds. What? At the point of impact between Qiangxiu's sword and the violet energy, the avatar's attack seemed to freeze, overturning white bit by bit before shattering into crystalline fragments that drifted through the air like snowflakes. As the assembled immortals watched in astonishment, the white sword energy seemed to come alive. It spread from the blade to the arm and then engulfed the avatar's entire form in a layer of frost. Finally, before the eyes of the myriad immortals, the avatar shattered, dissolving into a torrent of spiritual energy. This all transpired so swiftly that had it not been for the lingering chill in the air and a few remaining shards of ice, no one would have believed the avatar had ever existed. Though Qiangxiu's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. Why was the master's avatar so weak? How was she supposed to comprehend deeper sword techniques under such circumstances? Standing in place, Qiong Xiao still wore an icy expression, yet a trace of unease flickered in her eyes. This time, standing before the venerable Tongtian, she had mustered great courage to step forward. In the past during cultivation Xiao often slacked off, thus she was the most frequently scolded and punished. She had thought this time she could perform well before her master, altering his opinion of her and proving she had not been idle over these centuries. In truth, over these centuries Xiao had been diligently cultivating. Since learning the 9 Heavens Sword Canon and the Supreme Heart Mantra, she had transformed entirely. Previously unable to settle her mind, she could now sit motionless in her cave for centuries. That strike just now was a testament to her centuries of cultivation. Yet what Xiao never expected was that her sword intent, unleashed at only 80% of her strength, could easily defeat her master's shadow clone. Only when the clone shattered before her did she realize, but it was too late. Thus she could only stand there awaiting her master's reprimand. After all, the shadow clone represented the body of a saint, and having slain her own master's clone, how could she escape scolding? Silence, absolute silence. Not a sound echoed across the square except for the falling ice blossoms. Everyone seemed struck by a vow of silence, utterly hushed. A single sword strike shattering a saint's shadow clone left the many disciples at a loss for words, unsure how to comment or even evaluate. If the clone belonged to someone else it might be acceptable, but the one who summoned it was none other than their own master, the Saint Tongtian. I understand. After a long while a voice arose from the crowd. Turning around they saw it was Xiao, who had just been tested. Seeing him speak, everyone couldn't help but frown. The changes in Xiao over these centuries were immense. Though his cultivation had improved, he had become the embodiment of a goofball, and 8 or 9 times out of 10 his words would infuriate others. What do you understand? Don't speak recklessly if you don't know. Wu Yunxian quickly scolded, fearing Xiao might say something inappropriate. Brother Wu, let Brother Qiu speak. What if he's right? Exactly, let's hear it. Other disciples, eager for excitement, chimed in. Seeing so many fellow disciples supporting him, Xiao said smugly, I say the master has 2 intentions. How so? Xiao cleared his throat and continued, first to teach us not to fear a powerful opponent. Often they might be paper tigers that shatter at a touch. Though the crowd frowned at the analogy, upon reflection it did hold some truth. The master's shadow clone, though formidable indeed, broke easily. Calling it a paper tiger wasn't entirely wrong. And the second point? Someone asked. Seeing his first point accepted, Xiao with a smug expression continued, second, no matter what we must firm our Tao heart. However formidable the enemy, we must face them with the conviction that we can triumph. Only thus can we accelerate our cultivation progress. Don't you agree? This statement caused an uproar in the crowd, with many nodding in agreement. The path of cultivation faces not only heavenly calamities but also human strife. Without a strong Tao heart, believing one can seize a sliver of life beneath the Tao and prevail in conflict, how can one survive in the primordial world? The crowd began praising Xiao. Senior brother, truly remarkable. You've grasped the master's profound intention. No wonder you've reached the mid-stage of quasi-sage while I'm still struggling at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. It seems we cannot fathom the master's deep intent. Not at all. Basking in the praise, Xiao thought to himself, yesterday he had rambled before the master disguised as Zhao Gongming, and though the master didn't rebuke him, Xiao still felt uneasy. Now that he had interpreted the master's profound intent and explained his good intentions, surely he had left a favorable impression, right? Hearing the surrounding chatter, especially Xiaoxian's theory, Tongshan's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Since when did he have such profound intentions? And such profound intentions that even he himself was unaware of? In Tongshan's view, Qiangxiu's cultivation was at the mid-stage of quasi-sage but with some false elements. Thus he had summoned a shadow clone only at the early quasi-sage stage. Had he known Qiangxiu's attack would be so sharp, he should have summoned a clone of comparable strength. Now how was he to save face? Especially with Xiao, who had already spoken nonsense in his presence yesterday, now adding this wild analysis, how could he explain the situation? He had already harbored deep resentment toward Xiao, but he would have to find another opportunity to reprimand him. For now the priority was to test Qiangxiu's attack. Though Qiangxiu's attack was formidable, Tong Tian was already biased, believing the disciples had learned some peculiar technique from Xiao Fan to deceive him, appearing to have mid-stage quasi-sage strength but perhaps not even reaching the quasi-sage realm. "Zheng Xiao, strike your master with your sword." Hearing this, Zheng Xiao immediately knelt and said, "Your disciple dares not." Having just slain the master's shadow clone, striking the master's true body with a sword would be the utmost disrespect. "What, afraid to harm your master?" Zheng Xiao wanted to explain further but then changed her mind and said nothing. Instead she stood straight and addressed Tong Tian, "Master, forgive my impertinence." In the earlier strike against the shadow clone, Zheng Xiao had only exerted most of her strength, holding back because the master had only asked her to receive his blow, not to attack. Now that she had the chance to unleash her full power, why wouldn't she seize it? Besides, the master was a saint and she was only at the mid-stage quasi-sage. How could she harm a saint? The gap between them was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Zheng Xiao stood in the arena, her expression calm but her icy aura even more intense. Behind her 9 white sword shadows materialized one by one. Simultaneously, a secret art within her body churned wildly, gathering the power of heaven and earth and the energy of her inner world onto the long sword behind her. Where there had been only 4 solid sword shadows, now an additional one appeared, radiating a crystalline white light. The ever-flowing sword intent wavered among the 9 shadows, dyeing Qiangxiu's black hair white. Around her, boundless spiritual energy seemed to congeal into countless ice blossoms scattered about, enhancing her white-clad figure with ethereal beauty like a celestial maiden descending from the 9th heaven. The long sword emerges, chilling the 9 heavens. All things wither in the mortal realm. A single sword emerges, chilling the 9 heavens, and all things wither in the mortal realm. As Zheng Xiao uttered this soft chant, the 9 sword shadows behind her merged into one, instantly blazing with a brilliant light, radiant as the rising sun yet cold and peerless as the frosty moon. In that moment the universe held only this icy sword, like a crescent moon hurtling straight toward the heavenly sovereign. This sword illuminated all realms of existence. Its frigid chi rent the void, freezing the cracks with countless icy streams. Even the chains of order were blanketed in frost, and the surging golden lotuses ceased their rotation, transforming into colorful, exquisite ice blossoms, which then dissolved into an endless torrent of sword intent surging forth. In that instant the universe contained only this sword intent that spanned heaven and earth, overshadowing the radiance of the 3,000 great Taoists as if it would cleave the primordial wilderness asunder. Even the figure of the heavenly sovereign paled before this sword intent as if it had suppressed the might of a sage. The universe was left with only that supremely radiant sword intent and Zheng Xiao, whose hair had been bleached white by its power. This shocking sword intent not only startled the heavenly sovereign but also drew the gaze of countless great powers across the myriad realms of the primordial wilderness, all focusing their attention on the golden Ao island. In the extreme south of the primordial wilderness all life was absent. There was only a crimson ocean, its color like fresh blood staining the sky in endless red. No birds flew here, not even a feather could float. The boundless Red Sea churned with towering waves, and countless stars hung above the Blood Sea. With each surge of a giant wave, countless stars were swallowed into its depths. A crimson figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the giant waves, cultivating with closed eyes. When the sword intent erupted, his eyes snapped open. A flash of red light vanished from his eyes, but in that instant countless stars in the sky fell and the void shattered into pieces, only slowly recovering after a long while. He sat upon a blood-red lotus, holding 2 long swords in his arms. Now floating in midair, his gaze was fixed intently on the direction of the golden Ao island. This person was none other than the ancestor Mingi, creator of the Azura race and also the master of this sea of blood. Such a powerful sword intent. The sword chi spans heaven and earth, causing the void to collapse and the chains of runes to freeze. Who is this swordsman? Ancestor Mingi murmured. In this world Ancestor Mingi considered himself the foremost swordsman, for with his birth came 2 divine swords, Yuan-Tu and Abi, and the lotus he sat upon was the karmic fire red lotus. He believed that unless a sage intervened, his swords would dominate the primordial wilderness. Yet compared to this awe-inspiring sword intent before him, he felt he still had far to go. If his own sword intent could reach the 33rd heaven, this one had already pierced straight into chaos. Though Ancestor Mingi was eager to investigate further, the thought that it was a sage's domain made him withdraw his probing gaze. With a hint of envy he sank back into the sea of blood. In the extreme north the Black Sea water was like ink, with giant waves rising 10,000 feet high as if some colossal creature lurked within. Just then a gargantuan being tens of thousands of miles long, half bird and half fish, surfaced from the water. It was surrounded by the chi of yin and yang. As its breath quickened, the colossal form slowly shrank, eventually taking on a human shape. This person was none other than the fastest flying beast in the universe, the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng could soar 90,000 miles in a single leap, a testament to its immense size. The human-formed Kunpeng had eyes like two lanterns staring toward the golden Ao island. Interesting. Someone dares to unleash murderous intent at the domain of Saint Tongtian. I wonder who has such audacity. With that thought, Kunpeng focused his gaze, attempting to pierce through billions of miles to see all within the golden Ao island. But when he directed his gaze at the island, it blazed like a dazzling sun, emitting a supremely radiant light that stung Kunpeng's eyes with a sharp pain. What Kunpeng didn't know was that all this was Xiao Fan's doing. After the heavenly sovereign departed, as Xiao Fan's cultivation improved, he had rearranged the protective grand array over the entire golden Ao island specifically to obscure the heavenly secrets. One purpose was to prevent prying eyes, yet the other was to maintain a hint of caution against the heavenly Tao itself. Xiao Fan's appearance could be considered an anomaly. If he allowed others to spy on him freely, he might not survive until the conferred God era. Instead, the great powers of the world would have long since dragged him out for interrogation, torturing him for his techniques. By then, even before the conferred God began, the entire Jia sect would have dissolved into nothing. No matter how strong the sect was, it couldn't stand against the entire primordial wilderness, could it? This sharp pain also dispelled Kunpeng's desire to pry, even frightening a cold sweat out of him. All beings below sages are mere ants. Though Kunpeng had reached the great perfection of the late quasi-sage stage, he was still an ant in the eyes of a sage, only a slightly stronger one. If an ant is usually obedient, all is well. But if it dares to spy on a sage, there is only one outcome: death and the dissolution of its Tao. What have I just done? Kunpeng couldn't help but slap himself. Fortunately, Saint Tongtian didn't pursue the matter. If he had held Kunpeng accountable for prying, the only Kunpeng in the universe would have met its end right there. Now that the great tribulation of the world had begun, as one of the few surviving quasi-sages of the demon race from the cataclysm of the sorcerer and demon war, he knew the terror of such tribulations. In those days, the demon emperor Donghuang Tai was the foremost among quasi-sages, with no sage to surpass him. Even he had perished in the sorcerer and demon war. If Kunpeng hadn't been shrewd and used ill health as an excuse to hide in this extreme northern icy sea, he would have been lost as well. Since then, Kunpeng had slumbered in this frozen sea, only awakening when another great tribulation began. Alas, without becoming a sage, one remains an ant. I think it's best not to appear in this tribulation. If I get tainted by its aura, escape will be impossible. With those final words, Kunpeng reverted to his true form, turned and plunged into the icy waters. In his heart he resolved not to emerge until the tribulation had passed, even if it meant death. On the 33rd heaven a palace of dazzling golden light stood. This was none other than the heavenly court. The sorcerer and demon war had reduced this place to ruins. After Hao Yan became the lord of the three realms, he rebuilt the heavenly court on its original foundations. Though the palace appeared resplendent, it was largely an empty shell. Even the 365 stars could not function properly. Thus Hao Yan, once a boy servant of the Tao ancestor Hongjuan, went to Hongjun to complain. Though he had been appointed lord of the three realms, he couldn't even manage the 365 stars, which tarnished the Tao ancestor's reputation. He begged the ancestor to grant him some personnel for his use. After deliberation and other considerations, the Tao ancestor Hongjun initiated the conferred God tribulation. One could say that Hao Yan played a part in the beginning of the conferred God war. At that moment, within the Hall of Divine Rule, Hao Yan, clad in a purple gold dragon robe and wearing a crown with 36 pearls, stared in astonishment at the shocking sword intent from the golden Ao island. Who has such audacity to wield weapons in a sage's domain? Hao Yan murmured. Then he turned his gaze to the island, only to be met by a blinding, dazzling golden light that repelled his probing look. Humph! I am the Lord of the Three Realms. I refuse to believe there is anything I cannot know. With that, Hao Yan began to calculate by pinching his fingers. He tried 3 times, but each time the heavenly secrets were obscured. On his final forced attempt, he incurred the displeasure of the heavenly Tao and nearly suffered divine punishment. How is this possible? Haoshan's cultivation was at the peak of the quasi-sage stage, but his status was extremely special. He and the Queen Mother were once the 2 boy servants of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Since becoming the Lord of the Three Realms, even sages had to show him some respect. As long as he didn't overstep, they turned a blind eye. After all, his position was what it was. One doesn't strike a dog without considering its master, does one? Thus Hao Yan acted without fear. Others dared not spy on sages, but he did so recklessly. Yet this time he had discovered nothing and nearly been harmed by the heavenly Tao. Very well, Tong Tian. You dare to look down on me. When the conferred God War comes, I will show you. Hao Yan attributed everything to the heavenly sovereign, as sages could obscure the heavenly secrets to prevent prying. In the primordial world at the extreme western frontier, here spiritual energy was sparse and all things grew at an exceedingly slow pace. Yet there was one exception, a mountain peak. This peak was perpetually shrouded in golden light, from which the sound of chanting scriptures echoed and waves of spiritual energy transformed the land and creatures around the mountain. This was none other than the seat of the Western Sect, and this mountain was the sacred ground of the saints Zhuanti and Jian, Spirit Mountain. Now the 2 sat side by side at the mountain's summit, their gazes fixed upon the direction of Golden Ao Island. I wonder what Tong Tian is up to now. Could he be making a move against his disciples, already preparing for the matter of the investiture of the gods? Zhuanti spoke with a mocking tone. Zhuanti held no goodwill towards Tong Tian. After all, he himself was a saint, yet in the Xiao Palace Tong Tian had shown him no respect, causing him to lose face before the other 3 saints. Do not speak nonsense. In my view, Tong Tian is likely demonstrating his sword techniques to his disciples. Jian naturally understood Zunti's resentment, for he harbored the same grudge, though he usually refrained from showing it. Demonstrating? What is there to demonstrate? In my eyes, if Tongshan's disciples were to ascend the investiture scroll, it might not be a bad thing. His followers are mostly those with fur horns born from moisture or eggs, beings of humble origins and shallow fortune. Ascending the scroll could be a great opportunity for them. Well said, junior brother. Jian nodded in agreement. Then his gaze turned hazy, and he could not help but recall the past. The extreme western frontier had not always been as it was now. In the days of your Luoho had led billions of demonic troops to attack this land, all to compete with Jian and Zhuanti for the last place in the world to establish a sect. Countless great battles had been fought here between the 2 sides until Luoho was finally suppressed by Zhuanti and Jian. Unwilling to let his billions of demonic kind perish without a sliver of hope, Luoho detonated the spiritual veins of this extreme western land before his death, leaving the west bereft of spiritual energy. Senior brother, are you thinking of the past? Jian withdrew his hazy gaze and spoke, yes. Once our extreme western land was the foremost blessed land. But ever since Luoho destroyed the spiritual veins, the development of our western sect has been exceedingly difficult. Though we too are saints, we have never been favored by our teacher. We could only attend his lectures as nominal disciples. As he spoke, Zhuanti felt a pang of bitterness. Back then, Luoho's destruction of the spiritual veins made cultivation in the entire western region incredibly arduous. It was only by making a great vow that Jian gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao and became a saint, a stolen sainthood. This was precisely why Tong Tian looked down upon them. One relied on theft, the other on deception. This time we must plan carefully. Jian cast aside his gloom and spoke with firm resolve. Naturally. At Kunlun Mountain, on its highest peak. Here spiritual energy was abundant, with immortal birds dancing and spirit beasts frolicking in the mountain streams. Amidst this celestial realm stood a complex of palaces and pavilions where spiritual energy was even denser, having condensed into a thin mist. Within these misty halls it sometimes took the form of cranes calling in the sky, and at other times transformed into monkeys leaping through the palaces. At the same time, the resonance of the great Tao filled the air, golden lotuses surged and divine patterns flickered in and out of sight. This was undoubtedly one of the greatest blessed lands in the world. For this was none other than the sacred ground of Yuanshi Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones, the Jade Void Palace. At that moment Yuanshi Tianzuan cast his gaze toward Golden Ao Island, his brow slightly furrowed. The same astonishing sword intent had also caught his attention. This Tong Tian. Even at a time like this he has leisure to demonstrate swordsmanship to his disciples. In Yuanshi Tianzan's view no one else but Tong Tian could unleash such a powerful sword intent. Otherwise the Jia sect would not have such a policy of teaching all without discrimination, yet had so few disciples worth mentioning. In contrast, his own disciples were all of extraordinary origins and profound fortune. If they were not to ascend the investiture scroll, then were his disciples to be the ones. A figure walked in from outside the hall. He wore a yellow Taoist robe with a large seal hanging at his waist. He knelt before Yuanshi Tianzuan and bowed. Master. Rise. Have the matters I entrusted to you been handled? The newcomer was none other than Yuanshi Tianzan's senior disciple Guangchengzi, one of the 12 golden immortals. Over these years I have sent disciples to investigate the mortal world. Not long ago the fated one appeared in the city of Xiaoga. However, this person vanished as quickly as a fleeting flower. Guangchengzi paused before continuing. Ever since Yuanshi Tianzuan had returned to the palace, the Chan sect had dispatched nearly all its lower-level disciples, all in search of the fated person for the investiture of the gods as spoken of by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Just a few days ago Guangchengzi had caught a glimpse of this person, but in the blink of an eye he had vanished again. Thus Guangchengzi had steeled himself to report this. If that is the case, you must increase your efforts. Do not let others seize the advantage. Yuanshi Tianzuan was not angered, for the time for the investiture had not yet come and the fated one was bound to be elusive. After giving his instructions he closed his eyes and fell silent. Why have you not left? Is there something else? Seeing that Guangchengzi had not departed, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke again. Nothing, your disciple takes his leave. In truth, Guangchengzi was eager to report that Chijingzi Yuding Jinren and Taiyi Jinren had been injured by the Jia sect while searching for the fated one in Xiaoga. But on second thought, speaking of it would surely displease his master. Moreover, from Chijingzi's account, the Jia sect had used cunning tactics to wound the three, much like what had happened to Lingbao Defashi, a treacherous ambush. Since the victory was achieved through deception, such matters naturally did not require Yuanshi Tianzan's personal intervention. They could settle the score later. At the plaza of the Bio Palace on Golden Ao Island. At this moment the gathered enemies were rendered speechless by Qiangxiu's sword strike. Many were so stunned that their jaws dropped without their knowledge. This sword strike could harness the power of heaven and earth, bending divine pattern chains and golden lotuses to its will. It was as if the river of time had suddenly collapsed, cascading down from the heavens. Faced with Qiangxiu's astonishing sword, Tong Tian could not help but silently praise its magnificent appearance. When Duobao Daoren had made his entrance earlier, thunder had roared, sword intent had pierced the heavens, space had shattered, and golden lotuses had surged. Yet what of it? He had still been wounded by a single strike from Tong Tian. Had he not held back at the critical moment, Duobao would have perished body and soul. For this reason Tong Tian did not unleash his full sword intent. He limited its power to the peak of the early quasi-sage stage, even slightly lower than Qiangxiu's own level, for fear of injuring her. With a thunderous roar the two sword intents clashed in midair. At the point of impact, space collapsed piece by piece, countless divine pattern chains emerged in a tangled web, and golden lotuses bloomed only to wither into specks of icy frost. In that instant Tong Tian was startled. Qiangxiu's sword strike was utterly genuine, it possessed the full might of a saint's swing. By the time Tong Tian realized this and sought to infuse his sword intent with the power of a saint, it was too late. The surrounding space had already shattered, dominated by Qiangxiu's icy sword intent. At the same time Qiangxiu's strike had outpaced time itself, cleaving into Tongshan's body. Then Tong Tian felt his vital blood surge and a trace of sweetness rose in his mouth. How is this possible? The injury Tong Tian had sustained the previous day, though mostly healed after a night's rest, had not fully recovered. Yesterday he had been wounded by the Big Dipper heavenly formation set up by Wangxian and the others. Thus today he had specifically used swordsmanship to test his disciples, never expecting to be injured by a disciple's sword intent once more. Seeing the shock in Qiangxiu's eyes, Tongshan's own confusion deepened. In the entire GS sect only 2 disciples did not cultivate seriously. One was Xiao Fan and the other was Xiao before him. Xiao Fan was of extraordinary origin, even Tongtian as a saint could not divine his past or future. Though he did not cultivate, his realm steadily advanced. As for Xiao, she would not cultivate unless scolded or beaten. Tongtian had lectured her little, instead scolding her more often than teaching, until he finally gave up and let her do as she pleased. And yet this lazy disciple could unleash such a heaven-shaking sword intent, one that even wounded him. Was this still the disciple he once knew? As the boundless sword intent dissipated, the disciples who had been watching from the sidelines all surged forward, their faces brimming with anticipation as they gazed at the heavenly sovereign. Xiao, you have indeed been diligent during my absence, and your progress in the sword path is evident. With these words the heavenly sovereign prepared to depart, lest his sacred blood gush forth. Master, are you leaving for good, or will you continue the examination? Upon hearing this, the heavenly sovereign barely suppressed the urge to vomit sacred blood from his heart. Had these disciples gone mad from cultivation? He had designed the test to punish them, yet now they were willingly offering themselves up for chastisement. But now was not the time. A dull ache throbbed in his chest as if he could no longer contain the sacred blood. With his previous injury unhealed and a fresh one added, it seemed he would need many days to recover. Your master has urgent matters to attend to. I shall conduct the examination again in a few days. With that the heavenly sovereign vanished and reappeared in the main hall of the Green Turing Palace. Unable to hold back any longer, he spat out a mouthful of sacred blood, finally feeling some relief. Yet his brow remained furrowed. These 2 examinations had left him utterly perplexed. During the duel with Duo Bao Daoist, a single careless strike had wounded him. Had the heavenly sovereign not withdrawn some of his sword intent in time, Duo Bao would have already been on the list of the gods. Conversely, the formation of the 7 disciples, including Huangxian and Cushizian, had injured him, while Qiangxiu's sword intent was astonishing, even bearing a hint of saintly might. What was happening? No one could answer the heavenly sovereign. If pressed, the disciples would say they had cultivated techniques learned from reading novels. Cushizian had mentioned this from the start. For centuries they had all diligently cultivated through novels, which had enraged the heavenly sovereign and led to the test. After the heavenly sovereign left, the disciples in the square erupted. Why did Master stop the examination? Exactly. There are so many of us. If Master tests one a day, when will it ever end? What can we do? That's Master's decision. We must obey. But next time I'll be the first to step forward. Then it depends on who's fastest. If the heavenly sovereign had heard these words, he wouldn't have waited until he returned to the Green Turing Palace to spit blood. He would have vomited 3 pints on the spot. What kind of disciples were these? Just as the disciples were buzzing with discussion, a cold moon silently rose and an icy chill instantly filled the entire square, silencing the clamoring crowd. At that moment everyone's gaze fixed on Xiao. After unleashing her strongest sword intent against the heavenly sovereign, she stood motionless like an ice sculpture. 9 white long swords appeared behind Xiao again. Before the duel 5 had been ethereal, and now only 4 remained as phantoms, and one of the remaining 4 showed signs of solidifying. Meanwhile, boundless sword intent erupted from the 5 solid swords, soaring into the sky and once again tearing the newly healed void. Countless runic chains were frozen by the icy sword chi, shattering into countless ice flowers that scattered over the square like a heavy snow, unadorned yet extraordinarily beautiful. Yet no one appreciated this beauty, for all eyes were captivated by Xiao. Before the duel, Xiao was at the midstage of the quasi-saint realm. After the battle, her cultivation had reached the peak of the late quasi-saint stage. This leap made the other disciples so envious their eyes nearly popped out. From the golden immortal realm onward, every minor advancement was exceedingly difficult. Without techniques or opportunities, even a small step forward was arduous. Yet Xiao, through her battle with Master, had elevated her realm to the peak of the late quasi-saint stage. How could they not envy her? Though only a thin line separated the late quasi-saint stage from its peak, that very gap had stymied countless cultivation geniuses, and for many it remained an insurmountable chasm throughout their lives. After stabilizing her cultivation, Xiao withdrew her awe-inspiring sword intent, and the myriad ice flowers vanished as if they had never been. She cast a glance toward the green Turing Palace, performed a kowtow, and then drifted away without a word. As the second disciple to pass the master's test, Xiangxiu's cultivation advancement was witnessed by all, fueling even greater anticipation among the disciples for their own examinations. But with the master gone again, someone couldn't help but consult Guxizian, senior brother Jiushou. Why do you think master has left again? Seeing the confusion and bewilderment in his fellow disciples' eyes, Guxizian felt immense satisfaction. In my view, master's actions carry two meanings. Two meanings? Tell us quickly. Our dull minds cannot fathom master's intent. As a saint, master is fully aware of what we've been doing these centuries. But though we cultivated diligently, we never truly demonstrated our combat skills or signature techniques. Isn't that so? That's true. The techniques the senior brother gave us are mostly too fierce. A minor use injures, major use leads to death or destruction. We all understand. Get to the point. Someone urged Guxizian impatiently. I truly feel sorry for master. Such a simple matter and you can't figure it out. Without using techniques we can't understand them deeply. So master tests us, allowing us to unleash our full strength without restraint. This way we comprehend our own skills, and the observing disciples also get a chance to gain insight. Isn't that so? Guxizian spoke earnestly. Hearing his explanation, the crowd suddenly understood. So that was master's intention. But why did master leave? Wouldn't it be better to continue the examination? Someone pressed further. You fools! After each test, don't we need to comprehend the techniques? Besides, how do you know the onlookers haven't gained anything? Look at those junior brothers over there, they've already begun cultivating as if they've gleaned something from this battle. Guxizian spoke with a tone of exasperation. Following his pointed direction, the questioner saw several disciples sitting cross-legged, seemingly enlightened by the recent duel. Immediately a stream of praise and compliments poured forth, with some even claiming Guxizian's ability to fathom the saint's mind had reached perfection. Others begged for his future guidance. This long overdue attention made Guxizian's heart bloom with joy. His smile so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. If the heavenly sovereign were present, he wouldn't need to test them anymore, he'd be dead from rage at Guxizian's ridiculous reasoning. Ding! System notification: Xiangxiu's cultivation has advanced to the peak of the late quasi-saint stage. Host receives a 100-fold increase in spiritual power. Ding! System notification: Xiao has comprehended the fifth sword of the Nine Heavens sword canon, the saint-slaying sword. Host receives a 100-fold enhancement. Honghuang sword intent. Xiao Fan, who was cultivating, was jolted awake by these two sounds. Xiao has actually comprehended the fifth sword. It seems her talent in the sword path is truly formidable. In the journey of the ethereal god, the Nine Heavens sword canon was created by the sword god. When he unleashed the eighth sword, even the divine king had to yield. The power of the ninth sword remained unwritten, as the sword god had never used it, rumored to be incomplete. Yet Xiao Fan believed it could slay a divine king. Simultaneously within Xiao Fan's inner world, the purple dragonlet that had been sleeping soundly awoke again. It shook its head, surveyed its surroundings, and seemed displeased with its sleeping environment. It exhaled a puff of purple dragon breath, and a torrential downpour ensued, instantly doubling the vitality of the entire world. Countless small creatures appeared, butterflies, rabbits, and even the river began to teem with tiny fish swimming lazily. Seemingly satisfied, the purple dragonlet shifted its position, placed its claws under its head, and soon its snoring resumed. For many consecutive days, Tongtian Jiaozhu never left the main hall by even a single step. One reason was to heal his injuries, and the other was to constantly ponder over that one sword strike from Xiao. At that time, Xiangxiu's cultivation was at the midstage of quasi-sage, yet the power of that sword strike had already reached the peak of the late quasi-sage stage, causing Tongtian Jiaozhu, who was unprepared, to suffer a minor setback. Although Tongtian Jiaozhu had also suffered losses at the hands of Wangxian and the others, it was different. First, it was a combined force of their 7 powers. Second, it was due to the overwhelming strength of the formation. Since the birth of formations in heaven and earth, instances of the weak overcoming the strong have been numerous. As for being injured by the Big Dipper heavenly net formation, it was partly due to his own carelessness and partly because the formation was indeed formidable. This time being injured by Qiong Xiao was different. From the perspective of cultivation techniques, having a powerful technique could be justified, but from the aspect of origin it was inexplicable. On the path of cultivation, one cannot become a quasi-sage or a saint solely through cultivation techniques. A powerful origin is also required, as origin represents talent, aptitude, and the like. Among the few who have now attained sagehood, which one does not possess a formidable origin and profound fortune? For instance, Daozu Hongjun and goddess Niwa were all primordial chaos gods. As for Taisheng Laozhu and Yuanshi Tianzuan Tongtian Jiaozhu and Hutun Yang, who evolved the 6 paths, they are the orthodox lineage of Penggu. The true sages of the West also have origins that are far from weak. But all of this is not the most crucial. The condition for attaining sagehood still lacks the most important great fortune, the primordial qi. Without the primordial qi, no matter how many doctrines one establishes or how many races one creates, it is impossible to become a saint. For example, ancestor Mingyi and Luohu each created a race, and both were at the peak of the late quasi-sage stage. Yet lacking that strand of primordial qi, they could never become saints of heaven and earth. The feeling Qiong Xiao gave Tongtian Jiaozhu was different. Naturally, her origin need not be mentioned. He had known it when he accepted her as a disciple, and he had even clearly seen how high her future achievements would be. But over these past few hundred years, Qiangxiu's cultivation had soared like a rocket, which inevitably made Tongtian Jiaozhu suspect whether all this was related to the cultivation technique. A person's origin determines the height of their growth. No matter how hard one tries, once they reach a fixed height, there will be no further change unless a great fortune such as the primordial qi is obtained. Qiong Xiao had clearly not obtained the primordial qi, yet her current cultivation had already surpassed the limits set by her own origin. Could it be due to the cultivation technique? The thought involuntarily arose in Tongtian Jiao's mind. As soon as this thought emerged, Tongtian Jiaozhu quickly dismissed it. It was impossible. Since the dawn of heaven and earth, nothing like this had ever been heard of. How could a cultivation technique change a person's origin? Unable to figure it out, Tongtian Jiaozhu ceased pondering and focused entirely on healing his injuries. After an unknown number of days, feeling that his injuries had stabilized and at least would not worsen, Tongtian Jiaozhu once again appeared before his disciples. The crowd still filled the square, even larger than when he had last seen them. Except for his senior disciple Xiao Fan, who was absent, and his third disciple Zhao Gongming, all other disciples had arrived one by one. The expression on everyone's face was almost identical, excitement, even a trace of elation. With the enhancement of Huangxian and the others' strength, along with the evidence of Qiangxiu's cultivation improvement, it could now be said with great certainty that after sparring with the master, one's cultivation would surely advance, possibly even by an entire realm. This caused many disciples who had been in seclusion to emerge, hoping to see who would obtain this strand of fortune this time, and some even considered competing for it themselves. A few days ago I examined the formation of Wu Yun and the other 7, as well as Qiangxiu's swordsmanship. I am very satisfied, as it shows that during my absence you have not been lazy but have been diligently cultivating. Now who among you will step forward voluntarily to receive my examination? Although Tongtian Jiaozhu acknowledged the cultivation improvements of Huangxian, Qiong Xiao and others with Duo Baodaoren as a precedent, he still believed that the other disciples' cultivation had been boosted by Xiao Fan's peculiar technique, a false cultivation. As for Qiong Xiao and Wu Yun, he attributed their progress to diligent practice. After all, there were bound to be 1 or 2 exceptions. Not everyone could be lazy, could they? Looking at the silent square before him, Tongtian Jiaozhu couldn't help but frown. It had been the same last time and now again. What were these disciples thinking? Could it be that they were afraid of being scolded if their cultivation hadn't improved? Of course not. Rather, they were deferring to one another, debating who should be the one to receive this fortune. Not everyone possessed Qiangxiu's confidence to step directly before Tongtian Jiaozhu and accept the examination. If one stepped forward voluntarily and failed to improve after the examination, being scolded by the master would be a minor matter, but losing face would be a great shame. What would that signify? It would indicate poor aptitude, a dull mind wasting the master's time and his well-intentioned efforts, a result no one was willing to accept. Since none of you are stepping forward, shall I name someone? After a long silence with no one coming forth, Tang Tianjiaozhu had to speak again. Still no one uttered a word. However, everyone's expressions grew more excited and they straightened their postures as if to say, choose me, choose me. Tang Tianjiaozhu swept his gaze around and finally fixed his eyes on one person, none other than Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao, come forward. Let me examine you. Upon hearing that Yin Xiao had been chosen, some were disappointed but most were exceptionally thrilled. It was well known that the tale of the novels began with the three sisters. As the second batch to receive Xiao Fan's cultivation method, they were incredibly fortunate, yet their true strength remained unknown. After receiving the latter half of the Bei Sutra, Yin Xiao had entered seclusion and did not emerge until a few days ago, when she learned from Xiong Xiao that accepting the master's examination could rapidly improve cultivation. Walking before Tang Tianjiaozhu, Yin Xiao bowed and said, Master. Looking at Yangxiu's cultivation level, Tang Tianjiaozhu couldn't help but frown. Others were at the early or mid-quasi-sage stage, but Yin Xiao was only at the late Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, far from the peak. He thought to himself, at least Yin Xiao is more sensible. Although she might also be deceiving me, she is not as blatant as the others. When it comes time to punish her, I can go a bit easier. One thing Tang Tianjiaozhu might have forgotten was that the disciple he deemed fraudulent had just days ago injured him. With a casual wave of his hand, Tang Tianjiaozhu summoned a shadow clone. This shadow clone is only at the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. If you can withstand its attacks for the duration of one incense stick, you will pass the examination. Yes. Disciple understands. Yin Xiao replied calmly, as if the examination did not concern her at all. In truth, it was indeed so. A shadow clone with merely mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal strength was frankly not even enough for her to handle with one hand. However, recalling that Xiong Xiao had undergone the same examination, she said nothing more. Then the shadow clone shot a simple sword intent from its brow, illuminating the square. Facing this lightning-fast attack, Yin Xiao stood still as if stunned, without any reaction. Just as Tang Tianjiaozhu was considering whether to withdraw the sword intent of the shadow clone, Yin Xiao swiftly formed a hand seal and struck it toward the clone. There was no earth-shattering explosion nor any tearing of the void. The shadow clone summoned by Tang Tianjiaozhu simply disintegrated on the spot. Though similar to Qiangxiu's attack, it had its differences. Qiangxiu's attack had frozen the entire shadow clone, causing it to shatter into a sky full of ice crystals. But Yangxiu's method was different. The shadow clone vanished as if snowflakes had met the sun, gradually melting away bit by bit. Tang Tianjiaozhu, who had just been regretting his rashness, stared in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging out. What kind of cultivation technique is this? How did they obtain it? After shattering the shadow clone of the Heavenly Lord Tongtian, Yin Xiao stood frozen in a daze. Yet she was not the only one stunned. Every disciple across the square was equally bewildered. What new cultivation art has senior sister Yin Xiao mastered? With a mere gesture, the master's shadow clone vanished. You ask me? Who do I ask? How would I know? Ever since senior sister Yin Xiao obtained that art from senior brother, she secluded herself in meditation. This. The entire square descended into chaos. At that moment, not only were the disciples confounded, but even the saintly Heavenly Lord Tong Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. What kind of technique was this? With a simple raise and wave of her hand, his shadow clone dissipated like snow under the sun. Others were astonished because Yin Xiao at the latest stage peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm could defeat a shadow clone at the mid-stage peak, but it should not have been so effortless. A fierce struggle would have been necessary, for the shadow clone was no ordinary one. It was summoned by a saint and imbued with saintly power. Though that trace of saintly power was not overwhelming and the clone appeared to be at the mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, its true strength reached the mid-stage peak. Silence and infinite silence. Apart from Yangxiu's slightly uneasy breaths, no other sound echoed across the square. It was as if the river of time had frozen and even the playful spiritual energy had turned to mist, daring not to stir in this tense atmosphere. If anyone had noticed the Heavenly Lord Tongshan's expression, they would have been astonished to see it shift like a rainbow. First it turned red, then green, followed by. Finally it became black. If the Heavenly Lord were to impersonate the legendary Judge Bao, he would not need face paint. His countenance was already terrifyingly dark and gleaming. Gazing at Yun Xiao, whose face bore an innocent yet inexplicable expression, Tong Tian felt his barely healed injuries from yesterday threatening to relapse. Was this the guileless disciple he once knew? One changed, two changed, and now his most innocent and obedient disciple had also turned to the dark side. If anyone was the most astonished at the scene, it was Yun Xiao herself. Ever since she began cultivating the Bei Sutra, she found the scripture written on leaves exceedingly difficult to comprehend, even contemplating giving up. Many of its profound meanings and application methods bore no resemblance to her previous cultivation practices, even contradicting them at times. She had sought guidance from her senior brother Xiao Fan, but he merely said, "Cultivation depends on destiny. If fate does not favor it, do not force it." In truth, Xiao Fan meant that if it did not work, she should simply switch to another book and stop bothering. But Yun Xiao, with her stubborn nature, misinterpreted his words, believing he meant that her destiny lay solely with the Bei Sutra and nothing else. It was precisely this obstinacy that enabled her to cultivate the Bei Sutra. The Bei Sutra was no ordinary creation. In the ancient tale of Miao Miao Zhilu, a young maiden fell in love with a man, none other than the future radiant god King Lingshu. Though he knew the maiden Tiangu loved him, Lingshu was already aware of his destiny to become the radiant god. Thus, as an immortal king, he created the Bei Sutra, hoping its difficulty would dissuade Tiangu's affections. Yet to Lingshu's surprise, Tiangu, though seemingly fragile, possessed a Tao heart and unwavering will that were not easily swayed. She diligently cultivated the Bei Sutra. Despite her high aptitude and extraordinary cultivation speed, she faced an insurmountable obstacle, the tribulation of love. Had the dark god King Li Chang not appeared later, it remained uncertain whether Tiangu could have transcended to the divine realm. This stubborn, single-minded pursuit coincidentally aligned with the unyielding Tao heart that the radiant god King had originally set driving her relentless quest for love. Through her reading, a vague silhouette also took shape in Yunxiao's heart. Though she had never loved anyone, a shadowy figure lingered in her mind, blurry, indistinct in form and face. Sometimes it resembled her master, at other times senior brother Xiao Fan. To discern who it truly was, Yun Xiao could only cultivate with relentless fervor. This cultivation spanned centuries. The Bei Sutra contained 108 hand seal techniques, each combination yielding different effects. Before emerging from seclusion, Yun Xiao had only grasped 88 techniques and 5 combination methods. The technique that shattered the shadow clone was one of them, known as formation breaker. In Yunxiao's view, though her master was immensely powerful, his summoned shadow clone was a form of array technique. Hence she naturally employed the formation breaker, intending only to neutralize its attack. Unexpectedly, the Bei Sutra's might was so immense that it obliterated the clone entirely, leaving her standing there unsure how to explain. While Yun Xiao was at a loss and the other disciples were stunned, the Heavenly Lord Tong Tian furrowed his brows deeply. Though Yunxiao's hand seals were swift, they could not escape a saint's perception. To Tongtian, Yun Xiao had merely formed a strange seal, after which a grid resembling leaf veins appeared above the shadow clone. This grid was invisible to the naked eye, only Tongtian with his saintly body could sense it. Though the energy composing the grid appeared minuscule, it was far from weak. In Tongshan's estimation, it rivaled the power of chaotic force. In the universe, primordial force is the ultimate power. Mastering it means surpassing sainthood, reaching the realm of Hongzhen's Tao harmony. Currently only one being in all of primordial chaos wields this power, none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Next comes the power of chaos. In the present primordial chaos world, only 6 beings can fully and freely command this power: the 6 saints of heaven and earth, plus the Empress Hodu, who voluntarily transformed into the 6 paths. For others, wielding such power is utterly impossible. First, one cannot comprehend this power. Second, it is too difficult to control. If it backfires, even a peak latestage quasi-saint would face utter annihilation with no other outcome. This is why there are only a handful of saints in the world, while countless quasi-saints at the peak of the late stage never dare to attempt the breakthrough to sainthood. Without the great fortune of primordial qi to protect the Tao, one cannot withstand the backlash of chaotic qi. Forcing a breakthrough leads to but one result: death and dissolution. But today Tongshen's understanding, honed over countless eons, was utterly overturned. Just now Yin Xiao had employed an energy Tong Tian had never seen before. Though slightly weaker than chaotic force, it was more condensed, and though not matching chaotic powers might, it came close. It surpassed the energy available to quasi-saints by more than a thread. It was this extra thread of strength that caused his summoned shadow clone to dissolve like snow under the sun, vanishing before the astonished eyes of the crowd. This thread of power sparked curiosity in Tong Tian. He thought if everyone could master it, then the entire Jia sect, indeed all of primordial chaos, would make the Jia sect the foremost sect. Even the great tribulation of heaven and earth would pose no problem for the Jia sect. If all disciples possessed quasi-saint abilities, what tribulation could they not overcome? Thus the heavenly Lord Tong Tian was not angry. A faint smile even graced his face, though barely visible. His voice was remarkably gentle as he spoke to Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao, how much of your strength did you just use? The moment the heavenly Lord of the Way spoke, the entire square erupted into an uproar. Is this still the master I know? How could he ask such a question? Heavens! What did I just hear? Could the master before my eyes be an impostor? The heavenly Lord of the Way was not deaf to the murmurs of his disciples before him. Indeed, he heard every single word with perfect clarity. Yet at this moment such matters were not his concern. His sole desire was to uncover the origin of Yangxiu's newfound power. The great cataclysm of heaven and earth was imminent. As a sage, he needed to carve a path of survival for his disciples. Though the title of being recorded in the investiture of the gods sounded auspicious, its true purpose was known only to the sages. It was a form of servitude. The body would be immortal and indestructible. As long as the primordial world remained intact, one could truly live as long as heaven and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. Yet unknown to all but the sages, the price for such a boon was eternal stasis, unchanging for life after life in perpetuity. If you were a quasi-saint, you would remain a quasi-saint forever. If you were a great Luo golden immortal, you would forever be a great Luo golden immortal. All realms, all cultivation would be irrelevant to you. You would become a mere jewel of cultivation, specifically a jewel to power the 365 stars of the heavens. As long as the stars endured, you would endure. Only after countless eons, when the world was destroyed and reborn, might you escape. Yet more likely you would vanish alongside the celestial stars. But now things were different. The cultivation technique Yin Xiao practiced, the heavenly Lord of the Way was certain was not of his own teaching. This technique was something he had never seen before. Perhaps even the Tao ancestor Hongjun himself would not know how it had appeared in the primordial world. This was a monumental opportunity for the Jia sect. If one were to compare this extraordinary technique with the primordial qi, the heavenly Lord of the Way concluded that the primordial qi was utterly insignificant. For the primordial qi could only grant one the qualification to become a sage, and that required a formidable foundation and worthy aptitude, indispensable innate conditions. Clearly the technique Yin Xiao cultivated required none of these prerequisites. Yin Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago she had been worrying whether her master would punish her for dispelling his shadow clone. Although her cultivation had advanced compared to her two younger sisters and some of her fellow disciples, her improvement was hardly worth mentioning. Now her master seemed like a completely different person. The stern and rigid man had become gentle, even asking her how much force she had just used. How was she supposed to answer that? Could she tell her master that she had merely formed a single seal and shattered his summoned shadow clone? Would that not make her a disciple who defied and disgraced her master? At this thought Yin Xiao timidly raised one finger. What? You only used 1/10 of your power. The heavenly Lord of the Way's face contorted like a starving demon as he stared at Yin Xiao. At that moment Yin Xiao felt like crying. She had raised one finger, meaning to say she had used full power. But frightened by the heavenly Lord of the Way's reaction, she shrank like an ostrich and tremblingly extended 2 fingers. Master, I used 3/10 of my power. Yangxiu's voice was filled with unspeakable grievance, as if she were on the verge of tears. This caused the heavenly Lord of the Way's brow to furrow into a deep W. Just days ago the lively and spirited Xiong Xiao had turned into an ice block, unmeltable even under the scorching sun. And now the once bold and outspoken Yin Xiao had become like this. What in the world had happened in the centuries he had been away? While the heavenly lord of the way felt perplexed, a growing resentment began to stir among many disciples in the square. This resentment was not directed at Yin Xiao but at the heavenly lord of the way himself. Senior sister Yin Xiao had already said she didn't mean it, and she had even explained she only used 3/10 of her power. Why was he still hounding her? If you weren't our master, we would surely teach you a lesson. But these thoughts remained mere thoughts, and no one dared to voice them. Yet that did not mean the heavenly lord of the way was unaware. The resentment of a single person might not concern him, but when countless beings harbored such feelings, the heavens themselves would show signs. At that very moment a dark cloud gathered over Mount Golden Ao. Begone! With a soft exclamation from the heavenly lord of the way, the dark cloud dispersed instantly. The disciples who had been bearing resentment now wore blank expressions, utterly clueless about what had just happened. Such a potent charm! Had it not been for the wave of resentment from many disciples, the heavenly lord of the way might not have noticed that Yin Xiao with just a few words had turned many into her staunch followers. At this point the heavenly lord of the way took a closer look at his disciple. Her foundation had not changed, but within her body there was an indescribable new presence. Yin Xiao, has your cultivation already surpassed the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm? The heavenly lord of the way asked with a tone of certainty. Disciple is not sure, but I feel confident I can hold my own against a mid-stage quasi-saint. Yin Xiao paused, then gave an answer that sent the entire square into an uproar. Did I just hear that? Senior sister Yin Xiao said she, at the peak of the late great Luo Golden Immortal stage, can fight a mid-stage quasi-saint without losing. You heard right. It must be an illusion. Senior sister Yin Xiao is so audacious, but I like it. The clamor of the disciples could not stir even a ripple in the heavenly lord of the way's mind, but Yangxiu's words churned countless waves within his heart, even raising a monstrous tide. Had these words come from anyone else, the heavenly lord of the way would not have believed them. He might have even suppressed the speaker on the spot to avoid disgrace. But coming from Yin Xiao, though he harbored a sliver of doubt, he was already 80% convinced. This was not because the heavenly lord of the way favored Yin Xiao unduly, but because he had seen from the strange energy she had just used that if it were a bit stronger she would indeed be capable of fighting a mid-stage quasi-saint. Very well, let your master test you once more. Without further ado, the heavenly lord of the way summoned another shadow clone, this time with the cultivation of a mid-stage quasi-saint. To be safe, he infused the clone with a trace of sage power, enabling it to unleash the strength of a later-stage quasi-saint. After all, a sage must maintain face. Just days ago he had been wounded by Wu Yun and others. Though no one knew of it, the heavenly lord of the way felt his dignity had been compromised. Then Xiong Xiao had wounded him again with an infinite sword, intent once more shattering his sage pride. Though these events filled the heavenly lord of the way with immense gratification, he was still a sage, was he not? Those who wounded him were his own disciples. To be injured once could be called carelessness, a lapse in attention; a second time could be excused as unforeseen. But if a third injury occurred, what would there be to say? Though the heavenly secrets over Mount Golden Ao were shielded, the hurdle in his heart remained insurmountable. A sage might not be plagued by inner demons, but over time even they could not guarantee immunity. Thus, to be safe, the heavenly lord of the way went all out this time. The shadow clone appeared to be at the mid-stage quasi-saint level, but its actual power far exceeded that capable of reaching the peak of the late quasi-saint stage when unleashed. After all, the dignity of a sage had to be preserved. When the heavenly lord of the way summoned the shadow clone again, Yangxiu's previously calm expression suddenly tightened. At this moment the shadow clone before her exuded a pressure she had never felt before. Such an oppressive aura was unprecedented. Since cultivating the Palm Leaf Sutra, she had encountered this kind of pressure from very few. One was her master, the heavenly lord of the way. The other was her senior brother Xiao Fan. Though her elder brother Zhao Gongming also possessed such pressure, it was not dangerous. As for Duobao Daoist, who was present, though he had a hint of oppressive intent, it did not feel life-threatening. It must be known that Lingxiu, though wishing to sever Tiange's feelings of love, had no desire to see the little sister he cherished vanish from the world. Thus when creating the Palm Leaf Sutra he had incorporated a special technique. When danger approached the body would issue a warning. When facing a powerful enemy or lethal threat the body would instinctively sense it. This was something even Yin Xiao did not know, nor did Xiao Fan, the author of the story. Only those who cultivated the Palm Leaf Sutra truly understood. This time the Master of Heaven did not appear careless as he did in the previous two instances, for he knew that his previous nonchalance had caused him to lose face before his disciples. Although the disciples did not perceive it, they could not deceive themselves. "Are you ready?" the Master of Heaven spoke. Yin Xiao nodded slightly. While the shadow clone before her exuded a sense of threat, she was confident in her ability to overcome it, not because she believed in her own strength but because she had faith in the Bei Sutra, or rather she trusted her senior brother Xiao Fan. As this thought emerged, the ethereal figure in her heart seemed to shift towards Xiao Fan. This time the shadow clone radiated an overwhelming brilliance surrounded by boundless sword intent. The void was now shattered and chains of divine patterns floated in the air to prevent the collapse of the void. "Master, this time it's serious." "Is that so? What cultivation level does Sister Yin Xiao have?" "Look at the area around the shadow clone." "Master, is this going to kill my junior sister?" The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit also turned to the side worried and asked Taoist Duobao. The mid-stage quasi-saint realm is significantly higher than the peak late-stage Daluo Golden Immortal realm by 2 minor realms. If this strike were fully unleashed, there would be no need to think about the aftermath. If the only result would be Yangxiu's death, and there could be no other outcome. Since the beginning of the Pango era, no one has ever heard of anyone challenging realms above their own. Furthermore, Yin Xiao now aimed to challenge a saint's shadow clone. In Taoist Duobao's eyes, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's concerns reflected a different perspective. Taoist Duobao had practiced the art of ocular techniques, enabling him to see what others could not, the power of rules. While the shadow clone was indeed formidable and many disciples present could not fully withstand it, Taoist Duobao surprisingly saw an unknown power surrounding Yin Xiao. This energy was peculiar, although it was not abundant. It enveloped her entirely, and her body even seemed to trend towards this capability. Sister Yin Xiao should not lose. Taoist Duobao offered an answer that left the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit in disbelief. "How is that possible?" "That is a difference of 2 minor realms. It's not that Sister Yangxiu's realm is higher than that of the shadow clone, but rather the shadow clone's realm exceeds that of Sister Yin Xiao." I am well aware of that. However, Sister Yin Xiao has been cultivating diligently for hundreds of years. Have you ever seen her make a move?" "Naturally not." "Then isn't that enough?" Ever since Sister Yin Xiao acquired that novel from her senior brother, she has completely disappeared from our sight. She has been in closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years, and she did not even appear during the previous 2 assessments by the Master. Why has she shown up this time? Don't you understand? Does Taoist Duobao mean that Sister Yin Xiao has encountered a bottleneck? As Taoist Duobao conversed with the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, many disciples ceased their discussions, eager to hear the thoughts of these 2 direct disciples. Now that such explosive news had emerged, it was only natural that someone could not help but ask. In response, Taoist Duobao chose not to elaborate further, for he was unsure of the accuracy of his judgment. Speaking to the Holy Mother, he felt he had nothing to lose. If he made a mistake, it was not a big deal. However, when it came to discussing with others, Taoist Duobao naturally kept silent. He did not want to become someone like the Qisho Immortal. Seeing that he could not provide a definitive answer, many people once again turned their attention towards Qisho Immortal. "Qisho's senior brother, do you think Sister Yin Xiao will improve her cultivation this time?" This time Qisho Immortal was completely dumbfounded. His previous judgments had all been mere fabrications, as he, known in the GS sect for being foolish, could not possibly deduce such profound issues. "She should." Before he could finish his words, a green light shadow enveloped the heavens and earth. Imu spiritual energy? Unbeknownst to one, a large amount of Imu spiritual energy had gathered above Janeo Island, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy as it converged. As the vortex of spiritual energy formed, countless Imu spiritual energies began to gather towards Janeo Island. Although this commotion was greater than the disturbances caused by Xiao, no one paid attention to Janeo Island again. For the mighty beings of the prehistoric era understood that the Master of Heaven had already fallen into a semi-mad state. In their eyes, the conflict between the Jia sect and the Chan sect was akin to striking a stone with an egg, and there was absolutely no chance of victory. Moreover, Hongjun had handed the god-slaying whip and the Fengshen Bang to the primordial supreme, clearly favoring the Chan sect. As for the Jia sect, securing the Fengshen Bang was already a confirmed outcome. At present, all the powerful beings could only remain quietly within their own caves to avoid being swept up in the calamities. Otherwise, to die during the tribulation would mean eternal rest. Faced with the sword intent of the shadow clone, Yangxiu's body involuntarily trembled, not out of fear but from excitement. Since comprehending the Bei Sutra, Yun Xiao had never made a move. All her training had been an evolution within her spiritual seat. As for the true extent of her power, she had no idea. Were it not for her immense trust in her senior brother Xiao Fan, she might have given up long ago. At this moment, Yun Xiao concentrated all her magical energy, her fingers forming countless seals like lightning. Despite the shadow clone gathering sword intent, it did not strike, for the Master of Heaven was unsure whether Yun Xiao could withstand his move. If she could endure it, he would only suffer a bit of loss of face. However, if she could not, there would be only one outcome: death. Just as the Master of Heaven hesitated, Yun Xiao began to quickly form seals. With each different seal, vast amounts of Imu's spiritual energy gathered in the sky until a vortex of spiritual energy formed at the wound of Janeo Island. Go! With a light command, the space around the shadow clone shattered and countless fragments of space transformed into sword energy, shooting directly at Yun Xiao. The might of this sword surpassed even that of the previous small sword, as not only the sword intent soared into the sky, but even the vortex of spiritual energy above Janeo Island paused momentarily. However, everything happened too quickly. No one noticed, and everyone's focus was solely on this sword. The sword intent struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the void and flying towards Yun Xiao along with the rifts in the fabric of space. Faced with everything before her, it seemed as if Yun Xiao did not see it at all. She continued to form the seals. Just as the sword intent was less than a meter away from her, even the Master of Heaven thought about retracting the sword intent when a light command rang out. Constrain. With this command, the massive gathering of Imu's spiritual energy above began to converge as if it had found its home, forming a green wall in front of Yun Xiao, shimmering with dazzling green light and previously unseen patterns. The sword intent of the shadow clone struck the wall like a high-speed train, crashing into it. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering resonated, tugging at the nerves of everyone in the square. Is it possible that my senior sister will perish just like this? No way! What are you thinking? That's the Master. How could he let my senior sister die? But that sword intent is the same as the one Taoist Duobao faced a while ago. How could Sister Yun Xiao endure it with her cultivation level? You! Be quiet. In contrast to the worry among the disciples in the square, the Master of Heaven displayed a different expression, even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. After all, the shadow clone was summoned by the Master of Heaven, so through the sensation of the shadow clone, the shattering sound did not come from the green wall but was emitted by the initial strike of the shadow clone. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, the sword energy of the shadow clone that surged towards the heavens transformed into countless fragments, scattering in the air. Meanwhile, after the green wall rippled a few times, the patterns became clearer, even giving the impression of being alive. What? Sister Yun Xiao actually withstood a peak strike from the Midstitch Saint. I must be seeing things. How is this possible? She really withstood the attack from the Master's shadow clone. This is simply incredible. What technique has Sister Yun Xiao learned to challenge realms above her own? Facing the fact that Yun Xiao could block his strike, Tang Tianjiaozhu felt both gratified and puzzled. He was gratified by his disciples' growth, which had far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing their master. Apart from when he had disguised himself as Zhao Gongming and struck Duobao Doran, which of his tested disciples had not greatly advanced in cultivation? His former 7 attendants had even comprehended the Big Dipper heavenly formation and wounded him despite their humble origins and even some dullness. Yet after mastering the formation, they had managed to injure their own master. As for that mischievous and cultivation lazy Qiong Xiao, she needed no mention. He had even once considered expelling her from the sect. Had it not been for the relatively diligent cultivation of Qiangxiu's 2 sisters, the trio would have long ceased to be disciples of the Jia sect. Now Yun Xiao at the latest peak of the Luo Golden Immortal had blocked an attack from a mid-stage peak quasi-sage. Although he had held back, his strength was still that of a mid-stage quasi-sage. How could this not fill Tang Tianjiaozhu with gratification? Yet a similar doubt lingered in Tang Tianjiaozhu's mind. He knew that all these changes had occurred during the few hundred years he had been away. For cultivators, a few hundred years meant nothing, merely the duration of a single meditation session. If someone could improve their cultivation, it would only be a slight epiphany, at most advancing a minor realm. Now many disciples had improved by more than just a minor realm. All had reached the Golden Immortal Realm, and some had even crossed 3 major realms and 12 minor realms, a phenomenon unseen since the dawn of creation. Even among the chaos primordial gods before the world was created, such a thing had never occurred. He feared that even the Tao ancestor Hongjun could not have encountered such a situation. What had happened in these few hundred years? In contrast to Tang Tianjiaozhu's mixed feelings of gratification and bewilderment, Yun Xiao felt nothing but a growing panic. For this attack from Tang Tianjiaozhu's shadow clone, Yun Xiao had not taken it lightly. Instead, she had solemnly formed 10 hand seals. Yet when she tried to stop, she discovered that the hand seals could not be halted and even seemed to threaten backlash if she ceased. This alarmed Yun Xiao greatly, forcing her to press on and form the 11th seal. As the 11th hand seal was completed, a wind arose over the peaceful and serene Golden Ao Island. Why is the wind rising? When Yun Xiao formed the 12th hand seal, the gentle breeze transformed into a gale. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged into her hands as if finding their home. Look! As Yunxiao's hands moved faster, a blurry green object formed in her palm. What is that? I don't know, but it looks formidable. Tang Tianjiaozhu also noticed this. Though he did not know what Yun Xiao was preparing, it gave him an ominous feeling. Through the shadow clone's senses, he even detected a hint of danger. This astonished Tang Tianjiaozhu. Although the shadow clone was not a saint, it possessed a trace of saintly power. As long as the true saint lived, the clone could exist indefinitely, achieving immortality. Yet now the clone felt threatened by what Yun Xiao held, deepening his confusion. This time Tang Tianjiaozhu decided not to strike first, wanting to see what Yun Xiao was preparing. He even grew curious about the green object in her hand. As Yun Xiao formed the 13th hand seal, the entire sky turned green. Countless streams of Yi with spiritual energy came alive, pushing aside all other energies. Meanwhile, the gale on the plaza intensified into a tempest. Had those present not been cultivators, they would have been blown to death. When the 14th hand seal was completed, some disciples who had just reached the Golden Immortal Realm could no longer withstand the pressure and reverted to their true forms, their earth-shaking roars reaching the heavens. At this moment, no one wished to leave the plaza, for many low-level disciples discovered that by resisting the wind, their cultivation was slowly increasing, not rapidly but steadily. After the 15th hand seal was formed, latest Golden Immortal disciples also reverted to their true forms, and soon countless colossal figures stood tall in the plaza. With the 16th hand seal, disciples who had just reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm reverted to their true forms. The 17th hand seal caused latest Tai Golden Immortal disciples to revert, and a typhoon swept across the square before the Bio Palace. This was no ordinary typhoon, but a storm of concentrated spiritual energy. Faced with this, Tang Tianjiaozhu casually waved his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier around his disciples. The barrier was tailored to each disciple's cultivation, just enough to protect them from harm without hindering their cultivation. This caused Duobao Doran, Jinling Shengmu and others who had been about to intervene to halt and instead fix their gazes on Yunxiao's hand seals. No one would miss this opportunity, especially those who had reached the quasi-sage realm like Duobao Doran, Jinling Shengmu and Gailing Shengmu. Though Yunxiao's hand seals appeared simple, they contained profound mysteries. From the 11th seal onward, everyone gained some personal insight. Had the occasion been more suitable, many would have sat down immediately to contemplate. When the 18th hand seal was completed, Yun Xiao looked as if she had been pulled from water, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Only her strong will kept her standing, otherwise she would have collapsed from fatigue. Beiyue 8 seals. With this soft cry, the entire world turned green. The vibrant life-filled green light burst forth like a wild steed, illuminating all realms and forcing many low-level disciples to shut their eyes. Even Duo Bao Daoren and Jinling Shimu had to squint, enduring the discomfort. Apart from Tongtian Jiaozhu, no one present could see how Yin Xiao formed the 18th seal. After completing the 18th seal, the boundless green Yi-wood spiritual energy coalesced in her hand, forming a small three-legged cauldron. The cauldron was no larger than a palm, looking like a toy, yet its ancient and profound pattern suggested it had been forged through countless ages of tempering. Seeing that such a grand display had resulted in such a tiny object in Yang Xiao's hand, the entire plaza erupted in laughter. I thought it was something special. Senior sister Yin Xiao went through all that trouble to make this little thing. Hilarious. Just now I thought I was going to die. The immense spiritual energy forced me to revert to my true form. If not for Master's intervention, I would have been killed by my own senior sister before the tribulation even came. Such a commotion, and all she produces is a tiny cauldron. This joke isn't funny at all. Ha ha ha. The disciples, who had been forced to revert to their true forms, burst into raucous laughter. They could hardly be blamed, for the situation was truly embarrassing. Being forced to reveal their true forms by spiritual energy had cost them all face. If Yang Xiao's attack had not been earth-shattering, they would not have complained, merely lamenting their low cultivation. Being forced to reveal their forms would not have been shameful, perhaps even enviable. But after such a grand display, all she had was a three-legged cauldron. How could the humiliated low-level disciples accept this? Brother, is junior sister Yin Xiao here to make a joke of us? Even Jinling Shengmu, who had thought Yin Xiao was unleashing a mighty technique, could not help but cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. Although Duo Bao Daoist did not smile, the upward curl of his lips betrayed his current mood. Do not speak recklessly, junior sister Yin Xiao will surely... He stopped mid-sentence, unable to continue fabricating the lie. Only two people in the entire square did not smile: Yin Xiao and Tongtian Jiaozhu. Tongtian Jiaozhu refrained because he discerned that Yang Xiao's technique was far from as simple as it appeared. Just now, not only had a vast amount of Yi-wood spiritual energy gathered between heaven and earth, but also spiritual energy of other attributes. However, the Yi-wood energy was so dense that it went unnoticed by the others. Simultaneously, as the tripod cauldron took form, countless divine patterns and Tao marks emerged from the river of time. These things did not belong to the primordial world at all. Had Tongtian Jiaozhu not been present, no one would have discovered these ancient and powerful divine patterns and Tao marks. Tongtian Jiaozhu refused to believe that something forged with such immense power could be useless, completely devoid of any purpose. Through his Dharma eye, Tongtian Jiaozhu could not perceive the essence of the small tripod cauldron in Yang Xiao's hand. It seemed akin to a supreme innate treasure, emanating an unfamiliar aura that directly blocked his probing intent. What exactly is this thing? Tongtian Jiaozhu murmured as he withdrew his divine sense. Few things in the entire primordial world could shield themselves from his probing. Could it be a supreme innate treasure? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. Although supreme innate treasures possessed sentience and could choose their masters freely, they also had their pride, typically selecting only quasi-sichts as their wielders. Yang Xiao's current cultivation was merely at the peak of latest stage Daoyuo Golden Immortal, still a step away from the quasi-sage realm. Moreover, with her current cultivation, she could not even lift the supreme innate treasure, let alone wield it. Tongtian Jiaozhu's judgment was naturally correct. What Yin Xiao held was not a supreme innate treasure. Yet it was hardly inferior to one. At this moment, Yang Xiao's emotions were exceedingly complex. She longed to cry out to the heavens or weep bitterly. The Bei Sutra contained 108 Dharma seals, which could be combined into countless applications. The 18 prohibitions Yin Xiao had just consecutively unleashed were both the simplest and the most difficult to execute. Only by continuously forming these 18 prohibitions could one forge their own Bei Divine Cauldron. With the aid of the Bei Divine Cauldron, the path of cultivation would naturally be smooth and favorable. Failure to consecutively form the 18 prohibitions would mean bidding farewell to the practice of the Bei Sutra. Setting aside her complex emotions, Yin Xiao casually tossed the Bei Divine Cauldron into the air. The small cauldron, which had been no larger than a palm, grew with the wind, and in the blink of an eye it became a massive vessel over 10 zhang tall. At this moment the disciples who had been mocking Yin Xiao found themselves unable to laugh. For as the Bay Divine Cauldron expanded an ancient and desolate aura rushed forth. Though not deliberately targeting anyone, this oppressive atmosphere forced all disciples below the golden immortal realm to revert to their true forms, trembling prostrate on the ground. The disciples who had just mocked Yin Xiao were all stunned. What exactly is this thing? Although these disciples had relatively lower cultivation, they were still golden immortals. Yet now facing a mere trace of ancient aura, they were forced back into their true forms. Golden immortals were not rare in the primordial world, but neither were they so common as to be achieved by just anyone. Had Xiao Fan not provided a vast number of cultivation techniques, the Jia sect would have had fewer than 100 golden immortals, barely 2 digits. Now however there was not a single disciple in the Jia sect who was not a golden immortal. Though Jinling Xingmu was not forced back into her true form by this aura, she still felt a hint of discomfort. She asked Duobao Daoist, "Elder brother, do you recognize this object?" Duobao Daoist smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I do not." Although Duobao Daoist was renowned as the master of many treasures, he had once possessed over 1,000 magical artifacts. Now however he had few left, having gifted most of them to junior brothers or outstanding disciples within the sect. The same question was also posed to Qiushou Xian, for in many eyes his insight was exceptionally sharp. He could even see through the master's thoughts. Surely he would not be unfamiliar with this tripod cauldron. "Senior brother Qiushou, do you recognize this tripod cauldron? Will senior sister Yin Xiao pass the trial this time?" Facing the questioner, Qiushou Xian wished he could slap him so hard that he would revert to his true form. But this was merely a fleeting thought. If he acted on it, the master would surely force him back into his original form. So he pretended not to hear, as if his mind was immersed in the divine patterns on the tripod. "Senior brother Qiushou? I do not know either. However, judging by the flowing Tao patterns and the ancient desolate aura on this tripod, it is undoubtedly a spiritual treasure. As for its power, it is hard to say for now, but it is certainly terrifyingly potent." Qiushou Xian gave an ambiguous answer. "Open." With Yangxiu's soft command, a narrow slit appeared on the Bay Divine Cauldron and a stream of white mist emerged. Tongtian Jiaozhu sensed through his shadow clone a powerful suction force attempting to draw it in. The suction was initially very gentle, but as the slit widened it grew stronger. The crowd saw the shadow clone's robes billowing as if surrounded by countless raging winds. At this moment Tongtian Jiaozhu held nothing back. With a thought, the aura of the shadow clone underwent a drastic change. Just a moment ago it was at the mid-stage quasi-sage level, in the next instant it surged to the peak of the latest stage quasi-sage realm. Simultaneously a sword intent shot forth from the shadow clone's brow, forming a sword aura around it to resist the powerful attraction. A clanging sound echoed around the clone as if countless invisible swords were colliding. On the other side, as the shadow clone counterattacked, Yin Xiao felt immense pressure. Her speed in forming Dharma seals naturally slowed, yet she persisted. Though exhausted, Yin Xiao refused to give up. She needed only to form 2 more Dharma seals to seal the shadow clone inside the Bay Divine Cauldron. As the remaining 2 Dharma seals took shape, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Countless lightning bolts twisted wildly like mad demons, and fierce gales appeared above the Bay Divine Cauldron as if cheering it on. This time the entire primordial world was stirred once more. Countless great beings turned their gazes toward Janeo Island, but quickly withdrew their attention again. First, they could discern nothing, for the heavens were obscured. Second, they all knew that Tongtian Jiaozhu was now half-crazed. Provoking him might lead to a personal visit to debate the Tao, a catastrophe none wished to invite. When Yin Xiao unleashed the final Dharma seal, the lightning and gales in the sky coalesced into a massive hand reaching directly for the shadow clone. The shadow clone was already struggling to resist the suction of the Bay Divine Cauldron. With the addition of this giant hand, it could offer no further resistance. As the hand descended, it easily seized the clone and cast it into the cauldron. Once inside the Bay Divine Cauldron, the shadow clone launched a fierce assault. This time Tongtian Jiaozhu held nothing back, unleashing the full power of a latest-stage quasi-sage. Yet neither the sword intent nor the sword aura had any effect within the cauldron. Apart from the clanging sounds echoing from within, it seemed as if all those attacks were mere illusions. "Seal! Seeing the shadow clone already inside the Bay Divine Cauldron, Yin Xiao formed another Dharma seal. As the seal was cast, the cauldron began to shrink. Initially, the shadow clone inside could still fight back. As the cauldron shrank, the space within also diminished. Countless flames of celestial fire appeared out of nowhere, burning fiercely. In no time, the shadow clone lost all ability to attack, unable even to move a single muscle. The cauldron shrank back to the size of a palm and flew back into Yangxiu's hand. Only then did the disciples who had been forced into their true forms regain their human shapes, their faces filled with fear as they stared at Yin Xiao. Duobao Daoist Jinling Shengmu, Gailing Shengmu and the others also stared at Yin Xiao with pale faces as if seeing her for the first time.